Chapter 571, What career does your mother want to pursue? After the stories are serialized, they can be compiled into a separate book for sale. Similarly, the newspaper cannot stop. Wu Heng still needs newspapers to serialize news stories, publish some correct news, and influence public opinion. At present, the effect of newspapers is still very good. To a large extent, it allows the residents of the island to have an understanding of their image. Otherwise, the reputation of the Necromancer on Treasure Island is much worse than that of the pirates. Now there is a complete change. And it is positive. After thinking for a while, he closed the panel. He patted Minnie's waist and hips next to him, and said, "You go play, you don't have to accompany me." Minnie put another piece of fruit into Wu Heng's mouth, and said with a smile, "Then let's go to Dingtao Street to see if there are any fresh ingredients, and make delicious food for the master in the evening." "Okay." Wu Heng nodded. Minnie called the other two. Let's go to Dingtao Street, and see how the newspaper the master mentioned is." "Let's go together, don't get lost." Wu Heng smiled. The other two maids were delighted, and followed Minnie to jump back to the room to change clothes. Then they came out, waved goodbye to Wu Heng. They left the island owner's house with the skeleton attendant. Wu Heng lay in the courtyard to bask in the sun. Two ghosts also flew back. They appeared on the side. Glinda said, "The effect of the newspaper this time is also good. The taverns along the street are all telling detective stories. It has become a regular program in the taverns." Xiao Xiao also added, "Yes, the tavern is very lively. Everyone is listening to the story. The newspapers outside are also selling very quickly. There is a long queue. The task of the two ghosts is to go out to find out the news when the newspapers are distributed. The effect is similar to survey market feedback. The results of these two times are pretty good. Are there more people who go to the pub to listen to the story, or are there more people who buy the newspaper and read it themselves?" Wu Heng sat up a little straighter and asked. After a little thought, he said, "I think there are more people in the pub." Glinda also agreed. "Yeah, there are more pubs. You can listen to all the content in the newspaper by buying a beer. If it were me, I would do the same." Speaking of this, it seems that it is more cost-effective to listen in the pub. After reading the newspaper once, there is nothing new. Go to the pub and buy a beer. And you can also listen to the content of the entire newspaper. It is more cost-effective than buying a newspaper. I feel that the pub will make more profit than me by distributing newspapers. But there is no better way. We can't really stop reading newspapers in the pub. Moreover, most people on the island are illiterate. And reading newspapers in the pub is also increasing the audience. Wu Heng said, "If you want to go to the pub, go. Listen to the story. Which is much better than fighting in the street." Granda circled half a circle in the air, and then said, "I saw two pubs open to bet, predicting the number of issues where the murderer will appear. I feel that other pubs will also have similar bets. Reading a serial novel. Can you open a bet?" Wu Heng was a little surprised. Who made the newspaper so popular now? If you want to get some back, you can do something here. Granda reminded with a smile. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows and could guess Granda's thoughts. "It's up to me to decide in which issue the murderer will appear. I will go to the tavern to buy some bets according to the progress of my novel. It's actually very easy to earn back this money. But after thinking about it carefully, I feel it's not a big deal. There's no need to fight with the residents of the island for such a small amount of money. Forget it. We don't need this little money. It's good for us to have a more lively tavern." Wu Heng said. Granda shrugged indifferently. "It's up to you. I just said it casually." One person, two souls, chatted outside for a while. Then they returned to the house. Grenda went back to revise the manuscript, and Xiao Xiao went to watch cartoons. Wu Heng walked into the alchemy room of the alchemy skeleton. The whole room was dark, even in broad daylight. The curtains in the room were drawn to block the sunlight outside the window. Turn on the chandelier in the room, lighting up the room. All the skeletons were busy with their own things. The cabinets on the side were also filled with various finished potions. "Come here." Wu Heng called the nearest level 15 alchemy skeleton. The skeleton put down the items in his hand and walked over quickly. Wu Heng asked, "Level 3 corpse core potion, how is the development going?" The alchemy skeleton pointed to the side, the potion bottle, and the test stone on the alchemy table. "Debugging stage?" The skeleton shook his head. "Testing the efficacy?" The skeleton nodded. "Beginning to test the efficacy of the medicine also means entering the final stage. After the medicine is prepared, Notify me as soon as possible, Wu Heng said. The skeleton alchemist saluted again, turned back to the alchemy table, and continued to test the medicine. Wu Heng put away the other finished medicines. He turned and left the alchemy room. The third-level corpse core medicine also took some time to develop. It is the one that took the longest time among several suitable medicines. If the skeleton units didn't know how to work hard and wouldn't be lazy, he would have suspected that he was stalling for time. Fortunately, there were some results, and it had entered the final drug testing stage. He was also looking forward to the effect of the third-level potion. Would it awaken new abilities for him? At dusk, Anweir came back from outside. Several people sat at the dining table to eat. Minnie and the others were talking about the newspapers on Lighthouse Street with great interest. The serialized detective stories in the newspapers on sale had become the hottest topic on the island. They chatted about newspapers for a while. Wu Heng said, "Wire, contact the cloth business caravans when you have time, and then choose two with good reputation and quality. I need to order some cloth materials." "Okay, Master, I will contact them tomorrow," Underwire replied. "Well, and recruit 2 tailors who are good at clothing design with higher levels." "Okay." After dinner, several people went to the training room for training. When it was dark, they went upstairs separately. When Wu Heng passed the 3rd floor, the door on one side opened, and Weir stared at him with big eyes. Then she gently took his hand and led him into the room. The next day, early morning. Experience +1. Experience +1. Experience. A series of experience prompts sounded, waking Wu Heng from his sleep. He was alert at first, and then reacted. It should be the zombie world. The team heading to the nearby city to clean up the zombies began to fight with the zombies. The time can match, and only in the zombie world can the target be killed. There will be such a dense increase of 1 point of experience. I relaxed a little. Then, I looked down at the little fox lying in my arms. With delicate skin and soft touch, the white arms were around my chest, and the furry tail was around my waist. I was about to pick up the tail, and Weir also woke up from the dream. "Master, you are awake. Sleep a little longer. It's still early. No need to get up so early." Wu Heng hugged the other's arm and touched the other's hair, and Wire snuggled into his arms like a spoiled child. How can a maid stay in bed when the master is awake? Our little fox has privileges. Sleep a little longer. Wait until breakfast is ready before going out. Wu Heng patted the other's little butt and got out of bed from one side. "Master is so nice." And Wire lay on the bed, her tail swaying left and right. Wu Heng simply washed and dressed. "I'll go upstairs. You don't have to call me for breakfast." "Okay, Master." Wu Heng walked out of Anwire's room and returned to his study. First, let the ghost go out to check. After confirming that there is no problem with Treasure Island, open the boundary gate and go directly to the zombie world. Zombie world. Walk out of the boundary gate, stand at the window and look out. The sky is getting brighter, and you can see the patrolling skeletons on the road. Wu Heng picked up the intercom and pressed the call button. "Shi Han Kai, can you hear me?" The other side replied quickly. "Yes, please wait, I'll be there soon." Waited in the room for a while. The door knocked. Shi Han Kai walked in directly with the little owl, and said, "Half an hour ago, there was news from Baiqing. The skeleton army had launched an attack on Gaohe City, and is now fighting." Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. The skeletons that were sent out have already started to attack. "Are there any problems?" Wu Heng asked. "No problems at the moment. Everything is going smoothly." Shi Han Kai sat down on the side. "What about Li Yong?" Shi Han Kai said. "Sister Yang is expected to arrive in Taichung the day after tomorrow, and she should still be on the way." Wu Heng nodded and instructed, "Keep the rails clear. Arrange people to check regularly, and keep up with the logistics." "Understood," Shi Han Kai replied, and then said, "Spring is coming soon, and we will arrange people to go back and deal with the wasteland in the next few days to prepare for sowing." "Okay, you can arrange it first, and I will also arrange some skeletons to help you." "Okay." Shi Han Kai touched the owl beside him, and then said, "Zhao Yinqiu came yesterday. Do you need to arrange a position for her?" "Don't worry about the position." "Yes." Wu Heng stood up. Let's go. Let's go to the meeting room. And then let her come to the meeting room to see me." The two went out together, and went downstairs to the meeting room. Shi Han Kai picked up the intercom, and asked someone to notify Zhao Yinqiu. Soon, the door of the conference room was knocked. Zhao Yanqiu opened the door and walked in. "My king, Deputy Chief Qi." Zhao Yanqiu saluted. Wu Heng looked at Qi Hankai. "You go and do your work first. We'll go to the factory together later." "Okay." Qi Hankai nodded, opened the door and left. Wu Heng looked at Zhao Yanqiu again, motioned her to sit down, and then let Xiao Xiao out. Xiao Xiao was half lying in the air, a little lazy. When she saw Zhao Yanqiu, she immediately shouted in surprise, "Ah, Mom!" "Xiao Xiao." Zhao Yanqiu opened her arms, Xiao Xiao floated over, and one person, and one soul hugged her in the void. Wu Heng waited for the mother and daughter to say a few words. Then asked, "Zhao Yanqiu, Xiao Xiao usually misses you very much. I can transfer you here. How do you feel?" Zhao Yanqiu glanced at Xiao Xiao. Without much hesitation, said, "Thank you, my king. I am willing to come. Is there anything else you need to bring over there?" "Some luggage. And some old things from the past," Zhao Yanqiu said. "You go back in the next 2 days. Bring all the things over. And make arrangements in Shifu City. And then come here to live." "Okay." Wu Heng nodded. Stood up again. "You and Xiao Xiao can chat here." Zhao Yanqiu bowed again. "Thank you, my king. Here. Just call me leader." "Yes, leader." Wu Heng opened the door and walked out of the room. And the voices of the mother and daughter asking each other about their concern came from behind. After leaving the conference room, Qi Hankai also came out of the room opposite. The two went to the workshop where bullets were produced. They checked the equipment. Then, they collected the bullets produced. In the afternoon, Wu Heng returned to Treasure Island. He released the two ghosts again, floating in the air. Seeing his mother, Xiao Xiao was obviously in a good mood. Floating around, humming the songs of the cartoon. Granda floated to the desk and began to revise the manuscript. Wu Heng looked at Xiao Xiao and said, "Xiao Xiao, I plan to change your mother's job. What do you think is more suitable for her profession?" Xiao Xiao floated back and forth in the air twice, and then said, "I think Yimi Luo is very powerful." Yimi Luo. He is powerful because of his level. Any profession that reaches his level is very powerful. "Oh, uncle is right. What can I choose?" Xiao Xiao came over and asked curiously. Wu Heng recalled the common job transfer scrolls in the association, and said, "For combat professions, there are warriors, rangers, thieves, and boxers. For civilian professions, there are investigators, coroners, and bards." Xiao Xiao thought for a while and said, "I don't think there is much difference. Uncle, please recommend one for me. Your mother is not suitable for combat." "Yes, not suitable." Xiao Xiao agreed very much. Wu Heng thought and said, "Then I can only choose civilian professions. For civilian professions, coroners are not good. There are zombies everywhere. And there is nothing to examine. Then, there are investigators and bards. Bards are semi-combat professions, which can increase some positive status for themselves, which is quite useful. Xiao Xiao has recently paid more attention to these bards because of the newspaper. When going up to tell stories, I also add several states to myself in advance. It strengthens my own momentum and speech to a certain extent. Not bad, I think the bard is good." Xiao Xiao nodded. "Then I will prepare the job transfer scroll tomorrow, and then transfer your mother's job." "Okay, thank you, uncle." Xiao Xiao thanked him. "You're welcome, we're a family." Xiao Xiao laughed. Glinda also smiled and looked up at this side. Blackstone Town, a village attached to it. Tap, 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 the dense footsteps sounded from all around. One after another, figures wearing black cloaks walked out from behind the houses in the alleys around. They surrounded the similarly dressed Benny in the middle. One of them grabbed the struggling tamed animal in his hand and twisted its neck casually. The tamed animal collapsed and unrolled the paper rolled up by its ankle. The leader of the Destiny cult, Fadi, is preparing to leave Blackstone Town and head southwest along the road. The hoarse voice read, "Benny, you actually betrayed the church and betrayed us. Others don't understand, and you don't understand. Benny." Everyone was heartbroken. You and I talked back and forth. Benny's eyes changed from panic fear to gradually firmness. She shouted, "I have never been a believer from the beginning. You liars, you killed so many people in the village. Even if there is a god, it is an evil god." There was a commotion all around. The black-robed man in the lead looked around. The voice was cold. "She has been controlled by the inner demon. Send her to see the true god." God will enlighten her and forgive her. After the voice fell, the two drew their knives and moved forward. Benny also took out a dagger hidden in her sleeve. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward. As soon as he approached, the dagger slipped out of his hand, and he was pinned to the ground. The cold blade was against his throat. Benny's expression was full of fear. But he kept talking. You are a cult. Those dead villagers, dead children, will watch you from the sky, watching you die little by little. I, Benny, am just a waitress in the tavern. My life is worthless. Wu Hung will come back to find you. Blackstone Town is his home, and he will avenge me. You will not die well. Puff, the sharp blade cut across his throat, and blood gushed out. Chapter 572, Big Sister Listens to You. Blood gushed out, and in the blink of an eye, it dyed the collar red. Benny covered her neck and fell to the ground, staring at the front, as if she wanted to remember everyone, firmly imprinted in her mind. Gradually, the struggle became lighter and lighter, and she fell to the ground without a sound. Among the people in black robes, Bobsy looked at the body lying in a pool of blood, and his pupils shrank slightly. Wu Hung. When this woman died, she mentioned Wu Hung. The one that Philippa depended on? Not only was he arranged to come here, Wu Hung also arranged an eyeliner? Or this woman knew him. Damn it, a small mountain village deep in the Yet Kingdom. How did it get involved with him again? But it was too late. This woman was so stupid that she passed on the message under the surveillance of a level 18 professional. How could she survive? Cut off the tongue of the corpse, hang it at the entrance of the village. The rest of you get ready, we leave according to the plan. The black-robed leader spoke. Everyone responded and took action. Bobsy quickly approached the corpse, after another person cut off the tongue. Together, they hung the body on the crossbeam of the village gate. A breeze blew by. The body swayed slightly, and blood dripped down the ground. All the black-robed people gathered, disguised themselves. They left to the west. The island owner's mansion, the study. Wu Hung chatted with the two ghosts for a while. There was a slight knock on the door, and Minnie's voice. Master, are you there? Mrs. Millicent is here. Got it, I'll go over now. Wu Hung motioned the two ghosts to do their own things, opened the door and walked out, and went downstairs with Minnie. Go downstairs. Then I saw Millicent in a light blue dress, holding a teacup in both hands, waiting silently. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, Millicent stood up and saluted. Sir. Wu Hung nodded. Sit down. Millicent sat down again and said softly, Sir, I collected some information today, and I think it may be useful, so I came to report to you. What information? Millicent took out a small notebook and quickly flipped through it, and then said, Today there are drinkers, many of whom are from the city of Nitalii. They said that the city lord's palace guards and the garrison commander's army had fought, and there were corpses everywhere in the city, and the shops were robbed, and the men who were caught were forced to join the army. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and was somewhat surprised by this information. But it was expected. The city of Netal has been in chaos for a while. In the last issue of the newspaper, it was announced that there was a battle inside the city of Netal, and that the thick smoke could be seen rising into the sky on the sea. It was to remind some caravans not to run there. Now it seems that it is more serious than expected. The city lord's mansion and the garrison troops fought, just like the police and the city exchanged fire with the garrison. Any other news? Millicent glanced at the little book again and said, They also said that there are some people from some sects inside. Sect? This reminded Wu Hung of the Divine Punishment sect. The priestess of the Divine Punishment cult, who was repelled at that time, left by boat in the direction of the Yeko Kingdom. Is she involved in it too? Did they say which sect they belong to? No, from what they said, it's not clear which sect they belong to. Millicent answered. Wu Hung nodded and continued to ask, Are there any others? No, these are the main things. You continue to pay attention to the news outside, and be careful not to tell anyone. Yes, my lord. After talking about the intelligence, Wu Hung continued to ask, Did Philippa go out to sea? She went out to sea. She left yesterday afternoon, and said she was going to pick up the people you arranged. Millicent answered, It's okay. It's not a combat mission. It's just to pick someone up. I'll be back in 2 days. This is what Philippa should do. Wu Hung looked at the time and then said, It's getting late. Stay for dinner. Minnie prepared a rich meal today. Stay for dinner. I'll let the skeleton take you back. Wu Hung said with a smile. Thank you, sir. The two sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Minnie came over and informed them that dinner was ready. The two of them got up and went to the restaurant to eat together. Sister, we have been here for more than a week. In the central area, under the bright street lights, the strong man spoke softly. Macintosh looked at the children playing under the street lights and sighed softly. Treasure Island has changed so much, and it has become so strange. Sister, the owner of Wooing Island was so powerful when he was young, and he must be better at governing the island than people like Occam. The younger brother said. The changes on the island are already before our eyes. The original Treasure Island and the current Treasure Island are like two different places. Yes, before the job change, the experience was so rich. Much better than our sea trip. Macintosh smiled. The younger brother hesitated and said, Sister, we have found out everything we should find out, and it is time for you to make a choice. Macintosh raised his head and glanced at her. Do you think we should stay? Sister, please don't be angry if I tell you the truth. The younger brother hesitated and whispered, If you want to leave, we would have left long ago. Macintosh frowned. I immediately changed my words. You also want to see the island. Not stay. Macintosh took a deep breath and said, I'll think about it. We can either leave tomorrow or go to him to see what position he can give us. I'll listen to you. The next day, at the city hall, Wu Hung got off the car with the skeleton and walked directly into the city hall. Not long after breakfast, and well arranged for someone to go to the island owner's house, saying that there were several businessmen who wanted to see him. They were arranged in the meeting room of the city hall. As soon as they walked to the corridor leading to the meeting room, Underwire came out from a side room and approached and whispered, Master, there are 3 people in total, and they said they want to order more newspapers and sell them outside the island. Outside the island? Yes, I mean outside the island. Underwire's tone was certain. Let's go, take me to see. The two walked to the meeting room together. They opened the door and walked in directly. In the room, there were 3 people sitting, 2 men and 1 woman. The clothes were different, but they all looked pretty good, representing their extraordinary status. The 3 of them first looked at Andwir, and then their eyes fell on Wu Hung. They immediately stood up, bowed and spoke. Representative of the Bucks Caravan. Meet the Island Master. LeMay Chamber of Commerce. Meet the Island Master. Good afternoon. Island Master. I am from the Star Caravan. Bucks Caravan. LeMay Chamber of Commerce. Wu Hung had some impression of him. He was the Island Master, and the other party should have signed the letter of recommendation. I don't have much impression of the Star Caravan, but those who came here together should also be on the list. Wu Hung nodded. Sit down. The 3 of them sat down, and Wu Hung took Andeville and sat down on the other side. The people from the Bucks Caravan said, Master, Island Master, I'll be frank. The newspaper has been very successful on the island. We came here this time to ask if you have any idea of selling it to other places outside the island. If so, we want to cooperate with you. This is because the newspaper is very popular on the island, so the idea of selling it came up. Wu Hung glanced at the other party and said, You should have read the content of the newspaper. The information on it will be outdated when you transport it outside, and the newspaper will lose its value. Chapter 573, The Faceless Man's Human Skin. The Treasure Island newspaper is updated very quickly. The second issue is 3 days after the first issue, and the third issue is 5 days after the previous issue. The intelligence was nothing special, but now it has been shipped outside the island. This intelligence is really too behind the times. The female representative of the LeMay Chamber of Commerce smiled and said softly, Sir, the intelligence in some areas is already lagging behind, and your story is popular in the newspaper, so we plan to order some and take them out to try. Wu Hung frowned and thought for a while, and said, Since you want to try it, I have no objection. If it sells well, I will bring your copy out every time it is released in the future. The 3 of them were delighted. Then, the representative of the Bucks Caravan said again, As for the price, can you lower it? We also need to earn a certain amount of money for transportation and sales. How much do you want? 40 copper coins. Wu Hung said, 50 copper coins. And you decide how much you can sell for the rest. The 3 of them exchanged glances quickly. The representative of the Bucks Caravan slapped his thigh. Okay, the island owner said. Then let's calculate it at 50 copper coins. There will be 3 phases in total. We, Bucks, will order 5,000 copies in each phase. We will also order 5,000 copies in each phase. We too, 5,000 copies per phase. Sounds like a lot. But it's actually not much. A space ring can hold it all. Let's test it outside. Okay, Weir asked someone to draft an agreement, and come back to pick up the newspaper in 5 days. Okay. Underwire got up and left. Wu Hung stayed and continued to chat with several caravan representatives. They talked about the business environment, and what problems needed to be improved on the island. Not long after, Underwire came back with 3 agreements. In the name of the city hall, she filled out the purchase agreement with the 3 caravans. The agreement was completed, and both parties were quite satisfied. Master Islander, then we will not bother you. The 3 stood up and saluted again. Well, if you have anything, just come to the city hall to find Wei. She can fully represent me. Wu Hung said. Yes, Master Islander. The 3 saluted slightly to Underwire again. I will trouble Miss Weir in the future. It should be. Underwire also returned the salute. The 3 left. Weir was a little dissatisfied. They ordered so little. If I had known that there was only this much, I would not have bothered you to come. It's okay. It's a good thing to let them transport it outside to try. Wu Hung put the agreement away, and then asked, Is there any progress in the matter of ordering cloth from the caravan? I have already notified them, and several caravans are quoting, and I will send it to you when the time comes. Okay. The newspaper matter was over. Wu Hung also walked out of the city hall. After returning to the island owner's mansion by carriage, he greeted the maid, and put on the train conductor's hat, and headed to Lopez City. Lopez City, Snake Emblem Consortium. Wu Hung sat in the VIP room and waited for a while, and the beautiful elf Letelai opened the door and walked in, with a smile on her face. Good afternoon, guest. Good afternoon. How is the last commission? Wu Hung asked directly. You came at the right time. Both of your commissions have already had results. Letelai said with a smile. 2 commissions? Did you get the props for disguise? Yes. I spent a lot of effort on this matter. And the final payment will be higher. Letelai had a little pride on her face. It was as if she had finally completed some difficult task. As expected of a beautiful lady in charge, I was right. Wu Hung also praised her. Letelai smiled even more, then opened the door, and gave an order to the outside. Not long after, the door opened, and a staff member came in with a wooden box. Put it on the coffee table, saluted to the 2, and then left. Letelai pushed the wooden box forward, introduced a strange item, the mask of the faceless man, which can record the face of any user. The side effect is that it gradually increases the burden on the body after wearing it, and the blood and chi will decline over time. Even if the great boxer has full blood and chi, he cannot wear it all the time. Wu Hung listened, and opened the wooden box. When he saw the items in the wooden box, his eyes condensed. A piece of human skin, the skin of the face. Faceless human skin, special item. Effect, can replicate the wearer's face. Side effect, consumes chi and blood. Description, a completely detached human face, it can help you become anyone. It is indeed a special item that can conceal your identity. How is this item in general? Wu Hung retracted his gaze. The other party has information, I still need to ask carefully. Letelai said, the way to wear it is to wear it on your face, and the skin will fit your skin. The way to record it is a bit special. The person who has worn it can be remembered by the mask. Next time. As long as you think of that face in your mind, the facial features will change. The advantage is that this special item is that it will be combined with your face when worn, not an illusion, so there is no such thing as seeing through it. The disadvantage is that if you want to become someone, you have to find a way to make him wear it, or control him and make him wear the mask once. Wu Hung nodded, understanding what the other party meant. That is to say, after wearing this strange item, unless you tear your face, there is no such thing as seeing through it. The disadvantage is that every face needs to be recorded by a real person. It is not like the shapeless veil, which can change its appearance by imagination. What about the side effects? Tell me in detail. Letelai raised another leg and continued to introduce. The side effect is that it affects physical strength, and it is a gradually increasing effect. Of course, the higher the physical strength, the longer the time to wear it. How long can it be worn? For a level 15 melee profession, it needs to be taken off within 3 hours. Although it will not cause death, it is also a burden on the body, Letelai said while comparing the records. Wu Hung was very satisfied with this strange item. Except that the skin looked scary, the other effects were pretty good. As for recording faces, next time I kill pirates, wanted criminals, etc., recording 2 common faces, It would be enough for me to use for a while. The side effects were not a big problem, and the change of face was not continuous. I took it off after wearing it for a while. Not bad, I am very satisfied. Your satisfaction is the greatest recognition of me. Leteli smiled brightly. From the effect of the strange object, it can be seen that Leteli spent a lot of thought on it. After all, I have been commissioned by her continuously, and I have helped her achieve gold sales. She is also a big customer. Then, Leteli said, Customer, the price of this item is a bit high. How much do you want? 2,200 gold coins. The price after your emblem privilege. Leteli said cautiously. I know that the other party is not short of money, but the price this time is indeed a bit high. It would be fine if it was put in an auction, but it's not an auction now. Okay, it's worth the price. Wu Heng waved his hand, and 2 purses of 1,000 gold coins appeared on the table. Then, he counted 200 coins one by one. Thank you. Leteli was even more delighted. She opened the door and called the staff, counted the gold coins, and then completed the commission. After counting, the consortium put away the gold coins, and Wu Heng also put away the rare items. The staff left. Leteli glanced at the other party. Guessed, concealment cloak. All along, Wu Heng came out with the consortium's concealment cloak. Now that the treasure has been received, it is time to return it. You really won't sell it? Wu Heng asked again. I really can't sell it. Otherwise, if the consortium pursues it, it will be difficult for me to explain. Leteli smiled bitterly. Then I will come next time and bring you the cloak. Okay. Leteli glanced at her and chose to believe her. Wu Heng said, How is the commission to purchase corpses going? Leteli turned around and said, They are all stored in the warehouse. I will take you there. Stored in the warehouse? Let's go! The two stood up and walked out of the room together. Along the corridor, they walked towards the warehouse behind the consortium. Leteli introduced softly. This time, a total of 32 corpses were collected, including many professions, which is the most complete one. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes. So many this time. Chapter 574, What level are you? After walking through the corridor, they arrived at the warehouse of the consortium. The guard saluted, and Leteli waved her hand in a haughty manner. The heavy doors were open left and right. The cold and gloomy warehouse filled with coffins was revealed. Wu Heng glanced at it, and the number should match what Leteli said. Leteli stood aside and said, Blacksmith, tanners, for bodies each, coroners, 3 tailors, 3 alchemists, 2 machinery, 1 gardeners, 19 civilians in total, and the rest are level 15 combat professions. There are all kinds of professions. There are only 19 civilians, but it is almost all the common civilians. Wu Heng's commission only required professionals above level 15. With so many professionals coming together at the same time, it was actually quite a lot. Why did they gather so many? Wu Heng asked in confusion. Leteli said cryptically, the region was in turmoil and war, which produced a lot of corpses. We started early, and people from other places will also start to buy corpses recently. The war should refer to the kingdom of Yeko. So many people died in the secondary professions, and the rest of the professionals, or ordinary residents and soldiers, would only be more. Moreover, no wonder they say that necromancers are suitable for troubled times, and corpses are easier to collect. We have cooperated so many times, there is no need to check. I will pack the corpses first, and settle the balance when I go back. Wu Heng said calmly. Lady smiled and stretched out her hand. Please. Wu Heng walked into the warehouse, and put all the coffins into the space sachet. Then, they returned to the VIP room together. The staff calculated the balance of the corpses on the side. Lady said, It is still necessary. Do you want to continue to fill in the commission for the corpses? Fill it in. It would be best to receive the corpses of level 18. Lady smiled. Guessed you are joking. How could a level 18 die outside? Even if there is an accident, it is not so easy to collect them. You are right. Try to pay attention. It doesn't matter if you don't collect them. Wu Heng said. Then I'll write it in the commission. Yes. After a while, the new commission was written, and the staff settled the balance. Wu Heng settled the balance, which was considered to be the completion of this corpse transaction. I'll go back first. I'll return the cloak to you next time I come. Lady stretched out her hand, and a delicate wooden box appeared in her hand. Guest, this is our elf flower tea, which is different from the ones on the market. It is specially provided for some royal nobles. I asked someone to buy some, so that you can take it back and try it. Wu Heng glanced at the other party. There was some trepidation and expectation in her big eyes. Wu Hung did not refuse, and took it and said, "Thank you." Lei Dilly smiled and replied, "It's okay. If you like it, I'll buy some next time." The two of them walked out of the consortium together. Wu Hung walked out of the city. Lei Dilly stood behind and waved goodbye. When they returned to the island owner's mansion, it was already dark. Wu Hung sat in the restaurant and ate a meal, while the other maids were doing daily training in the training room. Xiao Xiao flew back through the wall, took a look at the food on the table, and then leaned over to whisper, "Uncle, the six-armed auntie is outside, and has been walking around for several times." "Six-armed auntie? Macintosh? Which one?" Wu Hung asked. "Just outside the gate. I think she might want to come in," Xiao Xiao replied. "Let me see." Xiao Xiao got into the body directly, and the picture was shared from the mind. The perspective was sent from above the island owner's mansion, and the direction should be towards the busy direction with streetlights. As he flew past, he saw a figure with a level 15 light radiating from his body. Xiao Xiao changed direction instantly, flew down to observe closely, and then confirmed the identity of Macintosh. He flew back to tell Wu Hung. He released Xiao Xiao, and Wu Hung praised. "Xiao Xiao is good. You spotted the other party at a glance." "Humph! No one can escape my eyes," Xiao Xiao said proudly. "That's right. In terms of investigation, our Xiao Xiao is the best." Xiao Xiao was even happier, and wanted to be more serious, but a smile still appeared on the corner of his mouth, floating over his head. "I'll have someone bring her in, and ask her what's the matter." "Oh," Xiao Xiao said, and then slowly disappeared. Wu Hengzi stood up and walked to the training room, and shouted, "Minnie." Minnie walked over quickly, her clothes soaked with sweat. "Master, Macintosh is outside, wearing a brown cape. You take someone out to ask her if she has anything to do, and bring her to see me if she has anything to do." Minnie had seen Macintosh last time she came. Moreover, her appearance is very special, and I still remember her vividly. "Okay." Minnie put on a coat and walked out with a few skeleton attendants. Not long after, Minnie returned, followed by Macintosh, who took off his hood. Brown skin, thick eyebrows and thick lips, a gold ring around her neck. She looked like an Indian female chief. "Master Wu Hung." Macintosh bowed slightly. "Sit down. Why don't you come in? What are you waiting for at the door?" Wu Hung asked casually. Macintosh looked a little embarrassed. If he had known, he would have come in or left directly. He hesitated and was discovered by the other party. In silence, Minnie brought tea and snacks. Macintosh smiled and said thank you. Minnie stepped back and played the role of her housekeeper. "I was a little unsure whether you were at home, so I hesitated at the door for a while." Macintosh thought of the words and said softly. Wu Hung asked, "How are you thinking about it? Treasure Island is actually not bad, and it will get better and better in the future. I hope you can stay, and we will build it better together." Macintosh looked up at him again and asked, "If I sign a slave contract with you, will you force me to do something?" She was still worried about this matter. Wu Hung said, "It depends on what you think. The purpose of the slave contract is to prevent you from doing anything that harms me. As for forcing you to do something, even if you don't sign the slave contract, it is difficult to resist without being forced in front of a strong person." Macintosh paused. What he said made sense. As for the concept of forcing in front of a strong person, it doesn't make much difference whether there is a slave contract or not. You also said that you would let me lead the team alone and provide you with intelligence. Isn't there any change? No change. If you agree, you are a member of the island owner's mansion. You are responsible for intelligence issues, Wu Hung said seriously. This already gave her a lot of power. Macintosh stopped talking and just sat opposite him in silence. "Are you still worried?" Wu Hung smiled at him. She had been wandering outside the door for so long. Wu Hung guessed that she wanted to join Treasure Island. After all, she had been on the island for more than 10 days. If she wanted to leave, she would have left long ago. Macintosh looked up again. "I have one last question." "Go ahead." Macintosh stared into his eyes. "What level are you at?" Hearing this question, Wu Hung was stunned. He looked at the other party and said, "I tell you, you will have to sign this contract when the time comes." Macintosh's eyes narrowed. Then, doubt, suspicion, and shock flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath and calmed down. "Okay. I agree to sign a contract with you. But you won't really treat me as a dispensable slave. Chapter 575, Step on him. Don't worry, even if there is danger and the ones who go up are skeletons, I will not abandon you. Wu Hung said, took out a scroll from the space ring. Macintosh stood up and walked over, pricked a drop of blood on the tip of his finger, and it fell on the scroll. The scroll quickly absorbed the blood, pulling Wu Hang's mental power, and drilled into the center of Macintosh's eyebrows, branding his soul. Macintosh's body shook, and he was a little weak. But after all, he reached level 15, and quickly recovered. The contract was completed. Wu Hung smiled and said, Welcome to Treasure Island, Macintosh. Macintosh looked relieved. Should I call you the island owner, or the master now? Island owner. When you go back, you should prepare to resume your intelligence work. I will choose an office for you in the next 2 days, Wu Hung said. Macintosh had no objection. And then said, I also plan to call some of my former subordinates here. Okay. But you have to remember that you are now the head of the intelligence department of Treasure Island. No longer a pirate or gang leader. And you have to control your subordinates. This island is also under the management of the association. Wu Hung looked serious. Don't worry. Since I have joined Treasure Island, I naturally know what to do and what not to do, Macintosh said seriously. That's good. Nothing. I'll go back first. If you have anything, just come to the Golden Sail Tavern to find me. Macintosh put his hood back on. I'll have someone take you back. No need. My people are waiting for me in the central area. Don't worry, Macintosh replied. Wu Hung didn't say much, and sent her to the gate of the courtyard. When Macintosh stepped out of the door, he turned around and saluted again. I hope the island owner will take care of me in the future. Thank you too, for being willing to join Treasure Island. Macintosh nodded, turned around and left. The courtyard door closed again, and Wu Hung and Minnie returned to the house. Minnie jumped and went to the training room. Wu Hung went upstairs directly and entered the study. Has that it joined us? Xiao Xiao flew over and asked. She joined, and she was hanging around outside. But she was too embarrassed to tell us about it. Wu Hung sat down aside. Grenda heard the conversation between a person and a soul, and asked curiously, which ant? Xiao Xiao flew over. The one with 6 arms, who pretended to be dead before, and was discovered by us. She just wandered around outside for a long time. And this time, she accepted Uncle's request and joined us. It's her. She has no other choice. Even if she leaves, she will at most find a remote place, and become a gang leader again. If she stays, she will take another path, Grenda said. That makes sense. Wu Hung nodded in agreement. Grenda didn't say anything more, and lowered his head to finish his manuscript. Xiao Xiao also flew back to his own place, and started watching cartoons. Wu Hung poured himself a glass of water, and sat down. He began to think about the future development direction. In the zombie world, the skeletons cleaned up the surrounding cities on his behalf, and the progress was relatively smooth. There was no need to do it personally, and you could see the increase in experience points while sitting at home. Once a city was occupied, the supplies inside could be looted at will. On the Treasure Island side, newspapers played a great role in propaganda. If the zombie world provides experience points for me, the number of zombies in the world is enough to make me a hero. And the other world is a place to improve my reputation. The newspapers should continue to be sold. The 3 caravans that plan to sell outside the island can help me explore the way. Is the newspaper with delayed information worth selling? Or, like in modern times, newspaper offices are set up in various places, which can sell newspapers simultaneously and collect information from various places. But information transmission is still a problem. If it doesn't work, use radio to read it. And newspapers in other places will record it and sell it simultaneously. It's a bit clumsy, but it's a solution. He sat in the chair and thought for a while. Wu Hung stood up and stretched. I'm going to rest. Don't get tired, Xiao Xiao said without turning his head. Uncle, we are ghosts. I've said it many times. You are becoming more and more like my mother. Okay, I'm going back. Good night, Uncle. Wu Hung walked out of the study. After looking downstairs, he walked to Minnie's door, knocked twice, opened the door and walked in. Master! Minnie cheered and rushed over. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Hung stood in the dense forest behind the factory yard and took out the coffins one by one. Open all the lids. The skeleton stepped forward and opened all the coffin lids. revealing the bodies of most of the human race. According to Lightalai, most of these bodies came from the Echo Kingdom. The internal strife and fighting among the various ethnic groups also affected these level 15 professionals. Even the gardener was dead. It was basically a massacre. Wu Heng released his bone control technique, and skeletons stood up from the coffins one by one. The scene was still a bit scary. There were 19 civilian skeletons, and 13 level 15 combat professional skeletons. He took a rough look. Wu Heng looked at the 3 tailor skeletons, whose expertise was cutting cloth and making clothes. His clothing factory just needed this kind of work. He was not in a hurry, and asked Anweer to recruit new tailors. Everyone, come back with me, Wu Heng called out. The skeletons came out of the coffins, shook off the broken pieces of flesh on their bodies, and followed Wu Heng to the factory area. When they were close to the dormitory building, Chi Honkai stood at the door. The little owl on his shoulder wore a red sweater, and a small hat of the same color on his head. Wu Heng was the first one to see a tamed animal dressed up so fancy. It seemed as if he was afraid that others would not see it. But it didn't matter. There was no concept of professionals in this world. He just kept it as a pet. Wait a minute, Wu Heng said. And then, he took the skeleton upstairs. Then, he hurried down, and took Chi Honkai into the meeting room. He sat down on the chair. Chi Honkai said directly, Bai Qing's attack is going smoothly. 2 groups of survivors have been rescued. And logistical supplies are also being transported there. There is also a special building burial ground. Sister Yang said that it has started loading, and will be transported here in the next 2 days. In the original plan, the undead building burial ground in Shinfu City Prison will be dug out and transported to Goha City to transform the killed zombies. The skeleton mage Kalima, who has learned necromancy, who was the previous supervisor of the association, who was killed by Wu Heng, will follow Li Yahong's team, attack cities along the way, and be responsible for transforming corpses. Are there any problems with the survivors? Wu Heng continued to ask. Not a big problem. We are currently counting occupations and specialties. Those with special occupations, or those who are young, will be sent back to us. Those who can work will help the team, Chi Honkai answered. Wu Heng nodded, and didn't say much. Chi Honkai continued, Zhao Yinqiu has returned to Shinfu City, and will be back in 2 days. Xiangzi is bringing a few people to study those new inventions. Everything is normal at the military factory. And the production chain is also going smoothly. By the way, the headquarters will come to exchange food in the afternoon. And we will need to go there later. He finished what he needed to say. Wu Heng also stood up and said, Let's go. Let's go to the airport together. Okay. Chi Honkai took out the walkie-talkie. The convoy stopped in front of the dormitory building, and 2 people boarded the truck. They drove out of the factory and headed towards the airport. Treasure Island, Golden Sail Tavern, a bunch of brainless guys, listening to the bard reading the great detective story in the tavern. There were exclamations and discussions from the audience. In the private room, a handsome young man with blonde hair sneered. Do you think it's fake? Next to the young man, the old wizard holding a wooden staff, took a sip of the teacup and asked softly, Teacher. The man called softly, and after pouring wine for the old wizard, he said, What's the matter with solving cases continuously? It's just to fool these ignorant islanders. Imolo is very optimistic about him in the headquarters, and the position of island owner was given to him. Perhaps he was regarded as the successor, the old wizard said. A trace of pride flashed in the young man's eyes, and he said softly, Teacher, I want to have a duel with him, and use his reputation on the island to trample him under my feet, and make him our reputation. The old wizard narrowed his eyes, but still nodded. It's up to you, as long as you don't delay the headquarters plan. Thank you, Teacher. The young man thanked him, and walked out quickly, walking down the first floor, interrupting the bard on the stage, whispering something in his ear. The bard frowned. He looked up and down at the man in front of him, and then looked at the silver coin in his hand. He threw it back to the seat beside him. Go find someone else. I won't speak for you. The young man raised his eyebrows, and displeasure flashed in his eyes. He put away the silver coin. With a smile on his face, he walked to the middle of the wooden stage. He stood tall and spoke loudly. I am Juan Randolph, and I came here with my teacher from the association headquarters. I will challenge the island owner Wu Heng, openly, and everyone will witness it. Chapter 576, Let him take it out. To challenge the island owner, The tavern was instantly quiet, and everyone looked forward in surprise and confusion. With the distribution of newspapers, the island owner became the most popular on the island. At this time, someone actually wanted to challenge the island owner publicly. Looking at the other party's dress and momentum, he was not an ordinary person, and he mentioned coming to the association headquarters. It further proves that he has a certain status. No one in the tavern is stupid, although they feel that the other party is a bit arrogant. No one said anything. The young man still had a smile on his face. He said again, "Everyone can pass on the message. I will go to the association to challenge, and the venue and time will be determined in the next few days." After that, he put his hands behind his back and walked down the wooden platform. He met an old man holding a wooden stick at the door and walked out of the tavern. Someone leaned out of the window and looked out. He turned around and said, "Let's go, and take a carriage to the central area." After they decided to leave, a discussion broke out in the tavern. The last one who was so arrogant, all sank into the sea. The people from the association headquarters are probably here for the island owner. The pirates of the Emerald Sea all died at the hands of the island owner, and this pretty boy still wants to challenge. Pirates are killed with weapons, and the island owner is good at investigation and solving cases, and his profession is a necromancer. If those skeletons are allowed to play, the island owner will win the battle, and if the skeletons are not on the field, he may not have an advantage in the duel. The discussion in the audience was slightly lower. If it's a duel, if we can count the skeleton servants, then the island is full of skeletons. The opponent will definitely not win, and there will be no meaning in the duel. If they are not allowed to play, then the necromancer will lose a helper. Really rely on various negative states to win. It may be a little difficult. For a while, everyone was silent, looking thoughtful. And the owner of the tavern took out a wooden sign again. It was a bet on whether the island owner would accept the challenge. "Don't clean this room yet." A man walked into the private room and stopped the bartender who was cleaning the room. After saying that, he stuffed a few copper coins into the other person's hand. "We have reserved this room. There is no need to clean it for now. We will call you when there is something." The bartender stuffed the copper coins into his arms, smiling. Please, if you need anything, just shout through the window." After saying that, he left the room directly. After the bartender left, several other figures walked in. The one in the middle took off his hood. It was Macintosh, who signed a contract with Wu Hung. Macintosh walked into the room, and the door closed. He glanced at the private room and said, "Search." Several people dispersed and began to search under the chairs and tables. After searching for a while, one of them handed over a crumpled ticket. "Sister, there is nothing left. Just this ticket." Macintosh sat down at the table and pushed the tableware to both sides. He unfolded the ticket and placed it on the table. He raised 2 arms above his head, and the other 4 arms floated above the ticket, and began to use the power of the prophet. His eyes were empty for a moment, and scattered fragments of the picture emerged from his mind. After a while, Macintosh's eyes regained their spirits. "Bring paper and pen." The paper and pen were handed over. Macintosh quickly recorded the picture he saw, and then handed it to his subordinates beside him. "Send it to the island owner's mansion. Don't take the main road. Go through the small road." "Yes." "Zombie world. Airport. The head of the main station." Lu Chaoan took Ji Hankai to the plane. The canvas on both sides was opened one after another. Lu Chaoan smiled and said, 2,000 machine gun shells, 1,000 grenades, 5,000 machine guns, 200 kilograms of gold. Deputy Chief Chi, please check. I'll have someone check it first, and then settle the food for Commander Lu, Chi Hankai said, and waved slightly behind him. Several survivors of the base followed and began to check the quantity. Then, he walked aside with Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an said, I heard that the Xinfu City base has begun to attack the surrounding cities? There is no way. The bases in various places in the channel are requesting rescue. Just like the main station said. The more difficult the time, the more united we must be. Chi Hankai replied. Lu Chang'an nodded. If you need anything, we will try our best to help you. Yes, if you need anything, we will mention it to the main station. The two chatted for a few words. The supplies were also counted, the transported equipment was unloaded from the plane, and the carts of food were reloaded into the cabin. After the two sides completed the transaction, they waved goodbye to each other. The plane left the airport and went away. Wu Hung walked out of the building with the skeleton attendant, and the little owl in a sweater. There is no difference from the materials exchanged last time. They should be able to mass-produce grenades and machine gun shells. 200 kilograms of gold. And 5,000 machine guns. Chi Hankai said. Wu Hong thought for a while and said, "It's possible. But if they can produce, where will the raw materials come from? Now materials are also a problem." "That's right. But I may be overthinking it." Chi Hankai thought for a while and nodded. "It doesn't matter. If we can sell it to us, we will keep it first. Gao Rong is also dismantling the research and development equipment." "Yes, I know." Wu Hong put away the materials. He also looked at the gold. Unlike the scattered gold jewelry that was transported before, this time it was a kilogram of gold nuggets, a total of 200 nuggets. It looked like they had captured a certain gold reserve center. Moreover, it was possible that not all of them were exchanged at once. After everything was put away, the airport was handed over to the skeletons for guarding again. The convoy began to return to the military factory. After arriving at the factory base, Wu Hong returned to Treasure Island through the boundary gate. The island owner's manor. Wu Hong walked down from the upstairs, followed by various newly transformed skeletons. The alchemist and the mechanic were arranged in their respective rooms. The cook and the gardener were also arranged in their respective positions. The tailor would be brought to the garment factory in the next 2 days. It was exactly what he needed. Only the coroner. Wu Hong had not yet figured out how to arrange it. He certainly could not be sent to the association. If the skeleton was sent there, the 2 original coroners would be replaced. Wouldn't that make them unemployed? We'll talk about it later. After arranging the skeleton, Wu Hong went downstairs. As soon as he stepped on the ground on the first floor, Minnie walked over quickly. He took out a piece of paper from the space ring. "Master, Macintosh sent it to me, saying that someone in the tavern today wants to challenge you publicly. This is the other party's information." "Challenge yourself?" "Recently, my image on the island has improved a lot. It's not the right time for someone to challenge me. Let me take a look first." Wu Hong took the paper and opened it. Then he saw the content on it. The challenger called himself Juan Randolph. A human male in his 25s, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a rapier on his waist. He said publicly in the Golden Sail Tavern that he wanted to challenge the island owner. There was also an old man accompanying them, wearing a robe, holding a wooden stick, and guessed that his occupation was a magic profession. The 2 were master and apprentice. The 2 were members of the association. And after leaving the tavern, they also went to the association. According to the prophecy, the 2 landed at port number 1 at noon. And the ship they took was the cargo ship Andres. After reading the information, Wu Hong raised his eyebrows. Macintosh's information was indeed more detailed, from age to appearance, and even the ship they took was written down. Wu Hong was also a little surprised by these 2 people. Just landed on the island today, and he is from the association. Why challenge me? Is he also arranged to cause trouble for me? Or does he have other purposes? "Master, are you okay?" Minnie saw him frowning, and asked softly. Wu Hong put his arm around his shoulder. "It's okay. Some master and apprentice from the association came to the island, and want to challenge me." "Association? Are we also from the association? Why challenge you?" "I'm just idle. There are always people who have nothing to do after eating and want trouble everywhere," Wu Hong said with a smile. "Why don't you ask Robe to throw a grenade at his place, so that they won't bother you? It's troublesome if they die on the island. Just ignore them. They will go away in a few days." Wu Hong led them to the restaurant and asked, "What are you having for dinner?" "I prepared some oysters to nourish you." The next day, the association. Wu Hong walked through the cold corridor and went directly into the cold morgue. In the morgue, 2 coroners were handling the bodies. Seeing Wu Hong coming, he bowed slightly. "Master, Island Master, what are these bodies?" Wu Hong asked, scanning the 3 bodies in the room. The coroner replied, "These 2 are wanted criminals killed by Team 1 and Team 4, and their identities have been confirmed. This one here is a body salvaged from the sea, and he is dressed like a fisherman. Isn't he from the island?" Wu Hong looked at the last body. The team went to inquire, and there are no missing fishermen on the island, the coroner said. Wu Hong glanced at the face of the corpse. It was in good condition, not too swollen. "Wait at the door for a while. I'll check the body." "Yes." The 2 coroners replied and left the room. After Wu Hong confirmed that both of them had left, he took out the strange item faceless human skin and covered the face of the corpse. The moment the 2 came close, the human skin was like real skin. combined with the other's face. Even the connection points of other parts of the skin did not show any traces. Wu Heng waited for a few seconds, reached out his hand to feel his face, applied a little force, tear off the mask. It became a human skin wonder again. Looking at the inside of the human skin mask, there was no trace of the corpse left. Wu Heng still took out a tissue to wipe it, and put it on his face. First, it formed his own face. Then, with a thought, he felt his face tighten and wriggle. Took out the mirror from the space ring and took a look. He had become the appearance of the corpse next to him, exactly the same, eye color, face shape, hair color had all changed. It's really amazing. Wu Heng praised in a low voice. Stretched out his hand behind his ear, and pulled it off the human skin mask again. Tightened the space ring. After doing what he wanted to do, Wu Heng walked out of the morgue. The two coroners were chatting at the door. I'm fine. You can continue working? Wu Heng said. The two saluted again and walked back into the morgue. Leave the morgue. Wu Heng passed by the deacon's study, and after thinking about it, he stood at the door and knocked on it. After hearing the response from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the room, Zalagui and Shiryali were both in the study. When they saw him come in, they stared at him intently. Wu Heng touched his face and confirmed that the human skin mask was taken off. Then he asked, "What are you looking at?" Zalagui took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "Here, a challenge letter. I was just about to have someone send it to you." Wu Heng frowned, took it and took a look. The 3 words challenge letter were written on the top, and below were terms such as fair battle. At the bottom, there is an association seal. Oh my god, there is such a thing. He did not expect that the association also had a challenge letter, which seemed to support various challenges. It can't be said to be support, but the association also tacitly approves the competition of the younger generation, encourages faster development, and some conflicts can be resolved with this challenge letter. Zalagui explained. He filled in this thing. So I must accept the challenge? Wu Heng asked. Of course not. He submitted it to the association. That is, through the platform of the association. It is up to you whether you accept it or not. It is not a mandatory thing. Zalagui smiled at him. So, are you going to agree? Of course not. I don't even know who he is. And why should I agree to him? If he loses, he will just leave. No one on the island knows him. If I fail, how can I be the island owner? Wu Heng put the challenge letter back on her desk. Zalagui nodded in agreement. You are right, but he is not someone who knows no one as you said. He is a leader of the outstanding generation of the human race in the association headquarters. I heard that he is extremely talented and has defeated many strong men of the older generation. If you can defeat him, you will be declared even better in the headquarters. A dormitory of the association. The blonde and blue-eyed one opened the door and walked in, saying, Teacher, this island is well built. The street lights around the association are said to be as bright as the sun at night, and will not go out all night. It should be some special magic prop. In the published story, it is not about where he came from, but more about the development of equipment and various props. The old wizard smiled and replied, It just feels good. If we have a chance in the future, we can live here permanently. Juan continued. The old wizard took a sip of tea. Have you sent the challenge letter? I sent it to Zalagui. According to the rules of the association, she will arrange someone to send it to the other party. Juan sat down opposite. The old wizard continued to instruct. He can get the attention of Imolo. I'm afraid he has some skills. When fighting, stop those tricks of showing off and end the battle as soon as possible. Juan's eyes flashed. I know. The news has been released. If you win, you must win beautifully. And you can also gain higher reputation. Juan also poured himself tea and took a sip. I really want to start as soon as possible, and defeat him in front of everyone. Deacon study. Zalagui said, he has a good family background, and has been supported by the association for so many years. His strength is still not weak. There is really no need to accept this challenge. Chapter 577, Identity Superposition. What level is he? Zalagui said, Luan is 17 years old, a 16th level mage, and his teacher is also with him, a 18th level archmage of the association, named Moffat. Both are mages. This Luan is only 17 years old. He reached the 16th level mage at the age of 17, which is a rare genius among humans. No wonder he is so arrogant. He is going to challenge himself, who is in his prime tomorrow right after arriving on the island, And he really has the capital to be arrogant. The other person is his teacher. He is a level 18 archmage, whose profession and level make him a powerful backer. If you think about it this way, one wants to defeat him, which is to pave the way for his reputation to reach level 18. And the old mage agreed with him, making such a big noise as soon as he arrived on the island, which is also to accumulate fame for himself. The apprentice's appearance outside is also a kind of publicity for him. Wu Heng asked, I heard that he carries a sword wherever he goes. I thought he was a swordsman or a melee profession. The information on the association is a mage, orthodox evocation system. It may be his habit to wear a sword. Many mages also have the habit of wearing melee weapons. So Lugui explained. Oh, decorations. Wu Heng suddenly realized. Even if the mage has the possibility of close combat, they are all stored in the space ring, which is convenient to take out. Hanging outside, it is more like a decoration. Lugui raised her eyebrows. Maybe, it may also be some special props or strange objects, which need to be worn with you to achieve the corresponding effect. Makes sense. Any other information? Lugui continued. Born in the royal family of the Celt Kingdom, he has a very high prestige in the country. You can understand him as the next designated successor. Damn, the population of a kingdom, come to compete with me for such a little fame. When I was in Blackstone Town in Rentam City, I had never seen any royal family, nor even any rumors. When I arrived at Treasure Island, all the princes and princesses came out. I had seen so many of them, and it was just like that. As for the Celtic Kingdom, Wu Heng also knew it. It was the kingdom of the Snake Emblem Consortium in Lopez City that he often visited. Yali cut some fruits and brought them to Wu Heng, adding, he should be preparing for the promotion to level 18. Otherwise he should have returned to inherit the throne long ago. What's the matter? You can't be promoted to level 18 when you go home. Lugui continued. I heard Deacon Yamilo say before that their kingdom has a characteristic. The king is always mediocre for one generation, and the next one will be very outstanding. It has basically become a rule. And Lu Anjio is an outstanding generation. One generation is mediocre, and the next generation is outstanding. This is the next generation taking away the luck of the previous generation. Wu Heng did not speak, but looked at the challenge letter again. Now it seems that he has no chance of losing. The other party's identity is full of buffs, a prince, a talent cultivated by the association, and a reserve king who took away the luck of the previous generation. If I defeat him, my reputation will not increase a little bit. The previous strategy was to develop slowly and low-key. Now that the fame is in front of me, it is a bit unreasonable to give up and let him go. Wu Heng leaned forward and looked at the two elf sisters. What do you think? If I ask him to increase the stakes and agree to the fight, will he agree? Lugui glared. Don't you want to fight him? Yali also said. He has a teacher to help him train, and the resources of the association and the kingdom are tilted towards him. You have changed jobs in a short time, so there is no need to fight him. I thought about it, and I couldn't find any way to lose to him. Wu Heng said, and then said, how about this? You arrange someone to negotiate with him, and I will. If both sides put up some stakes for the fight, I will agree to the fight. If he doesn't want to, I have a reason to refuse him. Lugui looked at him. Are you sure? In a normal fight, you won't be allowed to send all your skeletons up. Normally, you will only be allowed to send 2. It's okay. I have a plan. Just follow what I say. Lugui nodded. Look to the side. Sure, Yali. You come forward and tell them. Just follow Wu Heng's words. Then you can tell them whether you agree or not. Okay. Sure, Yali nodded. After saying that, he immediately walked out of the room. Lugui looked at him suspiciously and asked, what level are you? Why did you feel relieved when you heard that the other party was level 16 just now? It's just that at the beginning. I thought the other party was level 18. How can there be so many level 18s? Association dormitory. Sure, Yali told the master, an apprentice in front of her about Wu Heng's decision. Luan looked back at his teacher. Turning his head, he said, since the island owner said so, I am also willing to take out the second level merit reward as the reward for this competition. As for the island owner, you don't need to take anything, as long as you can participate. The old wizard also said lightly, your goal is to become a hero. You should be generous. Yes, teacher. Juan took out a wooden stick covered with cloth strips and feathers and placed it on the table. Grey Eagle wooden stick. Can summon a magic reconnaissance Grey Eagle for reconnaissance. Which is a bet. Shiryali nodded and took out a new challenge letter. She filled in the rules again and asked Luan to sign them. After finishing, she bowed again. The venue and time will be decided as soon as possible. I won't bother you two anymore. The two nodded, and Shiryali left the room. The old wizard said, he has some of Imilo's tenacity. He dared to accept this challenge in the face of you. That's good. It saves us trouble. Maybe on this treasure island. Let him think that the world is so big. The venue selection will only take 2 days. Then we can win beautifully. Yes, teacher. Shiryali returned to the room. After handing the challenge letter and the wooden staff to Wu Heng, he took out a second-level item called the Grey Eagle Wooden Staff, which can summon magic reconnaissance guards. For reconnaissance, Wu Heng glanced at the item. It was only second level, but it was not low. Second level merit, which corresponds to killing a level 15 professional. Wu Heng nodded. I don't have any problems on my side. Shilagui said directly. Then it's settled. I'll have someone clean up the venue, so as to avoid any losses caused by your battle. You choose the place. I'll arrange for the skeletons to install some equipment, so that the residents of the island can also watch the fun. Okay. Shiryali watched the two talking. What's wrong with you? Both of you are so confident, Shilagui. Aren't you afraid that Wu Heng will lose? If he is not sure, he will definitely not agree. You really know me. Leaving the association, I went straight back to my residence. Entering the building, Minnie helped him take off his coat. Master, there are rumors on Lighthouse Street that they want to challenge you. Wu Heng said casually. I promised that person. The association is now selecting a venue for the fight. Ah, didn't you say you didn't plan to pay attention to him? Minnie walked aside and poured a cup of flower tea and brought it over. The challenge letter has been sent to the association, so I agreed. Minnie was a little worried. There won't be any danger. It's okay, the association fights don't involve life and death. Minnie then asked, will you win? Don't worry, it's still no problem to beat him. That's good, we'll go to cheer you up then. Minnie said with a smile. Yes. Wu Heng nodded, and then said, Minnie, see who is free between Annette and Roby. I will arrange a few skeletons, and let them take them to the association to help build the fighting venue. Okay. Minnie agreed, and went to talk to the other two about this matter. Wu Heng went to the courtyard to mobilize some skeletons. Let Annette take them to the association. The next day, at noon, on an open space in the development area, a flat and wide fighting area was marked out. The residents of the island, representatives of each caravan, gathered here one after another, waiting for the challenge from the island owner and the genius of the association today. The association team and the skeleton patrol were mobilized in large numbers to maintain order and guard the battle area. On the stands, the old wizard said, he is not as good as you in level, and he has a crossbow-like weapon in his hand, so go all out in the battle and resolve the battle as soon as possible. Yes. While the two were talking, Shilagui arrived with a small team of members. After greeting each other, they stopped talking, and the venue fell into silence. Offstage, Wu Heng's carriage also arrived. He got off the carriage and walked straight into the arena. Wu Heng wore a 100 soldiers' robe and 100 soldiers' combat boots, and beside him stood a level 18 skeleton attendant, Caxiu. Then, a figure jumped into the arena from a distance. Blonde hair and blue eyes, and handsome. But his eyes were deep and steady, as if he saw his first deacon Yazid. Assistant Shiryali walked onto the stage. She said in a deep voice, when fighting, you cannot use abilities beyond the range of the arena, you cannot use lethal items or props, you cannot damage the soul, and you must stop fighting immediately if you admit defeat or are seriously injured. Chapter 578, I said that the undead are not suitable for fighting. Click, 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 the sound of the switch being turned on was heard. Then, a series of high screens showed the scene inside the fighting arena. Under the screen shelves, there were a large number of skeletons guarding, forbidding the onlookers to approach or destroy. The crowd of onlookers looked up at the screen, all of them with wide eyes, showing an expression of disbelief. You can see the scene inside. Another new prop. I have never seen it before. This thing is good, we can see it from the back. No need to squeeze so far forward, and it is easy to be dangerous. Some business representatives also looked at the screen. What kind of item is this? If it can be sold, it will definitely be worth a lot. The island owner has many new items. We can ask him when the time comes. I'm afraid the association headquarters doesn't have this kind of item that can display the picture. Stop talking. The island owner is coming. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that in the picture, Wu Hung was wearing a mage robe, standing on one side of the arena, and next to him was a skeleton attendant wearing leather armor and a hood. On the opposite side was a challenger with blonde hair and Bluetooth, also wearing a robe and a leather armor. Most people have heard of this news. It was also the first time they saw the challenger look like this. He's not very old. I heard he's a genius of the younger generation of the association, and his background must be different. I can tell. Who do you support? The island owner, his background is similar to ours, and he changed his job a short time ago. Yes, he represents Treasure Island. This guy will just turn around and leave if he wins or loses. It has nothing to do with us. Yes. On the fighting stage, both parties confirm. The duel begins. Sure, Yali finished her words, and her body quickly retreated. The two players cast spells at the same time. Wu Heng's body was wrapped in bone armor, and then a preset shield took effect. Wan's body was also wrapped in a pale yellow mage shield. Then, Wan had a staff in his hand. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he pointed the staff forward, and several ice blue ice cones shot out instantly, as fast as arrows. Wu Heng also took out his staff, waved it casually, and shot out a fireball. Boom! Ice cones and fireballs collided with the epidemic, sparking flames and ice crystals all over the sky. You could also cast spells of the energy system. Not bad. Luan praised casually, raising his staff, and quickly condensing spells. The thick lightning snake shot out again. Wu Heng also released a lightning bolt. Boom! Z! The two lightning bolts collided again and lightning flashed everywhere. Let's see how many spells of other factions you can know. Luan sneered. Air vortices appeared from all around, and the robes rustled. Then, countless silver-white flying birds appeared from all around, densely packed, like a flock of swallows returning to their nests, from the sky and all around, smashed towards the position of Wu Heng and the skeleton attendant. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had never seen this spell before. He ran sideways quickly. The silver-white bird, as if it had identified him, followed closely behind him and crashed into his body. Bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded, and the place where Wu Heng was located was instantly submerged by lightning. It was as if it was covered by dense explosions. Thick smoke rose, covering the surroundings. No figure escaped, and the target was lost in sight. Luan raised his eyebrows. It ended at the beginning? With this kind of strength, how can he become the owner of Treasure Island? It is even weaker than expected, even worse than the ordinary vice-deacon of the association. Looking at the screen, the figure of Wu Heng being covered by the silver-white bird, everyone frowned tightly. No way. The island owner has killed so many pirates. How can he be so weak? I said, necromancers are not suitable for fighting. If the skeletons go up, they can beat the shit out of that guy. What's the point of saying these things? The fight is agreed by both parties. Oh, you hit too hard. I told one that. You should pay attention to the occasion. Letting him fight with the younger generation is also a better way to hone himself. Why did you hit so hard? In the stands, the old wizard smiled and reprimanded. Zalagui glanced slightly sideways, and saw only false modesty on the other person's face. She snorted coldly and said nothing, although she didn't believe Wu Heng would lose to the other person. She was also paying attention to the arena. If there was real danger, she would fly over to save people. Sister, the island owner doesn't seem to have an advantage. A younger brother beside Macintosh said softly, being covered by such dense spells at the beginning. Even a melee profession could not withstand such dense attacks. Sister, I'll have someone go out to sea and wait for them. When they leave, I'll give them. As he said this, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Macintosh turned his head and glared at the other party, and said, his skeleton is at least level 15. If he really wants to fight, he can fight with him for a while. The younger brother was stunned and looked at the skeleton on the stage. The skeleton servants he brought up were still standing there. The few magic birds that just flew over did not cause any damage. Then, the crowd started to talk again. The island owner is fine. He protected himself. I said. How could he fail so quickly? But the necromancer doesn't seem to have any offensive means. In the arena, just when everyone thought Wu Heng had failed, a breeze blew, and the smoke and dust drifted away. At the location bombed by the silver-white bird, a yellowish earth coffin slowly rose up and collapsed in front of everyone. Wu Heng was revealed, unharmed. Wan narrowed his eyes. You hid. Which really suits the style of the undead faction. Wu Hung glanced at the other party. The magic just now was indeed quite intimidating. And it was also a type of spell that he had never seen before. If he learned it himself, the effect would be the same as that of a drone bombing group. Whether it is fighting or dealing with zombies, it is a good effect. Wu Hung glanced at Luan, whose face suddenly turned cold, and forced a smile. Excuse me. This is my first time fighting with a mage, and I wanted to see what effect I could achieve. It really scared me. Luan snorted coldly. Arrogant! He waved the staff in his hand again, and a red flame tornado began to gather in the field, driving the surrounding wind to rage. It's another new spell. The energy-shaping tricks are so powerful, and it seems to have extremely lethal effects. Wu Hung started running, avoiding the location of the tornado. At the same time, he began to swing his staff, releasing Disease Ray, Weakness Ray, and Severe Injury Spell one after another. Luan, who released the skills, looked depressed. Blood instantly flowed from his nose and mouth, staining his clothes red. Severe Injury Spell was more like a curse spell, which had no effect on the dead, but would cause serious damage to living beings, especially those whose level was lower than his own. Luan's eyes condensed, and his body was covered with a green light. The negative state applied disappeared instantly, and the ice cone, silver bird, wind and fire blade shot out one after another. They began to bombard Wu Hang's position one after another. A roar sounded on the field, stones flew everywhere, and smoke filled the sky. Wu Hung ran so fast that it didn't seem like a magician could do it. Why don't you move? Skeleton, do you look down on me? Luan said coldly, and instantly drew out the rapier from his waist, and quickly rushed towards Wu Hung. On the way, the spells continued. There was a burst of bombardment. Wu Hung paused, and a winged sword appeared in his hand. Instead of retreating, he advanced quickly and rushed towards the opponent. When the two drew their swords and approached each other, the crowd was excited again. Drawing swords, they drew their swords. Aren't they mages? What are they doing? Are all mages like this? After magic, they need to fight in close combat. Clang. The sound of metal clashing sounded. The winged sword blocked in front of him, blocking the stab of the rapier at the chest. The long sword was lifted up, sweeping away the rapier. Luan's body leaned back slightly. Wu Hung used the Grey Eagle sword technique. His body followed the opponent's shooting. The sword's momentum was continuous, and he kept slashing at the opponent. The activated object was released. Luan's collar locked his neck, and his pants were raised. Luan's body flashed again, and the state of the objects on his body was invalidated. Hurry up and block the opponent's attack with the sword. Rapier. The blade is thin and straight, and the attack method is mainly stabbing. Facing Wu Hang's slashing, the rapier began to soften and was difficult to resist. Luan had not expected the opponent to be so powerful. He was proficient in swordsmanship, but he had no chance to fight back. He only felt countless attacks coming at him. He wanted to cast a spell, but it was interrupted by the opponent. He dodged a sword by leaning sideways, and was hit in the left shoulder. The leather armor was torn, and blood was dripping. Luan took several steps back, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Seeing the opponent rushing again, he stretched out his hand and stabbed the sword, and scorching flames appeared on the blade. He stepped lightly, and shot out again. The figure flashed in the middle, and instantly turned into three figures, stabbing at the target at the same time. The figure in the middle rushed forward, stabbing the sword at the forehead, turning the left foot, stabbing at the lower ribs, and the right stabbing the sword directly at the heart. The three figures were as fast as lightning, and their movements were in unison. They arrived at the side almost at the same time, and just when they were approaching Wu Hung, the stabbing sword was about to hit the target. The figure in front of him also followed Iwa. Chapter 579, What a Good Man. The battle took a sudden turn, and Wu Hung suddenly gained the upper hand. The young man who had just arrived on the island and handed in the challenge letter to the association was injured, and his robe was stained red with blood. The islanders, watching from all sides, became excited again from silence. I said, how could the island owner not beat him? The island owner's swordsmanship must have been learned from Imolo. The skills are fancy, but he is just a weakling. In the stands, the people of the Treasure Island Association all breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was still the Wu Hung who never let people down. She Logui moved her hand away from the hilt, glancing at the old mage on one side with her beautiful eyes, and instructed the other side, end the battle immediately if someone surrenders. Yes, Deacon. Sure, Yali nodded in agreement. The old mage frowned and stared at the battlefield, with surprise and suspicion in his eyes. Since when, the young geniuses of the human race can be seen everywhere. Juan, a mage, who is 17 years old and has advanced swordsmanship, is already considered a freak. Such a small island, another one appeared. What's going on? On the fighting field. Juan, who was split into three, felt a flash in front of his eyes. The locked target began to shake at a high frequency, and the next second it turned into 6 identical figures, standing separately in front. Illusionary clone? No, it was the effect of the strange object on his body. Fear flashed in Juan's eyes. His whole body was covered with smoothness again, and his movements became faster. The 3 rapiers changed direction instantly. At a faster speed, they stabbed at the 3 nearest figures. Clang, clang, clang. 3 clashes sounded. Weapons blocked and stabbed. At the same time, the 6 people gathered in a circle, surrounding the 3 Luans in the middle. Holding the long sword horizontally in their hands, the sword surface smashed down like an iron whip. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull sounds sounded. Instantly knocked the 3 Luans to the ground. The second smash. The 3 Luans recovered into one person. The defensive shield on their bodies was shattered again, and the condensed magic kept disintegrating. They couldn't get out or escape. They could only curl up and grit their teeth to persist. You, Wu Hung was about to say. You came to the island to steal my reputation. But he held it back when he thought of the live broadcast. He changed his words and said, if you can't do it, just admit defeat. Juan gritted his teeth and remained silent. Wu Hang's hand strength increased again. Stop it. The old wizard shouted angrily, and suddenly stood up. The wind was howling, and the robes were rustling. The rich magic power quickly condensed. Snap! Zalogli slapped the armrest of the chair suddenly, and said in a cold voice, Mr. Moffat, since you have signed the challenge letter, you must follow the rules. You can admit defeat if you can't win. We abide by the rules, and you should also abide by them. Crash! As the voice fell, a large number of skeletons gathered here. The weapons were unsheathed. At such a close distance, the many level 15 skeletons stationed on the island. It was enough for him to not gain any benefits. The old wizard narrowed his eyes slightly, sneered and praised. Young people should have this kind of courage. Okay, we admit defeat, and end this fight. On the fighting stage, Juan was even more embarrassed. The protective magic shield was completely ineffective, relying on the broken leather armor on his body, maintaining some fragile defense. Sure Yali walked up to the fighting stage slowly, glanced at the scene, and said loudly, the fight is over, the island owner Wu Hung won. With Sure Yali's announcement, Wu Hung stopped his hand movements, and the 6 clones instantly recovered into one person. A burst of tinnitus and dizziness came over him, and he waited for the side effects to end, looking at the figure still curled up on the ground. Mr. Luan. It's over, Wu Hung shouted, and Luan shuddered violently. He looked up, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Wu Hung stretched out a hand, motioning to pull him up, and Luan gritted his teeth, his face showing a fierce look. Everyone is watching. Demeanor? Demeanor? Luan also reacted, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain all over his body. He straightened his torn clothes. He still maintained his demeanor and said, Master Wu Hung, you won. It was just luck. I also had the advantage of age. The two saluted each other, and Luan turned and walked off the stage. Sure Yali brought up the bet for this fight and handed it to Wu Hung. Wu Hung held up the reward and gestured to the surroundings. We won. Treasure Island won. The audience was stunned. In an instant, cheers came from the audience. Like the spreading of the sea waves, it echoed throughout the whole area. The island owner won. Treasure Island won. Amidst the cheers, the representatives of the caravan, who were watching the game, got on the carriage and left early. It was different from ordinary people, who were just watching the excitement. Wu Hung defeated Luan. This matter was not a small matter. The human genius selected by the Association for Training was defeated by the equally young Wu Hung in such a small place. Will they support Wu Hung, or will it attract the attention of other strong men? All of these could happen. Whether it happens or not, the news must be passed back first. Be prepared to invest. After the fight, the evacuation of the crowd was handed over to the association. Back to the carriage of the residents. The maids who came to watch the excitement chattered. The master skeleton didn't move, otherwise he would have won long ago. That skeleton is level 18, somewhat bullying him. He took the initiative to challenge. He can't blame others even if he is beaten to death. The master is so handsome. Several maids said excitedly. Wu Hengza opened the reputation and took a look. Reputation. Level 18, 31747/48,000. The reputation increased by more than 2,000. Unlike the gradual increase in the newspaper, this time it was a sudden increase, directly jumping to 31,000. It felt like all those who did not provide reputation on the island were added to the reputation provision in one fell swoop. It was not in vain. Master, what do you want to eat? Let's go to the tavern outside the association to celebrate the victory. Okay, you can eat outside. Association dormitory. Luan's injuries recovered, and he changed into a clean robe. However, he no longer had the high spirits he had when he arrived on the island. If we compete in magic, I may not lose to him. The old wizard shook his head slightly. No, we underestimated him. The information provided by the association is not comprehensive. It is even more impossible that he is only level 12. He published the newspaper, which should also be preparing for the creation of a hero. He is level 15? His body is occupied? One said subconsciously, and then stopped suddenly. The old wizard was stunned. He did not expect the other party to think in this direction. Nodding, said, let's go back to the headquarters now. If this matter spreads, it may be bad for you. Let's go back and deal with it first. What you said about occupying the body is one way of saying it. Necromancers are proficient in the study of souls. There are many ways to revive and occupy the body. Providing it to the association can make the headquarters feel uncertain about him and reduce the impact on you. Luan's eyes flickered. Teacher, if we leave now, will it make people laugh at us? It's just a small place. What kind of joke can there be? Let's leave now. No need to say hello to the association. Yes, teacher. Quickly packed up his belongings. The master and his apprentice walked out of the association and headed to the port to take a boat to leave. After having dinner outside, Wu Heng and his friends also returned to their residence. The maids went to do their own things, and Wu Heng went to the radio station to check, confirming that there was no new news. He went upstairs and returned to the study. He sat down on the side. He took out the bet he won from the duel. A magic item corresponding to the second level merit. Detection Wizard Staff. Description. A magic item etched with detection guards, which can release magic guards and detect any area. From the effect point of view, it is a very good item. Without rangers, most professions don't have good reconnaissance methods. Most will use reconnaissance scrolls to conduct reconnaissance. But scrolls are disposable and hard to buy. This item can provide effective reconnaissance. It is very likely that it is the item used by Luan himself. Or a discarded item. I have ghosts to reconnaissance, but I can't use them at all. I'll see who I give them to. In addition to the items, the biggest gain is fame. The news will spread. And those who pay attention to Luan will also know me because of this incident. What a good person. Chapter 580, Don't let me slap you. Put away the detection witch staff first, and take out the faceless human skin again. Yesterday, because I had to deal with the challenge, I didn't have much time to study this human skin mask. I took it in my hand and looked at it, and put it close to my face. When I got close to it, it was like there was suction, and it combined with my face, and stuck together tightly. I recalled in my mind the appearance of the fisherman that the mask had copied before. I began to feel a creeping sensation on my face. When he came to the mirror, he saw himself transformed into a fisherman. Now he looked carefully, and there was still no flaw. The two ghosts beside him also looked over at the same time. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, Wow! Uncle! You have become an uncle. Grenda also flew over to take a closer look. I can't tell at all. Is this a new prop? It's a rare item bought from the Snake Emblem Consortium, which can be regarded as a physical change of appearance. Wu Heng looked left and right in the mirror, and asked the two ghosts to check himself. From the perspective of himself and the two ghosts, no obvious flaws were found. After confirming that there was no problem, he pulled behind his ear with his hand, and the human skin was torn directly over. Xiao Xiao saw that his body trembled in the air. Uncle, this strange object is so scary. It's a little scary, but it's very useful. Wu Heng also felt that it was a bit unlucky, but there was no way. Strange objects with great effects were always strange. Moreover, this strange object was definitely something that could not be bought on the market even if you had money. Let'll really put in a lot of effort. Grenda floated in the air and looked at the face in his hand. He asked, Can it be worn by a skeleton? Wu Heng raised his eyebrows and said uncertainly, I didn't expect your idea. The side effect is that it consumes blood. Skeletons don't have blood. But it can choke. He said this, but he still planned to try it. He called the skeleton attendant Caxia over and handed him the mask. Can you try it? Caxia put the human skin against his face. He quickly wrapped the skull head and turned it into Wu Heng's appearance. It really works. Wow! I can't tell the difference. One person. Two souls, exclaimed at the same time. Appearance, hair, eye color, all exactly the same. I can't even tell the difference. So, this item is more suitable for the undead, and there is no side effect at all. No. The human skin mask, according to the classification of items, should be classified as the undead. Uncle, you can let it help you in the fight, so you don't have to suffer so much. Xiao Shupio said directly. That kid is even worse off. Wu Heng continued to give orders to the skeleton. Change to today's fisherman. His face moved. And he turned into a fisherman. It was really magical. Wu Heng walked in front of the skeleton and looked inside along the collar. The chest cavity was still full of white bones, which meant that only the head could function. Below the neck. It was what it was originally. Your story is good. If there is any danger in the future, let the skeleton pretend to be you. It will be safer. Glenda also said. It is indeed a way to save your life. Wu Heng nodded and put away the human skin mask. Glenda also returned to the desk to continue revising the manuscript. And Xiao Xiao also flew to the side to continue playing games. When it got dark, Wu Heng returned to the bedroom to rest. The next day, Zombie World. In the conference room, Shi Hankai glanced at the information in his hand and said, Gaha City sent another 12 survivors, all of whom have been assigned work. The remaining survivors will continue to assist the skeletons in the battle with Baiqing. Taichung City has also begun to attack the city center. There is no problem at present. Wu Heng nodded. Continue to follow up. Yes, Shi Hankai said. And it was Gao Rong of Tianqing Group's turn. With a light cough, he said, the production line drawings for the rifles have been designed, and the corresponding accessories are being produced. They will be assembled and tested in due time. This is good news. By then, the rifles and bullets will have been mass-produced, and they can be equipped on a large scale for the skeleton army. Well done. If you need anything, please tell me where Chi Hankai. Wu Heng said. Thank you, Chief. We will help you if you need us. Gao Rong smiled and thanked him. Gao Rong finished. And then it was Qiangzi who stayed behind. Because of the plan of stab-proof clothing and flying dragons with machine guns, Wu Heng stayed here. In the entire base, Wu Heng was the only one who supported some of his ideas. Qiangzi stood up and took out a dummy from under the table, wearing a homemade stab-proof clothing. It looked very similar to the stab-proof clothing that was looted. Qiangzi said, we disassembled the original stab-proof clothing and made the outer fabric part according to the special weaving structure. Even if it is cut by a knife or stabbed by a sword, there will be no problem of large-scale thread splitting. We don't know what the materials on the normal stab-proof clothing are made of, and we haven't figured it out yet. Xiangzi continued to move forward, knocked on the front and back of the chest, and then said, inside the fabric, there are 2 steel plates in the front and back to protect the chest, and the shoulders also have arc-shaped protection, which can greatly improve the main torso part. The whole set of equipment greatly reduces the production time. The steel plate and fabric parts can be produced at the same time and then sewn together. Production efficiency and production difficulty are what Wu Heng values more. There are more and more skeletons in the zombie world. Even if Wu Heng only plans to equip the skeletons above level 5 with protective gear, it is still an exaggerated number. The armor ordered in the other world looks majestic and has good protection. However, it takes a long time to produce and is expensive. If you buy it for tens of thousands, you may also worry about attracting attention. That's why he supports Jiangzi to make this kind of protective gear. Go. Try the effect, Wu Heng said. Jiangzi took out an axe and chopped it twice. The outer cloth was instantly chopped, revealing the steel plate inside. But there was nothing wrong with the stab-proof suit, it was still hanging on his body. Wu Heng looked to the side again. You try it. Karenmu drew out the strange evil sword, walked directly over, and chopped it down diagonally from above. The fabric was cut with large scratches, and the steel plate inside also made a cutting sound that was heard by the ears. Clang. The next second, the steel plate fell from the stab-proof suit to the ground. Xiangzi scratched his head awkwardly. The cut area is too large. I am quite satisfied with the idea. Go back and improve it. Don't let the protective plate inside fall off. Wu Heng said. Okay. I'll go back and study it right away. Wu Heng nodded. Does anyone have anything else to do? None of the three spoke. Wu Heng continued. That's it for now. Everyone go get busy. Several people stood up and started to leave. Wu Heng asked again, Is Zhao Yanqiu back? She's back. Qi Hangai said. Let her come to the meeting room. Okay. Several people left the meeting room. Not long after, the door was knocked again. Zhao Yanqiu walked in. Leader. Wu Heng let Xiao Xiao out, and at the same time took out a professional scroll. Xiao Xiao said excitedly, Mom, Uncle has prepared a career scroll for you. You will have a career in the future. Zhao Yanqiu glanced at her daughter, and then at the scroll on the table. What is a career scroll? Treasure Island. The Starflower merchant ship slowly approached the shore. Shannara took the housekeeper and slowly walked down from the ship. She shielded the sun with one hand, looking in the direction of Treasure Island, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Mrs. Shannara, the Elders' Council has retained your status as honorary president, but we need to count and calculate the assets here. A male wood elf in a formal dress came off the ship immediately, and said immediately. Chanella looked up at him, and said calmly, I have paid what I should pay. Treasure Island is my own property, and has nothing to do with the Chamber of Commerce. Whether it is related or not is not up to you. We have our own way of checking. The male elf sneered, and his attitude gradually became tougher. Get out of the way. I want to go home. Chanella walked towards the carriage in front. Mrs. Chanella, I am also following orders. The other party brought people to block the way out. People began to gather around. Whispering, the housekeeper narrowed her eyes, looking unkindly at the people who blocked the road. Just when she was considering taking action, a voice rang out. Who is blocking the road? Philippa, who had just landed, walked over with a parrot on her shoulder. She glanced at Sanera, and then at the people who blocked the road in front of her. Get lost. Don't let me slap you. Chapter 581, He used to be a detective. Did you know? Philippa appeared with a skeleton, making both sides of the confrontation quiet down. The wood elf who blocked the road also looked serious. The order received was to confirm Shannara's assets in Treasure Island, but also received an order to befriend Treasure Island and maintain business cooperation. For a moment, it was a bit awkward. The leading wood elf saluted slightly. Captain Philippa, this should be our Starflower's internal affairs. Please don't interfere. Philippa raised his eyebrows. Don't talk nonsense to me, or I'll throw you into the sea to wake you up. The wood elf frowned. Captain Philippa, you are now the captain of Treasure Island. Please be careful with your words. You're lucky to be on Treasure Island. Get out. Philippa waved his hand behind him. The skeleton led the way, and Philippa and Chanella followed them through the people who blocked the road. They got on the carriage by the roadside and headed towards the island owner's mansion. In the carriage, Philippa sat carelessly. There are many people here. When there is a chance, I will help you vent your anger. Chanella smiled. No need. It's fine now. They are scared of you. Really? I have changed a lot. When I was a pirate, Philippa said, and then stopped. Let's not talk about this. I was an undercover agent at that time, not a pirate. Chanella was not very interested in her pirate life, so she chose a topic. Let's not talk about them. Tell me how Treasure Island is doing recently. It seems to have changed a lot. Philippa stood up and sat directly next to Chanella. She said excitedly, Let me tell you. Did you know that Wu Heng was a detective? He was the kind of detective who didn't rely on his professional ability, but only looked at the corpse to find the murderer. On the way, Philippa talked non-stop. Chanella's eyes widened, full of surprise and disbelief. Then what? Nothing. The newspaper published it here. Oh, this is called serialization, Wu Heng said. Philippa said. Chanella nodded and fell silent again. Unexpectedly, a lot of things happened on Treasure Island during the time she was away. Moreover, newspapers were published on the island. Wu Heng had reached level 15 before, so he should be preparing for level 18. Not bad. Paving the way for his future. Thinking in his heart, Philippa pulled open the curtain of the carriage, stretched out his arm. Give me a newspaper. The newspaper seller came over quickly, took the money and handed over a newspaper. Philippa looked back, handed it to Chanella. This is the newspaper. Below is his story. This is the third issue. Sold before the first two issues. Chanela took it, held it in her hand, and started reading. Zombie World. Meeting room. After completing the job change, Xiao Yinqiu stood in place and looked across. I can feel that my body has changed, but I don't know where it has changed. Xiao Xiao flew over, showing off a little. Mom, you are a professional now, not an ordinary person. What's the specific use? Xiao Yinqiu looked at her daughter. Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked at Wu Heng for help. Uncle, what's the use? Wu Heng thought about his understanding of the bard, and said, professionals can understand that they have planned their own development direction, thereby improving their various abilities. To put it simply, as long as you stick to this career plan, it is equivalent to taking corpse core potions continuously, mainly because there are no side effects, and you don't have to worry about the impact of the virus on your body. Xiao Yinqiu didn't understand the rest, but she understood the last sentence. The effect is equivalent to taking corpse core medicine continuously, and there are no side effects. Even if she doesn't know anything, she knows that if this news is released, the whole world will be shocked. It was actually handed over to her. With a look of surprise on her face, she said, "Thank you, leader." Xiao Xiao flew over politely and patted Xiao Yinqiu on the shoulder in the void. Mom, you're welcome. We are a family, right? Uncle. Ah, yes. Wu Heng nodded. Xiao Yinqiu glared at her daughter, and then asked, what should I do to strengthen my profession? Xiao Xiao turned her head again. How to do it? Wu Heng explained. Your profession is called a bard. I know there are two directions. One is the knowledge of strange news, which includes collecting news and works. The second is performance and speech. Literally, performing or speaking can also improve your abilities. Xiao Xiao nodded. Yes. The characteristics of a bard are closer to artistic performance. Many abilities are conveyed to the audience through words, affecting the mind or inspiring the soul. Of course, this refers to normal professions. Manipulators and liars are also mostly this kind of profession. Xiao Yinqiu listened and nodded. I understand. Xiao Xiao thought, Mom, you could be a star. Didn't you love singing in the past? This profession is very suitable for you. There are no stars now, Xiao Yinqiu said. Wu Heng continued, professionals must have advantages and no disadvantages. You should adapt to the specific abilities first. I will find 2 books for you to read. Yes, leader. Xiao Yinqiu bowed again to thank him. Don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise it will be troublesome for us. Wu Heng instructed. I understand. Wu Heng nodded, stood up and said, you two can talk. I'll go out and take a look at the factory. Xiao Yinqiu bowed again, with an unusually respectful attitude. Wu Heng didn't say much, and walked outside. A small voice came from behind. Mom, I chose this job. It suits you, right? You can improve by talking in the future. You like to nag. No. I mean it's simple. Wu Heng walked out of the meeting room. He and Chi Hankai walked towards the factory where bullets were produced. They checked the factory and warehouse, and confirmed the quantity of materials needed. After the inspection, they had lunch together in the cafeteria. Wu Heng also returned to his dormitory, and chatted with Glinda in the room. Xiao Xiao also flew back. How is it? Is your mother satisfied? Wu Heng asked. Xiao Xiao floated lazily in the air. Satisfied, but stupid, can't understand anything. After all, the cultures of the 2 worlds are different. It's normal to not be able to accept it for a while. It will be fine slowly. Wu Heng explained. Xiao Xiao nodded. I hope so. Wu Heng glanced at Xiao Xiao again, and asked Xiao Xiao, how do you think you should help your mother improve next? For other professions, you can arrange skeletons to help train. Bards are a bit special. Skeletons can't speak, and it's difficult to give effective guidance to bards. Xiao Xiao frowned and thought for a while. Let's do as Uncle said. Pick a few simple skill books, and let my mother try. Well, that's fine. But you translate the content yourself. Your mother can't understand the text of another world. I can't understand it either. Xiao Xiao emphasized immediately. Let your Aunt Granda teach you. Your mother's level will be raised. It's up to you. Xiao Xiao didn't expect to be assigned a job. She muttered bitterly. It's time to train 2 skeletons who can translate. Seeing Shishi's mood suddenly lost, Wu Heng and Granda both smiled. Even fighting and reconnaissance, Xiao Xiao didn't think it was a hard job. She only thought of reading or learning something. The mood changed instantly, and the speed was very fast. The reason why Wu Heng asked Xiao Xiao was also because of unfinished business. But it seems that her mother's job transfer did not unlock this date. I can only ask her which direction she wants to develop next. Try slowly. After chatting with the two ghosts for a while, I opened the door and walked in. Return to Treasure Island. Change clothes here. Open the door and go downstairs. As soon as I walked to the second floor, I heard the maids talking and laughing downstairs. So happy today? I walked down the stairs and looked at the living room, and saw Sayonara in a simple and elegant long dress, sitting there dignified and gentle, mature and plump. With a smile on her face, she chatted with the maids about some things that happened after she left. Behind Shannara, the middle-aged housekeeper, still stood aside in a proper manner. She formed a sharp contrast with the maids in the island owner's mansion. Hearing footsteps, several people looked towards the stairs. Seeing Wu Heng coming over, they all smiled. Master, Sister Shannara is back. The maids greeted. Shannara also looked over with tenderness. Long time no see. Chapter 582, Miss me so much. When did you come back? I went to the island this morning. Did you have a smooth journey? With Philippa escorting so many ships, it was bound to be smooth. The journey was advanced by several days, Sayonara said with a smile. On the other side, Philippa, who was feeding the parrot, looked over and pounded her chest with her fist. Sayonara continued, you also know about the star flower. In order to take care of the face of the Chamber of Commerce, I am still the president on the surface, but I have no real power. After a while, this identity will be removed with a reason. It's okay. We have a big family and a big business. Even if you do nothing, I will support you, Wu Heng said. The maids stared with wide eyes, as if they were watching a play, looking at Shannara in unison. The latter blushed, glared at Wu Heng. You can't stay at home every day. Treasure Island is so big, how can you not find something to do? Wu Heng said. Many also asked, Sister Shannara, can we live together in the future? No need to sneak over here every day. How can I sneak over here? Shannara said, not yet, I will move in directly, and it will be useless for the Chamber of Commerce to maintain me as the honorary president. On the surface, it is just some business cooperation with the island master's mansion. Oh, your people are really nosy, many muttered. When the Wood Elves were mentioned, Philippa seemed to have thought of something, and said in a tattling tone, when we went to the island, some people from Shannara's tribe blocked our way. If I hadn't been there, they wouldn't have let us go. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. On the island, is there anyone who dares to bully you? It's not bullying. The agreement I reached with the elders is to give up all the assets of the Chamber of Commerce. But the assets on Treasure Island are all mine. They have nothing to do with them. Just let them check it out, Shannara explained. Philippa said, you are too easy to talk to. If I go up, I will slap him twice. Let's see if he dares to trouble me next time, Shannara said calmly. They are also acting according to orders. The Chamber of Commerce will not really be obsessed with the property. Remember to tell me if you have any trouble, Wu Heng said. Got it. Shannara cast a tender look. Then, Shannara continued, the Star Flower fleet came this time, and brought the materials you ordered last time, including 5 large warships. I saw the order, and someone will come to you to deliver the goods in the next 2 days. When the goods arrive, and we'll go to inspect them. Philippa, you will inspect the ordered ships tomorrow, Wu Heng said. Good. Philippa nodded. Wu Heng looked at Sanala. Don't leave at night. Sanala's face is redder, nodded. Nympho. Late at night? Sanala curled up in her arms. The blush on his face has not yet subsided. Miss me like this? Don't come back again. I went to the wooden elf to find you. Wu Heng held his arms again. Soft and smooth, full of chest. Sanara took the opponent's messy hand, asked, the newspapers, are you coming? Yes, the effect on the island is not bad. I didn't see it. You can properly promote yourself. The idea is really good. You can also prepare for you at level 18. Sanala laughed and praised. It seems that the newspaper is really good to be recognized by President Shannara. Shannara bit his chest lightly. Angrily said, I have no real power. What's the point of being the president? I will support you in the future, and everything will be no worse than before. Shannara buried her head in her arms again. I really feel a little empty and depressed when I really hand over the star flower that I have been running for so long. Wu Heng stroked the other's hair and said softly, why don't you be the president of Treasure Island? And you will have the final say over the entire caravan. Shanella poked her head out and said with a smile, "It's not that easy to establish a caravan. The other caravans are already famous. If you want to join them now, you will lose a lot of money, and there are no resources to show for it. Treasure Island is just an island. Although the territory is still quite wide, there are large areas of land that have not been developed. But it is an island after all. Many resources need to be bought from outside. There are no unique resources of our own, which can be supplied to the outside. Moreover, as Shannara said, if we just set up a caravan now, we will probably be suppressed by others. On Treasure Island, people give way to you. When you go out to trade, no one gives way to you." Wu Hung thought for a while, and said, "Let me think about it, and see if there are any unique goods in my hands, and then we can discuss it in detail." "Okay, you have the final say." Shannara looked up at him, with a doting look on her face. She reached out, and touched his head. Wu Hung took her hand away, patted her plump buttocks, and said, "Lift it up a little." Then he turned over and folded it on his back. "Are you still coming? It's so late." Wu Hung patted her again. "You usually stay up late anyway. Hurry up." Shanella moved her upper body back and slightly tilted it up. The next day, after breakfast, Shanella returned to her residence to deal with the remaining problems. Wu Hung also took a carriage and went to the association. He walked through the hall and corridor, stood in the deacon's study, and knocked on the door. After getting a response, he opened the door and walked in. "Looking for me?" Wu Hung asked. Zalagui, who was behind the desk, looked up and said, "Luan and his master left yesterday. They should have left after the game. I haven't received any news." "So urgent?" "Yes. And it's very secretive." Zalagui thought for a while and said, "I plan to write a letter to the association, telling the whole story, so as to avoid other versions from being spread in the headquarters." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "I understand what Zalagui means." From the look in Luan's eyes when he finished, there was a sense of dissatisfaction. He left quietly again. Obviously there was something wrong. Wu Hung was not afraid. The competition was fair and square, and he was not afraid of what the other party would say. But Zalagui's idea was right. Tell the association everything, then everyone will naturally understand what happened. "Okay, then you write a letter to the association, and I will write one to Deacon Imolo." "Write a letter to Deacon Imolo. Isn't Macintosh in charge of intelligence work?" When the two of them went to the island, she used her prophet's ability to do some investigations, and found that Imolo was mentioned in the conversation between the two of them. "It's better to say it," Wu Hung explained. "Okay." Shalagui began to write. Shiryali also brought Wu Hung paper and pen. After they finished writing, they exchanged glances and confirmed that they were not too different. After sealing the letter, Shiryali took it to the front desk. "It can be sent out today." In the afternoon, Wu Hung returned to the island owner's mansion. He handed the content of yesterday's competition to the skeleton, who was in charge of printing. "For the new issue of the newspaper, relay out. Put this picture and content in the most conspicuous position, reduce the other content, print it tonight, and send it out tomorrow." The skeleton took over the content and began to typeset. The printing press began to make a clattering sound, and newspapers were printed one after another. The ghost Grinda appeared. "You want everyone to know about this. Sheila Goe's suspicion is reasonable. I will publish the fight and send some to other places. Then everyone will know what happened. If he didn't make up anything, it would be a normal failure in the fight. If he made up something, he would be a loser who was narrow-minded and confused about right and wrong. You are becoming more and more like a necromancer. It doesn't sound like you are praising me." The next day, in the early morning, the newsman took the newspaper in his hand and shouted, "The fourth issue of the newspaper. The identity of the challenger is revealed. He is the prince of a neighboring country. Come and see. Come and buy." With the shouts, the whole treasure island seemed to be lively in advance. It turned out that the challenger had such an identity. The prince, who was also supported by the association, was defeated in Treasure Island. A long line formed in front of the newsman. One newspaper after another was sold. Port. Piles of sealed newspapers were loaded onto different ships. These are sent to associations in various places. Be careful and put them in a dry place. With the shouts, the newspapers were loaded onto the merchant ship. With different ships, they were transported to associations in various places in the Emerald Sea. Inside the tavern, the bard Sabin, after applying 2 positive states to himself, strode onto the platform. He saluted first, and then said loudly, "Everyone, Before telling the story, let me tell you about the fight here. The challenger is not a small person. The people below were instantly quiet, concentrating. Chapter 583, feeling more refreshed. The tavern was quiet instantly, and the chefs and helpers in the kitchen also walked to the door. Everyone on the island knew about the battle between the island owner and the challenger. After it was over, even if the opponent lost, it was still a topic of discussion among everyone, and they also guessed the true identity. Sabin did not pause for too long, leaning forward, seriously. Challenger Luan Randolph, Prince of the Celtic Kingdom, also the next king designated by the kingdom, a human genius trained by the association. The old man accompanying him was his master, an 18th level wizard of the association. CRA. The quiet tavern suddenly became noisy. From his clothes and temperament, it can be guessed that he is definitely not an ordinary person. But I never expected that he would have so many identities. The Lopez port of the Celtic Kingdom is connected to the Emerald Sea, so it can be said that he is not unfamiliar. And the other party is actually the prince of the kingdom, the next king. He is also a human genius supported by the association. The old man accompanying him is also an 18th level magician. These identities are much more important than the island master, who was appointed as the deputy deacon for his meritorious service. In fact, there is no comparison. He is a genius? He is about the same age as the island master. He should be younger than the island master. And his future potential is greater than the island master. Big bullshit. He was born a prince, and his development direction is determined. The time when the island master changed his job was later than ours. That's right. It's also said in the story that the island master used to make a living by solving cases, and there was no job at that time. So, the island master beat up his apprentice in front of the 18th level wizard. Yeah. It feels good just thinking about it. It was cool to see it at the scene yesterday. And it feels even better now that I know the other party's identity. The bard Sabin picked up the water cup and took a sip. When the discussion died down, he continued, "Everyone, let's continue. We will talk about the detective story of the 4th issue later." The drinkers gradually quieted down. Sabin continued to read other contents of the newspaper. Association. Deacon study. Shiryali walked in and handed the newspaper to her sister. Wu Hung is very ruthless. He published Luan's name and identity in the newspaper. Now Luan is known to the whole island. Shi Logui was not surprised at all. She smiled and said, "That's what he asked for. He said he wanted to challenge the island owner as soon as he arrived on the island. He deserves to be beaten now." After saying that, she took the newspaper and glanced at the content. In the most conspicuous position in the middle is a photo of the live competition arena. Wu Hung holds up the reward in his hand. Shiryali stands beside him with a smile on her face, and in the lower right corner is Luan, whose robe is torn and who is lonely after leaving the arena. The whole picture is very expressive. The joy of the winner, the attention of the beautiful referee, and the loneliness of the loser. Even if you don't read the text above, you can understand what the picture wants to express. Shi Logui glanced at the pattern, and then looked at her sister, and always felt that the eyes in this picture are a little different from usual. Where was this pattern put up? I don't know, maybe it's some new prop. Shiryali said, and then said, there are also some newspapers, which were sent to the port, which should be sent to the various associations of the Emerald Sea by the fleet, and to the headquarters. Shi Logui smiled and leaned back in the chair. One was unlucky to offend him, and now it seems the Treasure Island can't stop this matter. The Emerald Sea is in a special location, and the coastal areas are connected to the coastal cities of many countries. As the newspapers are delivered, people from all over the country will gradually know about this. It involves the talent supported by the prince and the association, and it can also publicize Wu Heng's reputation. Yes. Shiryali sat on the side of Zalogui's chair, and urged, look at the 4th issue of the story. I placed a bet at the tavern at the door. I don't know if the murderer can be found today. Zalogui frowned. You should not participate in such things, or I will write a letter to tell Mom. If you win, I will give you half. That won't work either. I am a deacon and cannot encourage such things. I know. Read the story first. In Shannara's mansion, the workers were packing up their belongings and loading them onto the carriages prepared at the door. They had chosen a new house at the city hall early in the morning. In the residential area outside the island owner's mansion, there was a street in between. Even if the Wood-Elves tacitly agreed that Wu Hung and I should be together, they could not live together. On the surface, She was still the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and the nominal wife of the Wood Elf official. But living closer, it was still okay to have more contact. It was the same as what the two had discussed before. They could be lovers. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded, and the housekeeper walked in with a newspaper. Madam, the island owner's house has new newspapers for sale. I bought one for you to read. Shannara took it and took a look. A fight? I didn't know about this yet. I heard it happened a few days ago. Luan went to the island and declared everywhere that he wanted to challenge the island owner. In the end, he was defeated by Master Wu Hung. Shannara sighed. He has grown up so fast. The housekeeper also agreed. Madam, you have a good eye. Shannara looked up, smiled and asked, You mean Wu Hung? It seems so. He was originally just taken care of as a younger brother. But he didn't expect that he would really raise such an extraordinary person. A genius who can sit in Treasure Island and defeat Luan. Very satisfied with his vision in selecting people. Footsteps sounded. The worker in charge of packing items came over, saluted and said, Mrs. Chanella, everything is ready. Chanella stood up. Let's go, transport it to the new residence. Island owner's house. Wu Hung sat in the study, looking at the reputation on the panel. In the 4th issue today, the increase in reputation became less, only more than 500 points. This increase may not be all counted in Treasure Island. The growth in Zombie World, or other places, is also included. It seems that we still need to expand outward. And we can't just guard the Treasure Island. He thought to himself. The two ghosts flew back after investigating the market. Xiao Xiao said excitedly, Uncle, they are all discussing your beating, and they support you. Grinda also said, After knowing that the other party is a prince, they all stood on your side inexplicably. After all, I am of similar origin to everyone else, and I am different from those princes and princesses. Wu Hung thought for a while. Well, in heroic stories, there are always plots where ordinary people defeat the powerful, not to mention that he is a prince. Grinda said. Wu Hung smiled and said, So, I am becoming more and more like the hero in the story? Isn't your goal to be a hero? It's normal to get closer and closer, Grinda said, and floated towards the desk. That's right. If you don't work hard now, you will suffer one day in the future. Xiao Xiao pinched her waist and said, I'm working hard. Wu Hung defended. The two ghosts flew to the side, each doing their own thing. There was a knock on the door. Minnie's voice came in. Master, Sister Chanella is here. I'll go down now. The courtyard behind the house. Shannara, wearing a light blue dress, sat in the stone pavilion and watched the butterflies chasing the flying butterflies in the flower bed. The maids were very tactful and did not follow. Wu Hung walked slowly to the stone pavilion. How is the house? I changed it to a house closer to you, and I am decorating it. Come sit here for a while. Shannara turned her head and smiled. When it's installed, I'll ask Skeleton to install an air conditioner for you, so you can live more comfortably. Okay. This is the prop I like most in your place. Shannara agreed with a smile. Wu Hung walked into the stone pavilion and sat down beside her. He took her hand and pulled her up. What are you doing? Shannara said softly, and looked around again, seeing that no one was watching. She sat across the legs of the man opposite her. Wu Hung put his hands around her waist and said softly, Have you read the newspaper that was published? Shannara held her face and smiled and joked. Why? Do you want me to praise you? Wu Hung pinched her breasts hard. He said, I want to publish this kind of newspaper everywhere. Is there any way? Chapter 584, Someone Died. Shannara raised her eyebrows. What do you mean by various places? For example, the capital city of a country or race, some important cities. Wu Hung expressed his thoughts. This is too difficult. The transmission of information is difficult. The number of national capitals and important cities you mentioned is more than you think. Shannara gently touched his hair. So, the goal you set for yourself is a bit too high. You can choose the area around the Emerald Sea. Wu Hung hugged the other person, and his mind was lost in thought. He was not thinking of printing in Treasure Island and shipping it to various places. Instead, he was thinking of setting up newspaper offices in various cities. First, he could quickly collect local news, rather than getting it from some peddlers. Second, he could spread his story on a larger scale and gain fame. The information transmission that Shannara mentioned could be accomplished by radio stations, which simply required some people to guard the radio stations. The main problem was the insufficient number of printing presses. Now there were only 3. And they could not be distributed to various places. It's really not the right time now. But we can make plans first. Wu Heng raised his head and pulled down one of the other shoulder straps. What are you doing? We are outside. Chanela grabbed the shoulder strap that slipped off. It's okay. Minnie and the others are reading comics in the living room. They won't disturb us before dinner. Wu Heng said. Chanela still let go and let the other person pull down the shoulder strap. The shoulder strap hung on one side, revealing a light white underwear. Wu Heng went around Chanela's back and opened the hook of the underwear. When sitting, it was a bit loose. The shoulders of the long skirt were taken off. The bra straps were opened, and they slid down together. Delicate and beautiful collarbone. White chest. Plump. White. Tender. Upright and round. Although I have seen it before, I still can't get tired of it. It looks like a perfect work of art. Wu Heng leaned over to kiss. Chanela stretched out a finger, gently pressed against the other's forehead. Okay. It's all sweat. Wait until next time after taking a shower. It doesn't matter. Wu Heng gently leaned over and held it in his mouth. Chanela's face also began to turn slightly red. She hugged him and gently stroked his hair. After a while, Wu Heng raised his head and said, with your many years of business experience, if I launch a potion that can enhance physical fitness as long as it is taken, the effect is almost the same as upgrading 1 or 2 levels. Will there be a market for it? Like a child. Chanela took out a handkerchief, wiped the saliva on it, and then said, if there is such a potion, it can only become a famous potion supplier. Of course, it will definitely make a lot of money. But it cannot become a caravan. Then if you want to become a caravan, what do you need to do? Sufficient funds. Have your own business scope. And be able to establish connections with caravans from other countries. At least you have to be involved in some aspects. Chanela said. Okay. I'll think about it. Chanela put her clothes back on and asked, do you really have this medicine? Yes. Wu Heng nodded. Chanela looked at him seriously. Don't tell anyone. Just like your level. Otherwise it will cause you trouble. I'll think about how to deal with this matter. Don't worry. I know. Wu Heng said. So good. Can you stop talking to a kid? Okay. You have a strong sense of self-esteem. Stay here tonight. Chanela shook her head. In 2 days, I'll find a chance to come after I finish dealing with the accommodation. Okay. The two sat in the stone pavilion and chatted for a while. Chanela left the island master's mansion, and Wu Heng also returned to his residence. It was getting close to dusk. They had dinner together. Minnie came down from upstairs and said, Master, Sister Wen Mansha has sent a message. It had been a while since Wen Mansha contacted him. Wu Heng walked towards the stairs and said, I'll go check it out. You guys want to go check on Chanela. Come back early. Okay, Master. After that, he called the other maids and left the island master's mansion together, walking towards the newly purchased residence of Chanela. Wu Heng went upstairs and entered the radio room. He glanced at Wen Mansha's notebook, and it did record the information that someone was looking for him. He picked up the microphone and said directly, Wen Mansha, can you hear me? A busy voice came from the other end of the microphone, and then a woman said, Master, the lady is eating in the restaurant. I asked her to come over. Hearing the voice and the other party's name, it should be Wen Mansha's housekeeper. Her name is Hartel. Soon, Wen Mansha's voice came over. Master, Wen Mansha, I saw your message. Is there anything you need from me? Wu Heng asked. Wen Mansha's tone was a little serious, and she said, Deacon Slater sent a body. It's a female, in her 20s. Her name is Lobolini. She said she provided you with information before. Provided you with information? Wu Heng frowned, recalling the name. The person sent by Slater must be a resident of Blackstone Town. He lived there for a while, but there was no such person in his memory. Moreover, I was just a small team member at that time. Where did I come across the concept of cultivating spies? No impression? Are there any characteristics? Wu Heng continued to ask. Wen Mansha paused and said, the appearance is a little blurry, and it is difficult to identify the characteristics of the appearance, but I heard from Deacon Slater that she used to work in the tavern, and her name was Benny at that time. Benny. Wu Heng's eyes widened instantly. Benny is dead. In Wu Heng's mind, the image of the person in the tavern, who always had a smiling face, instantly appeared. The tone became serious. I remember that she provided me with information before. How did she die? The news from Deacon Slater was that after you left, she wanted to join the association and become a secret speaker. She was assigned to investigate a foreign sect in the village. Perhaps her identity was discovered, or for some other reasons. She was killed and fell at the entrance of the village. It was not discovered until several days later, when Manshaw said directly, in order to become a secret speaker. She killed herself. Wu Hung didn't know what to say. The other party didn't want to be a waitress in the tavern, but wanted to join the association. Wu Hung felt that she was moving in a meaningful direction. But he didn't want her to lose her life just to join the Whisperers. Nothing was worth losing her life for. When Manshaw continued, the body's tongue was gone. It should be because she was afraid of being interrogated. The body was also seriously damaged. If you don't have any arrangements, I will arrange a cemetery for her. Doesn't she have any family members? It seems that she doesn't. The only people she knows are the people in the tavern and the residents around the residence. I heard that she came from the village outside. Wu Hung leaned on the edge of the table and fell into deep thought. Benny and I didn't have much contact for long. Just 1 or 2 times. She was timid. But she also had a sense of justice of a small person. Wu Hung still remembered that when she learned that the information he provided rescued the kidnapped child. Benny's eyes shone. A light different from seeing the reward money. Slater brought the body over and asked me. It was obvious that Benny had mentioned something about me before she died. To be honest, I didn't have much contact with her. But I didn't want her to end up like this. How long has it been since death? Wu Hung asked. When Manshaw replied, about a week or so. It's cold here, so the body has been preserved. But it will soon warm up, so it may not last long. She quickly thought about Treasure Island. Then she said, preserve the body first. I will go there tomorrow. Don't let the body get damaged. Understood? When Manch's tone also softened a lot. Then I'll wait for you to come and deal with it. Okay. That's it for now. I'll go and explain the matter. Yes. After hanging up the call, Wu Hung walked out of the radio station. The next day, the zombie world. In the conference room, Wu Hung looked at the people on both sides of the conference table and said, let Wang Haibing dismantle another set of power plant equipment. It must be completed within 5 days. Gao Rong, you need to make a few newspaper printing machines. Or see if there are other printing plants. Chapter 585, you also gave the order. The people in the room all looked at each other in confusion. A printing press is needed. After getting the printing press last time, I didn't see any newspapers published, or other printed publications. Now they are notified that they need new ones. It sounds like more than 1 or 2. Gao Rong looked at Chi Han Kai, who asked, how many are needed? Gao Rong can arrange it. 2 or 3 are needed first, and there will be continuous needs later. Wu Hung said, according to the layout of the other world. A large number of printing presses are needed. The first 2 or 3 are prepared for Rentam City. Chi Han Kai nodded and said to Gao Rong, I will contact other cities and ask people to find printing factories or old newspapers. You will also design the drawings, and we will produce them ourselves later. With Chi Han Sai's help. Gao Rong agreed. I will prepare them immediately when I return. After explaining the power plant and printing press, Wu Hung continued to say to Chi Han Kai, how is the skeleton team attacking the city? Chi Han Kai replied, it's going smoothly. There are no problems with the battle and transportation. Any new news? Chi Han Kai thought for a moment and said, the rescue team of the Central Radio and Television Station has also begun to arrange rescue tasks, set up evacuation points, and arrange helicopters to rescue some survivors who can reach the roof. But people from other cities still squeezed into our channel and asked us to go to their cities for rescue. The rescue team of the Central Radio and Television Station should not be able to withstand the pressure. The civilian refuge bases on my side have all started to rescue survivors along the way. They have not taken any action, which is really a bit unreasonable. But the rescue method is a bit harsh. After all, only a few people can reach the evacuation point or reach the roof to wait for the helicopter. It is more reliable for me to directly rush into the city, clean up the zombies, and then rescue people. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, say it on the radio. More teams will be arranged to rescue the survivors later. As long as we persist, we will rescue everyone. The expressions of several people present were stunned. This sentence will save everyone. Inexplicably, I have a sense of mission. Okay, I'll have someone announce the news later. Chi Honkai nodded. Wu Hung looked at the others again. Do you have anything else to do? They shook their heads, indicating that they had nothing. Wu Hung glanced at Xiangzi, who was sitting at the back on the left. Xiangzi, how is the stab-proof suit? Xiangzi, who had been listening, immediately came back to his senses and said, we are still trying to find a way. There are currently two directions. One is to improve the fabric on the outside of the stab-proof suit, striving to achieve the density and toughness of the special level, and the second is to increase the stickiness of the fabric, and glue the front and back sides to the iron plate with glue. Wu Hung asked, which direction are you developing now? Two directions are being carried out simultaneously. In the past 2 days, we have gathered 2 more people with expertise in this field. It should take a few more days to get a result. Xiangzi said. There is no talent in this area in the base. Xiangzi has a big brain, but he was just a mechanic before. He is with some friends, and he is doing research on his own, so the progress will definitely be slower. Second, Xiangzi was the first person to join Wu Hung with Li Yong, and they have a good relationship, and they are trustworthy. We can't always let him drive and repair cars, so try to change it to technical convenience. Hurry up, and we can improve it little by little later. Okay. Xiangzi nodded. Wu Hung added, there is also the machine gun flying dragon. Continue to study it. Understood. The meeting ended, and everyone left. Wu Hung and Chi Honkai walked around the factory, and asked Xiao Xiao to go see her mother. Wait until the afternoon. After having lunch in the cafeteria, returned to the dormitory, and walked into the gate. The island owner's mansion. Wu Hung went downstairs, and asked someone to call Andwire back from outside. He sat in the living room with the maids, preparing for the meeting. After everyone arrived, Wu Hung said directly, I have to go back to Rentam City. I'll leave this to you. Where? In addition to being responsible for the affairs of the city hall, pay attention to the newspaper update every 7 days. The serialized stories have been sorted out and can be published according to chapters. Minnie is responsible for the operation of the entire island owner's mansion. Try to reduce the number of times you go out. If Shannara and Zalagwi want to find me, say I'm out temporarily. If others ask, say it's not convenient for the time being. The newspaper still needs to be updated to maintain the current popularity. Treasure Island has been relatively peaceful recently. Even ordinary crimes have begun to decrease. But when I leave, I have to be careful of potential dangers. After all, I still have many enemies. And they are increasing little by little. And I don't know when someone will come to the island. So, I have to be careful about everything. Of course, the defense of the island owner's mansion is still relatively reliable. Even if Wu Hung is not there, it is difficult for a level 18 professional to attack. There are dozens of level 15 skeletons, level 10 skeleton guards everywhere, and armored vehicles. Enough to deal with most troubles. I understand. Master. Several maids nodded. Then Minnie whispered, Master, is there something wrong over there? It's okay, it's not dangerous, a friend has a problem, I'm going to help. Wu Hung explained. Minnie then asked, when are you going to leave? I'm leaving right away. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some food for you, in case the food over there is not tasty. Okay. Minnie stood up and said, Robe, Annette, you go prepare some clothes for the master, the weather over there is still cold, I'll ask the kitchen to make some meals. Oh. Okay. Several maids separated, and each got busy. Wu Hung and Andwire sat in the living room and talked for a while. The other maids also packed up everything. Wu Hung put it into the space ring, put on the train conductor's hat, and the train whistle sounded. The ghost train appeared out of thin air. He waved goodbye to the maids and boarded the train. He filled in Rentam City on the itinerary, and the train started and went into the void. There was nothingness outside the window. Wu Hung walked into a side carriage and sat down. The disappearance of the senses made the mind more focused. I can also think about the problem better. This time I went to Rentam City. In addition to dealing with Benny's affairs, I also built Rentam City. The whole city was electrified, and the newspaper affairs were also arranged. The population of Rentam City is not small. If the newspaper can reach the popularity of Treasure Island, I can also improve my reputation. Maybe I can reach level 19. On Treasure Island, the development and expansion of the island have also been determined. The only problem I encountered at the moment, it was the formation of the Treasure Island caravan. Shannara was taken down by the Wood Elves, which just happened to help me, but what the other party said was equally reasonable. Only one potion was taken out as a commodity, At most it was an alchemy organization that could provide potions. It was not a caravan. It needed to enrich its own products to support a caravan. He thought about it for a while. Then he closed his eyes and stopped thinking, waiting for the train to arrive at the destination. A few days later, the scenery began to appear outside the window, and the train slowly stopped. The door opened, and Wu Heng stepped off the train. The air was still chilly, but the hard and cold ground became soft, and the accumulated snow began to melt, revealing the rotten leaves and animal bones inside. Wu Heng glanced around and determined the location of Rentam City. He released the mansion spell, ate something simple inside, and pushed out the motorcycle he had prepared in advance. He led the skeleton attendant and headed towards Rentam City. He drove quickly all the way, raising dust. On the road, the caravan's driving horse carriages looked sideways and cried out in surprise. They discussed what they were riding. It looked like a running iron lump. The population began to gather near the outskirts of Rentam City. Looking inside, it seemed that the number of houses extending outward was more and denser than the last time. And the further out, the simpler the style of the houses. Wu Heng began to slow down, and people moved forward slowly, avoiding him and casting curious glances. Walala! Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from the alley on the right. They stopped in front of the motorcycle. After looking it up and down, the leader said, "What kind of mount is this? Get off and be inspected." Wu Heng pushed up the visor of his helmet and glanced at the people blocking the road. There were humans and orcs, a total of 7 people, wearing armor, looking aggressive. "What are you doing? This is the territory of our Baiyan gang. Just get off if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" One person cursed in a low voice. "I am a friend of your Lord Winmancha." The other party looked at him again, sneered. "You, don't talk nonsense to me. You don't have to accept the inspection. The deposit is 2 silver coins per person." As he spoke, the caravan that Wu Heng had just overtaken also drove over from behind. As they passed by, no one blocked the road, and no one mentioned the inspection and deposit. They don't have to pay? They are caravans in the city. Can they be the same as you? Hurry up, don't make yourself uncomfortable. As he said, he stretched out his hand to pull Wu Heng's arm. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Kaxu, who was sitting in the back seat, grabbed his wrist. A crackling sound was heard. The metal wristband was tightened and deformed little by little. "Fuck. You dare to do that." The gang member who stretched out his hand began to struggle violently, and the people behind him drew their weapons one after another. The crowd began to move closer, forming a circle to watch the excitement. Kaxia got out of the car directly and prepared for battle. Behind a crowd of onlookers, another group of people squeezed in. The leader was a tall orc, with more than a dozen armored skeleton warriors behind him, and the words patrol were written on their chests. "What's going on? The city lord ordered that no trouble should be made. You are itching for trouble, right?" The orc roared in a loud voice. "Sir, this person is very suspicious. He just wanted to fight me. I think there is something wrong." A gang member immediately approached and said. The orc looked at him in confusion, his brows furrowed. Wu Heng was too lazy to say more nonsense, waving his hand and said, "Catch these people." "Shit, you are giving orders." Chapter 586 Ferocious Ghost. Clang, in the surprised eyes of the crowd. The skeleton with the word patrol immediately took action, pulled out the weapon from his waist, and quickly surrounded several gang members in the middle. The gang members' eyes widened. The orc who led the team also kept looking at the skeleton, and then at the man who was stopped. The skeleton who could command the city lord's mansion. It was not the leader he knew, obviously not an outsider. The members next to him knelt down and directly shouted, "Sir, I'm sorry." The orc who led the team also became respectful and spoke softly. "Sir, who are you?" Wu Heng looked at him and asked, "Does Rentam City have a rule to pay a deposit when passing by?" "To whom?" "These gang members." "There is no such rule. These roads were built by Madame Winmancha. How could anyone charge a fee?" The orc answered honestly. Several gang members began to panic. They wanted to step forward to explain, but were stopped by the skeletons. They shouted from a distance, "Sir, it's a misunderstanding. Sir, we are new here and are not familiar with the rules. Please forgive us this time. We are wrong." Wu Heng glanced at a few people and said, "Control them and send them to the city lord's mansion." "Yes, sir," the orc replied, turned to the skeletons and said, "Tie them up." The skeletons immediately tightened the encirclement and pinned the gang members to the ground in a few moves. Take out the rope and tie the man up tightly. Don't surround him. Make way for the road. The orc captain shouted again. The crowd also made way for a road. Wu Hung turned the accelerator and left here directly. After entering the outer city, the number of people began to decrease. No one caused trouble for the rest of the road. It seems that the public security in the outer city and the inner city is much better than that in the outer city. The residents are in a better state. The road became smoother, and the speed of the motorcycle gradually increased. Rushed towards the direction of the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion. The gate opened, Wu Hung put away the motorcycle, and strode in. The housekeeper walked out quickly to check. After finding that it was Wu Hung who took off his helmet, she ran back quickly. Then, Wen Mansha, wearing a dark blue coat, supported by one hand on her bulging belly, walked out slowly, with the help of the housekeeper. Seeing that it was really Wu Hung, there was surprise and joy in her eyes. Master! Wen Mansha called out in a tender voice. The housekeeper at the side also called out Master. Wu Hung walked over quickly, supported Wen Mansha's other side, and said, Why are you out again? What should I do if I catch a cold? How can I be so delicate? I go out for a walk every day. Wen Mansha let go of the housekeeper's hand, and put it on the other side, and walked back slowly. Then try to go out less. Just move around in the house. Did the master have a smooth journey? It was quite smooth. By the way, when I entered the city, I met the Baiyan gang to collect the deposit for entering the city, Wu Hung said. Wen Mansha raised her eyebrows, but was not too surprised. She said, recently, the population of the outskirts of the city has been increasing, and it is indeed a bit chaotic. Did you pay? If you go back to your own home and are blackmailed by gangs for money again, it will be a joke. I asked the patrolling skeletons to catch them and send them over later. Wen Mansha smiled and said, Wait, I will vent my anger for the master. It's not a big deal. Just make those gangs behave themselves. Okay. They returned to the house together, and a warm feeling came from the air conditioner. The coat was hung aside by the housekeeper. Wu Hung took Wen Mansha, sat down beside him, gently touched his abdomen. It seems to be moving inside. Wen Mansha smiled and said, It's getting more and more unruly. It's stuck. Thank you for your hard work. No way, this is our baby, I'm so happy. Wu Hung gently embraced her, and Wen Mansha leaned obediently in his arms. They sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Wu Hung said, Let's go, take me to see the body first. It's outside. The two got up, put on their robes again, and walked out of the residence together. Wen Mansha took him to a warehouse-like building in the courtyard, opened the door of the warehouse, and revealed the sundries inside. There was also a coffin in the corner. It's hot in the room, so I stored it here, Wen Mansha explained, standing at the door. It's okay. Wu Hung walked into the warehouse, and the skeleton opened the coffin, revealing the body inside. The skin was pale and purple, and there was a hideous horizontal wound on the neck. The expression was frozen in pain and despair. But the appearance was indeed Benny, his first informant in name. Carry it out. The skeleton lifted the body from the coffin, and the whole body was as stiff as a board. The two skeletons lifted the body by the shoulders and feet and placed it on the ground. Wu Hung was about to step forward. The voice of the housekeeper came from behind. Madam, the people of the Baiyan gang have been brought here, and they are in the hall. Wu Hung looked back when Mansha smiled and said, I'll go to the front to take a look, and come back to you after I'm done. Wait for me in the room after I'm done, don't come out. It's cold. Well, okay. When Mansha nodded and left with the housekeeper, Wu Hung turned his gaze back to the corpse. He took out the ritual materials and placed them on the designated position of the corpse. He held the wooden staff, condensed the magic power, and thrust it towards the ground. A ritual array gradually spread out with the corpse as the center. Awaken the soul. A spell that can awaken the soul of the corpse, and it is also the latest advanced spell that Wu Hung has learned. I just don't know if it can have the effect described. It is also Benny's last hope. The array took shape, and the energy gathered towards the corpse. Wu Hung took out another magic soul pot, and put it into the ritual array. The soul in the magic soul pot was pulled out by the array. A vague outline of a woman was revealed. The one imprisoned in the magic soul pot was the only female among the 3 exiles of the Blood Clan. Wu Hung was not sure whether it would have an impact on men and women, but he had a ghost of the same gender in his hand, so he chose to use it first. The ghost appeared and looked around in fear. even if she didn't recognize the array on the ground. She knew it was pulling her towards the corpse. Necromancer. You can't do this. The Blood Clan won't let you go. You will be tortured. Don't do this. Let's have a good talk. You are so handsome. You must be the son of a big family. Let's talk in a noble way. Please, stop the magic circle. I don't want to die. From the roar at the beginning, to the begging for mercy at the end, he was pulled into the body of the corpse, little by the magic circle. Then, the energy of the magic circle suddenly swung. The magic power gathered towards the corpse like a tide. The next second, the magic circle suddenly ended. A hideous ghost came out from the center of the corpse's eyebrows. His face was blurred. He glanced at Wu Hung and the skeleton beside him, let out a roar, turned around, crossed the roof, and flew into the sky. Damn! Chapter 587, You Are the Deputy. The ghost turned and ran. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the roof and disappeared from sight. This was beyond Wu Heng's expectation. With a thought, his two ghosts separated and floated on both sides. What's wrong? Glinda glanced at the corpse and the ritual materials. I just transformed a ghost, and it seems that its state is not right. Control it, and don't hurt it. Wu Hung spoke quickly. The two ghosts looked at each other, and also rushed through the roof and into the sky, chasing after the fleeing ghost. Glinda and Xiao Xiao, now both are level 18 ghosts, are obviously faster than the fleeing ghost, gradually shortening the distance, getting closer and closer. Wu Hung walked out of the warehouse, waited for a while. Xiao Xiao flew back, pointing to one side, said, Uncle, Auntie has caught the ghost. Among Glinda's abilities, there is a skill to imprison souls. When they first met, he imprisoned Xiao Xiao, and later at the train station in the zombie world, he also used this ability to imprison irrational ghosts. Therefore, Glinda is very good at catching low-level ghosts. Wu Hung also breathed a sigh of relief. If the ghost escapes, his level and the ghost's level will be raised in vain. What level is the ghost? Wu Hung asked. Less than level 5, very low. It didn't run far before it was controlled by Aunt Glinda. Let's go and take a look. This way. Xiao Xiao pointed the way and walked out of the city lord's mansion directly. The ghost didn't run far before it was controlled by Glinda. Walking into the dim alley, I saw Glinda and the ghost that was imprisoned beside me and kept struggling and screaming. Its condition is not right, Glinda whispered. Wu Hung approached and looked at the ghost trapped by the invisible force. The ghost's form was erratic, and its illusory face appeared and disappeared from time to time, as if it was struggling between ghosts and spirits. Seeing Wu Hung approaching, the ghost suddenly rushed forward and hit the barrier, letting out a scream, then quickly retreated and curled up at the farthest position. A look of vigilance and fear appeared on Wu Heng's face. His brows also furrowed as he watched. Did the skill fail? In the skill description, it was mentioned that the soul in the corpse could be awakened. It should not be this kind of irrational soul. Benny died, and transforming into a ghost was her only chance to live. If it failed, then he would have no other options. Ah! The soul body rushed over again with a sharp hiss, like a ghost. Then he quickly retreated, cautiously. What's its name? Try to call it by its name, Glinda said on the side. Benny! Wu Hung tried to shout. The struggling ghost paused slightly, turns his head and looks back. It seems to work, Wu Hung continued. Lobolini, I am Wu Hung. We met in the tavern. You provided me with information at that time. We saved the children in the town together. The blurred soul body began to show facial features. It also became more solid. I'm here to pick you up. Leave Blackstone Town. The ghost's illusory body gradually formed the outline of a human, and its facial features also became Benny's original appearance. Clinging to the bounding boundary, staring at him blankly. Benny, don't you recognize me? Wu Hung, aren't you the island owner? How come? Then he suddenly realized something, looked down at his body. I seem to be dead, killed by those people. I'm so scared. The soul body twisted again, swaying. Wu Hung comforted her. Benny, it's okay. Everything is over. I'll take you away from here. Are you willing to go with me? Benny frowned. Like me? Well, I'll take you to Treasure Island, which is surrounded by the sea. Have you ever seen the sea? There are elves and dwarves. The world outside is much bigger than Blackstone Town. Benny was a little embarrassed. But I don't know anything. Will it cause you trouble? I'll come to pick you up from Blackstone Town. If you don't agree, I'll be very sad. Then okay. I'm willing to go with you. Benny nodded shyly. As the two talked, Benny's condition began to stabilize. No longer erratic. Her facial features and body shape also became what she looked like when she was alive. But she was still in the state of a soul. Wu Hung glanced at the side. Glinda, open the restrictions. The restrictions disappeared. And Benny did not run away. Wu Hung walked over and said, I will sign a contract with you. And I will tell you the rest of the things when I return. Okay. Benny nodded. Wu Hung released the power of the dead. And slowly wrapped the soul. Without any resistance, in the depths of the ghost, the mark was branded. The contract was completed. Welcome to join us, Benny. Am I a member of the association now? Benny asked. You are the deputy of the flag bearer of the association, so indirectly you are also a member of the association. Benny flew over slowly. That's fine, it's fine to be like before. Wu Hung glanced at the other two ghosts who were curiously talking in a low voice, and introduced, This is Lobolini, a friend of mine in Blackstone Town. He introduced to Benny. These two are Granda and Xiao Xiao, also my companions. Benny saluted slightly. Miss Granda, Miss Xiao Xiao. Granda saluted in return. Xiao Xiao also saluted with a young pioneer salute, feeling that it didn't fit the situation here, and imitated Granda, and saluted with a lady. Let's go back first. We'll talk about the details later. Wu Hung said. Glinda and Xiao Xiao got back into his body first. Benny also tried, entering his body. Wu Hung walked back. City Lord's mansion. A lot of people gathered in the hall, several gang members who asked him for money, the city guards, and other people dressed like gang members were also present. She tried hard to explain something. When Mansha sat in the main seat, expressionless, looking like a cold female city lord, Wu Hung walked by, pointed upstairs, and said he would go upstairs first. When Mansha nodded, indicating that she understood. After going upstairs, she walked into the study. She released the three ghosts again. Grenda floated on one side. Looking around a little, Benny did not show any instability. Benny, can you still remember what happened before? Wu Hung asked tentatively. Benny's expression showed fear and uneasiness. But she still said, I remember that I wanted to send a message to the association at that time. But I was discovered somehow. And they killed me in the name of betraying the church. Wu Hung was sure that Benny would not have any problems after mentioning this matter. I felt relieved. And then asked, what news did you find out? Benny recalled. And said, the church I joined is called the Destiny Church. And the leader is called Fadi. He gathered a lot of people through preaching. And headed towards the west of the kingdom. Hearing Benny mention the Destiny Church, Wu Hung and Granda were surprised. This sect is not the first time it has appeared. The Emerald Sea Living Sacrifice released the Stone Coffin Exile. And the 18th level Necromancer came to the island to seek revenge. All of them were done by the people of the Destiny Church. The association also put this sect on the wanted list, and there has been no news. I didn't expect to meet here. The Emerald Sea and Blackstone Town are quite far apart. Especially since the transportation in this world is not that developed, the distance covered is really not short. What is the profession of this bishop? Wu Hung asked. I don't know, the other party behaved rather mysteriously, but I suspect it is a melee profession. I saw him carrying a long sword once. Minnie answered. Melee profession. If both are level 18, the Necromancer is the Great Knight, and the melee is the bishop, it is possible. But generally, professions with high intelligence are better at bewitching people. Are there any experts around? Wu Hung continued to ask. When I was there, people came one after another, including a Great Knight, and 2 protectors, whose level should not be low. Benny said. Recalling. Chapter 588, he is definitely not afraid. Asking here, in fact. The matter is already very clear. The Destiny cult has established a gathering point outside Blackstone Town. While developing believers, church members from other locations are also gathering here. Benny is a maid from a tavern, trying to send out information under the nose of a level 18 professional. The success rate is indeed not high. I know. Wu Hung nodded. Benny whispered, is my information useful? Very useful, involving the information of the level 18 evil cult. It can also be regarded as a first-class merit in the association. Really? Really? Benny looked happy. Wu Hung said, Glinda. Xiao Xiao. Help Benny get familiar with ghosts. Okay. Glinda nodded. Xiao Xiao also looked away from the window and nodded. The 3 ghosts flew to the side and began to discuss the characteristics of ghosts and what they can do. Wu Hung sat at the desk. He opened Benny's attributes and took a look. Ghost. Level 2. Attributes, Agility 13. Constitution 9. Intelligence 8. Perception 10. Charm 13. Features, Invisibility. Virtual movement. Very low. Benny's attributes are very poor. Even lower than the attributes of Xiao Xiao at the beginning. Using a ghost generated at level 18 to exchange for such a ghost is a loss in terms of value. Moreover, it also proves that the skill awakening the soul is useless. But from a personal perspective, Wu Heng is also glad that he learned this skill. If there is a chance, he can save Benny. Judging from the fact that Benny was awakened this time, the release of the skill will put a huge pressure on the soul. And this pressure comes from the fear deep in the soul, including the hardships suffered in life, the pain endured, which will make the soul extremely unstable. When it comes out of the awakening, its form is closer to that of an irrational ghost, and it needs a trusted or special person to call and awaken its consciousness before death. It is not certain whether the analysis is correct, but there is a great possibility. There is also the Destiny Church. Wu Heng touched his chin. He and the Destiny Church are probably already enemies. They both want to kill each other. And this time, they killed Benny. Since you are here this time, you can kill him by the way. A professional of level 18. With sufficient firepower. There is no problem. Since we have obtained the information, we must take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Destiny Church. When this sect grows up, it will also go to Treasure Island to cause trouble for us. Moreover, Benny is now her own ghost. If she doesn't destroy the Destiny Church now, it will probably become her unfinished business in the future. It will be troublesome to search all over the world at that time. First, build the power plant and newspaper office in Rentam City, then go to find the Destiny Church, and solve this matter before returning to Treasure Island. After thinking it over, she took out the strange item passionate quill pen and the blank letter from the space ring. She unfolded the letter paper and began to write. The letter was written to Slater. First, he told her the information he had obtained, and said briefly. Then he told her not to take risks, and that he would deal with the affairs of Rentam City, and come to find her. They would deal with the affairs of the Destiny Church together. After writing the letter, he checked it again. He put it in his palm, recalled Slater's appearance, and silently recited his name. The next second, the letter disappeared. They were done together. He glanced at the three ghosts gathered together. Wu Heng opened the door and walked downstairs. When Manshaw was still dealing with things, but a different group of people were there. The housekeeper saw Wu Heng, walked over quickly, pushed up her black framed glasses, bowed slightly. Master, do you have any instructions? I'll take over the study. Don't let anyone in. I'll be back before dinner. Wu Heng said. Okay, Master, the housekeeper replied. Wu Heng nodded and returned to the study. He took back all three ghosts, opened the gate, and headed to the zombie world. After walking out of the gate, Wu Heng stood at the window and looked out. The snow piled up in the factory yard melted, and the cement ground was full of water. Wu Heng picked up the intercom and called Chi Hankai directly. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Chi Hankai opened the door and walked in. He was wearing a gray sweater inside and a long woolen coat outside. There was still a little owl on his shoulder. How are the preparations for what I told you last time going? Wu Heng motioned for the other party to sit down and asked directly. Chi Hankai replied. The power plant equipment is ready. The newspaper printing machine was found in Anzhou City and will be transported here tomorrow. It took him 7 days to rush to Rentam City. The printing press is still on the way. Can it be delivered tomorrow at noon? Chi Hankai thought for a moment. If it can be delivered, I will have someone test the equipment, and it will be completed before noon. Wu Heng then asked, Is there anything else? The rest of the things went smoothly. The two skeleton armies continued to the next city, and the logistics were also transported there. The headquarters came to trade once, and it was all gold and some ammunition. Chi Hankai said after looking at his record book. Wu Heng nodded. After talking about the matter, they went out together to collect the exchanged grenades and machine gun ammunition. Then, they returned to the dormitory and the city lord's mansion. Wu Heng went downstairs. Dinner was ready. After having dinner with Wen Manshaw, they took a walk in the courtyard together, and then returned to the bedroom early. The sky here has become brighter, but compared to Treasure Island, it gets dark very early. On the bed, Wu Heng touched Wen Manshaw's soft fiery red hair, and said, Okay, don't force it. Wen Manshaw raised her head, and kissed him on the waist. I miss it too. Wu Heng pinched the other's face. It will be fine after the baby is born. Yeah. When Manshaw walked forward carefully and leaned in the other's arms, Wu Heng hugged her. I will help you build a power plant and a newspaper here. The power plant needs a site, and the newspaper prints a kind of text paper, which needs people to distribute regularly. Wu Heng carefully explained the uses and characteristics of the power plant and the newspaper. When Manshaw had come into contact with photovoltaic panels and street lights, so it was easy to understand. As for newspapers, Wu Heng brought the finished product model and showed it to her. They were also easy to understand. There is a ready-made place. I will have someone take you there tomorrow. When Manshaw nodded. Well, okay. Wu Heng nodded. When Manshaw continued to ask, Master, you should find us a wife. Why do you bring this up? Wu Heng looked at her. I just felt that it was time. Wu Heng hugged her in his arms. Don't worry if you get a wife, and then she will bully you. How could that be, Master? You are the head of the family. You will definitely not let others bully us. West of Blackstone Town, Taiyan Village. A figure in a long coat, standing at the door, and on one side of his feet was a leopard wandering restlessly. At this time, figures walked out of the village. He saluted and said, Deacon, the village is empty. A large number of burned bodies were found behind the village. They should be villagers. Every house has been searched, and valuable property and utensils have been taken away. Another person added, We found traces of sect propagation in some rooms. It can be confirmed that a sect had stayed here before. Slater narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression suddenly turned cold. He searched along the traces all the way and did not lose the target. But along the way, all 3 villages were killed. It was so cruel. Investigators will go into the village to record the crimes, and the rest will block the village again. We will stay here overnight and continue the pursuit tomorrow. Slater ordered. Yes. Everyone answered. In a cleaned room, Yuri took out the lightstone, hung it on the ceiling, and said, Aunt, if we chase them, will we be unable to defeat this sect? They are a bit scary. Slater prepared food for the leopard and said softly, Let's follow first. After finding the trace, we will notify the nearby guards to encircle and suppress them. There will be no direct conflict. The kingdom of Yek is so chaotic. Where are the guards for us to mobilize? Yuri muttered. Let's take a look at the situation first. If Wu Heng is here, he will definitely not be afraid of these evil cults. Yes. Chapter 589, Waiting for Reinforcements. The next day, early morning, Taiyan Village. The professional team that stayed overnight did not sleep well all night. The matter of the cult, like a huge stone hanging on the heart, made people depressed and heavy. If we don't investigate further, the cult will continue to cause chaos, and more people will die. If we investigate further, we may encounter danger, and with the current situation of the Echo Kingdom, it may be difficult to mobilize troops for ourselves. The preparations are almost the same. Yuri, with some dark circles under her eyes, knocked on the door of a house. Aunt, everything is ready, we can go now. Release the tame beast first. I'll go out right away. Slater sat at the table, turned his head and said, Okay. Yuri turned and left. Slater turned back and finished writing the last stroke of the letter on the desk. He picked up the letter and read it. I hope it won't be used. Took a deep breath, packed the letter and put it aside. He began to pack the pillows and bedding beside him, and put them all into the space ring. But when he put away the pillow, a blank envelope slipped aside. Slater's eyes narrowed. Then, his eyes flashed with surprise, suspicion and joy. He picked up the letter and quickly unfolded it. The contents inside also appeared in front of him. Slater, the cause of Benny's death has been investigated. The sect that killed her is called the Destiny Sect, which was officially designated as a cult by the association 2 months ago. The leader is called Fadi, whose level is above level 18, and his profession is not yet determined. According to the current information, the sect may have 2 level 18 professionals and multiple level 15 professionals. I have arrived in Rentam City. After the arrangements are made here, I will go to Blackstone Town. Before I go there, don't act rashly. As if the Destiny Church has threatened you, make sure you are safe first. The letter was short, and there was no other content except the Destiny Church. But after reading it, Slater's forehead was covered with sweat. There was not only one level 18 professional, but many level 15 professionals. Even just reading the text description, it made her spine cold, and her heart beat violently. Why would such a team appear here, let alone attacking the nearby villages. Even if they swept through several surrounding towns, no one could stop them. If they really followed them all the way, they might not be able to come back. Aunt, aren't you ready yet? Everyone is waiting at the door. Yuri's urging voice came in again. Slater took a deep breath and calmed down. The words on the letter had disappeared, leaving only blank paper and envelope. Put the letter into the space ring. Slater opened the door with the leopard and walked out, seeing Yuli standing outside the door. Yuli asked, Aunt, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Slater pinched her cheek. What are you doing? Yuli muttered with some dissatisfaction. They walked to the village gate together. Slater glanced at the prepared carriages and several teams. He gave the order in a solemn voice. The pursuit is cancelled. We will stay in Tai-Yin village. A team will arrange for someone to return to Blackstone Town. If reinforcements come, bring him here. Quick news. Quick news, Rentam News. Newspapers issued by the City Hall. You can know what is happening in the world even if you sit at home. The internal turmoil in the kingdom of Yeko. The 18th level evil cult slaughtered villagers. The murderer of the blood python leader is actually right next to you. The legendary city lord, Mr. Wu Heng's growth process from a small figure to the island owner of the association. All written in the newspaper. The voice of selling newspapers sounded in the main roads of the city. The newsagent held up the newspaper and shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the passers-by. What is a newspaper? No one knows. But listening to the two words of the shout, it seems quite attractive. This newspaper, can you take it? A tall orc, encouraged by the people around him, went up and asked. The newsagent stopped shouting, looked down at him. 65 copper coins. If you had told me you wanted money earlier, I wouldn't have squeezed over. Give me one. A well-dressed merchant came over to buy. Those who didn't want to buy stepped back and watched the excitement. Those who wanted to buy it to see what it was paid for the newspaper. Fengchuiko Tavern. A few scattered guests sat in about 1/3 of the tavern. A bard dressed as a human whispered a few words to the boss, and then walked straight to the wooden table on the side. After tapping the counter, he said loudly, everyone. This morning, the city lord's mansion issued a reading material called a newspaper. 65 copper coins per copy, which recorded the information of the surrounding cities, the information of the gangs in the city, and the story of Lord Wu Heng. I happened to have some extra money, so I bought a copy and told it to everyone. Everyone in the audience cast their eyes. There were mostly orcs in the tavern, and not many of them could read. When they heard that it was something new, and that they didn't have to spend money, they all smiled. Tell me quickly. That's good. You can pay a fee and everyone can listen to what's written inside. Tell me quickly. I won't understand if I drink too much. The bard smiled and began to speak. The first news, the old king of Yeko Kingdom died, the royal family fought for power. Wu Heng, the owner of Treasure Island, defeated the prince of Celtic Kingdom, the human genius Juan Randolph, in a fair fight of the association. Treasure Island? Wu Heng? Why does he look so familiar? The captain of the association, the one who defeated the Warhammer party, the real lord of Rentam City. Why does he look so familiar? Now he has become the owner of the island, and defeated the prince. No wonder he didn't want this city, he just doesn't like it. The tavern became noisy because of this news. There was a lot of noise, discussing about Wu Heng. Some were talking about some rumors they had heard. The bard was not in a hurry to continue. Waiting for everyone's discussion, it would also let some outsiders know who Wu Heng was, and what he had done in this city. Different from Treasure Island. The bards in the tavern in Rentam City were specially arranged by the City Hall. Each person had a place, and they could read newspapers for free to the drinkers. This was done because Rentam City was different from Treasure Island. There are not many high-level professionals in the city of Rentam, and even fewer people who are literate and willing to buy reading materials. It is difficult to get them to buy newspapers, or to have a bard willing to read. So I just arranged it myself, and it became a habit later. The tavern would invite the bard to sit in the tavern. The information in the newspaper was finished. The bard began to tell the following story, and all the drinkers shut up again. The whole tavern was surprisingly quiet. Only the voice of the bard echoed in the tavern. Wu Heng came over and took a look, and immediately said, "Are you looking at the retired soldier? I plan to expose Wu Heng's conspiracy and make him look bad." And the messenger happened to come out, and I chased him and asked, "What is your occupation?" "I used to be a soldier of the kingdom." Wu Heng's theory was proven again, and I was shocked and unbelievable. I couldn't help asking, "How did you deduce it?" It's very simple, Wu Heng explained with a smile. The messenger had calluses on his hands, and stood with his head held high, and the marks on his hands. It can be determined that he was from light infantry. The drinkers nodded gently. Even the orcs who were unwilling to use their brains. I also understood the basis of the analysis. It was very reasonable. The story continued, without any pause because of the admiration of the drinkers. Watson admired Wu Heng's inference, and handed him the letter that had just been delivered. Watson picked up the letter, and read the contents. A murder occurred on Lariston Garden Street, and invited Wu Heng to investigate. At this point, the story ended at the same point as the first issue of Treasure Island. While everyone was immersed in it, the bard clapped his hands. Okay, the story is over. The second half of the story will be published in the next issue of the newspaper. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at each other. That's it? Can this thing stop in the middle? Oh my god, I hate it most when someone says something halfway. Pop, follow me to the city hall. 50 copper coins for the wine glass. Fuck. Chapter 590, So You're Beast Tamer. City Lord Mansion. Wu Heng looked at the reputation on the panel. Reputation. Level 18, 33574/48,000. The growth rate of reputation is not bad. In the morning, it increased by about 600 to 700 points. According to the experience gained from Treasure Island. The first phase of the sale is just a warm-up. The second and third phases will usher in the explosion of reputation. With the current number of 33,000, maybe it can be directly upgraded to the maximum. Directly meet the requirements of level 19. To increase the experience value, you just need to kill zombies. Thinking in his heart, Xiao Xiao flew back first. Xiao Xiao said first, Uncle, because of the story being broken, the storyteller was beaten, his face was covered with blood. Wu Heng sat up from his seat instantly. Oh my god, it's not that bad. Really, the person who beat him was taken away by the patrol. Xiao Xiao said. It seems that. The people in Ratam City are even more fierce than those in Treasure Island. Then, Glinda and Bernie also flew back one after the other. After 2 days of adaptation, Bernie had completely accepted this body, and could also hide and reveal her body skillfully. Glinda said, the response to the story is quite good, and the discussion is quite heated. Bernie also said, the pub is quite lively, but there are not so many people buying newspapers. It's okay, we don't expect to make money from this, as long as the newspaper can be serialized. Wu Heng said with a smile. The main thing is to collect reputation. It's okay as long as the newspaper doesn't lose money. The three ghosts nodded and said nothing more. After confirming that there was no problem with the sale of the newspaper, Wu Heng reopened the door and walked downstairs. In the living room, when Manshaw was eating cakes in small bites. Seeing Wu Heng coming down, she smiled and said, the newspaper is quite successful. I asked someone to go out and read it. Wu Heng sat down and put his arm around her shoulders. Continue to distribute the newspapers in the back. I have prepared the stories in the next few issues for you. The rest will be delivered through the radio. When Manshaw turned her head and looked over. Are you leaving? The cult still needs to be dealt with. And Treasure Island cannot be left for too long. Wu Heng explained softly. Wu Heng stayed for 3 days. The equipment of the power plant has been transported here. In addition to assembly, the lines are also laid. As long as the lines are completed, the power can be turned on normally. Now the newspapers have been sold, and the plan set by Wu Heng is considered to be completely successful. But you just came. When Manshaw leaned on his arms. I'll take you to Treasure Island. Wu Heng looked at her and said. When Manshaw thought about it, but still shook her head. How can I leave Ratam City? I will only stay for a day or two, and then come back. Time is wasted on the road. You can come back earlier next time. Okay, next time, I will stay with you for a while longer. Wu Heng lifted the other's chin, lightly kissed his lips, and the two of them were intimate for a while, and slowly separated. When Manshaw then asked, Master, when are you leaving? We'll leave soon. When Manshaw nodded, looking to the side. Hartel. Madam. The housekeeper stepped forward. Prepare some travel supplies for the master, and calculate the taxes for the past few months, and give half to the master. When Manshaw ordered. Yes, madam. The housekeeper replied, turned around and prepared. Wu Heng didn't say much, hugging the other party, and coaxing him softly. It was almost noon. Wu Heng was ready. Waved goodbye to the two. Put on the train conductor's hat. And boarded the train. The whistle sounded. And the train disappeared. The train reappeared. It stopped at a wasteland outside Blackrock Town. Wu Hung put on the faceless man's skin, transformed into a fisherman, and walked directly towards the city. When he approached the city gate, the guard stopped him. "What are you doing?" Wu Hung took out the emblem. "I'm from the association, looking for Slater." The two guarded the city gate, and frowned as they looked at the emblem. After thinking for a while, he looked at the two figures again, and made way for them. "Be honest. Don't cause trouble." Wu Hung ignored them, and walked directly into the city. Blackstone Town was unusually deserted. Occasionally, you could see some residents in a hurry. They didn't communicate with each other, just lowered their heads and hurried on their way. It was a clear difference from the hustle and bustle of Ratam City. He came to the association hall. After Wu Hung walked in, he went directly to the deacon's study and knocked on the door. No one answered. Released the ghost and entered the room to check. There is no one inside, and it seems that he has been away for a few days. What is going on in Blackstone Town? He walked back to the front desk and asked, "I want to find Deacon Slater. We have an appointment." "Who are you?" The staff looked him up and down. Wu Hung took out the emblem again to prove his identity. "What do you want to see the deacon about?" After the staff confirmed, he still asked, "I have contacted the deacon in advance, and we are going to carry out the mission together." Wu Hung frowned and explained, guessing what the other party meant. The staff member suddenly said, "A task to investigate the sect?" "Yes. Please wait a moment." The staff member left, and then came out with a team member. Wu Hung still knew the other party, a member of the previous team. "Sir, the deacon and his team are stationed in Taiyan Village, and asked me to take you there when you come." Wu Hung glanced at the other party, and asked, "Didn't you say to gather in Blackstone Town? Why did you go to Taiyan Village?" The other party hesitated, and took him aside. "When Deacon Slater asked me to come back, we had already found Taiyan Village." "Cult matters?" "Yes, people from several villages along the way were gone, and the kingdom's guards refused to go out, so the deacon took us to investigate on our own." Wu Hung nodded. "Time is tight. Tell me the location of Taiyan Village, and I'll go there first." The team member took out a map, and directly pointed out the location of Taiyan Village. "Give me the map. I'll go first, you go after you're ready." Wu Hung took the map, and walked out of the association directly. After leaving the city, he pushed the motorcycle, and rushed to the direction of Taiyan Village. Taiyan Village. The association stayed here for 3 days. Slater and Yuri both had space rings, so they had enough food and water. While eating, Yuri said, "Aunt, why haven't the reinforcements you mentioned come yet? We should have returned to Blackstone Town in this time." "It should be soon," Slater said. "How did you know?" Yuri took a sip of soup from the bowl, as if she had thought of something, exclaimed, "It's the kind of letter that has no words after reading it, your man." "Pa," Slater slapped her on the back of the head. "Don't talk nonsense." Yuri's eyes instantly cleared, muttered softly, "Who told you not to tell who it belongs to?" Slater didn't say much, but he was also worried. This Wu Hung came directly. Wasn't he really guessed by this little girl? Outside the village gate, a ranger ran back quickly. Said, "Deacon, the tracks are approaching to village." The people who were eating together all frowned. That place is no longer the territory of Blackstone Town, but belongs to the management of the next town. "Aunt, it doesn't belong to us." Before the words fell, the leopard curled up on the side, suddenly stood up, looking fiercely towards the outside of the village. In the direction outside the village, a figure rushed out of the dense forest quickly. Wearing a black cloak, wearing a mask, there was an unsettling aura on his body. Looking up, the village was guarded. "It turned out to be your tamed beast, making me follow so far." Chapter 591. Why do you look so familiar with your movements? Someone followed the beast trainers to find this place, making everyone in the association nervous immediately. Deacon Slater and several team leaders quickly climbed up the city wall, looking at the figure outside, wearing a black cloak, wearing a mask. "See if there are any other people," Slater said to the side. Hua la la. Several beast trainers flew into the sky, flying around. No one else was found. Several rangers replied. The figure in the black cloak outside the village looked at the village gate and the wall, looked at a few people unkindly, smiled, backed away little by little, planned to leave. "He wants to leave," someone reminded. Slater watched the other party retreating little by little. His face became hesitant. But now the other party is alone. If he really lets him go back and passes the message back, it will only cause more trouble. "Open the city gate, don't let him run away." Slater ordered coldly. The village gate opened, and everyone rushed out, chasing in the direction the other party left. The leopard rushed to the front and flew directly into the air towards the target. The fleeing man suddenly stopped, twisted his waist, and swung out his right leg like an iron whip. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the leopard was whipped out. Swoosh! The sound of the arrow breaking through the air was heard, and the man in black robe ducked and dodged, and quickly hid behind a thick tree, listening to the footsteps surrounding him. He laughed coldly. "I'm really afraid that you won't come out." As he spoke, a smoke bomb was thrown at his feet. A large cloud of smoke covered the entire forest. The man in black robe drew out 2 swords, one long and one short, and rushed into the fog with a ghostly figure. "Be careful of the fog. Disperse," Slater's voice sounded, and the next second, a sharp sword suddenly stabbed out from the fog. Slater's eyes condensed. He turned his head to avoid the sword, and swung the long sword in his hand forward. In the sky, the eagle in leather armor suddenly turned into a giant bear and fell from the sky. Bang! It landed heavily on the ground, hitting the original position of the man in black robe. The impact caused the mist to drift to both sides. The others also saw the target, and arrows whistled, and they surrounded the bear together. The black-robed man swung his long and short swords quickly, leaving 2 wounds on the giant bear, and then shuttled through the woods again, killing the others who had gathered around. People were constantly injured and flew backwards. A 4th-level professional. He must have reached level 15 or above, otherwise he would not have such combat power. "Retreat to the village," Slater shouted again. The order was issued, and it instantly attracted the other party's attention. He turned around, his figure looming, and appeared in front of Slater again. He stabbed and slashed with the weapon in his hand, turning into sword beams. "Ant!" The giant bear rushed again. "Retreat first," Slater shouted. "Deacon of Blackstone Town. If I kill you, it will be a great achievement for me to go back." Bang! Puff! As he spoke, the chest of the man in black robe suddenly exploded, and blood flowed out along the split coat. The man in black robe focused his eyes, and without any hesitation, he turned over to avoid it. Another smoke bomb was thrown, and the figure disappeared in the smoke. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded again, and bullets shot into the smoke. "Damn it!" A curse came from the smoke, and then there was no sound. Slater's eyes condensed. This sound was too familiar. The gun used by Wu Hung. But before the matter was clear, he didn't dare to take too many risks. Chasing out just now was an unwise decision. He led everyone back and continued to be alert to the smoke ahead. At this time, the sound of the engine sounded. 2 figures riding strange vehicles appeared in sight, parked next to the smoke, and the figure behind walked into the smoke and dragged out the body in black robes, throwing it on the open space in front of him. Slater and his men stared at the 2. It was not Wu Hung, a middle-aged man, with rough skin, like a person who had been exposed to the sun for a long time, and the black-robed man with strong fighting power was dragged out of the smoke like a dead person, with long and thin bloodstains under his body. Died so easily. I felt that the other party was helping me, and had no ill intentions. But he still gave the order. "Close the village gate, the injured take the potion." Yuri also gave Kuro a potion. The village gate was closed again. The others also began to take the potion. Yuri picked up the injured leopard, and poured the open potion into the leopard's mouth. Outside the village gate, Wu Hung looked at the body that was dragged out, and bent down to take off the mask. Under the mask was a middle-aged man. Gray-brown hair, not the common hair color of the people in the kingdom of Yeko. The mask is not a prop or a strange object, it is just an ordinary cover to cover the face, probably because he doesn't want to expose his appearance. The only prop is the space ring on his hand. 5 cubic storage space, a lot of silver coins, smoke bombs, magic scrolls, and other items. In other words, this person still didn't use his full strength to fight Slater and others. After the inspection, let the skeleton drag the body to the village gate. He met Slater's eyes, and then said, "I learned about your presence at the Blackstone Town Association, and came to assist you, to arrest the cult." Wu Hung was still wearing a human skin mask, which he put on when he was about to arrive here. He didn't intend to let too many people know that he came to Blackstone Town, and that he could change his appearance. Slater frowned slightly, still a little skeptical. "Let me see your emblem." Wu Hung took out the emblem and waved it in front of him. and then said, "Open the door. Don't waste time. I wrote you a letter 3 days ago." Slater nodded. "Open the door. This is the association reinforcements we are waiting for." The village gate opened. Wu Hung walked in front, and the skeleton followed behind with the corpse. Slater said directly, "Come in with me. Yuri will check the identity of the corpse, and the rest of the team will be on guard around the village to prevent other enemies." "Yes," the teams replied. Wu Hung took the skeleton and followed Slater into the house on the side. The light in the house was dim. Slater stopped and stared at his face. Wu Hung pulled behind his ear and tore off the human skin mask. "What are you looking at?" Slater looked down at the mask in his hand, and then looked at his face. "What is it? So ugly." "A mask? Too many people know that I am back. It will cause you trouble," Wu Hung explained. Slater's brows relaxed, and he stepped forward to give him a hug. "Why did you come so late? It took you so many days." Wu Hung patted her back gently. "I was delayed on the way, but fortunately I came at the right time. You almost missed me and Yuri." Slater left the other's arms, sat down, and said directly, "This sect, the Tianming sect you investigated, is now in the southwest of Tuer village, across the woods, about 3 hours away." Slater, on his side, did not do nothing. The location of the cult station was investigated. The rest of the things, it was difficult to ask them to do, the level difference was too big. Wu Hung nodded, said to the skeleton beside him, "Drag the body in." The skeleton went out, dragged the body outside the door in. "You want to ask the body?" Slater asked. "Ask the other party if they have any preparations. How many high-level professionals are there in the village?" Wu Hung said. "This body may be level 15. You don't want to convert it? It doesn't matter if it's just one," Wu Hung said, and directly released talk to the dead on the body. The corpse sat up and looked over here with cloudy eyes. Wu Hung asked directly, "Where are your people stationed?" The corpse replied, "Tur village." "Who in the village is a high-level professional?" The corpse replied, "The bishop." The great knight should have reached the 18th level professional. Slater's face became serious again. Wu Hung mentioned in the letter that there might be more than one 18th level professional in the Tianming sect. And now it seems to be true. This kind of lineup actually made trouble in such a small place. Wu Hung then asked, "How many people are there in total?" "The followers who have gathered recently, less than 300 people." "Do you have any ambushes?" "No." "When do you plan to leave?" "Probably stay for 2 or 3 days, and then continue west along the road." After answering the 5 questions, the body fell back with a bang. Slater's face was solemn. Asked, "What should we do?" "The associations in this area, there are no professionals who have reached level 18 in charge." "It's okay, don't be afraid." Wu Hung comforted him, and then said, "Can you find the village of Tur?" "Yes." "Come with me later, we'll go to the village of Tur, and the rest of the team will not be easy to get close if they follow us. Let them go back to Blackstone Town first," Wu Hung said directly. "Let's go to Tur village. Can it work?" Slater knew that Wu Hung was very powerful, but facing 2 level 18 professionals, it might be very difficult. "Don't worry, I have a way," Wu Hung said confidently. At this point, Slater had no better way. There was already a cult member lying under his feet. Maybe the other party would find this place along the way tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. He could only believe that Wu Hung could do it. Even if he made the matter bigger, it would be enough to deter the other party. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Wu Hung put on the mask and walked out of the house with Slater. As soon as they walked out of the door, Yuri came up with the leopard. One person and one leopard, circling around. Yuri looked up and down, brows slightly furrowed. The leopard kept sniffing, identifying the smell. "Your walking posture, why is it so familiar? You are not using illusion." "Are you?" Yuri's tone was full of doubt. The leopard also bared its teeth, indicating that it was very familiar. Wu Hung glanced at Slater, and seeing him shaking his head, he said calmly, "Go play somewhere else." Yuri frowned even deeper, and then asked, "Where did you get the weapon to kill that man?" "Don't pretend in front of me. I saw through your 2 steps at a glance." Before Wu Hung could speak, Slater said, "Yuri, don't make trouble. This gentleman came from Ratam City. I'll talk to you when we get back. Go and call a few captains." Yuri wanted to say something else, but now was obviously not the time to discuss these things. I could only nod and go find other people. Soon, the other captains came over. Slater said directly, "This sect is a cult wanted by the association. It is beyond our ability to handle. All teams return to Blackstone Town and notify the city defense to increase defense. The cult recognized by the association. That means it has done a lot of bad things before. No wonder it is so difficult to deal with. Deacon. What about you? Yuri asked. When working? Address the position. I'm going to the village of Tur to investigate intelligence. Slater said. And before Yuri could speak, he ordered. Everyone. Move. Go back now. Yes. Everyone answered and began to prepare to return. After everything was ready, the team members returned. Wu Hung and Slater also crossed the woods. A few hours later, the two passed through the woods, and behind a huge rock, they looked at the village in front. That is the village of Tur, which is no longer within the scope of our Blackstone town. It is also difficult to mobilize the nearby town guards. Slater said. Wu Hung took out a telescope and observed the wall. With a thought, his ghost flew out to gather information. Soon, his ghost flew back, and the picture was shared. One was a level 18 professional, and one was close to level 18, and should have reached level 17. Just one step away. Prepare for battle, Wu Hung said. Slater panicked. Ah? The three of us? Fight? No need for you. Protect yourself, Wu Hung said, and waved his hand to the side. The cracks and stone doors opened, revealing the gun barrels, machine guns, and the hidden soldier cave full of skeletons. Tur Village. The wide central open space was now filled with members of the Destiny Church wearing black robes. In front of them, a huge circular pattern was hanging high, illuminating the afterglow, emitting a kind of majesty. Wearing an embroidered robe to protect the religion, standing solemnly on the high platform, holding a heavy book in his hand, reading loudly. Below, the devout members gathered below, holding candles in their hands, reciting the words of our Lord. The Bishop Fadi sat under the circle, receiving the worship of the crowd on behalf of the gods. As long as time permits, I will be able to gain enough fame. Sooner or later, I will be able to be a hero. I will get the same treatment as those heroes who sit in the Hall of Heroes and boss around. Cult. What's the big deal about killing people? As long as I am strong enough, no one can do anything to me. When I think of myself having such a day, I will sit in that legendary position. I feel a sense of comfort as if I were electrocuted. Power. Everything is determined by power. The chanting time was over, and it was time for Fadi to come out. He stood up, stroked the armrest, adjusted his clothes, and walked slowly to the front. With a gentle smile, he waved his hand slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a sense of crisis suddenly rose from his heart. A whoosh. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. A large piece of object fell from the top of his head. Fadi quickly dodged to the side. And a boom. An explosion sounded, and the whole person was blown away. Boom, boom, boom. Then, countless explosions covered the entire village. The church members were torn apart, limbs and arms broken, stones and wood chips spattered everywhere, scattered all over the sky. Panic and screams continued to sound. The production area was in chaos. Enemy attack, prepare. A church backbone shouted loudly, and a grenade exploded at his feet the next second. The whole person was blown up, missing both legs and vomiting blood. High-level professionals have strong vitality, but the impact of the explosion can still shatter the internal organs, directly lose the ability to fight. Someone shouted loudly, "Hide in the house, prepare for battle." The explosion was deafening. How could they hear any orders? Everyone was in a mess. The totem representing the church was also trampled underfoot and covered with mud. Outside the village, mansion technique still continued. Grenade after grenade was fired into the sky and smashed into the village regardless of cost. This kind of grenade, a total of thousands of them were replaced. It was to deal with this situation. Level 18 professionals are already considered top combat power in this world, and they must reduce the opponent's combat power to the greatest extent. It would be best if they could be killed directly or seriously injured. The grenade attack. Even if it is a strange object or prop, it is difficult to stop the spreading power and impact. As long as it hits, it will definitely not be good. Slater stood aside, staring at the gate next to him with wide eyes. Shells were fired into the village. The ground shook. The gate wall was torn apart, and the village was covered with smoke. The way of fighting has changed. It has started to fight like this? In a blanket bombing. Xiao flew back quickly and got into the body directly. The picture was shared. In the dusty village, a group of people stumbled out of the collapsed wall and fled to one side. A level 18 bishop. There were also several professionals of a high level. Wu Hung pointed to the side. Over there, Caxia led the team to kill them all. Caxia took a step and rushed out as a shadow. And behind the stone gate, with the sound of bones rubbing against each other, a large number of deformed skeletons of strange shapes rushed out of the stone gate and rushed up. Chapter 592, You're Exposed. The Bishop Fadi led more than 20 people, rushed out of the ruins, and fled far away. It was not clear who the enemy was, but it was definitely not the surrounding defense team or the local association. Those guys didn't have the ability to raise the village to the ground. Bishop, let's run north. There's a mine over there. Mix in with the miners, and then escape. A church member shouted. Fadi's face was serious, looking around, said, Let's go to the mine. As he spoke, the sense of crisis rose from his heart again. He pulled the church member, who was pointing the way over, and put him in front of him. Puff! The bullet hit his body instantly. His leather armor was torn, and blood splattered. The body gradually went limp, and the church member was shocked. I am loyal to the church, you. Fadi threw the worthless church member aside. He looked to the side again. In the already dark woods, there were dense and rapid footsteps. The dense dark blue flames were unusually bright in the dark night. As he approached, he saw densely packed large skeletons, with dark blue soul flames flashing in their eye sockets, running towards him. This scene made everyone's eyes widen. They had guessed the identity of the enemy, but they never thought it would be the undead. Why are there so many undead in a human village? As various thoughts flashed through his mind, the strange skeleton with a tall body and arms over his knees led the way and rushed into the crowd like a mad bull. In an instant, several figures were knocked out, and they raised their fists and smashed down with all their strength. Boom, boom, boom. Fadi's expression froze, and he looked at the tall skeleton rushing towards him. He stood up from the ground, swung his long sleeves, and stabbed out a rapier from his sleeves. The tall skeleton instantly raised his arm to block. The thin sword pierced through the arm bone, the sword light stirred, the whole arm exploded instantly. Then the figure flashed like a ghost, appeared beside the skeleton, and the long sword stabbed out again. It pierced through the skull, crushed the skull, and the body turned into broken bones scattered all over the ground. Fadi's eyes condensed. The summoned creature of the Necromancer, and the level is not low. At least it is close to level 15. Kill all the skeletons, and slowly retreat. Fadi turned around and ordered loudly. Whoosh! As he spoke, the sound of breaking through the air was heard. The skeleton attendant Caxia flew over from a distance, whipped his leg in the air, and the air exploded. Fadi turned over and retreated, looking up, the figure opposite him, who was wearing a thin cloth, and whose head was also tightly wrapped. A level 18 professional. The strength and body movements just now, he must be a level 18 professional. What's your name? Fadi asked coldly. Caxia's arm shed, his shirt fell off, revealing the white bones inside. Another skeleton, an armorless boxer. From the action of taking off the shirt, you can know the other party's occupation. Caxia tapped his feet lightly, rushed out, punched out a punch, and the air exploded. Fadi reacted even faster, moved sideways, disappeared in the darkness for a moment, appeared to the side, and slashed across the waist with a long sword in his hand. Caxia turned around and kicked, and the next second, another Fadi appeared behind, and stabbed directly in the head. Caxia twisted his body, and kicked both legs to both sides at the same time. Puff! The Fadi in front was broken, and the Fadi behind dodged, and his robe fluttered, and a baby-like figure emerged from the waist, stabbing forward with a dagger in one hand, and shooting a crossbow arrow with a short crossbow in the other hand. Caxia leaned back, his sternum wide open. The crossbow arrow passed through the gap, and the dagger stuck in his sternum. He punched and forced the strange shadow on his waist back. Fadi took advantage of the situation to retreat. His figure flickered. Caxia landed and adjusted his figure, took off the sternum dagger and threw it out, and pounced on it again like lightning. Fadi's face was solemn, looking for a chance to escape. He was fighting with a skeleton, and the Necromancer had not found a position yet. If he delayed, it would only be more disadvantageous to him. He ducked his head to avoid the dagger, seeing the skeleton boxer rushing at him again, waving his hand to throw out two phantoms, turning around and running back. After running 2 steps, the sense of crisis rose again. The long sword in his hand stood upright beside him. Dang! The powerful force hit the weapon, and I felt my arm go numb, and the weapon almost slipped out of my hand. There is also a master. Hesitantly, Caxia followed again. The fist wind was strong and powerful, the air waves rolled, the explosion was deafening. Fadi's movements were agile, and his moves were weird. The figure was looming, and from time to time there were illusionary clones, and strange limbs stretched out to assist in the attack. In the distance, on a thick tree trunk, Wu Hung held a sniper rifle, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Not only did the opponent block the bullet, but there were also various strange fighting methods. It can be confirmed that he is a melee profession, but the clone he showed, holding a weapon to block the bullet, and the attacking moves, are also very strange. It can be confirmed that he is a melee profession, but the illusion clone he showed, and the strange moves, do not look like a common melee profession. We can't delay it any longer. If he runs away, things will only become more troublesome. With a thought, several clones appeared. Clap. You are so stupid, using skills on a tree. What are you thinking? If it weren't for me, I would beat you to death. After a few curses, each clone quickly climbed up a few trees around, or took a flying carpet, and floated in the air. Each of them had a sniper rifle, and aimed at the target from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, 6 people pulled the trigger at the same time. In the scope, Fadi, who was fighting with Caxiu, suddenly looked over here, waving the long sword in his hand. Clang clang to block 2 bullets. The rest of the bullets hit the body, blood stained the robe red. After the body was hit by the bullet, the moment of staggering, the sound of breaking through the air sounded again. Caxiu's whip kick hit the head. Crack. The sound of bones breaking sounded. Fadi's body flew to the side instantly. Caxiu's body continued to follow, pressing him to the ground. Fists fell like raindrops. Bang bang bang. The punches continued, air waves kept exploding. The body on the ground, sunk downwards under the hammer, sand, gravel, smoke, splashed around with the air waves. Soon, in the rising smoke and dust, a ghost floated out, and fled to the distant dense forest without looking back. However, it did not escape too far, and was caught up by another ghost and imprisoned in midair. Behind, Wu Hung sat on the flying carpet, followed by 2 other ghosts, and flew over quickly. The imprisoned ghost struggled and screamed constantly. Seeing Wu Hung flying over, he roared fiercely, "Necromancer, why did you do this? I built the church with great difficulty. Why did you do this?" Wu Hung ignored him, and looked at the ghost Benny on the other side of his shoulder. "Is it him?" "Yes." Benny looked evasive, showing great fear. The ghost of Bishop Fadi also looked at the other ghost curiously, and looked at it carefully. There was a flash of doubt in his eyes. "You are the traitor I killed. The spy of the association." Then he suddenly looked at Wu Hung. "Are you a member of the association? A necromancer?" Wu Hung ignored him, and explained to Benny. "Now he is dead, and the ghost is in our hands. I will lock him up first, and deal with him when you are at a higher level." Benny looked at the other party carefully and said, "Thank you. I will leave it to you to deal with it. Killing him has avenged me. The great revenge has been avenged, and it can be regarded as the fulfillment of a wish." Wu Hung guided her. "Listen to me," Fadi roared. Then he said, "Necromancer, I didn't know she was yours. From my perspective at that time, I would have killed her. You can't blame me for that. You are level 18 now, right? We can join forces to send you to the position of a hero. At that time, a woman of wealth. The whole continent will bow down and surrender. Don't you want to have such a status? Unlimited wealth. Girls of all races, even princesses and queens, will be sent to you at any time. I can help you. Believe me." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "I don't trust you." After that, he took out the magic soul pot, and began to devour the ghost of Fadi. Put them all into the magic soul pot. After collecting the ghost, Wu Hung landed with his own ghost. Let Skeleton Caxiu pull out the body that was stuck in the ground, and began to check the equipment on the body. The long sword and belt are both magic props. In the space ring, there are more than 200 gold coins, a large number of silver coins, magic scrolls, some weapons and equipment, and many daily necessities. There are no strange objects and props. Wu Hung directly collected the other party's space ring. Grinda asked from the side, "How does he know you are lustful?" "Who?" "The ghost just now. He focused on the girls of various tribes, the princesses and queens." Grinda followed closely, and said softly. Wu Hung was speechless. "Didn't you hear him say before, what endless wealth? When the wealth is gone, it's all about women, otherwise what else can you say?" Grenda raised his eyebrows slightly. Your explanation is reasonable. I thought he would also pay attention to details, and see that you like these. Xiao Xiao leaned back and floated, supporting his chin. Uncle is exposed. Benny also laughed softly. The battle here is over. Wu Heng called the skeleton to continue to enter the bombed village. The smoke and dust in the village had dissipated, leaving only a pile of broken walls and ruins. Only some half-collapsed buildings, or in dark corners, some figures could be vaguely seen. There were whispers, and the sound of weapons being unsheathed. It seemed that, at this point, some people still refused to give up. This is how sects are. They can always influence the thoughts and behaviors of some people, even if it has been proven that this sect is a lie, and the bishop who can perform miracles has not been protected by God. But it is still believed that everything is a test from God. The Necromancer is coming in. Let's kill him. A shout came from the darkness on one side. The surroundings began to become restless. Some figures began to move forward and crossbows shot out from the corner. Wu Heng glanced slightly, raised the staff in his hand, and released Dead Corpse Battlefield. The corpses in the village turned into bones and slowly stood up. The whole area was filled with people. Kill everyone, Wu Heng ordered. Crash! The standing skeletons rushed into the surrounding houses and corners instantly. The sounds of fighting and chopping were heard. In the fierce fight, suddenly, a figure rushed out of the half-collapsed house holding a skeleton. Before more skeletons came around, he knelt on the ground and raised his head high. I am the secret speaker of the association. Don't kill me. Chapter 593, check him. I am the secret speaker of the association. The Treasure Island Association arranged for me to come here. Don't kill me. This is my pledge of allegiance. I killed the great knight of the church. The voice was loud, as if he had used his greatest strength. It was dark in the middle of the night, and he couldn't see the other person's face clearly. But the three words Treasure Island still reminded Wu Heng of someone. Babuki, the captain of the Flying Fish Pirates, and also a friend that Philippa tried his best to protect. When he was on Treasure Island, as a bargaining chip for redeeming his crime, he was arranged to investigate the Destiny Church, and he actually found this place. Wu Heng said directly, tie him up first. Two skeletons took out hemp ropes and tied him up. The remaining skeletons continued to rush to the others around them, and the shouts of killing still filled the surroundings. Gradually, the whole area became quiet. The corpses in the corners, and the corpses just outside the village, were all dragged out. Piled them up in the center of the village. Wu Heng brought Slater from outside the village into the village, and in a room that had not completely collapsed, a light stone was hung. He briefly told her about the situation here. He put on the faceless man's skin again, and turned into a middle-aged fisherman. Bring the bound prisoner here, Wu Heng said. Not long after, the door opened. Babki, with his hands tied, was brought in. He looked a little different from when he met him on Treasure Island. He was much fatter, and had grown a large beard again. Babuki also used the light from the illuminating stone to carefully look at him. It's not the island owner of Treasure Island, but a middle-aged man. How come all necromancers are so powerful? Killing a force is just like a peaceful attack, Wu Heng said calmly. We are from the Blackstone Town Association. You said you are the spy of Treasure Island? Yes. I was arranged by Treasure Island to come here to investigate the spy of the Destiny cult. The deacon on the island is called Zalagui. The island owner Wu Heng is also from your Yek kingdom. You can write to Treasure Island. Everything I say is true, Babuki said quickly. I was afraid that if I spoke too slowly, the other party would think that I had made it up. Wu Heng said, we will confirm with Treasure Island. Since you are a spy, what have you found out? Babuki hesitated. I just followed them. And before I could send the information out, you guys wiped it out. So, you didn't do anything? Wu Heng felt a little dissatisfied. Benny was a waitress in a tavern, and she was killed by the other party because she passed on information. He was a spy, and he had been a pirate, so his rank was higher. He actually did nothing. Wu Heng even suspected that he was just killing time here. Babuki immediately explained. When I first came here, a woman in Blackstone Town was caught for delivering a message. The bishop kept a tight watch afterwards, so I had no chance to deliver a message to Treasure Island. Wu Heng still felt that this was an excuse. He said solemnly, whatever I ask you answer. Okay. Are you sure that the bishop here is the leader of the Tianming cult? It's certain, and there is no main god, he is just worshipped by the believers, Babuki said. Are there any more branches outside? Babuki thought for a moment. and replied, "There should be. I heard that there are 2 more protectors and a great knight." Wu Hung then asked, "Are they just outside and not coming back?" Babuki replied, "No. This bishop is leading us all the way west. And we will meet at Ergilio City and gather all the members. There are others." Ergilio City. Is it also a city in the Yeko Kingdom? Wu Hung asked. Babuki replied, "Yes. Did you kill the Great Knight? How did you kill him?" Babuki didn't expect that the span was so big, and he asked about the Great Knight again. He replied, "He was injured by something that fell from the sky. When I was helping to rescue him, I killed him." All the questions were asked. Wu Hung continued, "Okay, I am quite satisfied with your answer for now. You will come back to Blackstone Town with us tomorrow. We will confirm your identity with Treasure Island. We will release you if there is no problem." "Thank you, Deacon." Bobsy thanked him immediately, with a look of joy after surviving a disaster. "Let him go." The skeleton stepped forward and let him go. Babuki flexed his wrist. Wu Hung reminded, "Find a room to rest. Don't walk around at night, otherwise the undead will think you've escaped, and it will be difficult to kill you." Babuki's eyes condensed. "I won't go out tonight. I'll take care of my shit and piss inside." Wu Hung nodded. Babuki left the room, found a room that was relatively well preserved, and closed the door. After dealing with Babuki's affairs, Wu Hung walked out of the room again. He looked at the remaining corpses that had been put away. The most eye-catching ones were the corpses of the 18th level, and the corpse of the 17th level knight with a severed head. "How to deal with it?" Slater asked. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and said, "The level 18 will go back to examine the body. Report it to the association, and then I will transform it." He took out the straw mat from the space ring. After rolling up the body, Slater put it into the space ring first. Wu Hung continued to transform the remaining bodies. The body of the Great Knight was a level 17 Great Warrior skeleton. It can be trained with emphasis. Maybe it can be upgraded to level 18. After everything was handled, the 2 returned to the room they had just been in, closed their eyes and rested, waiting for dawn. The next morning, Wu Hung released the mansion technique and put all the skeletons into the soldier cave. He took only Caxia's skeleton and Slater, Babuzi, and returned them to Blackstone Town. In the afternoon, Blackstone Town Association. Underground morgue. Slater said, "The body has been examined, and the coroner and investigator have taken notes. I will write a report after returning, and send it to the headquarters. Do I need to mention your name? Just mention me." Relying only on the ability of Blackstone Town, it is a bit far-fetched to say that the 18th level professional of the Fate Church was wiped out. And the matter of Benny, also write it in, so that the whole incident can be connected. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, "The cult recognized by the association, and has level 18, and many high-level professionals. If Blackstone Town can destroy the other party, the headquarter will doubt it when the information is sent up. It is not much different if Wu Hung is included. After all, he has level 18 skeleton attendants, and those powerful equipment, which can destroy all the pirates in the Emerald Sea. It is normal to destroy a newly emerged sect. As for Wu Hung himself, he also needs level 18 merit. The accessories of the 100 soldier set, and the level 18 skill book, all require level 1 merit to exchange. So you must report your name." "Okay, I'll write a letter when I get back," Slater said with a smile. After this achievement, Slater will definitely be promoted. For everyone, it's a good thing. Wu Hung nodded, and continued to ask, "Is this body still useful? Aren't you going to transform?" "If you don't need it anymore, I will transform it." "Transform it. Wait for me at the door first, and then come in after the transformation." Wu Hung turned around and said. Slater didn't say much, and walked out directly. He stood at the door, crossed his arms and waited. Wu Hung put the faceless human skin on the corpse's face, and the mask merged with the face, recording the other party's appearance. Then, he took off the human skin and released Bone Slave technique on the corpse. The flesh and blood fell off, and the bones slowly stood up. Skeleton Trickster Swordsman, level 18, it was indeed a special profession. "Come down. Follow me out." The skeleton jumped off the iron bed, and followed Wu Hung out the door. Wu Hung pointed at the skeleton and said, "From now on, you will be responsible for protecting her." The skeleton walked directly behind Slater, like a servant. Slater raised his eyebrows, and his eyes showed surprise and joy. "Level 18 servant. Protect me? The Yek Kingdom is too chaotic. And you have a strong sense of responsibility. It will protect you in the future, Wu Heng said. This time, if Wu Heng came 1 day later, Slater would be the second Benny, and Yuri would be the third. And he would have 2 more ghosts. Although he could stay by their side, Wu Heng didn't want them to be in real danger, especially in the current Yek kingdom. It was as if there was no government. It was really worrying. Thank you, Slater said gratefully. She didn't like skeletons very much, but a level 18 skeleton was really a treasure. You're welcome. Wu Heng smiled and continued. The new block of Treasure Island has been completed. I've left a building for you to run the Golden Cat. Will you come with me this time? I'll be staying there for a few days. As for the Golden Cat, the two had mentioned it in their letters before. It is an entertainment industry that needs support. Slater thought for a moment, and said, I can't leave now. I'll arrange for someone to go there after a while. If I leave now, Blackstone Town and the surrounding areas will be even more chaotic. That's fine. Wu Heng nodded. What about the spy from Treasure Island? Slater continued to ask. Wu Heng said, no need to write to Treasure Island. After 2 days, you can say that Treasure Island has replied, and ask him to continue to go to Ergilua City to investigate the remaining members of the Fate of Heaven. Okay, I understand. The two chatted for a while underground. Wu Heng put on his mask again and left. Slater sent him out of the city. He watched him go away. He put on the conductor's hat in a deserted place and boarded the train. Headquarters of the Association, Hall of Glory. The ground was spotless white, emitting a soft light, and above the dome were exquisite murals, describing the glory and mission of heroes and adventurers. The 18th level wizard Moffat brought his apprentice Luan Randolph to a room, knocked on the door and walked in. Inside the room, a young elven man sat behind the desk. Moffat and Luan bowed gently and said, Lord Callus. The elven man nodded and said with a smile, Moffat, you are back. This trip should benefit your apprentice a lot. I have a lot of insights. Moffat smiled and nodded. His expression suddenly became serious, and said, Lord, we passed by Treasure Island this time, and I have something to tell you about the island owner, the Necromancer Wu Heng. We suspect that he used some kind of ritual to possess or reincarnate. Wu Heng, the young man that Yamilo took a fancy to? Tell me what happened. The elven man also became serious. Moffat sat down and began to describe it seriously. From the rumors of the islanders, Wu Heng's control over the island, and the exaggerated level increased speed, he made a reasonable analysis and speculation. So, there must be something wrong with him. I think we should arrange an 18th level inspector to go down and check, Moffat said bluntly. The elf man frowned and began to think. Just when the room fell into silence, the door was knocked again. Another figure walked in, glanced at the other 2 people in the room, and his expression paused. He bowed slightly and said, Lord Kales, Treasure Island has sent a kind of reading material called newspaper. Chief Lilith, give everyone a copy and read the contents. The 3 people in the room looked at each other. As soon as Treasure Island was mentioned, the newspaper was delivered. Let me see. Treasure Island was mentioned, the elfman said. The newspaper was handed over. When he saw the central title, his eyes widened slightly. He glanced at the master and apprentice beside him, with a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 594, The Headquarters is Bustling. Hearing the newspaper sent from Treasure Island, Moffat and his apprentice frowned. This is the first time they have seen newspapers in the headquarters, but they have been to Treasure Island and have seen them in taverns, where bards read such newspapers. The public challenge to Wu Heng was also because the newspapers had generated quite a lot of heat on the island. They planned to use this heat to step on the other party and improve their reputation. Why did the newspapers come to the headquarters? It can't be related to the 2 of them. But after thinking carefully, they have also seen the contents of the newspapers, which are all about the things and information around Treasure Island, as well as Wu Heng's personal story. It should have nothing to do with me, as long as it is not related to me. What is written on it is not important. Elf Callus took the newspaper, just glanced at it, and he roughly understood the whole story. Moffat mentioned the rumors of the islanders, the reform of the island owner Wu Heng, and the exaggerated level upgrade. But he did not mention that after he came to the island, he openly provoked the island owner, and promoted fair and open challenges everywhere. He forced the other party to go to the arena. But unexpectedly Moffat's apprentice did not win, but was defeated by the equally young Wu Heng in a crushing manner, especially with colorful patterns on it. A young man in a 100 soldier's robe holding up a wooden stick in his hand. Beside him is a referee with a face full of admiration, and the lonely back of Luan. It still has a strong visual impact. Now back to the headquarters, Moffat came to me again to suspect that there was something wrong with Wu Hung, no matter how you look at it. He was unwilling to lose the game. If there was really a problem, would Yimi Lu not see it when he was on Treasure Island? He went to the island for one day, and saw it after meeting once during the game. It's really hard to explain. Actually, challenging the island owner is also easy to understand. It can increase the reputation of his apprentice. Carls glanced at the other side, and felt a little contempt in his heart. He took the initiative to provoke a fight and lost, and still wanted the association to step in and cause trouble for the other party. Isn't this a disguised way to discredit the association? Moffat saw the other party looking at him, and smiled. Newspaper is indeed a good idea. I feel that this department can also issue similar reading materials and distribute them to various places. It's a good idea. Moffat, what you said about Treasure Island, I will record it, and then let a few elders discuss it, and then make arrangements. Carls put down the newspaper, and his expression returned to normal. Moffat nodded, emphasizing, Wu Hung is a very cunning person. You should be careful when the time comes. Carl smiled and nodded. I will arrange it. Moffat and the other person did not say anything more. It's good to record the matter. He bowed slightly and left the room. Back to the corridor. Juan looked serious. Teacher, Carl's attitude is different from before after reading the newspaper. Maybe it's something written in the newspaper. That's not important. What we have to do is to keep the association's support for you. Moffat said expressionlessly. Thank you, Master. Juan thanked him. The two walked out of the corridor and returned to the Hall of Glory. There were piles of newspapers at the front desk. No one was selling them, and no one was promoting them. Someone would walk over curiously from time to time, and take a copy to read the contents. It was like a free reading material. Many people looked down at the newspapers, and followed the master and apprentice into the hall, casting strange looks. Go get one, and see what's written on it, Moffat said. Under the gaze of the others, Luan walked to the front desk, and took a newspaper. As he walked and read, his face began to look uglier. Teacher, this? Moffat took it directly. His eyes fell on the conspicuous pattern in the middle, and the enlarged title. His eyes widened. His face flushed instantly, and then turned purple. Now it was clear why Carl's attitude suddenly changed. The content of the newspaper clearly said that the master and apprentice had lost the game, and were going to use tricks to plot against Treasure Island. What a sinister kid, he actually published such a thing. Moffat cursed in a low voice. They still underestimated the newspaper. Not only can it publish some intelligence information around Treasure Island, it actually published such a thing. It was sent to the headquarters. What a cunning kid. Now it's useless to explain it. They will think that the content in the newspaper is true. More and more people gathered around, and the discussion began to gradually grow louder. It seemed that everyone's eyes were on the two of them. Whispering something. Let's go, let's leave here first, Moffat said, taking Juan, leaving with a gloomy face. An open-air training ground. Moya quickened his pace, climbed the stone steps, and said to the figure in front of him, Treasure Island has sent you a letter. In the center of the training ground, Imolo put away his sword and walked over, looking at the letter in Moya's hand and the roll paper. What's the other one? It's called a newspaper, also sent from Treasure Island. I brought a copy with me in the Hall of Glory, Moya explained. Imolo nodded, sat down on a stone chair nearby, took the letter and started reading. When his eyes saw the content on the paper, his peaceful eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce look. Moya looked up at him and asked, What's wrong? Did something happen on Treasure Island? Imolo's expression eased, and he handed the letter to him. Written by Wu Hung. Moffat brought his apprentice to the island, openly challenged Wu Hung, and asked the island's prophet to investigate. One of the reasons was that Wu Hung had served as a deputy deacon under me. Moya took the letter and looked at the content. Imolo looked at another newspaper. The content of the newspaper was a simplified version of the whole incident. The other party came to the island, publicly challenged, and sent a letter of challenge directly to the association, forcing Wu Hung to accept the challenge. But the ending was still good. He defeated the other party directly. Moya read the letter and put it aside. Imolo pondered for a moment, and said, Moya, write a letter of challenge and send it to the Hall of Glory, challenging Moffat. Moya was surprised for a moment, and then nodded. The next day, The unchanging headquarters of the association suddenly became lively. Everyone was discussing the two hottest things. The first thing was a newspaper sent by Treasure Island. The young talent supported by the association lost to an unknown young man in an open challenge. The owner of an island called Treasure Island. What kind of place is the headquarters of the association? It can be said that all high-level professionals of all races and countries gather here. This matter is also known to the world. The second thing is that Imelos submitted a letter of challenge to the association, challenging the 18th level mage, Moffat, for the competition between the younger generation. Many people are more concerned about the battle between these two veteran professionals. I heard that this island owner Wu Hung, who was a deputy deacon under Imelo before, is trying to vent his anger on him. They both won. What is there to vent? I think it was a conflict between the two of them. The younger generation took the first step, and then they competed. I am getting more and more curious about Wu Hung. I am also very curious. Especially the story published in the newspaper is his own. It seems that he is also laying the foundation for his own 18th level. Smart boy. Association. Hongwen Association. Hongwen Society is a special organization of the association, mostly composed of professions with high curiosity such as mages, alchemists, and scholars. Translate ancient documents and explore new knowledge. Like the Whisperers, it is a separate community organization in the overall association. And in Hongwen Society, there are also large and small research societies. The development fields and factions are different. Mr. Virgil, you seldom go out? At the door, a man dressed as a swordsman spoke. Virgil shaded his head from the sun and said with a smile, "The leader asked me to go out for a while, to see a young guy with great potential." Did the Hongwen Club take a fancy to someone? It's hard to say what will happen in the end, Virgil replied with a smile. And when the carriage stopped in front of him, he waved goodbye. I still have a mission to do. We'll talk about it when we have a chance. Okay. Have a safe trip. Chapter 595. Russia's call for help. A few days later. Treasure Island. The ghost train appeared out of nowhere. Wu Hung, with the skeleton, walked down the train slowly. He walked into the city and called a carriage to his residence. He pushed the door and walked into the manor. 3 maids in the room ran out quickly. He threw himself into his arms and whispered coquettishly, "Master, we miss you so much." Wu Hung hugged the 3 of them. "We miss you too." The 3 of them were full of joy. And as they followed him into the house, they asked, "Is Sister Wenmansha okay? Is the baby born? It's still a month away, but the belly looks big." Wu Hung said. Minnie said, "Why didn't you bring Sister Wenmansha here? It's much better here than Rentam City. Wait a few days and ask her. If she wants to come, go and bring her here." Wu Hung touched Minnie's hair. Then, Rob went to cut fruit, and Annette went upstairs to prepare bath water. Minnie sat on the sofa and reported the changes in Treasure Island during the days she was away. "During the days you were away, we published 2 issues of the newspaper. The next issue should be the day after tomorrow. I heard from Sister Wei that the newspaper was quite effective. Several caravans signed agreements to subscribe to newspapers at the city hall. Sister Chanella came twice. Knowing that you were not there, she stayed to chat with us and play shuttlecock with us. We were all very happy. Yesterday, Philippa said that the newly purchased warships were armed and went out to patrol this morning, and brought Sister Chanella with her." Minnie thought for a while. "There is nothing else to do. The island is very quiet, and nothing special has happened." Wu Hung nodded, and he felt relieved. "The layout and development of Treasure Island are quite good. Even if I am not here, it will not affect the normal operation. Of course, I cannot disclose my absence to the outside world. There are still many enemies. But I can't figure out the situation of Treasure Island, so I can't do any damage." I chatted with Minnie in the room for a while. From upstairs, Annette said that the bath water was ready. Wu Hung asked Minnie to contact Wenmansha to report safety, and he went upstairs to take a bath to relieve the fatigue of traveling. At dusk, Envier also returned from the city hall. They had dinner together. Envier also told Wu Hung about the situation. It was not much different from what Minnie said. In short, it was nothing serious. After dinner, the maids trained. Wu Hung went upstairs and returned to the study. In the study, the 3 ghosts were released. Xiao went to watch cartoons. Glinda flew to the desk consciously, opened the Great Detective Collection, and continued to rewrite. The new member, Bernie looked around curiously. Wu Hung said, "We are in the island owner's mansion of Treasure Island. At night, you can go out and take a look in stealth. Don't go too far to avoid any danger." Benny stuck her head out of the wall and looked out. "Are we going to live here in the future? I am the island owner. A position similar to that of a city lord. I have to stay here most of the time." Wu Hung said, "You are amazing. When we first met, you would look at the menu for a long time before drinking." Benny said with a smile, "I don't know the taste of wine. I want to choose a conservative one," Wu Hung explained, and then said, "We are a family from now on. Just treat this place as your home." Bernie smiled and nodded. "Thank you." After settling Bernie, Wu Hung went downstairs again. He looked at the maids training on the first floor. Then he said, "Wire. Minnie is going back to her room to rest." The two maids put down their weapons and ran over. One on the left and one on the right. Hugging their arms, they walked towards the bedroom. The next day, association. Wu Hung stood in front of the deacon's study, knocked on the door, waited for a response, opened the door and walked in. Shi Logui looked up at him. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Miss me?" Wu Hung smiled and asked. Shi Logui glanced at him, sorting the information, but glanced at Shi Yali with a smile, reprimanded, "Stop talking nonsense." Wu Hung sat down, and then said, "I went out a few days ago, and met the bishop of the Tianming church, and killed him directly." Shi Logui also became serious. "Why did you go out by yourself? It's so dangerous." "Originally it was just some other things, but I didn't expect it to involve the Tianming church." Wu Hung explained, and then roughly recounted his experience. One of his spies was killed by the enemy. He went to investigate, and found the Destiny Church directly. Zalogui listened carefully, even though Wu Hung said it in a relaxed way. And there were some jokes in the story. But it was definitely not an easy thing to deal with a level 18 professional. It was more tense and dangerous than he said. "Next time this happens, tell me in advance. Don't always think about taking risks yourself," Zalogui said seriously. "Okay," Wu Hung continued. "From the Destiny Church, I also met Babuki, the captain of the Flying Fish Pirates, who we arranged to go out." "Did he really find the Destiny Church?" "He is also very powerful." Zalogui was a little surprised. Not only is he amazing, he didn't send out any intelligence, but he's still so fat. Wu Hung gets angry whenever he thinks of him. It's mainly a comparison. Benny was killed because of the intelligence, but he, who made up for his crime, is doing well. I guess if he continues to work hard for a while, he can become a great knight. Shirogui is a little amused. After all, Philippa asked to release this man, and she gave him a chance for Wu Heng's sake. "Did he come back with you?" "No. There are 2 branches of the Destiny Church outside. I asked him to continue investigating." Wu Hung said, "That's fine. It would be better if we can get something. If we don't, the bishop will be killed, and this sect won't last long." Shi Logui nodded. "I think so too." Shi Logui picked up the water cup, took another sip, and then said, "What plans do you have for the future? Tell me about it, so that you don't have to act alone all the time." Wu Hung leaned back. "I don't have any plans. By the way, I want to form a fleet. Help me select a few deputy captains, who are good at swimming and have a clear background." "Only deputy captain?" "Captain, I'll arrange a skeleton to be the captain. There are so many skeletons transformed from pirate leaders. It's no problem for them to be captains," Wu Hung said with a smile. Zalogui said, "Okay. I'll arrange it for you in the next 2 days." After sitting in the association for a while, Wu Hung left the association. He called a carriage and went to Lighthouse Street. In the store, he picked 2 books for beginners of bards. One is called Words That Resonate with the Beams, which can modify your voice and make it sound more pleasant. The second is called Universal Performance, which is about training your own performance ability. It is not just about performing on stage and being a star. For example, disguise, deception, intimidation are all included in the performance. The higher the proficiency, the better the effect. These 2 books are prepared for Shishia's mother, and I hope to unlock Shishia's unfinished business faster. After buying the books, I changed my appearance and had lunch in the tavern. I listened to the bard, telling the story of the great detective Wu Hung. At first, because I plagiarized other people's stories, I felt a little ashamed, but my reputation increased significantly. I didn't feel anything anymore, and even wanted to collect some more books, and let Granda rewrite them again. After lunch, Wu Hung took a carriage and returned to the island owner's mansion. He took a rest downstairs. He returned to the study and opened the door to the zombie world. After walking out of the door, he heard the sound of rain. He looked out the window. The sky was gray and the fine raindrops were connected. It started to rain here. He picked up the intercom and called Chi Kai. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Chi Kai, wearing a slim woolen coat and with a little owl on his shoulder, walked in. How are you doing recently? Wu Hung motioned her to sit down. Chi Kai said, everything is going well. The two skeleton teams continued to enter the next city. Supplies and rescued personnel were continuously sent over. Wu Hung nodded. Not bad. By the way, the skeleton team of Sister Yang entered Lingyi City. I heard that Russian researchers contacted them via radio and asked for rescue. Chi Kai seemed to suddenly remember. Russian? Yes. Fortunately, we found some foreign language contacts before, so we could understand what the other party said. The basic meaning was that they wanted to ask for help and did not count on their local rescue team. Chi Kai said. Have the actions here been reported abroad? What are these researchers researching? Wu Hung asked. Chi Kai said, it is said to be a new project called electromagnetic gun. I wonder if you have heard of it. Electromagnetic gun? Russia is also developing this. It has not been mentioned in the news. Chapter 596, Blushing Maid Benny. Even if it can be used in this environment, it may not be very useful. Chi Kai expressed her thoughts. Even if Chi Kai had never paid attention to electromagnetic guns. But after the news came, some discussions were held within the base. After all, some people have read the relevant news. Briefly explain the purpose, and you can understand the general principle and function. In the current environment, guns have no good effect on zombies, not to mention this kind of weapon that requires a lot of electricity to power. The most important thing is that it is still in the research and development and improvement stage. It was not put into use at that time, let alone now. On Wu Heng's side, the consideration angle is different. The first thing that comes to mind is what use it has in the other world. Installing it on a warship or some position defense is also a good choice. The main thing is the supply of electricity, and whether this weapon can be used stably. Can the skeleton rescue them? Wu Hung asked. Chi Kai nodded and said, there should be no problem. But we have to change the original plan and cross the border to rescue people. At this time, what border is there? Let Li Yang arrange to rescue people. Even if the electromagnetic gun is useless. They are all cutting-edge scientific researchers. Maybe they can be useful to us. Wu Hung said. I'll notify Sister Yang later and ask her to rescue people. Chi Kai answered directly. He also knew the importance of talent. Several projects in the base now cannot be implemented because there are no relevant technical personnel. After talking about the electromagnetic gun, Wu Hung asked, are there any other things? No. Everything is normal in the base. Wu Hung nodded, stood up and said, let's go. Take me to the factory. Chi Kai also stood up, took the little owl, and walked out. It was still raining outside, and the two of them walked out of the dormitory building with umbrellas. They went to a factory first. When they walked into the gate, they saw a human-shaped wooden target placed at the door. The wooden target was covered with a stab-proof suit, which was covered with scratches. King! Sister Chi. Xiangzi came over and greeted him. Behind him, the other people also stood up and saluted. How are the stab-proof suits? Wu Hung asked. It can be seen from the scene that Xiangzi and his friends did not slack off. The tattered stab-proof suits were piled up into a small mountain. Come here. Xiangzi led the two to the innermost part, in front of a wooden target. The stab-proof suit on the wooden target was also covered with many scratches, but it was just the fabric that was separated. There was no large-scale cracking, and the iron plate inside did not fall out. This is the fabric we improved, and it is also the best one, which increases the toughness of the fabric, and the inside of the iron plate adds a wire mesh, sewn together with the fabric, so there will be no cracking or falling. Xiangzi introduced, and took out an experimental product to show him. The front side is an iron plate, and some iron wires are welded inwards, which are woven together with the inner fabric. He actually thought of this method, which is quite creative. After saying that, he did not forget to add, it is still a little different from the genuine stab-proof suit. Karanmu! Wu Hung shouted. The skeleton attendant Karanmu drew his sword and chopped it down diagonally. A sharp metal hissing sound was heard. A long and thin scratch appeared on the stab-proof suit, but the iron plate was still inside, and it did not fall out like last time. Wu Hung thought about it. This method did solve the problem of the iron plate falling off, but it added a process. It was much more complicated than the initial idea. Sort out the fabrics and processes. I'll have someone produce a few pieces to test the effect. You continue to improve. And if you need any personnel and materials, let Shihan Kai and Li Yang coordinate for you. Wu Heng finally decided. Xiangzi's eyes lit up. The other people behind him also showed a surprised look. It seemed that the efforts during this period were not in vain, and were recognized. We'll write it tonight, and give it to you tomorrow, Xiangzi promised. Okay. Wu Heng agreed and left. Xiangzi and the others immediately sorted out the materials, and wrote the process. After leaving the factory, Wu Heng followed Shihan Kai, and went to Gao Rong's mechanical research room and the bullet production workshop. He looked at them one by one, which was considered a show of face. Finally, he had lunch in the cafeteria. Then he returned to the room and returned to Treasure Island. Walked out of the gate. After releasing all the ghosts, Grinda went to finish the manuscript. And Xiao Xiao also pouted and translated the 2 newly bought Bard skill books. Benny watched the 2 ghosts busy with their own things. Wu Heng opened the door and went downstairs and walked to the courtyard. The maids were playing shuttlecock in the courtyard. The 3 flying dragons, like domestic dogs, were lying in the iron cage and watching the few people laughing. Wu Heng walked out, and the maids waved and greeted him. Play, I have nothing to do, Wu Heng said directly. The maids nodded and continued to play shuttlecock. Wu Heng walked to the other side of the courtyard and directly opened luxury house technique. Cracks and stone doors appeared. The turret behind was exposed, and the skeletons crowded in the soldier cave. Due to the elimination of the Tianming sect, the number of skeletons in the soldier cave increased. It was like bones touching bones. Come out, all of you. Wu Heng gave the order. Crash! The skeletons pushed and shoved their way out of the soldier cave, and stood in the open space of the courtyard. Wu Heng began to make some arrangements. The deformed skeletons re-entered the soldier cave, and the remaining skeletons were left behind by Wu Heng. Skeletons above level 10 would be left in the island owner's mansion, and the remaining skeletons above level 5 and below level 10 would be arranged to patrol the island. The lower ones were sent to the construction site of the expansion area to carry some of the work. The mini skeletons were divided into 3 piles according to their levels. Wu Heng set his eyes on one of the skeletons with broad bones. Skeleton Warrior, level 17, the Great Knight in the Destiny Church. He was injured by his own grenade, and then was picked up by Bobsy and his head was chopped off. He is at the same level as the Skeleton Wanderer Karanmu, although he has not reached level 18. But the level is not low. After all, there are only 2 level 18 skeletons on the island. The Skeleton Prophet and the Skeleton Great Boxer. It is also considered as top combat power. Level 17 warriors can also serve as skeleton attendants for those around them, providing protection. As for training to level 18, when Karanmu became his skeleton attendant, he also thought so. But so far, he has not reached level 18. The experience of killing zombies cannot be shared with skeletons, so the level will be raised very slowly. After Karanmu reaches level 18, I will help you raise your level. You will be responsible for the safety of the island owner's mansion first, Wu Heng said to the level 17 skeleton warrior. Then he was assigned a position near the building, responsible for the safety of the island owner's mansion. All the skeletons were arranged. Wu Heng returned to the courtyard and lay down on the lounge chair, basking in the sun, watching the maids playing. When it was almost dusk, Anweer came back from outside. They ate together, chatting about interesting things that happened on the island. Night fell. Wu Heng took a bath and returned to the study to take a look. Grinda floated over and said, "In the new issue of the newspaper, I plan to publish a new short story." Wu Heng looked at her in confusion. The great detective story is quite effective. If I stop publishing one issue, will it affect the effect? It may have some impact. But I also want to send this short story out to see the effect, Grinda said seriously. With a flick of his finger, the paper on the desk floated into Wu Heng's hand with his mind. Take a look first. If you don't agree, forget it. The decision is yours. Wu Heng nodded, picked up the paper and started to read it. The name made Wu Heng raise his eyebrows. It's called Blushing Maid Bernie. Looking at the name, I knew it should be a story about Bernie. I looked up at Grinda, and then at Bernie in the distance. Then he set his eyes on the story. In fact, the story is very simple. It's about Bernie's parents who died when she was young, and she came to Blackstone Town with a leather-selling carriage in the village. At first, she was just a waitress in a tavern, doing some work such as serving wine and food. Until Wu Heng appeared. She found the true meaning of life because she provided information to save the children in the city. Later, Wu Heng left, and she was unwilling to continue to be a waitress. So she went to the cult with 18th level professionals to inquire about information. As expected, she was discovered by the cult. Benny picked up the information in her hand, angrily denounced the cult and the villagers who were bewitched, and resolutely walked into the fire, and was engulfed by the flames. Granda's writing skills are very good. When Wu Heng was gathering intelligence, Benny directly pointed out the identity of the suspect, showing a strong ability of insight. Later, she learned that she indirectly saved the children in the city, and she was kind-hearted. At this point, Benny's identity in the tavern is no longer important, but she is a smart and kind person. In the end, she went to investigate the 18th level professional, rebuked him, and took the initiative to walk into the fire, showing her integrity and strong character. Even a professional cannot do it. An article with more than 2,000 words seems to make people see a girl with a bad background, but upright, walking into a fire. The story is very exciting, but a little depressing. Wu Heng glanced at Benny in the distance. Benny dodged a little and whispered, "It's not Mrs. Glenda's fault. I took the initiative to tell her." Wu Heng smiled. The story is very exciting, but the ending is a little too depressing. "Aren't you afraid that people will overturn the island owner's mansion?" Glenda said, "Not really. I feel guilty for not saving Benny. If you still write it out, I'm afraid that the reputation you have accumulated some time ago will be lost by more than half. Reputation will rise, and it will not decline. But reputation is not easy to say. There is an ending. The ending is that you go out and summon her into a ghost, and kill the evil cult, and avenge the villagers and Benny." Glenda said, "Why don't you write it? Let me show you first," Glenda said with a smile. "Then fill it in, and then we will go to tell the skeleton, and print it tonight." "Okay." Glenda wrote the ending. Wu Heng took the ghost, and went to the warehouse of the printing press together. The next day, early in the morning, some people gathered around the intersection, sitting on the roadside, or walking back and forth aimlessly. When the newspaper seller came over, the crowd rushed forward, scrambling to buy newspapers. The bard Sabin, after grabbing the newspaper, squeezed out of the crowd, frowned at the gap and teeth marks on the pancake, turned around and cursed, "Who bit my pancake? Can't you buy it yourself?" After saying that, he walked aside angrily, chewing the remaining pancake while reading the content of the newspaper. The agreement with the tavern: after the newspaper comes out, he will go to the tavern to read the newspaper as soon as possible. Of course, he also has to preview it in advance, so that he can have a rough impression in his mind. After reading the news of the surrounding kingdom cities, his eyes fell on the serialized stories in the corner. Blushing Maid Bernie? Erotic story? Not a great detective story. What's going on? Everyone on the island is waiting to find the murderer. You don't want to serialize it? He frowned and read on, his eyebrows slightly frowned as he followed the story. He felt a sense of resentment in his heart. He didn't know if not reading the great detective story would cause dissatisfaction among the drinkers. But he knew that this story was equally exciting, from his perspective as a bard. Different in category, but no worse than the great detective. After sorting out his mood, Sabin put away the newspaper and walked quickly towards the tavern. Knock. 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 Wu Heng was sitting in the study, waiting for the result of the new newspaper, when someone suddenly knocked on the door. The sound was crisp, like a branch knocking on the door. Wu Heng frowned. If it was a maid, she would ask if I was there after knocking on the door. And if I wasn't there, she wouldn't come in. Why did I keep knocking on the door today? But no one answered. Puzzled, I opened the door. Then I saw an alchemical skeleton with 6 arms. The 2 lowest arms each held a bottle of potion and handed it over directly. Wu Heng frowned and looked over with a guess in his mind. Strong strengthening potion. The 2 bottles of potion had the same name. Level 3 corpse core potion? Wu Heng looked at the skeleton and was instantly delighted. The alchemical skeleton nodded slightly, indicating confirmation. This potion has been in the making for a long time. Wu Heng thought that this potion could not be made. Unexpectedly, it brought him a surprise at this time. Wu Heng happily took it in his hand, and then asked, "Continue to make other corpse cores after returning, and tell me in time if you lack any materials." The alchemical skeleton saluted directly, turned around and walked towards the alchemy room upstairs. Wu Hung closed the door again, looking at the potion in front of him. Thinking for a while, he still opened the door and shouted, "Minnie, what's wrong?" "Master." Minnie's voice came up from downstairs. "If you have nothing else, come up." There were hurried footsteps in the stairwell, and Minnie, wearing a maid dress, ran up in small steps, holding a plate of cut fruits in her hand. She asked curiously, "Master, what do you want?" Wu Hung glanced at the potion. He said directly, "I will take a new type of potion later. Please help me take care of it. If there is any problem, remember to help me use the antidote potion and the healing scroll." Minnie's eyes showed worry. "Is it your kind of strengthening potion?" "Yes, the enhanced version." Minnie said, "I'll help you try it. If it's not dangerous, you can take it." Wu Hung smiled and rubbed her head. "I have a strong physique, nothing will happen." Minnie nodded. Wu Hung took out some potions and scrolls, took a deep breath, opened the potion, raised his head and drank it. Chapter 597, Hersey Armor. Lighthouse Street. The bard Sabin quickened his pace and rushed to the Golden Sail Tavern. Even if he had just finished reading the newspaper, he would come immediately. Outside the tavern, there were also many people gathered. When they saw Sabin coming, they took the initiative to make way for him. "Mr. Sabin, we've been waiting for you. The newspaper has been brought. Let's start right away." Sabin smiled and greeted the familiar faces. He walked quickly through the cleared road and entered the tavern. He walked through the seats of the drinkers, climbed onto the wooden platform, took out a newspaper and spread it in front of him, and said, "Everyone, let's read the information from various places first." The drinkers were silent instantly, and Sabin began to speak. The island owner's mansion, the study. Wu Hung took the medicine. A burning pain flowed down his throat into his stomach. Then, this burning pain spread all over his body instantly. It was as if countless insects had drilled into his blood vessels and were running around wantonly. Sweat covered his whole body, and his body began to tremble. Minnie knew that the potion had side effects, but she was also startled and walked over quickly, letting him lean on her arms. Holding the antidote in her hand, if it continued to worsen, she would take the potion. Wu Hung still gritted his teeth and persisted. His bones crackled, and his muscles seemed to be torn and reassembled. But it did not continue to worsen, and the side effects were gradually weakening. At this time, the system prompt appeared in his ears. Constitution +3, Strength +4, Agility +2. Then, a sense of power filled his whole body. Wu Hung was delighted. The effect of the third-level potion was so strong, and the attributes increased so much. "Master, are you okay?" Minnie asked worriedly. Wu Hung sat up. "Nothing much better." Minnie stood up, picked up a towel, and helped him wipe the sweat from his forehead and neck. Wu Hung focused on the prompt just now. A total of 9 attributes were increased. According to the attributes of the level increase, it is considered to be more than 2 levels higher. It is already a lot. However, it was a bit of a pity that he didn't awaken his special powers. Minnie wiped his sweat and poured him a glass of water. Wu Hung sat aside to rest for a while, chatting with Minnie. The side effects on his body also completely disappeared. After waiting for a while, he picked up the second bottle of medicine, opened it, and drank it directly. The severe pain came again. Even though he had experienced it once, his body was still tense, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Minnie hugged him gently, waiting for the side effects to end. Constitution +3, Strength +3, Agility +2, Perception +2. Unlocked feature, Keratin Armor. The feature has appeared. The prompt from the system. Disperse the pain caused by the side effects. Wipe the sweat off your face. Open the attribute panel and take a look. Attributes, Strength 48, Agility 35, Constitution 53, Intelligence 50, Perception 31, Charm 32. Feature, Keratin Armor. Keratin Armor forms thick keratin on the surface, can provide a certain degree of defense and impact resistance. The change in attributes is still quite big, since it is a strengthening potion. That is, a strength potion. The main attributes it increases are Constitution, Strength and Agility. Now, Constitution has been increased to 53 points, becoming the highest of all attributes. The importance of Constitution is no less than Intelligence. In addition to enhancing resistance to toxins, negative effects, and abnormal states, the physical burden of excessive spell casting and the side effects of using strange objects are all affected by Constitution. The higher the Constitution, the more it can reduce the effects of these states. Moreover, Wu Heng's number of times of using the strange items is also gradually increasing. Physical fitness also needs to be improved. Intelligence has not changed, still 50 points. Strength 48 points, agility 35 points, not much worse than melee professions. Then, Wu Heng focused his attention on keratin armor. This ability, which has appeared on the bodies of deformed zombies, is to form a layer of black keratin on the surface of the body. It can greatly increase the defense of the skin. Wu Heng immediately looked at his hands, still ordinary skin. Then he stood up and began to take off his shirt, exposing his shoulders and chest. Minnie whispered, "Master, what are you doing?" Wu Heng asked. "Minnie, my skin hasn't changed much. Right? It seems to have become whiter and smoother." Minnie smiled. Wu Heng nodded. It seemed that it didn't appear directly on the body. His mind moved. Black keratin appeared on his hands, and quickly spread to the top of his arms. It was like wearing a pair of long black gloves. Controlling in his mind, the keratin on his arms quickly disappeared, and reappeared on his chest. Wu Heng's eyes lit up. Unlike the fixed keratin on the zombies, his own can be controlled. "Master, are you okay?" Minnie looked at the black keratin on her chest and asked carefully. "It's okay, I just awakened a new ability," Wu Heng explained. "Wow, Master is really amazing." Minnie cheered. Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders. "You are the only one who supports me. Let's go downstairs and try the effect of the new ability." "Okay." Minnie nodded. The two of them went out together and walked downstairs. After Sabin finished talking about the information in the newspaper, he drank tea to moisten his throat. There will be 2 or 3 minutes in between for the bard to recover his state, to prepare for the serialized story later. The drinkers also started chatting. "I heard that those who are planning to change their jobs to coroners, all buy newspapers to learn the reasoning and analysis of corpses, and it's almost become a professional manual." One person took a sip of wine and said, "Not only that, the patrol team is also copying the reasoning experience above, and now patrolling, a pair of eyes, looking at your clothes, looking at your palms, staring at people is like staring at a naked woman." The drinker at the same table followed up. Another person continued, "I feel that the biggest impact is still on the pubs. The pubs on the island are so popular now. They have never been so lively before. There is a lot of competition for seats. The island owner is really amazing. A newspaper has changed the island so much. The wine industry must have increased several times. I hope today's story will be more exciting." For most islanders, the intelligence of neighboring countries is just for fun, and they don't care much. They come here mainly to listen to the great detective stories. While everyone was talking, the bard Sabin walked up to the podium, raised his hand to release 2 positive effects on himself. He held his head high and chest out, full of confidence. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the audience instantly became quiet. Sabin glanced at everyone, recalling the short story he had just watched. The feeling of resentment rose from his heart again. He took a deep breath, was the first to salute. "Everyone, today's newspaper does not serialize the great detective story, but a short story. You can directly hear the ending. Same excitement, I will tell you." "Wow! Not the great detective story? Why change the story? Did you change the writer?" "I'm here to listen to the great detective. I really want to listen to other stories. Is there anyone going to the city hall? Let's go and ask together, what exactly does it mean?" The tavern was boiling, and the shouting was continuous. Sabin ignored him. The voice, amplified by the skill, reached everyone's ears. Benny, her parents died when she was young, and her only brother left the village with a passing merchant group, and never came back. At the age of 12, she followed the villagers into the city to sell furs. Because she was good-looking, obedient and hard-working, she became a maid in a tavern in the city. By the age of 19, she had already worked in the tavern for 7 years, playing and laughing with the guests, showing off her charm, and was able to survive, and lived a plain life. As Sabin spoke, the drinkers' voices gradually died down, and their brows furrowed. The story of a barmaid. A barmaid is not a good profession in today's society, especially the maids in Treasure Island, whose behavior is more open. What is there to say? Why take up the story of the great detective to write the story of a barmaid? Then, the second character began to appear in the story. One day, a drinker dressed strangely entered the bar. He was white and clean, with black hair, and looked like he was wearing a black hat. Benny judged at a glance that the other party was definitely not a local. When Sabin said this, his tone paused slightly. "It's the island owner." Someone exclaimed. Chapter 598, I feel bad. The others also reacted. Anyone who enters with black hair and black pupils is talking about the island owner. It is not much different from the great detective story. Now, everyone began to get interested. The island owner Wu Hung appeared. That is to say, this is still a true story. The great detective story starts from Watson's perspective. This time it's Bernie. But what's the matter between the island owner and a maid in a remote place? It must be the island owner. It should be one of the experiences. Maybe it's the island owner's lover. When I was young, I grew up with the help of the tavern Ophelai. If it's this kind of story, I really want to hear it. Stop talking, I want to hear this story. The hero and heroine appear, and the story is easier to understand. Seeing that it was his first time here, Benny recommended him a milder drink. Wu Hung invited her to sit down and asked if she had met a foreigner with a southern accent from the Yak Kingdom. After thinking about it, Benny told him the clues about the person she had met. Asking for clues, or a detective story, looking for a foreigner with a southern accent. He should be a fugitive. Everyone whispered, and their thoughts began to follow the story. After getting the information, Wu Hung left. Based on the information provided by Benny, he found the criminal hiding in the city, killed him, and rescued the missing child. In the tavern, the two met for the second time. Wu Hung gave her a commission of the bounty, told her about the rescue, and the gratitude of the child's parents. When Benny heard that she had rescued the missing child, she also smiled. Wu Hung left, and Benny stared at his back for a long time. Later, Wu Hung came to say goodbye to Benny. Benny was reluctant to leave and wanted to leave with him. But because of her inferiority, she didn't say it out loud. The next day, she stood behind the crowd and watched Wu Hung board the train and go to other cities. The two seemed to have no connection at all. One became the captain, and the other continued to work in the tavern. Everyone frowned. It was not a love story, nor a detective story. At the beginning, the case was solved too smoothly. After getting the intelligence, the target was killed directly. It was not as exciting as a great detective story. Just when everyone thought that the story was over and was about to curse the story as garbage, Sabin's story was still going on. The conversation changed and began to introduce a sect. The Destiny Cult, a cult wanted by the association, whose leader is above level 18, and there are many level 15 experts in the cult, is heading to the north of the kingdom, to preach the doctrine, and to recruit believers. But the association and the local area did not get this news. Benny heard some news about the cult in the tavern, and went to the association, planning to gather intelligence, in exchange for the identity of a whisperer. Go to Treasure Island. Dang, a drinker's glass fell to the ground, and the wine splashed everywhere. The story means, an ordinary person goes to investigate a cult with a level 18 professional? Can he survive? And, even if he collected intelligence, that small place has no ability to fight against such a sect. As if verifying everyone's guess. When Benny was delivering a letter, she was discovered by the sect and was surrounded in the house, facing the ridicule and rebuke of the sect members. From being timid and cowardly, Benny gradually became firm and resolute, cursing the 18th level leader and all the followers who killed the villagers. The leader was angry, and the followers were also extremely angry. When they were planning to catch her and execute her, Benny knocked over the oil lamp and slowly walked into the fire. Standing in the scorching flames, she still said, "The wronged souls of the villagers will be waiting for you, and Wu Hung will come back to avenge me and the villagers." The fire grew hotter and hotter, engulfing the figure. There was silence in the audience. In the corner of the tavern, the sobbing of the tavern maids could be heard faintly. Damn cult, I really want to tear them apart. What does the association do, letting such an ordinary person to investigate level 18 professionals, letting ordinary people be spies? What a pity for such a good girl. Where is the island owner? It's reported in the newspapers, and he didn't do anything at all, even if he went to avenge the other party. It would be fine. Level 18 cult, and not near Treasure Island. How to kill them? I feel bad, today's story is too bad. The drinkers clenched their fists, and cursed in a low voice, and the crying around them gradually expanded, making the atmosphere in the tavern even more depressing. No one expected this kind of story. A maid in a tavern actually did something that most people would not dare to do. Sabin let out a breath of air from his chest, and then continued to read the ending. Benny's relatives were nowhere to be found, and the local association wrote a letter to Treasure Island. The crying stopped, and the drinkers also quieted down. They all looked at the stage, looking forward to a better ending. The owner of Wuhang Island went to the local area and cast a spell to awaken Benny's ghost. Benny told all the information she had found out. Later, Wuhang joined forces with the local association to encircle and suppress the cult and killed them all. Revenge for Benny and the villagers in the 3 surrounding villages. Huh? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As if, this is also a good ending. At least Benny followed Wuhang as she wished, and all the cultists were killed. The tavern became lively again. On the stage, Sabin's eyes condensed, a momentum rose from his body and in his mind. He had a deeper understanding of the profession of bard. Mr. Sabin, what's wrong with you? The bartender asked in a low voice. Sabin swallowed his saliva and said softly, I'm level 10. Association. Zyrogwi came back from a mission outside. She glanced at her sister and said, Are new newspapers distributed? Has the murderer appeared? Shiryali handed over the newspaper on the table. Today is not a great detective story. It is about Wuhang and a tavern maid. Tavern maid? He can't do it. Right? Zalogwi asked while taking off her armor. You can read the following story yourself. Zalogwi looked over curiously and raised her eyebrows. Bernie! A tavern maid. So, he went out a few days ago to do this. Zalogwi sat down on the chair. Shiryali asked curiously, Aren't you jealous? Isn't this good? An upright necromancer. Shirogwi said, and then reacted. Why should I be jealous? Island Lord's mansion. Wuhang was in the courtyard, testing his new features. The effect was very good. The defense was equivalent to the effect of 2 pieces of leather armor, which was already very good. To a great extent, it increased his safety. He didn't expect that he would complete the research and development of the 3rd level potion today. Of course, this is also a good thing. As long as it is developed. The subsequent production will be like an assembly line. And it will be smoother. Thinking in his heart. He opened the panel casually. His eyes were fixed. Level 18, 257831/305000. Reputation. Level 18, for 8552/48,000. Reputation exceeds the limit. This does not refer to the reputation increase this time. Rather, it is the increase in the number of newspapers issued by Rentam City, and the current issue of the newspaper. The last time I went to Rentam City, my reputation had reached 33,000. Up to now, Rentam City's newspaper has also published 2 issues. And it is just the time when the story is popular. It is normal to exceed the limit. The reputation value is passed. And there is no change. After analyzing it, it should be enough reputation. But the level experience value has not reached the requirement. Fortunately, the reputation value is still accumulating. And it is not said that it will not be calculated. Turning around and saying, Minnie, I'm going back to the room. You guys can play. Don't you need me to take care of you? Minnie asked. I won't take the potion anymore. I'll call you if there's anything. Okay, master. Minnie agreed and took the other 2 maids to the orchard. Wuhang returned to the study. The 3 ghosts who were sent out also returned from outside and floated in the room. How was the story? Wuhang asked. Even if the fame cannot be attributed to this issue of the newspaper. But it can be seen that the effect is still good. It's so good. Xiao Xiao flew over excitedly. And then said, Sister Bernie is famous. Almost everyone on the island knows her. Grenda's tone was calmer. Saying, at the beginning, when they heard that it was not a great detective story, those people were quite resistant. After hearing the story, the evaluation was still good. Yeah. When I heard that Sister Bernie was engulfed by the fire, there was a lot of crying in the tavern. Xiao Xiao interrupted immediately. It seems that the story is really effective. Being able to mobilize the reader's emotions proves that it is successful. Benny's story has been changed. Blackstone Town is not mentioned. And the Destiny religion is changed to the Heavenly Spirit religion. Although it is unlikely that the newspaper will reach the ears of the remnants of the Destiny religion. We should be on guard. Changing the name will not affect the whole story. Wuhang looked at Benny and asked, Benny, how do you feel? I don't feel anything. It's just that Mrs. Glenda wrote me too great. If I knew it was so dangerous, I wouldn't go, Benny said with a smile. Benny has worked in the tavern for several years. She is not so shy, and even feels like giving Wuhang a place in the newspaper, publishing her story. She feels taken care of. Wuhang nodded, and then said, The story of the great detective continue to be serialized in the next issue, we still need him to collect fame. The next issue can be released 2 days in advance. Grenda said. That's fine. Chapter 599 Dead Torrent. Night. Wu Hung lay on the bed, thinking about what happened today. First, the 3rd level potion was successfully developed. It greatly improved his attributes. This means that the 3rd level potions will be produced like an assembly line, and his attributes will be greatly improved. It can even be said that his level is not high enough, but his attributes will be close to the attribute values of a hero. The second thing is the matter of reputation. Wu Hung rested his arms behind his head. I have enough reputation, but I still need some experience points. The distribution of newspapers has greatly accelerated the collection of his reputation. Yimi Luo is a deacon on the island, and he is also the prince of the elves. I am afraid that he can't collect reputation as fast as I do. The rest is to improve my own experience and help Benny improve her level. Experience points are not a difficult thing for Wu Hung. The zombie world is enough for him to accumulate experience. It's just a matter of time. With a level 19 reputation, it may be even better. I have almost squeezed out Treasure Island, and I need to spread it. If we can cooperate with the association headquarters, distribute newspapers from the headquarters to various places. No, that would be too ostentatious. There must be many professionals above level 18 in the headquarters, and I am afraid that many people will target me by then. I can't add more enemies to myself. I still have to keep a low profile. I have potions and the zombie world. I will become a hero sooner or later. Don't be too hasty. After thinking it over, Wu Hung also determined his short-term direction. He turned over, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. The next day, zombie world. Wu Hung walked out of the boundary gate, picked up the intercom, and called Chi Han Kai. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Chi Han Kai walked in with a pile of information. The process that Qiangzi collected. The information is the stab-proof clothing mentioned last time. Wu Hung took it and put it into the space ring, then asked, "How are the Russian survivors?" "The people have been rescued, and the information over there is being sorted out, and there are many equipment over there. See if they can be transported here. If not, maybe we need to build a base," Chi Han Kai said. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and said, "It's better to transport them here. We can't build so many bases. There are not many survivors. Building so many bases, the transportation of food and supplies, has become a burden. We still need to gather the population together. I'll talk to Sister Yang when the time comes." Chi Han Kai nodded. "Anything else?" Wu Hung asked. "No." Wu Hung then asked, "Is there anything else in Yantong City that hasn't been cleaned up?" "Let's go clean up the zombies," Chi Han Kai said. "The surrounding areas have not been cleaned up. I'll ask the convoy to come over. We'll set off later." "Okay. Soon." The convoy gathered at the door. Wu Hung boarded the truck, and under the escort of the skeleton army, he headed for the area that had not been cleared. Abada district. The dense group of zombies was like a tide, running madly towards this side. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded from above, and several skeleton flying dragons quickly passed by, heading towards the distant group of zombies. The magazine in the chest and abdomen opened, and the dense iron rain smashed into the group of zombies, raising a large cloud of thick smoke. After 2 rounds of bombing, the group of zombies was emptied in an instant. The remaining zombies continued to rush towards this side. The broken limbs dragged on the ground, leaving disgusting traces. "Benny, let Granda imprison one for you later. And you try to devour one first," Wu Hung said on the side. Benny's level is only level 2. Wu Hung is a little worried that if he lets her out, she will be absorbed by other ghosts. Then he will be really finished. Granda said, "It's not difficult. Those are some residual souls. They have no reason, and their level is not high." Xiao Xiao also comforted. "If there is danger, my aunt and I will save you." "Thank you. I will try my best." Benny nodded. The zombies were getting closer and closer. Wu Hung ordered those around him, "Turn on the strong flashlight." The skeletons on the roof of a building turned on the flashlights tied with the soul-catching jade, and a magic circle instantly covered the area in front of the spear formation. Then, the zombies crashed into the spear formation, roaring, tearing, and the spears pierced their bodies. The zombies that rushed up fell one after another, and the remaining souls floated into the sky. Grenda flew over and controlled the ghost. "This will do." Benny nodded and flew over directly. The 2 ghosts entangled together, and began to pull and merge with each other. Ghost upgraded to level 3. Agility +1. Perception +1. The system prompt appeared, and Bernie completed the absorption. How is it? Bernie said, it doesn't seem difficult. Wu Hung nodded. Glinda? Let her absorb a few more. Glinda nodded. Control the floating residual soul, and let Bernie absorb it. Ghost upgraded to level 4. Intelligence +1. Perception +1. Ghost upgraded to level 5. After reaching level 5, Glinda did not continue to control the residual souls. Benny also rushed directly into the group of residual souls, and began to devour them, as they were absorbed one by one. Although the improvement was slow, it was constantly appearing. Ghost upgraded to level 6. Ghost upgraded to level 8, Physique +1, Intelligence +1. A large number of residual souls were devoured. Benny's level was raised all the way to level 8. As long as the ghost has a ghost to devour, it will upgrade much faster than normal professionals. Benny flew back. Wu Hung said, Karanmu, move forward with the skeletons, and kill the remaining zombies. Karanmu, who was with him, walked to the front of the queue, killed a zombie that had lost its legs and was crawling, and moved forward with the skeleton spear formation. Kill the remaining slow-moving zombies, or those that had lost their movements. How do you feel? Wu Hung asked. Benny circled in the air. Not bad. Thank you, Wu Hung. Thank you, Mrs. Granda. Miss Xiao Xiao. Granda and Xiao Xiao both smiled and nodded. Wu Hung said, after a few more attempts. The level will be up. Don't worry. I'll listen to you. Benny smiled. Raising Benny's level is also part of the plan. Level 2 is too low. Wu Hung is afraid that she will go out one day and be discovered by a profession with high perception and killed by some tricks. Therefore, it is still necessary to raise the level as soon as possible. Xiao Xiao flew into the air and glanced at the skeletons advancing along the road. He asked, Uncle, why don't you summon your shining knight? Don't summon it in a hurry. See if you can raise Karanmu's level to level 18 first. Oh, but I still think the light knight is more handsome. More handsome than Karanmu. Xiao Xiao said. It's useless to be handsome. The most important thing is to be practical. That's not as good as just being a knight. Wu Hung shrugged. Wait for Karanmu to come back. I'll tell him you said bad things about him. Uncle, you created them. You don't understand these things. Xiao Xiao told him seriously. Wu Hung was stunned. Xiao Xiao became smarter. Xiao Xiao stopped talking to him, heard Granda telling Benny about the residual soul, and followed him, passing on some experience. Wu Hung opened his experience points and took a look. Level 18, 295713/305000. The experience points increased by about 40,000. There are about 10,000 left. Not too many left. Even if I don't kill the zombies here, wait for the two skeleton armies to attack, continue to fight and kill the zombies. I can almost level up. Standing aside and waiting for a while, the battle in front is also coming to an end. Clean up the battlefield. Wu Hung ordered. The skeletons dispersed instantly, began to distinguish the corpses, and move them to different locations. Wu Hung transformed the evolved skeleton and the deformed skeleton separately, and after collecting the corpse cores, he continued to release a large-scale dead corpse battlefield. A large number of white bones slowly stood up and joined the queue. Chi Honkai, take people to check the surroundings. Wu Hung pressed the intercom and said, Got it. The convoy drove over from the back. They began to search for shops along the way. This was also a rough search, and some special shops and buildings were marked. When more convoys arrived the next day, then they would search for items carefully. The survivors moved some important items onto the truck. That was about it. Chi Honkai walked back. You can go back now. I'll bring people here tomorrow to search again carefully. Wu Hung nodded and took the skeletons on the truck. The convoy began to adjust its position and began to return under the siege of the skeleton army. After returning to the military factory, Chi Honkai contacted Li Yong. Wu Hung returned to the dormitory, opened the gate and returned to Treasure Island. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Hung arrived at the association in a carriage. Standing in front of the deacon's study, he knocked on the door and walked in directly. In the room, Zalagui sat behind the desk, and his assistant Shir Yali was cutting the story part of the newspaper with scissors. Looking for me? Wu Hung asked. Yesterday, Zalagui arranged for someone to go to the island owner's house to find him. He was not there at that time, and it was dusk when he returned to Treasure Island. He came here today. Zalagui nodded. There is a reward sent from the headquarters. It should be the reward for you killing the Tianming sect. At the same time, the record of exterminating the evil cult is recorded in the file. And there is also a first-level merit. Calculating the time, the reward should indeed come. It took me a long time to return from Blackrock Town. What reward? Wu Hung was looking forward to it. Skill book. Zalodwi took out a skill book and put it on the table and pushed it over. It's not the accessory of the 100 soldiers' robe. This department must have done it on purpose. It's a set, why don't they give priority to the set accessories? Thinking in his mind, his eyes still fell on the skill book. Dead torrent, description. You will trigger the dead power in the area under your feet to form an energy torrent. The undead creatures in the area will be enhanced. The living creatures will be eroded by the dead power, causing physical and mental damage. Seeing the description of the skill book, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. From the description, the effect of the skill is quite good. It is a ranged skill. The undead creatures in the area are strengthened, and the undead are eroded. For me, it is indeed a good skill. Especially now that I have so many skeletons. The effect will definitely be better. Thank you. Wu Hung put away the skill book and said, Can you set a reward? I am still short of one piece of the suit I bought last time. Zalodwi thought for a while. I don't know about this. Next time when you report your merits, you can just write a letter, and I will send it up for you. Okay. I will write it next time. It would be the best if you can give it. If not, forget it. Wu Hung said. Anyway, they are all first-level rewards. The headquarters should also distribute rewards according to the occupation and characteristics of the user. Since they have asked for something, the possibility of giving it is still very high. After talking about serious things, Shiryali came out from the back, sat next to her sister, and looked at him with her chin propped up. The cult in this story, is it the one you killed last time? Wu Hung did not hide it. Yes, the name was changed in the story, so it won't attract the attention of the other party. Shiryali followed up and asked, So Benny's story is also true? Really? What about now? How is Benny? Shiryali asked. Wu Hung looked at the other party. The two sisters stared with wide eyes, waiting for the result. She has become my ghost. The last reward was to awaken the soul. I used my skills to awaken her. Wu Hung thought about it, and still told the truth. Of his 3 ghosts, Sheila Gui knew 2 of them. One was Xiao Xiao. The last time a wizard who looked like Gandalf came to the island, he asked about the little ghost directly. Sheila Gui was there as the deputy deacon at that time. Benny's story was published in the newspaper, and he knew his skills. It's a good guess. Benny's story spread quickly on the island, and it's also a positive publicity for the association. Hillary thought for a while, and said, Shiryali, write a notice, commending Miss Benny's contribution, and recording the first-class merit of assistance in the local archives. Okay. Shiryali nodded. Wu Hung was also a little surprised by this decision. But for Benny, maybe it's a good thing. I thank you on behalf of Benny. She deserves it. Hillary said, and asked, Will the next issue be a great detective story? Wu Hung smiled. Yes, don't worry. Chatted with the 2 sisters for a while. Wu Hung also walked out of the association. Although he didn't get the set of accessories he wanted, the skill book was indeed good. When he has a chance, he will try it himself, and see how the skill works. He called a carriage at the door, and returned to the island owner's manor. He sat on the stone chair and thought for a while. He stood up again, and said hello to Minnie. In the open space of the courtyard, he put on the train conductor's hat and boarded the train. Headed to Lopez City. Snake Emblem Consortium, VIP room. Footsteps sounded, and the beautiful elf in a slim dress, Ledolai, opened the door and walked in. He glanced at the figure sitting on the sofa. He carefully identified it. Guest? Is it you? Ledolai asked carefully. Wu Hung smiled. Miss Ledolai, I'm here to return the cloak. This time, I came to return the cloak. I promised to return it to the other party last time. In a flash, another half a month has passed. Wu Hung was wearing the faceless man's human skin, and his face looked like a fisherman. Ledolai immediately smiled. Are you wearing a mask? I was a little afraid to recognize you. Wu Hung nodded, and pushed the folded cape on the table to the opposite side. This is the cape. Ledolai opened the door, and gave a few instructions. 2 middle-aged male staff came in, and in front of Wu Hung and Ledolai. They began to check. Wu Hung didn't say much, and it was good to do so, to avoid any trouble later. The staff checked the cape. Ledolai's eyes, quietly observing the other party. Male, Good temperament, good body proportions. The wrists exposed under the sleeves, he must be young. Which prince is he? Soon, the staff finished the inspection. No problem. Take it out, register it, Lady said. Yes. The two nodded, took the cloak and left. There were only 2 people left in the room again. Wu Heng then asked, "How is the collection of corpses going?" "We have collected some, please wait." Lady opened the door again to explain. The door opened, and 4 coffins were carried in. All of them are level 15 corpses. An alchemist, a shipbuilder, and 2 blacksmiths, said Lelai. Wu Heng nodded and put the corpse away. Then he said, "For a new commission. Add a mage's corpse. Level 5 or above. No limit on the number." Lelai's eyes narrowed, and she looked at it curiously. Treasure Island. Port. A giant cargo ship slowly docked. An old man in a mage's robe, with 2 burly attendants, slowly stepped onto the island. "Mr. Virgil, do you want to go directly to the association?" asked a servant. The old mage looked around and said, "No hurry. Let's go to the tavern first." Chapter 600. How did he do it? If it's just above level 5, it shouldn't be difficult. In the room, Lady crossed her arms over her chest and said softly. Wu Heng looked at her and asked, "From your tone, is it harder than collecting civilian corpses?" Lady looked up at him with her sapphire eyes and said with a smile, "Literacy, intelligence, long-term research, each of which can eliminate a group of people. Not everyone is qualified to be a mage. It's different from the game. The magician in this world is not a common profession. Even if there are job transfer scrolls circulating, there will be few people who will choose it. The first point is literacy, and a certain understanding of many professional terms and magic terms. Not only your own understanding, but also a teacher is needed to teach you. Otherwise, you can't even understand the skill book. Then, there is the family's financial situation. Not everyone has time to study magic without considering the cost of living." Of course, Wu Heng also heard that the other party was flattering him. She guessed that he was a mage. She was also praising the mage's power in her words. "Write the commission form, and try to collect as much as possible," Wu Heng said lightly. "Okay." Lelai nodded, bent over to fill out the commission form. Her low collar revealed some whiteness. Then he said casually, "There has been some chaos in the neighboring countries recently. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains." "Yeah." Wu Heng did not say much. Even if he needed corpses, he actually did not want any country to be in chaos. This can be seen from the situation in Blackstone Town. The country was in chaos, and ordinary residents had a hard time. The Tianming cult, which had been established not long ago, had killed so many people. After filling out the commission form, Lady opened the door and handed it to the staff outside. Wu Heng had no intention of staying any longer. He stood up. "I'll go back first, and come again next time. I'll take you there." Lady stepped forward and took her arm affectionately. Wu Heng paused as he walked out. Lady also stopped, and a little self-doubt flashed in her eyes. "I'm sorry. Wu Heng glanced at her, and naturally put his arm around her waist, and felt her smooth. "Aren't you afraid that I'm an old man?" Lady smiled again. "You can't be an old man." "So sure?" Wu Heng was curious. Lelai said confidently, "Women's intuition. And I'm always very accurate." The two walked out along the corridor, and when they were close to the hall, they were about to leave. Lelai still had to maintain her image. She sent Wu Heng out of the door and waved goodbye. Treasure Island. Virgil walked on the street with his servants, observing the island. The crowd was bustling. Workers in brown shirts carrying goods, merchants in straight dresses, walking gracefully, and ladies in gorgeous long skirts with feathers on their hats fluttering in the wind, coming out to shop and play. The vendors were shouting their wares vigorously, and the flower girls were selling flowers in their baskets. A bustling, prosperous island. Virgil and the other two looked a little strange. Before coming, I checked the information of this island. It was an island built on the basis of pirates. Even though Wu Heng was the island owner later, it didn't last long. Now it doesn't look like a pirate island, but more like a prosperous royal city of a country. After walking a few more steps, a shout came from the front. Newspaper. Newspaper, 65 coppers per copy, information about the surrounding kingdoms, the story of Miss Burney. Don't buy if you can't read, go to the tavern and listen to the bard read the contents. "Miss, I sell newspapers. Please don't put your hands on my butt, It's not a service for sale. Looking up, I saw the newsman stepping on the edge of the flower bed, waving a newspaper in his hand. He didn't forget to lower his head and talk to the people around him. Go buy a copy, let's take a look. The mage Virgil instructed the person beside him. The attendant came forward. He squeezed into the crowd and bought a newspaper. He walked back quickly and said, "It has been published to the 6th issue, and the story is about a tavern maid." Virgil took the newspaper and quickly scanned it. Then he saw the title of the story below. Blushing Maid Bernie. It was not Wu Hang's own story. The story in the newspaper was just for sales? He quickly scanned the content above, and then put it into the space ring. Let's go, and go to the tavern first. G-Fan Tavern. Walking into the tavern, the voice of the bard came over. By the age of 19, I had already worked in the tavern for 7 years, and lived a dull life. Suddenly one day, a drinker dressed strangely entered the tavern. He was white and clean, with black hair, and looked like he was wearing a black hat. The bartender came over and apologized a little. "Guest, the seats are full." Virgil nodded. Let's go. Let's go to another one. Black Crow's Nest Tavern. The next day, Wu Hung sent a bounty to Benny, and told her about rescuing the children in the city. The bard glanced at the newspaper and said, "Guest, the private room is full. Please go and see someone else." The bartender said. The three of them went out again, looking for the next one. Red Shell Tavern. Benny looked reluctant, but she still didn't have the courage to go up. The three of them looked at the full tavern. Without waiting for the bartender to come over, they turned around and left. Zuyu Inn. A tavern that looked like a converted inn. "Are there any places?" the attendant asked. The three of them looked for several taverns, and they were getting a little angry. There was something wrong with this island. How could every tavern be full at noon? "Yes. Please come in." The bartender immediately cleared a seat. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They followed and sat down. There was someone else at the table, a bearded dwarf. But it didn't matter, as long as there was an empty table. The three of them ordered some drinks and food, and their eyes fell on the bard on the stage. Benny went from being timid and fearful to being firm, cursing the level 18 leader and all the followers who killed the villagers. Benny knocked over the oil lamp and stood in the flames. There was no fear in her voice, only hatred for the evil cults outside. She shouted, "Wu Hung will come back and avenge me and the villagers." The fire became more and more intense, completely engulfing the figure. "Woohoo!" In the corner, there was a slight cry. Bang! The bearded dwarf at the same table slapped the table and said angrily, "Did the association eat shit? Why did you send her to investigate the level 18 professional?" The three mages looked at the angry dwarf. I felt I was scolded. But after thinking carefully, I was scolding the local association that arranged the maid to go out. But there was also some surprise in their eyes. This newspaper is so powerful that it can mobilize everyone's emotions. Even after hearing the story, the three of them felt sorry for the maid named Benny. Such a good girl. Died just like that. This island owner. How did he come up with this method? It's really amazing. A servant said. Another person spoke up. The newspaper is not unusual, and the stories published by the association are not much different. The main thing is that the writers behind him can write attractive stories. Could it be, as Moffat said, that the soul has been reincarnated? If so, Moffat would have a reason to take action on the spot, and would he be able to watch his apprentice being bullied? Virgil took a sip of wine and said calmly, "I am curious about him, and I will see what kind of person he is then." The dwarf at the same table, after cursing, sitting back in his seat, he glanced at the three people and was stunned. When did they change people? The ghost train appeared. Wu Hung took Caxiu and got off the train. He returned to the city, called a carriage, and returned to the island owner's mansion. Sitting in the carriage, he passed by the newspaper sales point, slightly opened a gap, and looked outside. There were many people around the sales point, in addition to those who bought newspapers. Some people would read to others after buying them. More people gathered. Why are so many women buying newspapers? It's the story of this issue. Each of the barmaids bought several copies, saying that they want to increase the sales of this issue. "Princess, the newspapers are back. There are many people here. Let's go first." As the carriage passed by, the voices came into the carriage. Returned to the island owner's mansion. Minnie helped him take off his coat and hung it aside. She asked softly, "Did the master have lunch?" Wu Hung felt it and said, "Not hungry, let's have dinner together in the evening. Then make more delicious food in the evening," Minnie said with a smile. Wu Hung touched her little head. "Okay, I'll listen to you." She sat in the living room and enjoyed the air conditioning for a while. The gate of the courtyard was knocked, and Minnie walked out quickly to open the door. Then, Minnie returned, and walked in with the six-armed Macintosh. Macintosh was wearing a dark gray-purple shawl hood, a dark blue long skirt, gold earrings, and a gold necklace around her neck. Very personal. Walking into the living room, Macintosh put 3 arms on one side, and saluted in front of his chest. "My lord, the island master." "Sit down," Wu Hung said. Macintosh sat down on the side, and Minnie brought her cold tea. "My lord." Just after noon, 3 people came to the island, one of whom should be a mage, and the other 2 were servants who followed him. Their levels may be above level 15, or even level 18. Macintosh directly stated his intention. Chapter 601, All in Pinyin. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Another mage has come to the island. It is suspected that he has reached level 18. Wan's master has reached level 18, and this time there is another level 18. What did they do after they came to the island? Wu Hung continued to ask. After coming to the island, they went to several taverns in succession, seemingly to listen to the newly released stories, and finally entered the Zuyuan. Zuyuan was originally only an inn business, and was recently changed to a tavern. Do you think, are they in danger? Macintosh thought for a while, and said, "At present, there is no way to judge their intentions. Wait for me first." Wu Hung got up and walked to the room on the side. "Released all 3 ghosts," said Glinda. A mage and 2 servants came to Zuyuan. They are suspected to be 18th level professionals. Go and see what they are doing. Keep a distance, and don't let them find out. Mage can easily detect ghosts. Even if they can't see them, they can still be detected. Keeping a certain distance can still reduce the possibility of being discovered. Tracking from a distance with spiritual vision. There is no need to worry about not finding the target. "Okay, I'll go over now," Glinda agreed. Turned around and walked across the roof to leave. Xiao Xiao also said, "I'll go and take a look too." "Don't go, it's easier to be discovered if you go there." "How is the skill book I translated for your mother going?" Wu Hung looked at her. Xiao Xiao immediately became shy. "I'm still writing it." "Go and continue writing it. We'll send it to your mother tomorrow," Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao hesitated to speak, but nodded, flew upstairs, muttered, "The pressure is still so great." Wu Hung continued to look at Benny. "Benny, help keep an eye on the sky above the island owner's mansion. If anyone approaches, let me know in time." "Okay." Benny also flew out. All 3 ghosts are arranged. Wu Hung returned to the living room, after sitting down, said, "Let people check it. Is it smooth recently?" Masanolo's drank tea, Say laughed. "How do you give me a backing, natural smoothness?" After the last defeat, Luan Xingtos also knows the gap between himself and Wu Hung. The other party is younger than himself. The strength and level of itself, far more than yourself. It's gone, the initial relief. I even felt like I was holding on to a big thigh. Keep collecting intelligence. If you need anything, tell me in time and I'll do it for you," Wu Hung said calmly. "Okay." Macintosh agreed, drank some tea again, and stood up and said, "I'll go back first. I'll send you a message if there's anything." Wu Hung nodded. Macintosh stood up and left, and Minnie saw him off to the door. Macintosh left. Wu Hung also stood up and said hello to Minnie. He went straight upstairs. Entered the study. After a while, Glinda flew back from outside and said, "It is indeed a level 18 professional. The other 2 servants are both level 15. Good guy, I have quite a lot of level 18 here. Recently, level 18 mages have appeared one after another on this island. I just don't know what the people who came this time are doing." "What are they doing now?" Wu Hung asked. "They went to the association. Shi Logui went out to greet them personally. They should be members of the association. They are of high status," Glinda said. "The level is here. Even if a level 18 professional does not hold any position, he will receive certain courtesy." Wu Hung was relieved. As long as he is a member of the association, he will be much safer. At least, he will not cause any damage. He must do things within the rules of the association. He is not afraid of him making any sudden moves. When the time comes, Shi Logui will tell him what the other party is up to. It's fine if they are from the association. There's no need to keep an eye on them," Wu Hung said. "Yeah." Dusk. The maid called for dinner outside the door. After going downstairs, dinner was already on the table. Several people ate while eating. Underwire said, several caravans have signed agreements with the city hall, and will order 50,000 newspapers and sell them in various places. This is a good thing. They sold them on our behalf. Wu Hung nodded. Underwire smiled and said, newspaper sales are getting better and better, and it may become a source of income for the island in the future. I don't expect newspapers to make much money. Wu Hung drank a sip of fruit wine and then said, find a few caravans, and order some paper and ink. Okay. Underwire nodded. After dinner, the maids went to the training room to train. Wu Hung also went upstairs again. In the study room, he sat aside and rested for a while. He took out the skill book he got today and opened it on the table. The name is Dead Torrent, a spell that draws the energy of the dead. Within the range of the spell, the dead units will be amplified. This is to amplify the units. Even the enemy's dead units will be amplified. As for the living units, standing in the spell, they will be eroded by the power of the dead. Of course, the caster will automatically provide some resistance. But it is impossible to stay in the torrent for a long time. Wu Hung could think of a method that would be useful to him, which was to increase the skeleton army. The torrent covered all the skeletons, and the effect would definitely be good. He turned to the last page of the skill book. The prompt appeared immediately. Unlock skill, Undead Torrent. It was unlocked. Wu Hung stretched, closed the book, and put it back on the bookshelf. Xiao Xiao. How is the translation going? Wu Hung looked aside. Xiao Xiao said, I've finished the translation. Xiao Xiao is working so hard. Xiao Xiao shrugged. I can't help it after all. She's my real mother. Let me see. Xiao Xiao used her telekinesis to control a book to fly over. Words that linger in the beams. Wu Hung glanced at it, his brows instantly furrowed. He looked up and asked, why are there so many pinyin? Xiao Xiao said naturally, I can't write. I can only use pinyin, and I don't recognize many of the characters in this world. Wu Hung wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back when it came to his lips. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed difficult to let Xiao Xiao translate these. I'll translate them. I'll find a way to train a few skeletons later. Great. Xiao Xiao cheered immediately. Wu Hung cut the thread of the staples, marked them, and divided the book into 6 parts. With a thought, 6 Wu Hungs were immediately separated from his body. Each of them took a part and began to translate. Oh, uncle. You still use it this way, you don't help me. Xiao Xiao flew above his head and complained loudly. Wu Hung ignored her and lowered his head to translate quickly. Xiao Xiao looked at them one by one. Uncle, your handwriting is out of line. And you? Be steady. Don't rush. Xiao Xiao kept talking like a supervisor. The skill book was not thick. It took 6 people more than 20 minutes to complete the translation of one book. The translated notes were put aside and reassembled. Then, they continued to open the second book and translated it. It took another half an hour to translate the second book. Remove the effect of the strange object. The 6 figures merged into one person. He shook his head. Okay, I'm going to rest. Don't run around at night. A wizard has come to the island. Wu Hung walked out and said, Got it. Goodbye. Uncle. He waved his hand slightly. The other 2 ghosts also nodded. Wu Hung went downstairs, thought for a moment, and pushed open Annette's door. The droop-eared bunny girl opened her eyes, saw Wu Hung come in, and immediately smiled. She whispered, Master. Then she stood up and helped him take off his clothes. I didn't disturb your rest. No way, you can come anytime. Annette's face was slightly red. Hold on the desk. Annette walked to the desk obediently, bent her body slightly, and lay on the desk. Wu Hung unbuttoned her pajamas and gently held her waist. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hung asked Glenda to go to the association again. Shiragui had already gone to the association, and everything else was normal. So he didn't pay any more attention. Opened the door, and went to the zombie world. First, he knocked on Zhao Yanqiu's door. Leader. Zhao Yanqiu looked puzzled. Wu Hung took out 2 books. These are skill books. See if you can understand them. If you don't understand, just ask Xiao Xiao. While speaking, he let Xiao Xiao out. Xiao Xiao patted his chest. Ask me if you don't understand anything. Wu Hung left directly. A Xiao's voice came from behind. Mom, my uncle and I translated the book. It took a long time to translate. I'm exhausted. Wu Hung went downstairs. He went directly into the meeting room. On both sides of the long and narrow table, sitting were Chi Honkai, Gao Rong, a young man wearing glasses, and a middle-aged foreigner with sparse hair and a beard. This is the rescued Russian researcher, Kadyrov. Chi Honkai introduced. Chapter 602. Someone came to. Chi Honkai introduced the Russians, and then extended his hand to the young man with glasses. Lu Yuming, a member of our base, will be responsible for the translation for the time being. Lu Yuming stood up, saluted and said, Chief. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. Chi Honkai explained. Kadyrov knows some Chinese, but some of it needs to be translated. The bearded foreigner on the side also stood up and said in unfluent Chinese, Thank you, Chief Wu, for saving us. I came to your country 5 years ago, and I like it here very much. Sit down. Wu Hung sat down on the side, and then said, Welcome to join us. Thank you. Kadyrov thanked. Wu Hung then asked, How many people are there in total? Kadyrov answered, 6 people. All members of our institute. Normally, there are only so many people in a shelter. Too many people would be a burden, and too few people would be difficult to sustain. I heard that you are researching electromagnetic guns. How is the research going? Can it be used normally? Wu Hung looked at him. Kadyrov looked puzzled and cast an inquiring look at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu translated. Kadyrov answered in Russian. Lu Mingyu turned around again and translated. He said the range is 150 kilometers, and the power can penetrate 5 meters of concrete. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Chi Honkai and Gao Rong also showed shock in their eyes. 150 kilometers. Penetrating 5 meters of concrete. It can even penetrate a building. Moreover, the range of the machine gun is within 2 kilometers. Compared with this, the range and power of the electromagnetic gun are simply too exaggerated. No wonder before the end of the world, all countries were competing for this kind of weapons. Wu Hung continued to ask, Can it be used normally now? Kadyrov said in Russian. Lu Mingyu translated. They developed a rail-mounted electromagnetic gun, which can be fired in experiments, but it requires large equipment support and a large power burden. At that time, in modern society, it could not be put into use, and it would be even more difficult now. Where are the drawings? Wu Hung continued to ask. All the drawings have been brought here, and they have been backed up electronically. Chi Honkai answered. With the drawings, we can let the strange machine master study them. Besides electromagnetic guns, what else are you good at? Kadyrov answered himself. We are also good at research and design of power equipment and weapons. Wu Hung thought about it. He was not sure if the electromagnetic gun could be used. He would wait and see after the laboratory was moved here. He could arrange some other work for them first. Chi Honkai. See what areas they are needed in, and arrange some work for them temporarily. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded. Lu Mingyu also quietly translated for Kadyrov. Kadyrov slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to stay here is better than anything else. After talking about the foreigner, Wu Hung continued to look at Chi Honkai and Gao Rong. Are there any progress on your side? Chi Honkai said, Nothing. The 2 skeleton armies are still clearing zombies along the railway. The next city on Baiqing's side is Binhai City. Binhai City is close to the sea. Maybe we can get some modern ships. Wu Hung immediately said, Let them keep an eye on the shipyard or ships, and notify me if there is any news. Okay. I'll notify them later. Chi Honkai replied, and did not ask the reason. Gao Rong sorted out the documents and began to report. The production machinery of the rifle has entered the final production debugging stage. If there are no problems, it can be put into production normally. The newspaper printing machine has also begun to sort out the mechanical parts, and experiments will be carried out at that time. Tianqing Group obviously brought good news to Wu Hung. Bullets can be produced by themselves. If rifles can also be produced, a large number of skeletons proficient in shooting can be cultivated to equip a modern skeleton army. In the modern world, it is not useful for fighting zombies, but in the other world, it is still very useful. All along, I have come to realize that the role played by magic is really not as great as that of firearms. The development of the newspaper printing machine is for the establishment of newspaper offices in different parts of the world. Although there is no clear plan, the machinery should be prepared in advance. Once it is established, it can be used at the first time. Wu Hung praised, Well done. Tell Chi Honkai what you need, and complete the experiment as soon as possible. Understood. Gao Rong also smiled, and then said, I have nothing else to do. That's it for now. Shihankai will take me to get the blueprints. And everyone else can go about their own business. Wu Hung nodded. Everyone stood up and left the meeting room. Wu Hung followed Shihankai to the data room. 2 large boxes of drawings were placed in front of them. They are all here. They have been backed up. If you need them, you can print them out. Shihankai glanced at the machine beside him. Let me take a look at the drawings first. We'll talk about it later. Wu Hung said, putting all the drawings into the space ring. The door of the data room was closed again. The two walked out together. Shihankai said, Sister Yang, I know that there are beasts to be trained. She may come to ask you for them in the next 2 days. I prepared them for her too. Wu Hung said with a smile. It's not difficult to prepare a tamed animal for Li Yang. There is a taming store in Treasure Island, so you can just buy it directly. Or because the distance between the two is a bit far, unlike Shihankai's side, you can just buy it directly. Don't let her get jealous again, and say you are partial. Shihankai smiled. How can I? The palms and backs of my hands are all flesh. You say it as if we are both children. The two chatted casually and walked out together. After getting the blueprint, Wu Hung went straight back to the dormitory, waiting for Xiao Xiao to come back. The original plan was to raise Bernie's level in the next 2 days. But a level 18 wizard came to Treasure Island. So we still have to pay attention to him. Release Grenda and Bernie. Let the two ghosts wander around first. While Grenda gave Bernie a general introduction to this world. When she learned that Wu Hung was from another world, Bernie was surprised. Another world? Something that only appears in myths. Wu Hung sat on the chair and was about to take out the blueprint to kill time. System prompts suddenly appeared beside my ears. Level upgraded to level 19, Physique +2, Intelligence +4, Perception +2, Charm +2. Upgraded. Wu Hung was delighted. It seemed that the skeleton team attacking outside had fought with zombies again. This feeling of being able to upgrade while sitting at home was actually quite good. Wu Hung immediately opened the panel, checking the upgrade requirements this time. Name, Wu Hung. Level 19, 1452/355000. Reputation, level 19, 721/66,000. Attributes, Strength 48, Agility 35, Physique 55, Intelligence 54, Perception 33, Charm 34. The experience required after level 19 reached 355,000. A number that looks exaggerated. But it didn't take long from the time I changed my job to now. The upgrade speed is faster than that of traditional professionals in the other world, and even faster than that of the princes and princesses who have been arranged to upgrade since birth. Only 350,000. Zombies are enough for me to upgrade to level 20 and become a hero. Even though the number looks high, I don't feel too much pressure. Reputation has changed from 58,000 to 66,000. In fact, reputation is more troublesome than experience. The reputation collected from Treasure Island is definitely not enough for me to reach level 20. But expanding outward and promoting my reputation is not an easy task. There is no good direction at present. In addition to the establishment of the newspaper, I should also hold more activities on Treasure Island. Let merchants from all over the world help me promote it. Thinking in my heart, Xiao Xiao flew back through the wall. With a helpless tone. Hey! My mother is so stupid. How can you talk like that? Wu Hung said unhappily. Really? When reading a skill book, they always ask me why it is like this. What principles? Etc. I don't understand these. Just say that you practice like this. Xiao Xiao floated to one side. Complaining? It's normal not to understand when you just started. I read it once. But I didn't learn it. Uncle, you will learn it every time you read it once. Xiao Xiao said. Xiao Xiao has only seen Wu Hung learn skills. Turn from the first page of the book to the last page. And then you can perform it. I guess he thinks he can learn it after reading it once. Wu Hung didn't know how to explain this. He said, I'm at a higher level, and I understand knowledge better. Just wait until your mother's level is up. Xiao Xiao floated in the air on her back, thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Okay, I understand. Go call Granda and the others back, and let's go back first. Wu Hung pointed out the window. Xiao Xiao flew out, and soon flew back with Granda and Bernie. They got into the body together. Wu Hung opened the door, and returned to the zombie world. Returned to the island owner's house, appeared in the study. Wu Hung opened the door, and walked down. You could hear the voices of the maids downstairs. Turn around, and see Wu Hung coming down. Annette and Robert bowed. Minnie came over and said, "Master, this morning, Deacon Zalogwi sent someone over, saying that someone from the association's headquarters has come. Please go over." Chapter 603, It will be faster if someone leads the way. She Logwi arranged for someone to come to me. Needless to say, I can guess that it is the 18th level wizard who came to the island. Sure enough, he came from the headquarters, and also came to see me. There are not many things related to me at the headquarters. Lilith, Imolo, and the matter of one challenging me. Lilith and I have always been exchanging letters. Imolo is the prince of the elves, and the people who are arranged to come should also be from the elves. The most likely ones, or Luan and his apprentice. I delivered the newspaper to the headquarters. The master and apprentice would not be so anxious to take revenge. Help me prepare lunch first, and then go after eating. Wu Hung said. What does the master want to eat? Minnie asked with a smile. Seafood noodles, something simple. Okay. Minnie nodded and walked quickly to the kitchen. Association dormitory. The door was opened, and a burly attendant came in with a few newspapers and handed them to Virgil in a robe. You can buy the previous issues of the newspaper at the city hall. It's not a big deal. Virgil nodded, picked up the newspaper, and looked at each one. It doesn't say whether this street lamp is a strange device or a prop. It doesn't say, but I think it should be a prop. Standing below, you can see what's inside the glass cover. It should be a prop etched with runes. The attendant inferred. After arriving on the island, they thought the newspaper was the most surprising thing. But at night, a bright white light shone in from the window. It still attracted the attention of the three people. After walking out of the association, they saw that the entire central area was brightly lit. Under the lights, a large number of residents gathered, and they came out to play in the cool night, and there were vendors selling goods. It was more lively than during the day. This made the three people stare wide-eyed. They also knew that the iron poles seen during the day were not used to hang flags, but special props that glowed. The entire area was lit up. The headquarters of the association was no more than this. But what is that place? It is where heroes gather. And here, a small island in the sea. An island seized from pirates. At dawn, I sent someone out to inquire about the situation and buy newspapers. But it is still unclear whether it is a prop. Virgil put away the newspaper and said, Has he not come back yet? No news has come yet. I will ask someone to urge him again. No hurry. Virgil thought for a while and continued, Go and ask Zalogwi. Besides Imolo, does he have any contact with other people? The attendant was stunned. Do you want to take him as your apprentice? The professions are too different. Go and ask first. Association. After lunch, Wu Hung came to the association. He flashed and quickly entered the deacon's study. Zalogwi frowned. What are you doing? A level 18 professional is looking for me. Wu Hung asked cautiously. Zalogwi was amused by his appearance. You have defeated a level 18 professional. Why are you so nervous? I'm not nervous. I just don't know what he is going to do. What he wants to talk to me about. Do you know? Wu Hung asked. Zalogwi closed the information on the table and said, Virgil Prophecy Mage. This time I came here. It seems that I want to invite you to join the Hongwen Association. Prophecy Mage? This faction is rare, and the combat effectiveness is not high. The characteristics of the profession tend to be reconnaissance, foresight, and thought detection. When talking to him, be careful not to cause any problems. Come to the island to invite me to join? Am I so famous? Wu Hung was curious. He had heard of Hong Wenhui. After so much time, it was not just a mess. Hong Wenhui is mostly composed of mages, bards, and other professions. In Wu Heng's imagination, it is a gathering place for high intellectuals. Take a look at this first. Zalogwi handed over a letter. Miss Moya wrote to me, and you were mentioned in it. It was sent here the day after Virgil. I feel that Hong Wenhui invited you, and it has something to do with your defeat of Luan. Moya is Imolo's assistant. He actually wrote a letter to Treasure Island. Wu Hung took it. The envelope was open. He poured out the letter and unfolded it to read. The first part was some normal questions with Zalogwi. The second half of the content, it said, Wu Heng's letter, Lord Yimi Luo had received it, and issued a challenge to Moffat, who refused because he was not fit for the work. Moffat and his apprentice were narrow-minded. Treasure Island's newspaper spread in the headquarters, which lowered their reputation. Be careful of secret means, and write to me in time if there is anything. After reading it, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Imolo also submitted a challenge letter to the headquarters and wanted to beat Moffat. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. One challenged Wu Hung, and Imolo could also challenge Moffat. But it is obvious that Imolo is stronger, and Moffat did not even dare to accept the challenge. Moya also mentioned to be careful of secret means. This is because he suspected that the other party would not be able to attack directly, and would make some small moves in secret. Leave the letter with me first, and I will publish this news when the new newspaper is released in 2 days, Wu Hung said. Zalogwi looked at him. You are not worried at all about the dangers mentioned above. What is there to worry about? If I fall down when I go out, I will write a letter to Deacon Imolo saying that I was assassinated and ask him to beat Moffat, Wu Hung said seriously. You are awesome. When Zalogwi said this, she only said the word awesome. Sure Yali supported her chin, watching the two chatting with a smile. Wu Hung put the letter away, and then said, that is to say, I was named in the headquarters, and Hongwen Club thought that I defeated Luan and had more potential, so they invited me to join. Zalogwi nodded. I feel that way. Then what do you think? Should I join? Zalogwi looked at him in confusion. You ask me this? What do you think? You know a lot. Please give me some advice. Hongwen Club has a very high threshold, and only those who have received a certain degree of recognition will be invited to join. I feel that joining will be good for you. Zalogwi analyzed. This is not much different from what Wu Hung thought. They are all organizations within the association, so there is no harm to him. Moreover, the more mages he contacts, he may also get more skilled books. Then I'll listen to you. You have thought about it yourself. Why are you talking to me? Zalogwi rolled her eyes at him, stood up and said, Let's go to the meeting room first. I'll ask someone to invite Virgil over. Wu Hung also stood up, said goodbye to Sher Yali, and walked out of the study. In the meeting room. After a while, the door opened. A ruddy-faced mage in a long robe came in, with 2 attendants. Zalogwi introduced. This is Mr. Virgil, coming from the headquarters. Then she introduced Wu Hung. Wu Hung, the owner of Treasure Island. The 3 people on the opposite side looked at Wu Hung curiously, looking him up and down. The newspaper sent to the association had his photo, which was exactly the same. Wu Hung saw the 3 people from a distance through Granda's perspective. He took a quick look at first, and then retracted his gaze. Mr. Virgil? Wu Hung greeted him with a smile. Island Master Wu Hung. The old wizard also smiled. After the 2 sat down, Virgil continued, I heard about the deeds of Island Master Wu Hung in the headquarters. He is young and promising. Wu Hung smiled and said, Virgil is polite. We should all follow the deeds of heroes, and do our own work well. Ha ha. Well said. Virgil stroked his beard and looked him up and down. He said, You are very talented. But you changed your job late. If you can have a mentor to guide you, your future development will be smoother. Within 3 years, you are expected to reach level 18. Chapter 604, How to Build Streetlights. The meaning of the words is very clear. This is to take me as an apprentice. Zalogwi didn't mention this just now. Glancing at her, I was also a little surprised. Having a guide, for any professional, it will make the road ahead smoother and save many detours. If it was when I was still in Blackstone Town or Rentam City, I would really like to have such a master. Give me guidance and spells, and also serve as a backer. After all, at that time, a level 18 professional was a godlike existence. If anyone dared to mess with me, I could solve many problems by reporting the name of my level 18 master. But now it is different. Level 18 professionals can be seen from time to time in Treasure Island. My skeletons are all level 18. Moreover, no matter how powerful they are, they cannot withstand the shells of machine guns. Moreover, I have reached level 19 now, which is higher than the mage in front of me. It is obviously unreasonable to become his disciple in turn. His mind turned quickly. He said, There was no chance before, and now I don't have this idea. Deacon Imolo, Dean Janvito will also give me some guidance. Virgil's smile froze. Seemingly he didn't expect Wu Hung to reject him. He didn't expect that someone would reject a level 18 strongman to be his master. He wanted to speak, but swallowed the words back. He pondered for a moment, nodded, and didn't mention it again. Instead, he continued, This time, I came here mainly to ask you if you are willing to join the Hongwen Society. As expected, he talked about the Hongwen Society. Zalogwi's information was accurate. Wu Hung asked curiously, After joining, do I need to do anything? Virgil seemed to have been prepared and said it directly. There is no mandatory requirement. If you are willing to go to the headquarters, you can go to the research tower of Hongwenhui to study the direction you are interested in. If you can't go, there will be some ancient documents, books, and text rubbings sent to you. Just cooperate in deciphering them. Also, we organize some activities. Hongwenhui is the initiator of many activities of the association. We maintain the academic atmosphere of the association members, such as alchemists from all over the country giving lectures and distributing professional scrolls. When it comes to your treasure island, we may need your cooperation. It sounds like a school club. Just cooperate to complete some of the assigned tasks. I will definitely not go to the headquarters. There are only high-level people there. It is not as comfortable as here. As for deciphering some documents and books, Wu Heng still has some expectations in his heart. The system can convert texts, those contents that even mages and scholars cannot decipher. I don't know if I can translate them here. As for organizing some activities, such as giving classes, distributing scrolls, etc., they are all arranged by the local association, and Zalagui's affairs have little to do with me. Thank you. I'm willing to join. Wu Heng nodded. Virgil didn't find it strange. He took out an agreement and a coat of arms of the association, and pushed it over. Sign your name, and you will be a member of the Hongwen Association. Keep the coat of arms, which represents your membership. Wu Heng took the agreement and took a look. It was basically some official terms for joining the Hongwen Association. It was not much different from the one he used to join the association. There was nothing special about it. He picked up a pen and signed his name directly. Virgil picked it up and checked it. He smiled again. Welcome to join. Thank you. The conversation was over. Virgil became more casual and asked, are those street lamps props? The two attendants beside him also looked over. Wu Heng explained, it can be understood as a strange machine. Did you invent it? Wu Heng shook his head. I don't have this ability. It's the result of the joint efforts of several professions. Virgil nodded. It's a very good invention. Thank you. Compared to the scholars of Hongwenhui, these are nothing. Wu Heng said politely. Virgil smiled and said, you are already very good at your age. And you are a human. Mr. Virgil. You are joking. Wu Heng said politely. And then said, Shi Lagui, have someone go to the tavern to book a private room to welcome the gentleman. Shi Lagui nodded in agreement. Opened the door and asked someone to call Shi Yali, and asked them to go to the tavern outside the association to book a private room. Then, Virgil asked about the idea of selling newspapers, and the details of the serialized stories, as well as the latest issue. The tavern made Bernie full of curiosity about Wu Heng and Treasure Island. They chatted in the conference room for a while. Shi Yali came back and said that the private room was ready. Wu Heng stood up and said, Mr. Virgil, let's go to the tavern, and we can eat and chat at the same time. Okay. Virgil agreed. They went out together and walked towards the tavern outside the association. The dinner ended. They chatted happily. They didn't mention the matter of taking in disciples. Virgil and his attendants returned to the association dormitory, and Shi Lagui and Shi Yali also returned to their own residences. Wu Heng returned to the island owner's manor. Entering the living room, Minnie walked over quickly and helped him hang his coat on the hanger. Asked, Master, did everything go well in the association today? Nothing happened. That 18th level mage wasn't here to cause trouble. Wu Heng controlled the kettle to pour water and took a sip. I thought someone else came to the island to cause trouble for you, Minnie said with a smile. Wu Heng turned around and said, do you remember the master and apprentice who challenged me last time? I remember. You beat them so badly that their robes were torn into pieces, Minnie said. Juan left a deep impression on people. His status and position were there, and he was beaten badly by Wu Heng. Yes, after they returned to the headquarters, Deacon Yimi Luo issued a challenge to his master again, but the other party did not dare to accept it because of physical discomfort, Wu Heng said with a smile. Minnie was also surprised. Really, why didn't you accept it? You can still not accept it. According to the rules of the association, it is allowed not to accept the challenge. That's a pity. Minnie was a little regretful. It can also be regarded as a deterrent to them, so that they don't pretend to be powerful on Treasure Island, thinking that no one knows, Wu Heng said. In fact, not accepting the challenge would have a greater impact on Juan and his apprentice. The newspapers had already made public what happened to them on Treasure Island. Others could guess why Yimi Luo challenged him. in the small place of Treasure Island. He was showing off his power. But he hadn't fought yet. After returning, he didn't dare to accept the challenge as a master. It was more embarrassing than losing the fight. Of course, these things happened at the headquarters of the association, and had little to do with himself. But Hongwen asked him to join, which was largely related to defeating Wan. There is also the letter sent by Moya. We must be careful of the master and apprentice, lest they do something secretly without daring to do anything openly. Actually, it is not a big problem. I have reached level 19, 2 level 18 ghosts, 2 level 18 skeletons. It is unlikely that they can threaten me. Wu Hung glanced at Minnie and said, Moya, the assistant of Deacon Yamilo, said in the letter that we should be careful, lest the master and apprentice do something secretly. You should carry skeletons with you when you go out. These two are too bad, they are doing things secretly, and they are level 18 professionals. Minnie was surprised. Level does not represent character. That's right, pirates can reach level 18. Minnie nodded. Wu Hung took a break, patted Minnie's hips. I'll go upstairs, you guys should go to bed early. Okay, master, Minnie said sweetly. Then she jumped towards the training room. From a distance, she shouted that Wan's master was challenged by Deacon Yamilo. He went upstairs and walked into the study. Wu Hung released all 3 ghosts. The 3 ghosts found that they had gone home, and they dispersed to do their own things. Grenda continued to revise the manuscript, and Xiao Xiao took Benny to fly to the side to watch cartoons. Wu Hung thought for a while, and said to Grenda, do you think that if the newspaper serializes more great detective stories, will it improve your reputation more? Grenda looked up, thought for a while, and said, it may not have any obvious effect. Now people who are familiar with the newspaper know who you are. Increasing the content of the serialized stories will only make the reading experience better, and it will not have much impact on your reputation. Chapter 605, Not Knowing Foreign Languages. That is to say, I know everything I should know. Increasing the update volume will only make readers feel better, and will not have much impact on reputation. Is there any good way to promote it outside the island? Wu Hung continued to ask. Glenda said, the story of the first volume of The Great Detective will end in this issue. We can make this volume into a book, and provide it to those caravans to transport it outside for sale. This is also a way. The original plan was to compile The Great Detective into a book after the serialization, and sell it outside. But now, I have reached level 19, and my reputation is a bit anxious. It is okay to sell it in volumes, but the content is a bit less. Okay, then sort it out, print it directly as a book tomorrow, and sell it together with the next issue of the newspaper. Wu Hung finalized the plan. Glenda then reminded, take a photo when you have time, for the book cover. Wu Hung touched his chin. I am not very photogenic here. Increasing reputation, it is easier to increase reputation. Glenda said. Okay. I'm just a little shy. Glenda didn't say much, and continued to revise the manuscript. Wu Hung walked aside, and took out all the electromagnetic gun blueprints he got during the day. This time, the blueprints, there are many more than any gun blueprints, bullet blueprints, 2 large boxes of information. Wu Hung picked up a book and flipped through it, all in Russian. Damn. I forgot about this. During the day, I was worried about the 18th level mage going to the island. I was anxious to come back, and forgot that the blueprints were all in Russian. Now, at a glance, except for a few 1234 numbers, I can't understand any of the others. The system can translate the text of the other world. Other texts of the original world are not translated. Take out your phone and open the software. There is a Russian translation option, but it requires an internet connection. There is no such thing in the other world, and there is no such thing as internet in the zombie world. There is no better way. Wu Hung pushed the blueprint aside, and waited until tomorrow to ask Chi Han Kai to see if there is any solution. After sitting in the study for a while, there was nothing to do. I went back to my room to rest early. In the bedroom, Wu Hung lay on the bed, thinking about what happened today. I have reached level 19, and need more fame. Getting fame is really a hassle. Glenda's sale of books makes up for the shortcomings of newspapers' delayed information. It's better to let those caravans contact me, so I can control the price. Also, hold more activities, attract more people to Treasure Island. They will naturally hear about my story and spread it to the outside world. The second thing is that I joined the Hongwen Society. It also means that the big guys in the headquarters have recognized me. I don't know if I can get any skilled books from them. Let's see when the time comes. Pull the quilt up and summarize what to do tomorrow. Tomorrow I will upgrade Bernie first, then take photos for the cover, and print the book. Let's arrange it this way for now. After thinking it over, Wu Hung closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next day, the port. Mr. Virgil is in such a hurry to go back? Wu Hung looked at the mage, who was ready to board the ship, and said. Zalogwi also said, stay a few more days, so I can show you around the island. Virgil smiled and said, next time. I will report back as soon as possible after the work is done. When Hongwen has any tasks to assign, they will be sent directly to the association. Wu Hung, please pay attention. I will pay attention to it. Wu Hung replied. Virgil continued. I forgot to ask you yesterday. Is it easy to arrange street lights on a large scale? Wu Hung thought for a while and explained. Street lights are not difficult, but the initial infrastructure is more troublesome. What do you mean? That is to say, in the early stage, a device similar to a magic building should be arranged to provide energy for the street lights. Wu Hung thought of a statement that he could understand. Virgil nodded. I see. My family has a territory. We can discuss the issue of street lamp construction. The price is negotiable. Good guy. Every professional who can reach level 18 is not an ordinary person. The family also has a territory. Okay. Wu Hung did not refuse. Whether it can be pressed. Whether to help them build a power plant. We will talk about it later. Maybe in this regard, I can form an engineering team. As he was talking, a servant came down. It's time to sail. Virgil looked at Wu Hung and the others. Then I'll leave first. See you next time. Treasure Island welcomes you all at any time. Goodbye, Mr. Virgil. Virgil boarded the cargo ship, stood on the deck and waved goodbye. And the cargo ship gradually left the port. Zalogwi smiled and said, it seems that he is not unhappy because you are not his apprentice. This is all voluntary. Why should he be unhappy? Wu Hung said. Inviting him to dinner is also to resolve this matter. It seems that the effect is still good. Nothing. Of course it's best. The two said, walked to the roadside, and took a carriage. Zalogwi returned to the association, and Wu Hung returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, Wu Hung went directly to the zombie world. Let Chi Honkai prepare the convoy, and go out to clean up the zombies. After arriving at the area that has not been cleaned up, the soul-catching jade stone radiates a magic circle, and the skeletons and zombies fight each other. Wisps of residual souls float into the sky. Benny rushed up directly and began to absorb the residual souls in the sky. Ghost upgrades to level 9. Ghost upgrades to level 10. Agility +1. Intelligence +2. Perception +1. Unlock ability, telekinesis push. Ghost upgrades to level 11. Ghost upgrades to level 13. Intelligence +1. Perception +2. Charm +1. When Benny's level is upgraded to level 13, the residual souls are completely absorbed. She can level up several levels every time. Wu Hung was a little envious. When she reached level 10, Bernie unlocked the telekinetic push. This ability is not a high-level skill. The effect is that you can use telekinesis to simply affect some things. For example, swinging a door, controlling a stylus to watch cartoons. These are the effects of this ability. Xiao Xiao and Granda both have this ability. When it comes to Bernie, it is unlocked when you reach level 10. But it's not a big problem. As long as the level can be raised, the rest of the abilities can be added to the ghost through rituals when there is a chance in the future. Benny flew back, said, I have absorbed them all. You are level 13 now when you go back. Let Glinda and Xiao Xiao teach you how to use telekinesis. Wow, I'm level 13, Benny exclaimed. When she was in Blackstone Town, she never thought that she would be promoted to such a level. Higher than the deacon. It will be higher in the future, Wu Hung said. Benny nodded. Thank you. Wu Hung nodded, and began to order the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. A large number of skeletons began to move. Identify the corpses, evolve zombies, and distorted zombies, and drag them closer. After Wu Hung transformed the distorted and evolved zombies, he collected the corpse cores, and continued to release dead corpse battlefield. Then, Chi Honkai brought the convoy over, and began to check the shops on both sides. Some necessary items, all moved to the truck. Then, the convoy began to return to the military factory. Wu Hung opened the boundary gate and returned to Treasure Island. Returned to the island owner's manor. After dinner, Wu Hung returned to the study. He took out 2 books from the space ring. Modern Russian Bilingual Dictionary and Russian for Beginners, platinum bestseller. These two books were looted in the zombie world. Tear the book open. Wu Hang's mind moved, and immediately split into 6 figures. Each person took a few pages. Chapter 606, It is the Driver. A book was divided into 6 parts. 6 Wu Hangs, each holding a copy, found a place to start reading. The enhancement of attributes, in addition to making it easier to understand knowledge, attention and memory, also got a great improvement. This kind of thing with explanations and annotations, which is memorized by rote, is not difficult at all. Just force yourself to remember it in your mind. The 6 people, in different positions, read it quickly. Then, they began to follow the pronunciation. The whole room was filled with the sound of silent reading. 3 ghosts gathered together. Bernie looked surprised. Are they preparing a spell? Necromancers are really good at spells. Glenda said. It seems like they are learning something. Xiao Xiao came closer, took a look at the book cover that was torn off and placed aside, and said, Uncle is learning a foreign language. What is a foreign language? Bernie asked. It's the language of other countries. I almost want to learn it. Xiao Xiao explained to the 2 ghosts. After hearing what Xiao Xiao said, I immediately understood. It was the language of other races. But this way of learning was really special. He actually split into 6 clones and split them up to learn. It was the first time I saw it. Then let's keep our voices down and don't disturb him, Glenda said. The other 2 ghosts nodded. They stopped chatting and flew back to their own positions. Glenda continued to revise the manuscript, while Xiao Xiao controlled the tablet and took Benny to a slightly farther place to continue watching cartoons. It was getting darker, and the 6 people finished reading the pages of the book one after another. One person asked, How is it? Another Wu Hang answered, Almost done, just memorize it. It can't be compared with the magic book. Another Wu Hang said, When you have time, go and talk to that foreigner. There is a translator for the communication. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that you can understand the drawings. There is another book. After reading it, you will basically have mastered it. Let's remove the effect of the strange object first. There are side effects. The 6 people nodded, and their bodies flashed, and they became one person again. What followed was a tingling sensation, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind, which was expanding and spinning. Wu Hang covered his forehead, and the side effects slowly faded. Xiao Xiao flew over, and said with some concern, Uncle, are you okay? The other 2 ghosts also looked at him with concern. Wu Hang smiled. It's okay. It's a side effect of splitting, Xiao Xiao said. It's a side effect of reading. Glenda also flew over. Read the remaining book tomorrow. If you don't take care of your health now, how can you take care of so many women in the future? You're driving again, Wu Hang said. Glenda smiled, glanced at Xiao Xiao, and said nothing. Her expression seemed to say, if Xiao Xiao hadn't been here, I would have let the car go. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao said very seriously, Yes, Uncle, you have to take care of yourself. We are all counting on you. Okay. Listen to Xiao Xiao. I won't learn today. Wu Hang stood up and shook his neck. Hee. Xiao Xiao smiled and flew half a circle in the air. Wu Hang collected the scattered papers and walked towards the door. Then I'll go back and rest. Good night. Good night. Goodbye, Uncle. Returned to the bedroom. After Wu Hang washed up, he went to bed to rest. Lying on the bed, he looked up at the ceiling. Last time, he helped Xiao Xiao translate the skill book. And this time he studied books. The clones can be completed, and they are not only used in battle. The robe of the 100 soldiers is really a good and effective item. He frowned and thought for a while. If I use it for training, will it work? His swordsmanship is stuck at the advanced level and has not been improved. If he practices with 6 clones together, will it also work? I'll try it when I have a chance. After thinking for a while, he fell asleep. After breakfast, Wu Hang went to the zombie world. Walking out of the gate, it was drizzling outside the window. Wu Hang released the 3 ghosts. Xiao Xiao went to find Xiao Yanqiu. Glenda and Bernie also flew out to look around. Speaking of which, bringing Xiao Xiao's mother here also helped her to change her job and learn skill books. But Xiao Xiao's unfinished business is still not completed. Wu Hang was suspicious. Xiao Xiao's brain circuit wouldn't really think that his father and grandfather could be resurrected. Then, in this life, it may not be completed. Glenda's unfinished business has a clearer goal. She wants to find her husband and ask him why he killed her. Wu Heng's idea is that if he is really dead, he will interrogate the corpse and find out the previous reasons. The main thing is that he can't find the person. The last hope is Benny. The Tianming sect that killed her has been destroyed, and the ghost of the bishop has been collected into the magic soul pot. When Benny's level is higher, let her devour the ghost of the bishop, which can be regarded as revenge in person. Not much difference, will pass the unfinished business. As for the low-skilled things, you could also increase them through rituals later. Thinking for a while, open the door and walk downstairs. As soon as I reached the first floor, I saw the door of the conference room open. Some people walked out from inside. It seemed that the meeting had just ended. Leader. Everyone saluted and greeted. Well, go ahead, I don't have anything to do. Wu Heng nodded and smiled. The others left with umbrellas to do their own things, and Wu Heng walked into the conference room. Qi Hankai was the only one left in the room. Did you just finish the meeting? Wu Heng walked in. Qi Hankai smiled. Count the plans for the future, so that the factories can cooperate. Don't focus all your energy on work, also pay attention to rest. Wu Heng said softly. Yeah, I know. Wu Heng then asked, are those Russians still adapting to this place? It seems that there is no problem, but there is no way to separate them at present. When they go to other groups, there is no way to communicate at all. We can only assign some tasks through Kadyrov. Qi Hankai's tone was somewhat helpless. The original idea was to assign them according to their specialties. Now it seems that these people are really inseparable. Lu Mingyu is the only one who can speak Russian in the base, and he can't run back and forth to translate. It's okay to arrange them together first, Wu Heng said. Qi Hankai nodded, thought for a while, and continued, Bai Qing is attacking the center of Binhai City. Some survivors and looted gold will be transported back in the next 2 days. Bai Qing is a hard-working person. It's the skeleton team who is working hard. In addition to rushing, they are also attacking. Bai Qing and his team can barely keep up with the speed, Qi Hankai said with a wry smile. It sounds like Bai Qing should have complained to her about this. Skeletons don't need to carry baggage, and they don't care about day or night. They just attack. Thinking about it this way, logistics will be a bit more difficult. Hold on a little longer. It will be fine later. It will be fine when you reach level 20. 1 level left. What's the point of holding on? Being able to join the base is much luckier than others, Qi Hankai continued. I will supervise them. You don't have to worry. Then, the two chatted for a while in the conference room. The rain outside the window showed no sign of stopping. There was no way to go out to clean up the zombies. After having lunch together in the cafeteria, Wu Heng returned to the dormitory and waited for a few ghosts to fly back. He opened the boundary door and returned to Treasure Island. Wu Heng walked downstairs. He heard the maid's laughter and Philippa's loud voice. Philippa is back? He walked down the stairs and looked towards the living room. He saw Chanella, Philippa, and 3 maids. Great Chief! The red-crowned parrot saw him first, shouted with a sharp voice, and lowered his head. Wu Heng touched its feathers. It's getting smarter. Hearing the parrot's voice, several people in the living room looked over. Master! The maids called out obediently. Zanera also smiled softly. The parrot flew to Philippa. Silly bird, Captain. You are the stupid bird, I'll stew you. Philippa raised her hand to blast him away, then said with a smile. Wu Heng, do you miss us? Yes, I thought you two had run away from home, and you've been away for so many days. Wu Heng walked over and sat down. Philippa came over immediately, hugged one arm. Are you worried about me? Or about Sister Chanella? As she spoke, she tightened her arm. Chanella also looked over with a smile, intending to listen to what he had to say. Wu Heng said, I'm worried that you'll sell Chanella, who is our treasure of Treasure Island. Philippa nodded in agreement. Back then, Chanella's head was worth hundreds of gold coins. A sure-win business. You're crazy. You've really thought about it. Wu Heng pulled out his arm and pinched her face. Philippa grumbled and said, How could it be? You don't know me yet. I am more kind than Babuchi. Now all the pirates in the Emerald Sea are dead. Naturally, there is no wanted order from the pirates. Wu Heng continued to ask, Did you find anything along the way? We drove away several fleets similar to pirate groups, and there were no problems with the others. The whole route was safe, Philippa reported. That's good. Wu Heng continued, by the way, I came downstairs to take pictures. Many. Take down the windbreaker I prepared. Minnie walked upstairs quickly and took down a windbreaker. Chanella asked, "What are you taking pictures of?" "The first volume of the detective novel is about to be released, and I need to prepare a cover, and I plan to do it myself." Several people were stunned, and they also started to get busy. Wu Hung put on a windbreaker and a round-top narrow-brimmed hat that investigators often wear. Under Chanella's command, he began to strike a few specific poses. After all, Chanella knows some art. She is also quite good at oil painting, and with her command, it saved a lot of trouble. After taking several photos, they began to choose. "This one looks the best. I feel this one is also quite mysterious." "Dad," Philippa blurted out while looking at the photo, and immediately shut up in the eyes of others. Wu Hengza said, "Then let's take this one." They sent it to the printing warehouse, and imported the photos into the machine. The printing started. After dinner, the maids played shuttlecock in the yard. Wu Hengza went upstairs and walked into the study. After saying hello to the three ghosts, he took out the remaining Russian for Beginners, platinum bestseller, and began to tear it into 6 pieces. His body also split into 6 clones. Each of them took one copy and began to read. Time passed little by little, and he finished reading all 6 copies of the book. Lu Daofei turned into one person again. After the side effects disappeared, Wu Hung pulled out the box next to him. He took out the blueprint of the electromagnetic gun and looked at it. This time, the Russian on it was no longer a strange symbol, but a text that could be understood. As he looked at the content above, Wu Heng's brows began to frown. The production of electromagnetic guns is really difficult to replicate. Among the materials mentioned above, high-performance rare earths and various precision components are mentioned. This kind of thing, whether in the zombie world or in the other world, you can't make it even if you get the blueprint. Not to mention mass production, or use it in combat. 150 kilometers range, 5 meters of concrete penetration. With the scale of the city in the other world, standing outside the city, you can bombard the palace. But this kind of thing cannot be realized at present. It can only appear in the blueprint. I have been busy for so many days in vain. After reading a blueprint, it was getting dark. Wu Hung put the blueprint back. He said hello to the ghost, and went downstairs to the bedroom. Wu Hung pushed the door and walked into the bedroom. He saw Shannara in a white nightgown, sitting in front of the dressing table, with her hair standing up. Beautiful and mature face, white and slender neck, and delicate collarbone. Shannara looked at the door through the silver mirror. "You are so hard-working now, staying in the study for so long." Wu Hung hung his coat aside. "You helped me to win the island owner with great difficulty. Of course, I have to work harder. You are qualified to sit in this position. The association is not stupid, will not appoint you just because of the recommendation letter of the caravan," Shannara said with a smile. Wu Hung walked over, put his hand on the other shoulder, rubbed it twice, and moved it down along the loose collar, holding the soft and full flesh. "It's all tanned." Shannara was a little embarrassed by the rubbing, turned her head and looked at him. "Does it look bad?" "No, it's more attractive." Wu Hung lowered his head and clamped his red lips. Shannara responded with all her strength, venting her thoughts in her heart. Gradually, the robe slipped off. Wu Hung picked her up and put her on the bed. Wu Hung began to take off his clothes. Shannara was even more anxious, and stepped forward to help untie the belt. Her white legs hung on her shoulders. Shannara moaned softly, sounding like pain and pleasure. Wu Hung hugged the delicate body in his arms, stroking her waist and back, and said, "Starflower, I didn't bother you again, did I? Don't be so hostile. It's just about the handover of the merchant group. We are all Wood-Elves, and my family will also write to me, asking about my life." Shannara leaned in his arms and raised her head and said, "Well, I'm glad I didn't bully you." Wu Hung kissed her red lips again, and then said, "I have 2 things to do. Can you help me with them?" Shannara gently hit the other's dishonest hand. "We are both like this. Just tell me. Why be polite?" Wu Hung put his hand back on his waist. "It's still about setting up a newspaper. Do you know anyone, in other kingdoms or cities, to set up a newspaper and sell newspapers? The second thing is, I want to hold a commodity exhibition on the island. Let each caravan display its own products. You help me gather people from each caravan and spread this matter." Shannara frowned. After thinking for a while, she said, "The newspaper business is difficult. It is difficult for a country to allow you to sell various information. I suggest you contact the association to see if it can be distributed to various places through the association. As for the commodity exhibition you mentioned, I understand what you mean. But is there any benefit for us to hold this? Wu Hung said, it can attract more dignitaries to the island. High-quality goods will gather on the island. And the shops on the island will get profits. We can also choose some suitable caravans to cooperate. We just provide a venue. And there is no burden. Sanera thought for a while. And nodded. Since you have thought it through, I will help you get it done. Wu Hung smiled. You are so nice. Baby. Hateful. It's so corny. Wu Hung got down from the ground, picked her up, Sanera screamed, and the whole person hung on him like a gecko, with her chin on her shoulder, her legs tightly wrapped around her waist. As she walked, she moaned softly. He kept walking close to the window, and then put her down. Sanera said strangely, What are you doing? What if someone hears us? Then let them come up together. You are so bad. The next day, early in the morning, the newspaper seller rushed to various intersections. He held up the newspaper in his hand and shouted, The 7th issue of the newspaper. The latest news. Deacon Yini Luo issued a challenge to Master Luan at the headquarters. But the other party refused cowardly. The owner of Wuheng Island was invited to join the Hongwen Society. And the murderer of the great detective story was revealed. The sound of selling newspapers resounded throughout the island again. Hearing that it was a new issue of the newspaper, the crowd immediately gathered at the newspaper seller's position. Who is Luan? Why did Deacon Emilo challenge his master? The prince of the Celtic kingdom. The one who challenged the island owner, and was defeated last time. So, the master was beaten by Deacon Emilo again. Fuck. There is a murderer in this issue. Damn it. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze here if you don't want to buy. Golden Sail Tavern. Sabin paced back and forth, playing different roles. He said loudly. Wu Hung shook his head gently, and smiled and concluded. The case is over. There will be no more assassinations. Over? Others were eager to ask what happened. Wu Hung blinked cunningly, and said only, You will know in a while. Below the stage, the dense crowd of drinkers held their breath, waiting for the final ending. After waiting for so long, there will finally be a result today. Moreover, everyone has already decided on a murderer in their hearts, just waiting to verify his speculation. Sabin tapped the wooden platform in front of him, imitating the knocking sound. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and a shout came from outside the door. Sir, the carriage is ready. This is the voice of Wiggins, the patrol captain of the Baker Street squad. The people below were tense. In his wide eyes, it seemed to say, Is it him? Sabin's story continued. Okay, please ask him to come in and help me move things. Wiggins came in with the coachman. The coachman was tall and looked very strong. He walked towards Wu Hung reluctantly, reaching out to move the big suitcase that Wu Hung dragged out of the bedroom. Suddenly, Wu Hung jumped up quickly and handcuffed the man's hands with restraints. Wu Hung announced to the others, with a triumphant smile, that he was the murderer of the two people, Hopo Jefferson. The audience fell into silence. Fuck. It's the driver. Chapter 607, Standing in the Sun. With a cry of surprise, other drinkers also reacted. The coachman? Why him? What reason did he have to kill people? Did you read it in the newspaper? The audience was in chaos. Obviously, the final murderer was not guessed by most people. Or unexpected. Sabin looked at the reactions of the crowd, without any change in his expression. Continue to tell the story. We were all stunned by the dramatic changes in front of us, and were a little overwhelmed. The drinkers were silent for a moment. There is more to come. Moreover, not only them, but also other people in the story, did not expect that the murderer would be a coachman. At this time, the coachman took the opportunity to escape from Wu Hung, rushed to the window, smashed the glass with one punch, and prepared to jump out of the window to escape. Fortunately, we reacted quickly and caught him. The coachman was very fierce, and began to struggle hard. After he fully understood the situation, he gave up the idea of escaping, and leaned against the wall to breathe. I didn't expect that I would be trapped here. Perhaps you would like to listen to why I killed those two villains. Without waiting for us to speak, the coachman began to tell his story. The expressions of the drinkers were serious in an instant. And the drinkers became serious again. They planned to listen to the other party's reasons to explain such an ending. Nautilus Tavern. 20 years ago, Hope was still a handsome young man, smart and capable. And he and several partners were looking for silver mines in the valley. On a warm day in June, He met the beautiful Lucy, was attracted by her charm, and pursued her passionately. Lucy also appreciated his talent and agreed to his pursuit. Lucy and her godfather John were rescued by a group of believers, and have lived under the control of the sect ever since. The doctrine of the sect stipulates that the daughters of believers must marry believers of the same religion. Lucy is the most beautiful girl in the area. Some people have already set their eyes on her. The two most powerful ones are Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson, the sons of the two leaders of the church. The drinkers frowned. The murderer and the deceased both appeared. It seems that there will be no more twists in this story. The rest of the story is even simpler. Lucy's father was killed by the sect members. Lucy was taken back and forced to marry Drebber. She became haggard and died of depression in less than a month. This time, Hobo found a job as a carriage driver in this city, and found an opportunity to kill them with his own hands. Hobo's story is over, and his life is about to end. The long-term hard life made him suffer from an incurable disease. The blood at the scene of Drebber's death was when Hobo found his enemy, and was too excited. Of course, the bloody words were also improvised by him with his own blood. After completing the entire revenge plan, Hobo had no worries. He died with a smile on the second day after being captured. The story ended, and the bard bowed and walked down the wooden platform. The drinkers below, however, have not yet recovered from the story. The ending turned out to be like this. The murderer they have been looking for along the plot is the coachman. But the ending after the case was solved was not as satisfying as expected. The victim at the beginning was the real murderer, and the person they had been investigating was just seeking revenge for their lover. This story has a lot of stamina. Damn it. I feel like I've become an accomplice. The island owner shouldn't have taken on this case at the time. If he wasn't caught, he wouldn't live long. He's sick. The drinkers began to discuss. At the counter, Philippa stood up, walked to the wooden board beside, and knocked hard. Look, the murderer is the coachman. Come to me to pay the bill if you guessed it right. The tavern continued to be in a mess. Fuck, whoever can guess the coachman, I will think he is cruel. Soon, the fact that the murderer was the coachman spread like a wave from the island. Everyone was discussing this matter, and it became the hottest topic on the island. How could it be the coachman? He just appeared a few times. It can't be him anyway. I had the previous newspaper. I went back and compared it, and it did give a hint. You didn't hear the coachman's memories. He had a lover who was killed by the deceased. Then who is the victim? It's hard to say. Central area. Outside the city hall, a long line formed. The newsman spread the news that detective books can be purchased at the city hall. If anyone wants to buy a collection, they can go to the city hall to buy it. Soon, a lot of people gathered here. If there were no association team and skeletons guarding the scene, it would have been a mess. At this time, a figure squeezed out of the crowd. He ran towards the cloaked figure in the distance, approached and held up the newspaper and said, "Princess, I got it. And it's signed by the previous island owners." The cloaked figure tucked his golden hair under his hood and said in a somewhat scolding tone, "What's wrong with you? I told you not to call me like that outside." "Sorry, miss. I just forgot. There are too many people over there. And someone even touched my butt," the little servant said agreeably. The princess put away the book and said softly, "Wear a cloak when you go out next time. We must not attract other people's attention." The two walked out together. The maid continued to whisper, "Miss, will the person you are looking for be on this island?" "I don't know." The princess sighed and continued, "When I saw him, he was outside the treasure island. I suspect he will be on this island. Could it be the owner of the island? He is very mysterious and powerful." "I don't know. The owner of the island is really powerful. The newspaper said that he has also joined the Hongwen Society." "Yes." The two chatted and gradually left the bustling central area. Association Deacon Study. The two sisters sat together, reading the newspaper in their hands. "Damn it, it was the coachman. My pocket money, my pocket money." Shiryali shouted a little madly. Shilagwi rolled her eyes at her. "Don't shout. If someone hears you, you will think something has happened." Shiryali grabbed her arm, shaking it hard. "I told you to ask him who the murderer is, but you refused to go my money." Shilagwi widened her eyes. "You blame me for this? This month's living expenses are yours." Shiryali hugged her. "I can't stand you," Shilagwi said helplessly, "or, I can pay. You are not allowed to participate in this kind of thing in the future. It's good to pay the money once, so that after arriving on the island, you won't get involved in these bad hobbies. Don't worry. I didn't want to touch it in the first place. Sure, Yali agreed, and then leaned on Chilagwi's shoulder. This murderer is really unexpected. Yes, he is also a miserable person. Sure, Yali continued to ask, what do you think is so special about Wu Heng's story? There are so many heroic propaganda stories in the association, but no one reads them. His story can still make money outside. Chilagwi glanced at the newspaper, pondered for a while, and said, maybe the angle is different. What angle? Chilagwi continued to think about it, and explained according to her own ideas. Heroic stories, either great achievements, or growing up in a powerful family, standing on a high platform, and being illuminated by the sun. Wu Heng's story is just the opposite. When he was a great detective, he didn't even have a career scroll. The maid Bernie came out of the village. They had never seen the sun, but they still looked like heroes. Sure, Yali raised her eyebrows. I understand what you mean, it seems to make sense. Wu Heng tells stories about ordinary people, not like heroic deeds. Chilagwi said, from the perspective of the islanders, which story do you think you like more? Sure, Yali nodded, indicating that she understood the meaning. Changing the subject, he continued to ask, what level are you at? Chilagwi frowned. Level 13. What for? What are you waiting for? Newspapers are so popular now. You and Wu Heng are together. When you reach level 15, it will be a good opportunity to promote you. Sure, Yali said immediately. Chilagwi blushed, stood up with a stern face. I'm going out. You have to find a way to pay for your living expenses this month. Don't. Shannara's mansion. Both sides of the long dining table were now filled with representatives of the caravan dressed in luxurious clothes. The caravan closest to the table was the large one, which was the closest and could have tea and snacks. There were also representatives of small and medium-sized caravans behind them. And there were about 20 people. Mrs. Chanella, if you have anything to say, just say it. A representative took a sip of tea and said, the Wood Elves did not make public the fact that Chanella's power was taken away, except for the senior leaders of the tribe. No one knew the real thing, only that some adjustments were made within the Starflower. Chanella had some differences with the Council of Elders, but she was still the president. From the outside, it seems that Shannara is delegating power and no longer personally in charge of everything. She is still the president, and still has enough influence in front of the representatives of Treasure Island. Seeing that most people have arrived, Shannara nodded and said, we are all old friends. I will tell you the truth. The owner of Wuling Island talked to me about something yesterday. He wants to set up a commodity exhibition on the island. High-quality commodities will be exhibited, and Starflower will participate. If you are willing to participate, you can go to the city hall to sign up in advance. Exhibition? This name is the first time I have heard of it, but it can be understood from the literal meaning. That is, to display the goods. Mrs. Chanella, what is the use? Someone asked. Chanella smiled and explained. I have summarized a few points. Let's listen. The first is the Order of Treasure Island. Since last year, Treasure Island has a large number of order resources, which have reached a huge level. The island owner will also select some satisfactory caravans for cooperation. The second point is that it is a kind of external publicity to expand the influence of the caravan. And the publicity in the newspaper will only benefit us. Everyone looked at each other and began to discuss in a low voice. It sounds like it will be of some benefit to their caravan, but it doesn't seem like a big deal. Shannara continued. Have you read the latest newspaper? Everyone shook their heads. They received the invitation in the morning and hurried over. No one noticed whether a new issue of the newspaper had been distributed. Does this new issue of the newspaper have anything to do with the exhibition? Someone asked. Shannara's tone remained calm. Wu Heng has joined the Hongwen Association. It's not certain news. A certain lord in the headquarters wants to take him in as an apprentice. The entire Treasure Island has received much attention from the association's headquarters. It's also an opportunity to get closer to him by building a good relationship with him. The representatives of each caravan were stunned, and their faces changed instantly. Hong Wenhui, the disciple of a big shot. It must be related to Luan's challenge. Last time, Shannara brought several caravans, recommended Wu Heng to become the island owner. In the end, the other party really became the island owner. The caravans that signed the contract were exempted from tax for 3 years, and the individuals also gained huge benefits. This time, Shannara has new news. It must be true. The affairs of the headquarters have nothing to do with our caravan. I just responded to the call of the island owner. I will ask people to go to the city hall to sign up. Indeed, Zingziwa has joined. This exhibition must be good, we will join too. We too will go there to sign up. Island owner's mansion. Wu Heng stretched his body and put away the electromagnetic gun blueprint in front of him. In the morning, he read part of the content and had a certain understanding of the records above. After all, it was a design drawing, and most of the records were the names and sizes of the accessories and the connection methods. There were no too many professional terms in knowledge. Wu Heng stood up, walked to the side, and waved his hand, releasing the luxury house technique. The towering space cracks and stone doors opened one after another, revealing the gun tower and the soldier cave behind. Wu Heng glanced inside and gave the order, move the bullets and shells up, and bring them all out. The skeletons in the hiding cave started to move, carrying boxes of ammunition. They walked out directly. Machine guns and machine guns were created in the mansion technique. But the shells were real. Otherwise they could not be fired. Last night, after finishing with Shannara, Wu Heng also thought about the problem of electromagnetic guns. With the current technology, it is obviously impossible to create an electromagnetic gun. But in the mansion technique, it may not be impossible. Just follow the blueprints and create each component in the mansion art. It is more convenient than the modern research and development and manufacturing. Soon, the skeletons took out all the bullets. Wu Heng mobilized his spirit, and the scene in the whole mansion began to collapse. It formed an empty and flat open space. Wu Heng picked up the blueprint, and began to compare the information on the blueprint, and began to create, with the injection of spiritual power. Accessories one after another began to be created in the mansion. Then, the accessories assembled themselves in midair, forming a higher-level accessory. After assembling, he continued to create the second set and continued to assemble. It feels like playing Lego by looking at the blueprint. Wu Heng muttered. Soon, Wu Heng assembled the thumb-thick blueprints that were bound together. It feels feasible. Wu Heng was delighted. But he did not continue to create, but closed the mansion technique and rested aside to recover his mental strength. After a short rest, 3 ghosts flew back in midair. Chapter 608 bombed. The ghost floated in the air. Xiao rushed to say, Uncle, the gang didn't guess who the murderer was, and they were angry in the tavern. If they guessed, then the protagonist in the book wouldn't be that powerful. Wu Heng said with a smile. That's right. If everyone can guess who the murderer is, then everyone is a great detective. Xiao nodded in agreement. Granda said on the other side, I went to the city hall to check the sales of books. There was already a long queue. Judging from the popularity, the books printed within 3 days will be sold out. I will increase the printing. If more books are sold, it will be good for us, Wu Heng said, and then asked, what are your plans for the next story? Granda said directly, continue to serialize according to the newspaper. After 1 issue of the story is serialized, it will be bound into books for sale to create a time difference. Okay. Let's arrange the time according to what you said. Wu Heng nodded and agreed. Then I'll go upstairs to continue revising the manuscript, Glinda said. Wu Heng nodded. Glinda flew directly to the 4th floor. Xiao and Benny followed him. Then, Wu Heng opened the panel and looked at the reputation. Although the popularity of exposing the murderer was high, the reputation did not increase much. It also means that the island's acquisition of reputation, it is difficult to have the exaggerated increase at the beginning. Next, let's see the effect of the first book. When it was a newspaper, there were caravans transporting and selling it. Now it is bound into books, it should also have some effect. It depends on the effect of the book. Wu Heng sat in the stone pavilion to rest for a while, then stood up again and opened the mansion technique. He began to assemble the parts of the electromagnetic gun according to the blueprint. Behind the huge stone door, the parts he created one by one were assembled like Lego. It didn't feel boring at all. Afternoon. Endwire came back from outside, and Shannara also came to eat. They sat at the dining table together, eating and chatting. Endwire said, Master, the books in the city hall are selling very fast. Some people in the caravan have signed an ordering agreement with the city hall, and they have ordered 50,000 copies. The book sales are good, Granada mentioned it before. But it seems that the caravan has also started to place orders. The price of the Great Detective's book is not expensive. In addition, the modern full-color book cover is sealed and compressed on the side. Not spun binding. In this world, it is already a hardcover book. It is not surprising that it sells well. Wu Heng nodded. This is a good thing. I will ask the printing press to increase production later, and complete these orders as soon as possible. After talking about the city hall, Shannara took the napkin and wiped her mouth gently, saying, the caravan representatives have been told about the commodity exhibition. At that time, they all expressed their willingness to participate, and would submit applications to the city hall. Wire. Arrange someone to meet these people, and record the goods to be exhibited. Wu Heng looked at Underwire. Okay, master. And Weir nodded again. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and continued, Wire. Let the dwarf designer come over tomorrow to accompany Chanella to select the venue for the exhibition. Chanella looked at him with wide eyes, and her eyes were a little surprised. I am the president of the Starflower, and it is not convenient for me to care about so many things. Minnie, you guys go together. Just think of it as an accompanying person, and help other caravan representatives to check the venue. Wu Heng found an excuse, and added, you have seen the world, and you understand art, so you can help give suggestions on the decoration. He was praised several times. Shannara agreed. Then I'll go with you. Okay. After chatting for a while, they finished dinner. The maid and Shannara went to the back garden to deal with the flower seedlings. Wu Heng continued to assemble the accessories in the mansion in the front yard. When it got dark, insects chirped all around. Wu Heng put away the blueprint and returned to the bedroom. Shannara lay on her side on the bed, reading the novel on sale. Wu Heng put his arm around her waist from behind. Take a rest. Get up early tomorrow. Shannara nodded and closed the book. After turning off the lights, they curled up in each other's arms and closed their eyes. The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, the women of the island owner's mansion went out together to the city hall. According to the plan, Shannara, Minnie, Annette and Robe will meet with the dwarf designer at the city hall and choose the venue for the exhibition together. Minnie is the housekeeper of the island owner's mansion. Shannara will accompany her. As for Annette and Robe, there is nothing to do at home. Wu Heng asked them to go with him. The women took several carriages and left under the protection of the skeletons. Wu Heng also simply packed up his things and headed for the zombie world. Zombie world. Groups of zombies. A huge crowd rushed in like a tide. Then, they crashed into the queue of skeletons. The chaotic fighting sounds were connected. Wisps of residual souls rose up. Benny rushed out directly, entangled and devoured the unconscious residual souls. The experience value also began to increase rapidly. Ghost increased to level 14. Ghost increased to level 15. Soon, it reached level 15. Zzz. A slight electric current sound was heard, and Chi Hansai's voice came from the intercom. Leader, there are some problems with Bai Qing. I need to report to you. Wu Heng glanced at the situation on the battlefield, pressed the intercom. Wait 10 minutes. Okay. Wu Heng gave a direct order. Let the skeletons move forward and end the battle quickly. Hua la la. The skeleton team on standby immediately got up and took action, advancing along the road, killing all the remaining zombies. Soon, Benny devoured the remaining souls, and the skeletons were about to reach the end. Wu Heng signaled the three ghosts to hide. Then he took out the intercom and said, Chi Hankai, come here. Soon, Chi Hankai passed through the skeleton team and came from the back. Without waiting for questions, he spoke first. In Binhai City, on the way to the port, they were ambushed by a team of survivors who occupied the port. After being attacked, the skeletons began to fight back, and the other party fled to the sea with the fleet. Ambushed? Or survivors? Are there any losses? Wu Heng asked. According to Bai Qing, the skeleton team suffered some losses, but not many. Several trucks of the logistics team composed of survivors were damaged. After occupying the port, they are repairing them, Chi Hankai thought and said. Wu Heng was relieved that there were no major casualties. Can you tell me what happened in detail? Chi Hankai stood there and gathered his thoughts, and continued. According to Bai Qing, there was an explosion on their way to the port. The goal was more like blowing up the convoy, but the explosion point was a little off, and it exploded before the convoy approached. Then they found survivors, and the skeleton team began to fight back. The other side evacuated by boat at the port. Chapter 609. The villain complains first. In Wu Heng's mind, he sorted out Chi Hansai's information. The survivor base of this port knew that the skeleton army would pass by here, and buried bombs in advance, waiting for the convoy to arrive and detonate. Before attacking a location, the skeleton team will notify the surrounding survivors in advance on the radio, so that they can know about it and prepare to evacuate. These people, after knowing the route, place the bomb. It is not difficult to guess that the convoy was bombed, because they thought that the superpower who controlled the skeletons was in the convoy, and the superpower died, and the skeleton team disappeared. Do you know what the purpose is? I don't know. The other party never communicated with Bai Qing and his team. When they saw that the explosion was unsuccessful, they evacuated directly. Chi Honkai said, and then said, "Do you want to ask Bai Qing again? Don't ask first. Do you know what kind of ship they have?" "Cargo ship, a large cargo ship," Chi Honkai said seriously. "The attack on the port is mainly for Wu Hung to find ships." "So, the type of ship?" Chi Honkai specifically asked, and the other party can confirm that it is a cargo ship. But the specific type, displacement and other specific information can't be said. Wu Hung nodded and said directly, "Go ask where the train is. I'll go directly after this is over." "Okay." Chi Honkai nodded, turned around and walked back. Wu Hung looked at the battlefield in front of him. The skeletons had already started to clean up the battlefield. The corpses on the ground were piled up according to their types. Wu Hung saw that they were not much different. He began to transform the corpses. A large number of skeletons stood up from the ground. After a while, Chi Honkai voice came again from the intercom. "The car is ready. Drive over." Wu Hung answered by pressing the intercom. A truck drove over from behind. Wu Hung said to the skeleton in a suit, "I'm going out for a while. After these convoys have finished looting, we will go back to the military factory together and guard it as usual." The skeleton in a suit straightened his collar, and then nodded. Wu Hung opened Chi Hansai's car door and sat in the passenger seat. "Are you going too? The factory has been told there won't be any problems. I'll go with you. I can help you with any places where it's inconvenient for you to show up," Chi Hansai said. "Okay. Let's go. Let's go to the station first." Wu Hung agreed. The entire city on the military factory side. The zombies had been almost cleared. Chi Honkai left for a day or two. It wouldn't be a big problem. The truck started. It drove out of the skeleton team and headed towards the station. The train. The carriage was slightly bumpy. And on the monitor on the table next to it, you could see the dark surroundings outside the window. Chi Honkai spread the quilt on the ground and occasionally peeked at the man next to him. Just wanted to say that he was ready. Bai Qing's voice came from the radio station. "Sister Chi, are you there?" Chi Honkai got up from the ground, picked up the microphone. "I'm here. Go ahead. Turn to the main station's channel. Those people are the first to complain." Bai Qing's voice was slightly angry. "Okay. I'll tune in and listen," Chi Honkai said, and then tuned the frequency band to the main station. Just after passing by, a woman's aggrieved but righteous voice came. "It can be confirmed that those people are the skeletons of Shinfu City. They occupied our base and made us dare not approach. I hope the main station rescue team will let them return to our base and maintain the principle of survivors helping each other and overcoming difficulties together," people from other bases said. The main station also began to respond. "We have noted your question and will contact Shinfu City to coordinate this matter." "Okay. Thank you very much. Our base is developing well. But we didn't expect this to happen." The other party's tone became more and more pitiful and unwilling. The main station replied. On the same frequency band, people from other bases also began to speak. "Isn't Shinfu City rescuing people? Many survivors have been rescued. Why are they attacking you?" "It is true that they are rescuing people. But it is hard to say what happened. Someone said that they were rescued by Shinfu City before, which should be true. It is hard to say whether this matter will be reversed. Let's wait and see the result." Chi Honkai and Wu Hung looked at each other. There was some surprise in their eyes. They really came to the main station to complain. "Do you want me to say something?" Chi Honkai said. "You can say something. It's like we don't know how to use the radio. We are lying with open eyes," Wu Hung said, and added, "Tell them. Whoever helps those people is our enemy." Chi Honkai nodded and thought silently. Then he took out the microphone and said, "This is the Shinfu City base. Our rescue team was attacked by bombs during the rescue in Bihai City. The target was our survivors and supplies. In this incident, we will not tolerate such robbery. Anyone who provides them with help will be identified as an enemy." "Damn it! It's really a reversal. So cruel. planting bombs directly, leaving no chance for the other party to survive. I said. The headquarters went to Shinfu City to exchange supplies. Why would they target you? Makes sense. In the chaotic discussion, the voice that had just complained suddenly fell silent. There was no response from the main station. After a while, the main station started broadcasting some propaganda slogans again. Chi Honkai also adjusted the frequency band back. She did not reply to Bai Qing. Let's talk about it when we get there tomorrow, Wu Heng said. Okay. Chi Honkai spread the bedding again, and said with a smile, you can rest now. Wu Heng took off his coat and hung it aside. Wearing a sweater, he crawled into the quilt. Chi Honkai also went in, leaning gently in the other's arms. She half closed her eyes and fell asleep. At dawn, the port of Benhai City. A large number of skeletons occupied the port. At a glance, it was densely packed with white skeletons. Wu Heng stood on the shore. The sea breeze brought bursts of coolness. Bai Qing recounted the story, which was basically the same as what Chi Honkai said. They just placed a bomb on the road, and were attacked by skeletons, and these people were so scared that they sailed into the sea. The giant winged skeleton in the team wanted to fly over and kill those people. I was afraid that the ship would not be able to return, and they were wandering in the distance. So I discussed with the skeleton captain and waited for you to come. The giant winged skeleton refers to the Blood Clan skeleton in the team. The skeleton captain is the 18th level Blood Clan number 1 who led the team. At level 18, he can fly and can go to the island and kill those people. I know. You go and see what's in those containers. I'll handle this. Chi Honkai. You also go over and count the important goods, Wu Heng said. Okay. Chi Honkai took Bai Qing away. Wu Heng released all 3 ghosts. Isn't this Treasure Island? Grenda looked around. Xiao Xiao and Benny also looked around curiously. However, when they saw the densely packed skeletons, they could be sure that this was a zombie world. Wu Heng pointed to the black dots on the sea level in the distance and said, there are enemies in those ships. Grenda, help me check what's going on. Don't do anything yet. What about us? Xiao Xiao raised her hand and asked. Xiao Xiao, look around to see if there are any special facilities or other ships. Okay. The 3 ghosts nodded in agreement, and Grenda flew towards the distant ship. Xiao Xiao and Benny began to search the port. Soon, Grenda flew back from the sea and entered the body. A reconnaissance video was shared. In the cabin of the cargo ship, there were 2 middle-aged men, one of whom was bald and operated the control console, and the other had a beard and looked a bit like a European and American. He sat at the table and drank a bottle of red wine. What should we do? They are still occupying the port. I told you not to provoke them. But you didn't listen. The bearded man drinking red wine sneered. Fuck. What's the point of saying this now? Those broken skeletons don't seem to be able to swim. We have enough food, so we don't have to worry about them. Chapter 610, even if you can fly, you can't take so much away. Those skeletons can't swim, and we can't reach the shore, so can we drift on the sea forever? The man who controlled the boat said angrily. Fuck, see how brave you are. The bearded man took another sip of wine. The man who controlled the boat continued. If you ask me, explain to the other party on the radio, and most compensate them for some losses. I heard that Shinfu City has a good reputation. The bearded man cursed. Your brain is broken. They have occupied the port, and everything is theirs. What are you going to compensate? Then what do you say we should do? The bearded man glanced at him, and said, drive your boat well. If they don't leave, I have found a good place, so we won't be unable to get ashore. As he said, he patted the radio on the table beside him. The man who was controlling the ship glanced at him. He sighed slightly, but said nothing more. Glenda continued to wait in the air for a while. Seeing that the two did not continue talking, he went down through the floor and entered the cabin below. In the cabin near the deck, there were some strong men. There were 7 people in total. 3 of them were armed with pistols, and the rest of them had knives and axes beside them. They sat together, and were also talking about the failure of the ambush, and the occupation of the port by the skeletons. Judging from the content of the conversation, this matter was prepared in advance. But the explosives were not measured properly. The time for detonation was not calculated. After listening to 2 sentences, Grenda continued to fly inside. In the next room, there were 4 women, squeezed into a room, and there was no communication. There was 1 woman in each of the 4 corners, curled up there. Grenda continued to penetrate the wall downwards, and in some mechanical rooms, there were some personnel. responsible for the operation of mechanical equipment. Seeing this, Glinda's shared vision disappeared. Wu Hung released her again. Glinda floated aside, and the first thing she asked was, "Why is your ship made of iron?" Wu Hung was stunned. Over at Treasure Island, the ships were all made of wood, and some warships would be reinforced with iron sheets in some parts. But the main structure is still mainly made of wood. The difference is the keel used. Our vehicles are all made of iron, cars and armored vehicles. You have also seen the planes in the sky, so it should be acceptable for the ship to be made of iron, Wu Hung said. Granada glanced at the cargo ship on the sea level again, and said slowly, "I can accept it. You'll get used to it. If all of these are placed on Treasure Island, I'm afraid it will cause a bigger sensation," Granada said with certainty. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "I plan to take this ship over, convert it into a warship, and patrol the route." "Not a bad idea," Granada agreed. "Is there only one ship over there?" Wu Hung put the topic back on the ship. "Just this one." Granada looked at him and continued. "There are only 20 people in the ship. There is no danger to you. It depends on how you plan to deal with it. Unless there are powerful guns. Otherwise, this world, basically, poses no threat to Wu Hung. There are several people on the ship carrying pistols, but the power is limited, and there will be no problem if you pay attention. Kill them if they stay. Something bad will happen sooner or later," Wu Hung said directly. Glinda said, "In the cabin below, there are a lot of food and supplies piled up. It seems that they have made preparations for evacuation after failure in advance. Not necessarily for us, they are more likely to prevent zombies, or some unexpected dangers, just like the base prepares for the evacuation convoy in advance." Wu Hung expressed his thoughts. Granda thought for a moment. "You're right. This possibility is higher." As the two talked, Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew back one after another. Xiao Xiao said excitedly, "Uncle, there are containers over there, each with a lot of things. I looked at several of them. Just like opening a blind box." Benny also added, "There are a lot of goods. They should have relied on these goods to persevere. This place can develop like this. The stranded goods definitely played a big role. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have persisted for so long." Wu Hung nodded to show that he understood. Then he ordered the big-headed skeleton beside him. "Move the Blood Clan skeleton over, and mobilize 2 skeleton flying dragons." The order was issued. The sound of breaking through the air came with a roar. More than a dozen Blood Clan skeletons with huge flesh wings, and 2 skeleton flying dragons, landed in the open space in front of them. "Caxu, follow me. Karemu, stay here first." As he said that, he sat on a skeleton flying dragon. Caxu also sat on another one. "Go to the cargo ship." The skeleton dragon soared into the sky, and a large number of Blood Clan skeletons followed behind, flying forward together. Cargo ship, inside the cab. After 2 bottles of wine, the bearded man was also a little drunk. He kept saying, "Why didn't they blow them to death? It wouldn't be so troublesome. A bunch of damn monsters. I'll remember this account. When there's a chance, I'll make them pay back with interest." "Fuck it." The man driving the ship listened to the chattering and asked, "What do you mean by finding a place?" "You'll know then. Just because the headquarters doesn't dare to provoke Shinfu City, doesn't mean other places don't dare." The bearded man sneered. "The food on the ship is enough for them to live for a while. As long as those skeletons don't come over, there is nothing to worry about." "You'd better say." Bang, bang, bang. As they spoke, a dull sound of landing sounded. The two looked outside, and their faces instantly showed a look of fear. 2 huge skeleton flying dragons, and behind them were human-shaped skeletons with huge flesh wings on their backs. Like the vampires in the movies. In the blink of an eye, they occupied a large area of the deck outside. "Damn it, there are flying skeletons. Who said they can't come? We are still foolishly wandering here, waiting for the skeletons to leave the port. Sound the alarm, damn it." The bearded man cursed, pulling his gun and getting ready. A shrill alarm sounded. At the same time, the locked cabin door sounded with a huge force pulling. With a bang, the door was opened directly. The bearded man pointed his pistol at the door and cursed, "You are playing tricks. I don't think you can still withstand the bullets. I'll blow you up." The next second after he cursed, the bearded man felt his body was out of control and began to stiffen. In an expression of disbelief, the muzzle of the gun turned around and pressed against his jaw. The drunkenness instantly sobered up, and his expression turned into horror. "What did you do?" No, I surrender. The explosion was just bang. The word misunderstanding was not uttered yet. The gunshot sounded, and the bullet penetrated his jaw. The bearded man's body suddenly fell backwards, and the ground was stained red with blood. The man in the driving position, with his hands on his head, shouted very quickly, "I am the captain, don't kill me if I die. No one will be able to drive the ship. There are supplies on the ship, even if you can fly. You can't take so much away." Chapter 611. Shanfu Port Wu Hung looked at him, and then glanced at the complicated control position. He said to the skeleton, "Watch him. If he makes any movement, just kill him." Two blood-clad skeletons walked over and stood on both sides of the captain. The skeletons put their palms on each other's shoulders, causing the captain, who was squatting on the ground, to tremble and almost faint. Then, there was the sound of running footsteps in the cabin. A small voice sounded in my ears. "Uncle, there are many people rushing up from below, carrying weapons and pistols. Go, kill all the people with weapons," Wu Hung ordered. The blood skeletons behind him all drew their weapons. They rushed down the stairs to the bottom of the cabin. Gunshots rang out, followed by a fight and painful wails. Wu Hung looked at the captain, who was shaking with his head in his hands, and asked, "Is there a loudspeaker for making announcements on the ship?" "Yes, this is it." The captain squatted on the ground and carefully pointed to the microphone on the side of the console. Wu Hung picked up the microphone, turned on the communication switch, and said directly, "I am the Shinfu City Rescue Team, and we have taken over this ship now. Put down your weapons, so you won't be attacked by the skeletons." After that, he put the microphone back. He also turned off the switch that had just been turned on. Wu Hung continued to look at the captain. "What's your name?" "Qian Chunfeng." "This matter has nothing to do with me." The captain squatted and answered, "You only have one ship?" "One ship. And I am the only one who can drive the ship. What do I ask?" "And you answer," Wu Hung said coldly. Qian Chunfeng's expression was choked. "Okay. Are all the people in the base here?" "All are here." "Tell me about the people below." "Those who are wearing weapons are people in the base, and they are all selected by him. The rest of the people, the women accompany them, and the men are also responsible for ship maintenance." "Do you have any superpowers?" Qian Chunfeng pointed to the corpse not far away. "No. He has taken the corpse core, but he has not shown any superpowers." "Is he the leader?" "Yes." Follow up. "Do you have any plans?" Wu Hung asked. Qian Chunfeng lowered his head and remained silent for a while, shaking his head. "I don't know. I'm just an ordinary person. Because I can drive a boat, I'm given special attention, and they won't tell me what they decide." After asking this, Wu Hung didn't continue asking. "Take him outside to squat," Wu Hung said. The skeleton carried Qian Chunfeng and walked outside. Wu Hung glanced at the corpse on the ground. "Release talk with the dead. Just taking the corpse core. The level is about level 5. Compared with the current size of the skeleton team, it is nothing." The corpse on the ground suddenly sat up and looked over here with cloudy eyes. Wu Hung asked directly, "What are your subsequent plans?" "I contacted the port in South Korea. If the skeleton does not leave, I will go there directly," the corpse replied. "Sure enough, there are still subsequent plans. Moreover, this person has a wide network of contacts and can contact the port base over there." Wu Hung asked, "Are they so willing to accept you?" "I have taken corpse cores. They need people like me. Moreover, they are very curious about some of the situations here, especially the Shinfu City base. After hearing me say that they had a conflict with you, they are willing to keep us." "Uncle, our base is so famous," Xiao Xiao exclaimed on the side. Wu Hung did not answer Xiao Xiao, and continued to ask, "How strong are they?" "Not sure." Wu Hung thought for a while, and asked the Korean port, which might not give him anything. Then he asked, "Who are the backbones of your base?" "Me and Qian Chunfeng." "Isn't Qian Chunfeng the captain?" "Yes. He is the deputy leader." After the 5 questions, the body lay back down. Wu Hung did not speak, and the 3 ghosts discussed in a low voice in the air. The middle-aged man, who looked timid, was obviously not as simple as he said. Waited in the cab for a while. The remaining survivors were brought out. Only 6 people were left, and the rest had become corpses, piled up together. Wu Hung walked out, collected all the pistols and weapons he had found. He said to the skeleton, "Lock them in a room. If they behave honestly, don't worry about them. If they have any intention of escaping or attacking, just kill them." The survivors all shuddered. Still followed the skeleton, walking into the cabin. Entering a room, there were skeletons guarding the door. Wu Heng returned to the cab and said, "Let's go, return to the port." "Yes. Yes." Qian Chunfeng controlled the boat and approached the port full of skeletons. Zizi, on the way back. The portable radio station on the side made a slight electric sound. Then, a clear and melodious voice came over. "This is Sanfu Port. Can you hear me? Kandra?" Sure enough, the news came from the Korean port. Wu Heng looked at Qian Chunfeng, who wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, His name is Kandra. A foreigner. Go. Tell them that he drank too much and fell asleep," Wu Heng said directly. Qian Chunfeng wiped the sweat off his face, walked over, turned on the communication, and asked, "Kandra is drunk. I am the captain of this ship. What do you want?" The voice on the other side paused, but he still said, "This drunkard. When he wakes up, tell him that our port allows you to approach, and bring the supplies you mentioned. When the leader wakes up, I will convey it to him." "Yes." He hung up the chat. Qian Qingfeng's face was also a little ugly. He said, "I don't know about this matter, he arranged it himself." Wu Heng waved his hand and said directly, "Continue to dock." "Oh, okay." The ship docked. Chi Hankai led people over. The survivors were taken down. Wu Heng said, "I killed some of them, and the remaining survivors will be taken care of first, and then they will be investigated separately." Chi Hankai turned around and gave the order. Bai Qing immediately took all the survivors away. When people got off the ship, the bodies were also transformed into skeletons. Wu Heng continued to say to the big-headed skeleton beside him, "Mobilize 1,000 skeletons to board the ship." Hua la la. The large group of skeletons standing at the port started to move. They boarded the cargo ship directly, some entered the cabin, and some stood on the deck. Chi Hankai looked at the skeletons in action. "Are we going to go out to sea again? These people have contacted the port in South Korea. I plan to go there. Are there any Korean speakers in the team?" Wu Heng gave a brief explanation. Going to the port in South Korea was a decision Wu Heng made after thinking about it. The plan to set up Treasure Island. "I need a lot of people." Chi Hankai picked up the intercom and began to ask about Korean. Not long after, a man in his 30s came over. He saluted the two. "Chief, Deputy Chief, I know some Korean, I have passed the test, but I haven't spoken much for several years. I don't know if I can help." Wu Heng nodded. "It's probably okay to know a little, get on board." Turning to board the ship, Chi Hankai followed him up. Wu Heng didn't say much. Entering the cab, he continued to say to Qian Chunfeng, "Let's go to Shanfu Port." The cargo ship restarted, rushing towards the target. Shanfu Port. In a well-decorated room, a burly man in pajamas was sitting at the dining table eating. Even though food was scarce in the end times, there was still fish and meat on the table, and he was leisurely tasting fine wine. Knock. 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 The door knocked. The man paused while eating. "Come in." The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in, saluted and said, "President, a group of survivors just came to join us. I heard that the base has developed well under your leadership. The wife of their leader wants to thank you in person." The president, who was eating, glanced at him. "Have you showered?" "I have showered, but I look a little malnourished." The middle-aged man in a suit said, "Not bad." The president nodded, as if he remembered something, and asked again, "The ship at the coastal port you mentioned should be arriving soon." The man in the suit introduced, "It should be soon. The leader of the other party is called Kandra, who is a mixed-race Italian who has taken corpse course, and has brought information about the recently popular Shinfu city." "Got it, bring that woman here." "Yes, President." The middle-aged man left. Not long after, the door knocked again. A young woman was pushed in. The president turned to look at her, scanning her face and figure. He grabbed some rice and stirred it with the soup, then threw it on the ground. "Come and eat if you're hungry. Crawl over here." The woman's eyes showed desire. She crawled over like crazy and started to grab the rice on the ground. The president smiled, wiped his hands, and lifted the long skirt of the woman kneeling on the ground to her waist. Chapter 612, Going to the Island. "Chief, we can see Sanfu Port." Qian Chunfeng turned around and looked back and said. Wu Heng looked up and saw. The sky was getting brighter, and a port appeared at the end of the sea. "Don't get close to it yet." "Okay," Qian Chunfeng replied. The ship stopped moving and began to wander in place. In the control room, There were Chi Han Kai and the accompanying translator Xi and he, also in the same room. Chi Han Kai also came over and looked outside. Attacked directly? This time he brought 1,000 skeletons. There are a few of them, which are particularly powerful, whose combat power is not weaker than that of the skeleton of the Corpse King. It is basically no problem to take down an ordinary base. Unless it is a base like the headquarters, which has sufficient heavy firepower weapons. 1,000 is definitely not enough. Let's see what the situation is. Wu Hung said, and continued, go prepare breakfast first, and we will talk after breakfast. Chi Han Kai nodded, and winked at the side. Xi and he immediately said, I'll prepare it. As he said, he walked down to the cabin. Wu Hung walked out of the cabin. There were a large number of skeletons holding axes standing on the deck. As the ship swayed, it swayed slightly. Looking into the distance, 3 ghosts flew out with a thought. Stay invisible, floating beside him. Wu Hung said directly, there is a base over there. You guys check it separately, and then come back and tell me. Understood. The 3 ghosts responded, and flew out quickly. Breakfast was some canned food and instant noodles. For most survivors, these were rare foods. After breakfast, I waited for a while. Xiao flew back first, because there were other people present, and he went directly into the body. The scene I saw was shared in my mind. The perspective started from leaving the cargo ship under my feet, and moving all the way to the base in the distance. When approaching Shanfu port, I could see cargo ships parked at the port, many fishing boats, and a ship that should be a military ship. I continued to go ashore along the port, and flew to the left. Along the way, the dilapidated temporary iron houses were closely connected, and the walls were covered with various slogans and patterns. Last night, I learned some Korean and Hangul with Sinhi. I can make out the words, persistence in unity, finally victory. Then, there is a square, people lined up in a long and neat queue, holding bowls or lunch boxes, waiting to receive food like thin soup. It seems that the living conditions in the base are not very good. Then, Benny and Glinda also flew back one after another. Benny went to the other side, still the environment is similar. The open space is filled with temporary iron houses, in another square, receiving food. Glenda went to the military camp in the base. There were many soldiers with guns in the base, most of them gathered on the side close to the land. No armored vehicles were seen, nor any heavy weapons. Next, it depends on how to deal with this matter. This is easy. While Wu Hung was thinking, the sound of electricity came from the radio. Then, it was standard Chinese saying, this is Shanfu Port, Kandra. Are you still there? Qian Chunfeng looked at Wu Hung, with a questioning look in his eyes. Wu Hung said, tell them, we have arrived near Shanfu Port. Qian Chunfeng picked up the microphone, and said directly, we have arrived near the port. Is the cargo ship in the distance yours? You can dock, and tell your people not to make any radical moves. The people present all looked at Wu Hung. If they want to attack by force, the best time is in the early morning when people have not reacted yet. There is no attack, but if we dock now. There are so many skeletons on this ship, I am afraid that if we get closer, there will be a fight. Qian Chunfeng looked back again. Wu Hung said, I will go first. And after we have discussed it, we will let the freighter go. Qian Chunfeng looked puzzled, and covered the microphone. Who will go? You mean Kandra? Qian Chunfeng was a little confused. But he still followed the other party's meaning, and said into the microphone, our leader Kandra will go first. And after we have discussed it, we will let the freighter dock. It's up to you, the other party said, and hung up the chat directly. In the room, the 3 people looked at him with some confusion. Shi Hankai asked, it seems that they knew each other before. How to get there? Kandra was the bearded man killed by Wu Hung. Everyone was dead, so there was no way to get ashore. Wu Hung said, I have a way to get there. Chi Hankai will stay on the ship, and command the cargo ship. I will take Caxia to the island. If there is any problem, I will notify you, and let the skeletons attack directly. Okay. Chi Hankai nodded, and then said, don't you need Sheena to follow you? No. There is obviously someone on his side, who can speak Chinese. Wu Hung said, and said to Qian Chunfeng, put the boat down. Qian Chunfeng pressed the button, and a small boat hanging on the side of the ship was put into the sea. Wu Hung walked out of the cabin, and Chi Hankai followed him out. There was still some worry in his eyes. Wu Hung took out the human skin mask and put it on. The next second, he turned into the appearance of Kandra. The hair color and beard were exactly the same as the corpse. Chi Hansai's eyes widened a lot. Disguise. Don't worry. I'm fine here. Keep an eye on Qian Chengfeng. If he makes any moves, just kill him, Wu Heng said seriously. Qi Hankai turned his head to look back, confirmed that there was no one, and asked softly, isn't he the captain? He is also the deputy leader of the port base. How can he be an ordinary person if he can sit in this position? Understood. I will kill him if there is any problem. Qi Hankai nodded. The skeletons protecting Qi Hankai were level 15. With the skeletons on the boat, it was no problem to kill Qian Chengfeng. I'm going over there. Pay attention to the radio. Yes. Wu Heng started the speedboat and approached the island. All the way to the port. Wu Heng took Caxiu and boarded the port. After looking around, a man in a suit and a windbreaker came over and greeted in Chinese. Long time no see. Condra. Wu Heng also played his role. Long time no see. You look a lot thinner. In this environment, I am already very good. Your Chinese is becoming more and more standard. And it has a northeastern accent. Really? Many people say so. The man in the suit dismissed the guards and waved, saying, let's go. I'll take you to see Chairman Chui. We are recruiting people with special abilities here. With your ability, you will definitely be valued. Wu Heng showed gratitude. Thanks to your recommendation, my friend. In the current situation, we should help each other even more. The two walked out of the port and got on a car. The man in the suit turned his head and looked at Caxiu, who was sitting in the back. He asked curiously, what's your name? He is covered so tightly. Isn't he stuffy? His name is Caxiu. He is my friend abroad. He doesn't understand what we say. He is responsible for protecting my safety now. Wu Heng explained. That's right. Wu Heng glanced out the car window, which looked like a row of houses in a refugee area. Is there enough food here? Yes. You don't have to worry about that. Why do they all look half dead? The man in the suit smiled and looked back through the rearview mirror. It's the end of the world. Brother. Some people are no longer valuable. If we keep them, we are afraid that a wave of zombies will come one day. And some people will come to delay time. Wu Heng looked a little surprised. Many people would do this. But I have never seen anyone take this sentence as a rule in advance. Wu Heng did not answer, but changed the subject. Did the army come to rescue people? Which one? Korean army or American army? No one came. No one came. The other party sneered and said. The car drove forward. It stopped at a port hotel. There were armed guards guarding the door. And a flag similar to the Chamber of Commerce was hung on the roof. It felt like a different world. And the city lord's mansion was independent. As the man in the suit approached, he saw a woman in a long skirt stumbling out. He avoided her eyes and looked around. He ran to a corner. A man stood up from the corner and asked anxiously. Let's go. Let's go in. The man in the suit said. Wu Heng took Kaxiu and walked in together. On the top floor, outside a room, there was someone guarding the door. He searched her body and looked at the tiger finger on Kaxiu's waist. The guard smiled and didn't care. The man in the suit greeted, knocked on the door, and said in Korean, President, Condra is here. Come in. The door opened. They walked in together. The room was decorated quite luxuriously. It should be a luxury suite. The burly man in a bathrobe sat on the sofa in the living room. He looked at the two figures who followed him in. The man in the suit said, President, this is the Condra I mentioned. The other is his bodyguard. He is also very skilled. Where is their ship? The president asked. We haven't docked yet. We said we would dock after we've negotiated. You're being too cautious. The two of them spoke in Korean, and Wu Heng could understand them. After he finished speaking, the man in the suit smiled. This is our Chairman Chui, the leader of the entire base. And the burly Chairman Chui, looking at the other party, waiting for the other party to flatter him. But his brows suddenly frowned. The other party's eyes changed. Completely different from when he came in. Indifferent, as if looking at prey. Shit! Chairman Chui cursed, and got up and grabbed the bottom of the coffee table. Wu Heng said calmly. Kill him. Chapter 613. Control the situation. Crack. The sound of bones rubbing against each other. The burly man sitting on the sofa. The neck suddenly twisted at a strange angle, his eyes widened, the pistol fell to the ground. The body also fell on the sofa. The man in the suit was horrified. Everything that happened was too weird. Chairman Chui died just like this. He turned around and wanted to escape, but found that his body was frozen in place, as if he had lost control of his legs. Be honest, you don't want to die here like this, Wu Heng said. The man in the suit walked back to the sofa and sat next to the dead body. Chandra, we are friends. Are you his translator? Wu Heng asked. Secretary. What's your name? The man in the suit opened his eyes wider. You are not Chandra. Answer the question. Wu Heng looked straight at him. Lu Minlong. Wu Heng looked straight at him and said seriously, I want to replace him now. Make a plan for me. If it succeeds, you will live. If it fails, you will go down and continue to be his secretary. Everyone in the base has guns. They don't listen to me at all. Wu Heng snapped his fingers. Lu Minlong's neck began to feel a huge force, twisting backwards. I have a way. A way! Lu Minlong said in horror. Tell me about it. Lu Minlong immediately said, there are 4 teams in the base. 2 are responsible for land defense. 1 is responsible for security in the base. And the other is guarding the port. They are all loyal to the president. Replace them, and then find a way to control the army. How many people are there in the army? There are more than 50 people in the army. Wu Heng nodded, and released talk to the dead to the corpse. The corpse that had just died suddenly sat up. The head was still turned back, but the eyes were trying to look at where Wu Heng was. Lu Minlong was so scared that his body was shaking, but he couldn't move. What happened today? It was like seeing a ghost. Wu Heng asked the corpse, how many teams are you in? 5 teams. Wu Heng glanced at the man in the suit. The other party was about to explain. Wu Heng continued to ask, which 5 teams? 4 defense teams. 1 is my guard. The corpse replied. I want to take your place. Any suggestions? Wu Heng asked directly. The corpse replied. Kill those captains. They are the people I support and trust. The answer given by Chairman Chui was quite direct. Killing them all directly is indeed a simple and effective method. Wu Heng continued to ask. Where did the rifle come from? There is a warship docked at the port. And there are weapons on it. Who can drive the warship? Wu Heng continued to ask. Some of the people guarding the port in the 3rd team are from the Navy. After answering the 5 questions, the corpse lay down again. Lu Minlong, who was dressed in a suit, began to tremble and hurriedly explained. There are only 8 guards, who take turns to guard the hotel gate and bedroom door. This is not a small team. Spare my life. Spare my life. Can the people in the 3rd team control the warship? Yes. The rest of the ships over there are also controlled by them. Lu Minlong answered immediately. Wu Heng pondered for a moment and said, let the 2 guards at the door come in. Lu Minlong was controlled to stand up, walked to the door, hesitated for a moment, and said, guards, come in and throw the things out. The door opened. 2 guards walked in. With a glance, they saw the president, who had died tragically inside. Caxia turned into a shadow, and appeared in front of the 2, and threw 2 punches quickly. The neck was broken, and the head drooped on the chest. The body fell to the ground with 2 bangs. It was dragged by Caxiu and thrown next to the president's body. Wu Heng continued, go and call all the captains, and tell them that the president is holding a meeting for them. Okay, I'll go now. Use the intercom to contact them. Okay. Lu Minlong picked up the intercom and passed the message to the outside one after another. Let them come to the hotel for a meeting. Introduced the captain of the newly joined 5th team. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. A man in a leather jacket walked in. Uncle, you are guarding the door. You are all fucking lazy. Lu Minlong introduced. Captain of Team 1. Kill him. Caxia took a step forward, and was already in front of the other party, and threw a straight punch, shattering his chest. The body fell backwards. The man just died. Behind, the captains of Team 2, Team 3, and Team 4 also walked in one after another. They were all killed one by Caxia, who was waiting at the door. Lu Minlong's eyes widened. They really killed them all. Not one was left alive. And, who was this tightly covered person? He actually killed them one by one with 1 punch. No one was killed by the 2nd punch. Wu Heng kicked the corpse. He did not transform immediately, and then said, let's go to the port. The ghost let Lu Minlong go. The latter also followed behind him honestly, and walked out of the hotel together, and took a car to the port again. Compared to when they came, Lu Minlong didn't say much, and remained silent all the way. Only the driver said a few words casually, and saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong, so he drove quietly. After arriving at the port, Wu Heng said to Lu Minlong, let all the soldiers in the port come over. Lu Minlong called loudly. The people guarding the port, and the people nearby all gathered here. They lined up neatly, waiting for the next instruction. Wu Hung stood on the high platform, took out the spine staff in his hand, and said, "Everyone, look into my eyes." Everyone looked over. Sleeping. Crash. All the figures fell down in a group, even Lu Minlong fell to the ground. Wu Hung took out a portable radio, adjusted the frequency band. Qian Chunfeng. "Yes, I'm fine here." It was Chi Honkai who answered. Each other's voice was familiar, and he knew who it was as soon as he heard it. "Come over, and go ashore at the port." "Got it." In the distance, the cargo ship was getting closer and closer, and slowly docked at one side of the port. Chi Honkai, since he went ashore, Qian Chunfeng was escorted up by 2 skeletons. Then came a large number of skeletons, swarming up. They filled the port densely. Wu Hung took off his mask and put it into his space ring. Chi Honkai came over and said, "Qian Chunfeng tried to get off the speedboat and escape, but was subdued by the skeletons in 2 moves. We'll deal with him later." Wu Hung said, and looked at the skeletons on the shore. "Tie up all these people." The skeletons stepped forward and tied up the guards on the ground. After dealing with this place, Wu Hung proposed a port map, unfolded it, and said, "Chi Honkai, you take Xian He to the hotel here. There is a green flag hanging at the door. Find the radio station. Announce that we have occupied this place, and we won't be attacked if we lay down our weapons. I will take the skeletons and control the remaining troops." "Okay." Chi Honkai nodded. "Hurry up, and deal with them all before dark." Wu Hung instructed again. The skeletons were divided into 2 teams. They quickly dispersed and moved closer to the target. Inside the car, the driver, who was waiting at the intersection, watched the skeletons passing through the car. He curled up in his seat, with a look of horror on his face. Chapter 614, I'll leave this to you first. The skeleton army rushed along the narrow streets. The dense footsteps made the rows of iron houses on both sides rattle. The survivors screamed, fled, or closed their doors and windows, and hid in simple shacks. As the skeleton army moved forward quickly, Chi Honkai also successfully occupied the port hotel and found the equipment for external broadcasting. The broadcast in the base sounded, "We are the Shinfu City Rescue Team. We have now fully taken over the Shanfu Port Base. Survivors, please close your doors and windows and don't go out. If you stay outside, please find a safe corner to hide. Don't make any radical moves when you see the skeletons in action. They will not actively hurt the survivors." The loudspeaker broadcast 3 times. The sound was not loud, but it was enough to cover the entire base. The survivors in the confusion realized at this time that it seemed that some rescue team had occupied this place. The skeletons they saw were not new types of monsters. Perhaps they were the new types of superpowers as rumored. Wu Hung listened to the content of the loudspeaker and confirmed that Chi Honkai had entered the hotel. He waved his hand again and asked the skeletons to speed up. There was no rest along the way. They quickly approached the wall on the inner side of the land. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they turned the corner, intensive gunfire had already sounded. Bullets were fired at the skeleton team, cracking on the skeleton's armor, as well as the walls and ground around them. "Attack! Kill them all!" Wu Hung gave the order directly. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. The vampire skeleton flew into the sky and then swooped down, directly rushing into the crowd. The gunfire instantly caused chaos. The base troops scattered, fleeing everywhere. The skeleton army below rushed forward and flooded the camp under the wall. The resistance did not last too long. The sound of fighting soon stopped, and the skeletons that rushed over also returned to standby mode. Roar! Just as it was quiet here, there were roars of corpses outside the wall. Xiao Xiao flew down. Some zombies had been attracted here, about 20 or so. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and looked at Granda. The latter nodded. "About that. Uncle, what do you mean?" Wu Hung ordered the skeletons. "Blood Clan skeletons, go and kill those outside." The Blood Clan skeletons flew out again and swooped down to kill the zombies again. Wu Hung continued to give orders to the remaining skeletons. Clean up the battlefield. Collect weapons and protective gear. And search the nearby rooms. The skeletons on standby immediately took action. The dead bodies were dragged together and began to take off their clothes. Soon, the battle outside the wall ended, and all the vampire skeletons flew back. Rifles and bulletproof vests were all collected and piled aside. In some rooms, some bullets were also found, and some food such as canned food. After putting away all the rifles and bulletproof vests, Wu Hung released Dead Corpse Battlefield. The gray-white light circle spread out, along with the corpses of the zombies outside, all transformed into skeletons, and stood up. The sound of bones rubbing against each other, crackling. Open the door, let the skeletons outside in, Wu Hung said. The iron door, that was welded with several layers, was slowly opened. The skeleton transformed from the zombie corpse, shook the broken flesh on its body, and walked in slowly. Joined the queue of skeletons. Then, Wu Hung began to count the skeletons. 200 skeletons with axes, and 10 vampire skeletons were selected. You continue to guard here to prevent zombies from approaching. If there are survivors provoking or attacking, you can fight back, Wu Hung said to the remaining skeletons. The skeletons climbed up the wall again, holding weapons. They continued to act as guards. Wu Hung waved his hand, and took the remaining skeletons back. Return to the hotel. Chi Honkai introduced. The people tied up at the port are all locked up together. What will be done with them later? The rest were killed. But the team guarding the ship at the port was not killed directly. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and said, there are people from the warships inside. Find them out. Let the survivors identify the rest. And kill those who are problematic. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded, and then said, there is a warehouse on the first floor, with a lot of food and supplies, which seems to be controlled by the leader here. Are there any weapons? There are guns and bullets. Come on. Take me there, Wu Hung said. The two walked to one side of the building, and the lock and chain of the iron door had been opened. Inside the room, there was a skeleton sorting out the supplies. The food, weapons, and daily necessities were all separated. On one side of the cabinet, there were also a large number of banknotes, and 10 gold bricks that fell into a pyramid shape. Each gold brick weighed 100 grams, a total of 5 piles. The rest, and some gold and silver jewelry, were all packed in a box. This guy was well prepared. Even if he restored order, he still had some funds left. Wu Hung put the guns and gold into the space ring. He glanced at Chi Honkai standing beside him, and found a protective pendant from the space, and handed it to her. He said, this is a pendant that can protect you at critical moments. Maybe there are people who are related to the one we killed, so be careful. Chi Honkai took it, looked at it. With the skeleton protecting me, there won't be any danger. No this time, but it can still protect me in the future. Okay. Chi Honkai didn't say much, and put it on her neck directly. The two of them walked upstairs together. Chi Honkai then asked, for the rest of the things? Is there anything else I can do? Wu Hung thought as he walked. Just follow the previous way of managing the base. If you don't understand, ask Xi and Hoodwood to translate it. I know. The two walked to the top floor together. Wu Hung chose a suite on the inner side. I'll leave it to you. By the way, let our base know that we are safe. Yes. Chi Honkai nodded. Wu Hung walked into the room and checked it carefully. Open the gate. And walk in. Wu Hung left. Chi Honkai also went downstairs again. Xian, he was waiting on the first floor, and came over and said, Sister Chi, what should we do next? Chi Honkai thought for a while, and said, send a broadcast, and say that the survivors are being counted in the square. Those who come can get rice and flour, and those with special skills can be allocated extra houses and accommodation. Understood. Xian, he went to the broadcasting room and began to announce it according to the original words. Soon, a new broadcast sounded in the base. When they heard that they could get rice and flour when they went, and that those with special skills could get better treatment. The people living in the teppanyaki also began to get lively. People came out one after another. They looked at the guarding skeletons nervously, and began to line up to get things. Chapter 615 changed the stage play. Treasure Island. Wu Hung came down from upstairs. Minnie and others were serving dinner to the table. Seeing him coming down, immediately smiled. Master, it's time to eat. What are you having today? Wu Hung sat down at the table. Coconut fish soup, beef and shrimp cakes, and 2 side dishes. Does the master have anything to add? I'll ask the chef to make it. Minnie looked over with big eyes. It's quite rich. Wu Hung smiled. Minnie thought for a moment, walked quickly to the kitchen, and shouted, add 4 grilled oysters. The remaining maids also smiled. After Minnie came back, they sat at the table to eat together. Andweir said, Master, the great detective books. Several caravans have signed agreements with the city hall, and the total number of orders has exceeded 70,000. Wu Hung paused while eating. It's increasing so fast. After 3 days in the zombie world, The caravans here have begun to order books one after another. Of course, this is good for me. It can promote better, and make some money at the same time. Just ask the printer to print more. Okay, master. Envier nodded. That's it. The skeleton brought 4 grilled oysters, and placed them on the table. From the back, it was passed to Wu Hung. Minnie said, Master, we and Sister Shannara have also selected the venue for the exhibition. It is a commercial store in the newly built area. Sister Shannara said it's good there, and it has enough space. Wu Hung picked up the oysters, and put them in his bowl. Said, once we have chosen, let the designer Yusef decorate it. And also decorate it according to Shannara's ideas. She has more experience in business. Yusef is the name of the dwarf designer. Now he has his own design institute. And some people under him are responsible for the development of the island and some changes to the plan. Understood. Envier replied. After chatting for a while, dinner was over. The maids went to the training room. And Wu Hung was in the courtyard, continuing to look at the electromagnetic gun drawings. Assembling complex parts. I always have a feeling in my heart, if I assemble according to the drawings, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's late at night. There are insects chirping outside the window, making the night seem less quiet. Wu Hung lies on the bed, staring at the ceiling and begins to think. The progress of the zombie world is not small. Not only have we found modern ships, but also a military ship. When we take it to Treasure Island, it will increase the safety of the Emerald Sea to a greater extent. The situation at sea is not quite the same as on land. Even if the pirates are cleared out at once, some people will continue to become pirates as time goes by. Shipping routes. For ordinary people. If they succeed once, they will have enough money to spend in their lifetime. It's just the problem of sailing. In addition to sailing, some equipment of warships should also need maintenance and operation, which cannot be done by one person. After the transformation, the corpses in the zombie world are all at level 1. It is also difficult to leave any ability behind. Wu Hung did not kill the captain of the cargo ship, Qian Chunfeng. A big reason is that he is afraid that after he turns into a corpse, he will be stupid and cannot drive the ship. When that happens, the ship will drift on the sea, which will be interesting. Let someone teach the skeleton, or find a way to make the corpse retain the ability to drive the ship after the transformation. Wu Hung was a little worried. Why did the master wake up? Envier, who was leaning on his left arm, looked up. Wu Hung gently hugged her. It's okay, go to sleep. Yeah. Envier smiled. Wu Hung glanced at the other side again. Minnie was still sleeping soundly, and covered the 3 people with a thin blanket. He hugged the 2 of them, and fell asleep with his eyes closed. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hung moved his body in the courtyard. It rained a little on the island last night. Water droplets hung on the flowers, plants and leaves, and there was a damp feeling in the air. Wu Hung sat in the living room, and rested for a while. There was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Cabwoman Roby trotted over to open the door, said a few words to the person outside the door, and ran back quickly. Master, Sister Wire sent someone to come over, saying that a bard went to the city hall to meet you, saying that he wanted to adapt the great detective story into a stage play. Wu Hung paused while serving tea and drinking water. It is to be adapted into a stage play. There are stage plays in this world, and they are popular among the noble ladies. The types of stories are all love stories between nobles. It is to change the great detective. It is also a breakthrough. Where is the bard? Wu Hung asked. Robe shook his head. The one who came is from the city hall. If you have any instructions, just ask him to take it back. Wu Hung thought about it. And he really should meet this bard. But it is not appropriate to bring people home. Let the bard go to the meeting room of the association, and I will go there later, Wu Hung said. Okay. Robe left again. He went outside and spread the message. Wu Hung adjusted his mansion skills again, and then put on his coat. He said something to a few maids, and followed them out to the association. The carriage stopped in front of the association. Wu Hung, wearing a veil, walked down. The crowd came in and out of the entrance of the association, and it was surprisingly lively. On the contrary, the Snake Emblem Consortium on the opposite side looked very desolate, with only 2 or 3 people coming in and out. It was completely different from the beginning when Wu Hung went to Treasure Island. Wu Hung just took a look. He was still very dissatisfied with the consortium of Treasure Island. But the other party was powerful, so he didn't really need to do anything. If it continued like this, it would not last long on the island. Wu Hung retracted his gaze. He walked directly into the building of the association. The hall was even more lively, with many people looking at the notice board and some people sitting in the lounge chatting. He walked quickly through the hall. He walked into a long corridor on one side, and saw Kavina coming towards him, looking down at the documents. This was his earliest teammate in Blackrock Town. It seemed that there was no change. "Kavina!" Wu Hung greeted him. Kavina, who was walking with her head down, looked up at him, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Wu Hung took off his veil, revealing his original face. Seeing that it was Wu Hung, Kavina immediately smiled. "Wu Hung, no, Island Master." As she said that, she bowed slightly. "How are you doing lately?" Wu Hung asked with a smile. The last time they met was when one went to the island to challenge. However, there were many people at that time, so the two did not say a word and went about their own business. Kavina came over and said, "It's fine. Everyone knows that I came to you for help. Everything is going well." "You said that as if I was giving you special care." Kavina shrugged. "That's the fact. And everyone thinks so." Wu Hung reminded. "Don't say that outside. I have many enemies." "I understand. Only the people in the association know." Kavina's tone became serious. And then she said, "I read the story of Benny. It's about Blackstone Town. Right? I remember this maid." Wu Hung also lowered his voice. "It's Blackstone Town. But there is no danger in the town. The deacon and the captain, it's nothing, don't worry." "That's good. If I hadn't met you today, I would have gone to ask you." Wu Hung continued to ask, "Are you still renting a house now?" "Ah, still the original residence." Wu Hung thought for a while, and said, "The new residential area has been built. When you have time, go to the city hall to find Anweer, my former assistant, and ask her to pick a good location for you." Kavina immediately waved her hand. "No, I'm fine now, I don't need it. The island is still expanding, there will be more and more houses, and it's safer to be closer to the center," Wu Hung said. Kavina hesitated for a moment, and nodded. "Then I bought it from you. I will return it to you when I have enough money." "Okay. It's not too late to give it to me when you get rich. It's still convenient to have someone above you." Kavina sighed. Wu Hung glanced at her again. "What are you doing?" "There is a wanted criminal. I am planning to take people to investigate." Kavina patted the documents in her hand. "Then you go, and do your work. Let me know when you have chosen a place. I will ask someone to turn on the air conditioner for you." Kavina smiled and nodded. "I am almost supported by you. Goodbye." "Goodbye," and separated from Kavina. Wu Hung went to the meeting room of the association. When he opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a blue-gray robe, sitting outside the room. When he saw Wu Hung coming in, he took another look at his appearance. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Level 10 Bard, Sabin, meet the Island Master. Sit down and talk." Wu Hung sat down on the inside. Sabin also sat down opposite him, and then said, "Island Master, thank you for publishing your story. I read your story to the guests in the tavern, and I was enlightened, so I could upgrade to level 10. It seems that the other party was upgrading his level while telling his own story. The story is one aspect, but more importantly, it's your efforts," Wu Hung said. "It's not easy to upgrade any profession. Moreover, even if the story occupies a part of the opponent's level 10, it is impossible to rely entirely on a story." Hearing this, Sabin had more respect for the young island owner in front of him. He said directly, "Sir, I want to form a performance troupe. Arrange your story into a stage play, and present it to more people." Wu Hung knew about this before coming. He also agreed with this in his heart. "Have you found the personnel?" Sabin was a little embarrassed. "Not yet. I want to finish talking to you, and then find other people." Chapter 616, Count Me In. Sabin's answer is reasonable. At least get the permission of the island owner's mansion first, and then it won't be too late to find the staff for the stage play. Wu Hung then asked, "What kind of performance do you plan to have?" Sabin replied, "I'm thinking of a public performance. The copyright of stories in this world is not so perfect. Even if it is a performance in a theater, it is difficult for the original author to make a profit. That is, on Treasure Island, under his own nose, otherwise no one would come to say hello if he organized a stage play. Public performances, like those in taverns, are open to everyone and will not be charged." Wu Hung does not need to argue with the other party about copyright fees. He simply said, "Since you want to try to adapt it into a stage play, I allow you to perform." Hearing this, Sabin's face immediately showed joy. Things went more smoothly than he thought. The island owner did not have the high-handed attitude of the nobles in the past. Thank you, island owner. Listen to me. Wu Hong spoke again. Sabin's expression froze, and he became serious again. Wu Hong said, I allow you to adapt the story. But the story cannot deviate from the theme. And it cannot bring adverse effects to Treasure Island and the Island Master's mansion. The story has improved his positive reputation. He also hopes to maintain it, and not have any problems because of the stage play. Master Island Master, we will respect the story and the author, and will not bring negative effects to you and the work. Sabin promised solemnly. Go back and prepare. I look forward to your performance later. Wu Hong smiled. Sabin also suppressed his joy. I will not let the Island Master down. Yes. Wu Hong nodded. Sabin bowed again, and left the room directly. Wu Hong continued to sit at the table, not in a hurry to leave immediately. Regarding the stage play, I also talked about it with several maids when I came. This world, there is no go back and prepare well. I am also looking forward to what kind of story you can perform. Saipan forced himself to suppress the joy in his heart. I will not let the master down. Yes. Saipan bowed again, and left the room directly. After he left, Wu Hong also left the meeting room, walking out along the corridor. Passing by the deacon's study, Wu Hong thought for a moment, and knocked on the door. After hearing the response, he opened the door and walked in. In the study, Zalagui and Shiryali were both there. Why did you come to the association today? Zalagui asked with a smile. Wu Hong sat down and said casually, I'm here to borrow the meeting room. What do you want to borrow the meeting room for? The bard on the island is planning to adapt the first volume of The Great Detective into a stage play, and he talked to me about it. Wu Hong replied. Shiryali brought tea and snacks, bent down and placed them on the coffee table, staring with wide eyes and asked, Volume 1? Are there any follow-up stories? Wu Hong took a sip of tea. Of course, the next issue of the newspaper will continue to serialize. The whole set of Great Detective stories is about 500,000 words, and according to the serialization method of newspapers, it can also be serialized for a year or so. It can be said that serial stories in newspapers are not a problem in the short term. Are the follow-up stories also about solving cases? Shiryali's eyes lit up, and she moved forward. A new case. What is it about? Shiryali asked. Royal scandal. Shiryali's eyes shone brighter. She continued to move forward twice, and put her arm around his side. Which royal family? Is it a love story of nobles? Did someone die? It's meaningless if I tell you, Wu Hong said. Sierra Gui, who was sitting behind the desk, frowned and glanced at the place where her sister put her arm around him. She said directly, Shiryali, that's enough, don't go too far. Shiryali also reacted immediately, explaining, just asking casually. After that, she also stood up and sat back in her office. Zalagui looked at Wu Hong again. Aren't you going to use the conference room? I just came here after I finished using it, Wu Hong said. Zalagui suddenly realized. I thought so. You are not in a hurry at all. Wu Hong continued to ask, what profession do you think is more suitable for being a captain or operating a ship? Zalagui thought for a while. There is not much difference. Operating a ship at sea depends more on sailing experience and understanding of the ship. It is not a separate profession. Warriors and rangers are all fine. Wu Hong felt that he had not asked the point, and asked again, what about operating machinery? It's like a strange machine like a train. Actually, it's the same. There is not much difference. If you have to say, a strange machine master should know more about these equipment, and it is easier to operate. Zalagui answered again. Wu Hong nodded. It was similar to what he thought. The strange machine was designed for others to use. It can be operated by any profession. That makes sense. Zalagui looked at him and asked, why are you asking these questions? What are your plans? I plan to research a new strange machine. You can do these? Zalagui raised her eyebrows and continued. Don't you feel that you pay too much attention to things? I don't want to discourage you, but it's better for you to focus on spells, and don't always waste time on things that are not related to your profession. For other people, having too many hobbies, not doing things that focus on their own profession. It is indeed not doing his job properly. But it is somewhat different from Wu Hong's situation. Do you want to make a bet? Wu Hong said with a smile. What bet? Zalagui glanced at Shiryali from the corner of her eye, and emphasized, let's make it clear first, I don't bet on money or anything. Just bet on whether I can come up with a shocking enough strange machine. Wu Hung looked directly at the other party. You are really stubborn, you are a mage. What strange machine are you researching? Zalogui was speechless. Let's bet or not? What bet? Zalogui asked nonchalantly. Wu Hung pondered for a moment. Whoever wins agrees to one of the other's requests. Okay. I have to be shocked. Zalogui emphasized. Anyway, it's up to me whether I'll be surprised or not. And I won't lose no matter how I think about it. Sure Yali also raised her hand immediately. Count me in. Okay. Then there are 3 of us. Wu Hung agreed with a smile. Here's another one. G-Fan Tavern. In the private room on the top floor. Everyone. The island owner only hopes that the plot will be in line with the original work. And there are no other requirements. Who wants to join? Please give me a clear answer. Sabin stood straight, looked at the people sitting around, and said with a smile. In the room, there were also quite a few people gathered. They were all bards above level 5 on the island. Some of them were also stationed in various taverns to tell stories in the newspaper. If it was before the newspaper was published, bards did not have a very high status in Treasure Island. But as the newspaper became more and more popular, this profession also began to receive some attention. Mr. Sabin, I have some questions I want to ask first. A middle-aged man in a purple robe stood up and saluted first. Sabin hurriedly returned the salute. He also knew this person. The 12th level bard Fandar on the island, who had a great reputation in Lighthouse Street. Fandar said softly, What form will the stage play take? Has the island owner promised any conditions? Everyone looked over. Reading newspapers in the tavern is also paid by the tavern. Sabin replied, The island owner did not put forward any conditions. My personal opinion is that as long as we present a good effect, the taverns will invite us to perform, and our level and money will not be affected. Fandar nodded, and asked again, Will the stage play delay everyone's time to report? I'm afraid there are many people here who come to rehearse all day. As soon as this question came out, those who have a regular tavern all pricked up their ears. Sabin took a sip of tea. No, we can coordinate the time, and it will take some time to select the roles that suit everyone. If you want to participate in this stage play, you should take time to read the script and rehearse. It should be necessary. Vandrel nodded again. Of course. Sabin didn't wait for the other party to ask again, and said directly, The sale of newspapers has given us an opportunity. This is the second chance given to our profession by the island owner. Whether we can completely change the current situation of bards depends on this time. Chapter 617, I lived there before. At noon, Wu Hung returned to the island owner's mansion. After having lunch with the maids, Wu Hung selected 20 level 10 skeletons in the courtyard, and took them back to the study. After opening the boundary gate, he walked directly in. On the other side of the boundary gate, there was still a luxury suite in the hotel. You go to the inner room first, Wu Hung ordered. Following the skeletons who came with him, he turned around, opened the door, and walked into the bedroom inside. Wu Hung put on a coat. Picking up the intercom, he said, Chi Han Kai. Can you hear me? Yes. Chi Han Sai's voice came over. Come to the suite. Got it. Not long after hanging up the chat, there was a knock on the door. Wu Hung looked up and gestured, and Skeleton Caxia opened the door. Chi Han Kai walked in with a little owl. Is everything okay? Wu Hung asked. Chi Han Kai sat down and said, The survivors in the base are fine. I cooked noodles for them last night, and they didn't show any resistance. Those imprisoned people, in the middle of the night, tried to kill the guarding skeletons and rush out. The skeletons were not injured, and several of those who escaped were killed. Wu Hung frowned. With so many skeletons guarding, you still want to escape? They may think that the skeletons are not as strong as them. By the way, Qian Chengfeng died in there. Chi Han Kai answered. Wu Hung did not say much. Dead is dead. Among the survivors, are there any who can drive a warship? Yes, 2 of them are active soldiers on the warship. I was afraid of accidents, so I locked them up separately. Chi Han Kai answered. Bring them here, Wu Hung said. Okay. Chi Han Kai went out and left. When he came back again, the skeleton behind him was escorting 2 men. And the translator Xian He. Xian He said directly, This is our leader. You should answer whatever we ask you. The 2 of them were stunned and immediately saluted respectfully. From the attitude, they looked pretty good. What are your names? Wu Hung asked in Korean. The first person answered, Li Qingxuan. The second person said, Lose you. Are you soldiers on the warship in the port? Wu Heng asked. Wu Heng then asked, what is the name of that warship? What weapons and features does it have? Li Qingxuan said, Incheon-class frigate. Displacement 2,300 tons. Wu Heng then asked another person, what weapons does it have? The person being asked answered immediately, 5-inch naval guns. Ram short-range air defense missiles. Judging from the speed of the two people's answers, they should be people who got off the ship. Otherwise, they can't recite it so quickly now. Wu Heng then asked, how many people are needed to operate this frigate? 3 people can sail normally. Can you do it? Yes. I can do it too. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. You all know it? Li Qingxuan explained, everyone needs to learn systematically before boarding the ship, and any vacant position can be ensured to be filled as soon as possible. Wu Heng nodded, glanced at the two people again, and said, do you want to live? Think about it. The two nodded in panic. I'll give you a chance. If you do well, you can still enjoy a good life. If you don't, you should be able to guess the consequences. Wu Heng said directly. The two shuddered and bowed immediately. I am willing to be loyal to you. Chi Han Kai. Bring out the skeletons in the bedroom. Wu Heng pointed to the room next to it. Chi Han Kai walked over and opened the door. 20 skeletons wearing leather armor and weapons on their waists came out. The two began to panic. Their bodies also retreated several steps. Wu Heng pointed at the skeletons and said, your mission is to teach these 20 skeletons how to drive a warship and use weapons. Can you teach them? The two retreated to the wall, their eyes full of surprise. Teach skeletons to drive a ship. How can they communicate? But facing the only choice, they could only nod and agree. Yes, we will try our best. Okay. Just have confidence. Wu Heng looked at Xianhe. Take them down to rest. And start teaching these skeletons tomorrow. Yes, leader. Xianhe nodded, and walked out with the 2 and 20 skeletons. The door closed. Wu Heng said to Chi Han Kai, when you get on the ship, arrange for someone to follow them, don't drive the ship away. I'll follow them tomorrow. With skeletons here, they can't escape either. Chi Han Kai said with a smile. Arrange more people, maybe there are weapons on the warship. Wu Heng instructed. Understood. Chi Han Kai continued. Tomorrow, our people will also come, it will be easier to manage then. Are there any people who can drive a ship? I found 2 who can drive a ship. That's great, let them bring people over first, and then train skeletons, and then let skeletons drive. Okay. They talked about some details about the base. Chi Han Kai took him around the base. Unlike the refugee shacks at the beginning, this time almost everyone was allocated a house. However, the food was still distributed uniformly in the square. Wu Heng followed him around and attracted a lot of attention. They gathered together and whispered. After checking the base, Wu Heng returned to the suite. The island owner's manor. The living room. Shannara took the renderings and introduced them. This is the decoration drawing of the exhibition. I discussed it with the designer Youssef. You were away for the past 2 days, so I decided to decorate it directly. The renderings are not modern printed drawings, but hand-painted drawings. But the effect is still very clear. The whole decoration style is closer to the style of the previous auction of the consortium, which is retro and gorgeous. How many participating caravans are ready to join? Wu Heng asked. Basically all of them have joined, and they will come here one after another in the next few days. I have also written to some friends in the local area, who may come to see this exhibition. Shannara said. With your help, everything will go smoothly. Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders. Shannara glanced at the maid not far away, and shook off his hand. What are you doing? You are still outside. Master, Sister Shannara, it's time to eat. Minnie's voice came from the kitchen. The two stood up and walked towards the restaurant. Emerald Sea. In the cabin of the cargo ship. The illuminated stone chandelier above the dining table swayed slightly, with the swaying of the ship. 2 men in gorgeous clothes were sitting at the dining table enjoying dinner. One was straight, probably in his 40s, and the other had a head full of white hair, but was very neatly groomed. Like an aristocrat who paid great attention to appearance. The Chamber of Commerce actually asked us to participate in this commodity exhibition. The old man said softly. More importantly, it is the importance attached to this island owner. He defeated Luan and joined the Hanwen Society. He is also a rare genius among the younger generation of the human race. The middle-aged man took a sip of wine and replied. Oh, I am also interested. Tell me about him. The old man wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief and put down his knife and fork. I don't know much. The middle-aged man also put down the tableware, thought for a while, and said, I heard that he came from a small town in the Yek Kingdom. Later, he was transferred to Ratam City and became a captain. Then he was promoted by exception and came to Treasure Island. Ratam City? Has he been there? Do you know that place? I heard it is quite remote. The old man suddenly fell into silence, with a hint of unspeakable melancholy in his voice. I live there. The middle-aged man tilted his head slightly, waiting for him to continue. With my wife. Chapter 618, Navy Guns. While speaking, the old man glanced upwards, as if recalling the past. What happened later? The middle-aged man asked curiously. An accident. The old man's voice seemed to be blocked by something, pausing for a moment, before continuing. An accident took her away, and to escape my longing for her, I left Ratam City, left there. She was so kind, and so smart. I often think, if all this hadn't happened, maybe everything would have been different. The old man said, picking up the wine glass and taking another sip. The two fell into silence again, the boat still swaying gently with the waves. The middle-aged man also took a sip of the wine glass. It's not your fault. And she doesn't want to see you trapped in pain. I hope so. The next day, Shannara got up, took out a new bra from the space ring, put it through her arms, and patted the man beside her. Help me put it on. You have no eyesight at all. I don't like this one. Wu Hung sat up and helped her fasten the buckle at the back. Shannara rolled her eyes at him. I'm wearing it to go out, not to show you. That's right. After Wu Hung tied it, he gently kissed the elf's unique ears. Isn't it enough? Shannara touched the other's cheek with her backhand, with a face full of pampering. Then, she asked curiously, how did your skin become so good? I don't know when. Wu Hang's skin became so good, not only white but also with a kind of luster. I always feel that the toughness has also been improved to a certain extent. Is there? Wu Hung asked back. In fact, he also knew in his heart that after taking the third-level corpse core potion to awaken the keratin armor, the changes occurred. Even if the skin is not covered with black keratin, the skin becomes more delicate. Of course. It's obvious. How did you do it? Teach me. Shannara was a little envious. It's the effect of one's own ability. When you are more mature in the later stage, you can also try it, Wu Hung said. Shannara's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there is a way to improve the effect of the skin. I'll listen to you. After saying that, she looked him up and down. I feel like you're growing up a little too fast. That's not good. I can protect you better in the future. Okay, I like it. The two of them said, and they got dressed and went downstairs together. The skeleton chef had prepared breakfast. Several people came down one after another, and sat at the dining table, chatting and eating. After breakfast, Envier went to the city hall. Shannara took Minnie and the other two, and went to the exhibition to supervise some decoration matters. Even if I can't help, it's still something to do. It's much better than being bored at home. The people in the house all left. Wu Hung went upstairs to the study, and headed for the zombie world. Walked out of the door. Wu Hung picked up the intercom and called Chi Han Kai, but got no response. Walked to the window and looked outside. The skeleton was guarding, nothing changed. Opened the door, and went downstairs. Walked out of the hotel door, and asked the skeleton guarding the door like a sculpture, where is Chi Han Kai? Show me. The skeleton pointed directly in the direction of the sea. It should be to the ship. He walked straight to the direction where the ship was docked with skeleton. He could see people walking around on the warship from a distance. Wu Hung walked over and attracted the attention of several people. Chi Han Kai waved his hand and walked over. Those two Korean soldiers are teaching skeleton how to drive a boat. I watched for a while. They are all automated equipment. It's not difficult. Let's go and take a look. Wu Hung took the lead to board the warship. Chi Han Kai followed behind him. Seeing Wu Hung coming up, the two soldiers and Xian, he immediately came over to salute. Wu Hung nodded and said, "Please introduce this ship to me." Two Korean soldiers pushed and shoved from below, and the one named Li Qingxuan was pushed out, and said carefully, "The ship is 114 meters long, 14 meters wide, with a standard displacement of 2,300 tons, and can accommodate 145 people." He recited it all in one breath, just like reciting a book. Wu Hung looked puzzled. Can it accommodate more than 140 people? The whole ship is designed with only so many beds. If it does not involve beds, and is just for people, It can accommodate more people. Li Qingxuan explained immediately. In other words, the bunk positions designed for the ship are for 145 people. If you just want to carry skeletons, you don't need bunks. You can carry more skeletons. The warships on Treasure Island can carry 300 or 400 people. So how can such a large ship carry fewer? Of course, in modern warfare, the hull is more complicated, and the combat effectiveness is no longer expressed by the number of people. It's all artillery bombardment. Go on, Wu Heng said. Li Qingxuan continued to introduce. The ship is equipped with 127mm naval guns, ram-range anti-aircraft missile launchers. There is a carrier-based aircraft platform at the stern, which originally parked a helicopter. When the zombies broke out, it was driven away. Several people walked from the bow to the stern. The other party introduced them one by one. The machine gun in Wu Heng's hand is loaded with 23mm machine gun shells. The shipborne gun on this ship reaches 127mm, which is a truly powerful shell. As for anti-aircraft missiles, they may not be so useful in the other world. There are not many that can fly. Even if we encounter flying dragons again, we can deal with them more conveniently. There is no need to really use anti-aircraft missiles. At the stern is a platform with a circle drawn on it. According to Li Qingxuan, it is used to park carrier-based aircraft. It was just that when the zombies broke out, it was driven away. But it was not a big problem. I could park a skeleton dragon myself, which would also play the same role. It does not consume energy. What is the range of the 127mm naval gun? Wu Heng asked. The other party replied. The effective range is 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. It is far enough. Wu Heng nodded and walked into the cabin. After coming out, he said, within 3 days, teach the skeletons how to operate the ship, and check and repair some equipment. The 2 ship soldiers following behind had some sweat on their foreheads. Time is too tight. There is not so much time to train slowly. Hurry up. Wu Heng walked outside. Okay. The 2 wiped their sweat. Wu Heng looked around, pointed at a few high-level skeletons. You guys, protect them, and don't let them do anything dangerous. Hearing that the ship's gun range was 10,000 meters, Wu Heng still arranged for the skeletons to watch them, to prevent the ship's gun from really being controlled and firing at the shore. The 2 immediately promised. We won't do anything out of the ordinary. Please believe us. Leader. Come on, I will never treat you unfairly when the time comes. Wu Heng patted the other's shoulder. The 2 saluted again and thanked quietly. Wu Heng got off the ship and walked into the base with Qi Han Kai. On the ship, Li Qingxuan and the other 2 immediately began to explain the operation of the ship to the skeletons following them. Then, Qi Han Kai took him around the base. In the afternoon, they returned to the port to wait. Not long after, a cargo ship appeared in sight. It slowly approached and docked at the port. More than 20 people got off the ship, both men and women, all of whom were originally from the base. Leader, Sister Qi. Everyone saluted and greeted. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Heng nodded. Qi Han Kai also smiled. Let's go back and rest first, and then assign tasks to everyone. After the occupation of Shanfu Port, management is still a bit difficult. First, there is no one to trust, and second, communication is also a problem. With only Xi and he as an interpreter, it is still a bit difficult. Now that these people are here, things will be much easier. Several people entered the base together. Qi Han Kai first arranged a room for them, and then assigned some tasks. From now on, whether it is distributing food or guarding the warehouse, it will be left to their own people. After everything was arranged, they returned to the hotel. They came to Wu Heng's room and knocked on the door. After getting a response, they opened the door and walked in. In the room, Wu Heng said, first, set up the logistics team. I plan to use this place as a base and attack from the inside. Qi Han Kai raised his eyebrows. Do you want to lead the team yourself? Or arrange for the skeletons to attack? Important places will be carried out by myself, and other places will still be carried out by skeletons. Wu Heng replied. The place here is not as big as in China. The whole country is just one province apart. The military factories here, or the military merit research institutes, can be found almost as long as you keep walking. It is not as difficult to find these locations as in China. Qi Han Kai thought for a while, and said, then I will ask someone to find a map, and try to mark all the important places here, so that we can have a clear goal when the time comes. I'll leave these things to you. Wu Hung smiled. Chi Honkai also smiled faintly. This shouldn't be the case. Wu Hung waved. Chi Honkai came over and leaned gently in his arms. Treasure Island. Wu Hung sent the corpse core to the alchemy room and took a look at the finished potion. A lot of first level and second level potions were made. Third level corpse core potion, there is no new finished product yet. But there is no rush, it's just a matter of time. Wu Hung walked down from upstairs. Minnie just came in from outside, jumped over happily. Master, you are so happy. Wu Hung caught her and turned half a circle in the air. No. I spent the whole day with Sister Shanala at the construction site today. I'm so tired. But I feel so happy to see the master, Minnie said coquettishly. How is the decoration going over there? Wu Hung sat down and let Minnie sit on his lap. Minnie thought for a moment and said, It's going very smoothly. When the designer was chatting with Sister Shanala, I heard that it would be completed in 2 or 3 days. The speed is not bad. Minnie suddenly remembered something and added, By the way, the designer also said that the preparations for Lighthouse Street have been completed, and the street lights will be erected tomorrow, and the electricity will be turned on at that time. If you have time tomorrow, go to the Design Institute and ask them to work early tomorrow to erect all the street lights, so that the island will look better before the exhibition. Wu Hung patted the bunny's butt. I know. Master, Minnie said softly. At this time, the door opened, and Weir came in, with a much bigger owl on her head. She glanced at the two and said with a smile, Minnie is pestering the master again. No way. You bad fox. Minnie raised her head and retorted. Wu Hung also opened his arms. Come on. Weir. Let the master hug you too. Weir, who had just been laughing at Minnie, blushed slightly and walked over slowly. She leaned in his arms and whispered, Master. So good. Soon, dinner was served on the table. Robert and Annette also came back from the courtyard, saluted Wu Hung, sat down at the dining table, and ate dinner together. Zombie World and Treasure Island are both developing in the planned direction. In 3 days, the exhibition can start. By then, the skeletons will have learned about warships, and will find a way to bring them to the city. In the morning, Wu Hung went directly to port number 2. The dwarf designer Yusef followed him. Master, what do you want? Wu Hung pointed to the gap next to the port. Island Master, what do you want? Wu Hung pointed to the gap next to the port. I plan to build a larger dock there. I mainly need a large enough door. Do you mean the kind of dock for repairing ships? Yes. The length is controlled at 200 meters. The width is more than 30 meters. And the draft is at least 5 meters. Wu Hung recalled the size of the frigate and began to speak. Yusuf paused slightly. His eyes widened. After thinking for a while, he reminded quietly, Sir, the length of the warship is only 60 meters. Are you sure you need such a big one? Instead of building more? The number is fine. Just build it according to my instructions. Wu Hung said with certainty. Okay, sir. The dwarf quickly wrote it down. Finish it within 3 days. If time is tight, make the gate first. And it must have a lock. 3 days is a bit tight. I'm afraid we have to transfer workers from the construction site. Transfer them here to finish the work here first. Wu Hung continued. The dwarf designer nodded. I will finish it for you within 3 days. Leave it to you, Wu Hung said, and leapt in the carriage again. After returning to the island owner's mansion, after thinking for a while, he took out the train conductor's hat and put it on his head. The ghost train appeared, and Wu Hung boarded the train. Lighthouse Street. Clatter. Teams of skeletons, carrying metal iron rods, strode into the main road. Under the watch of the rest of the people around, the slender iron rod was erected, and the electrician skeleton began to connect the wires and install the light bulbs and lampshades. The island owner has built street lights for us. Someone recognized that the street lights were the same as those in the central area, and immediately shouted loudly. Then, the crowd around also became excited. The island owner really built street lights for Dingta Street, the same as those in the central area. The island owner built street lights for us, and he didn't lie to us. From now on, our place will be as bright as daytime. The news of the street lights spread quickly with shouts. The whole street was gradually filled with people, looking up, watching the street lamp being erected. Put on the lampshade, and hang a Treasure Island flag on the lamp pole as decoration. The island owner really installed street lamps in the ordinary residential area. What was published in the newspaper was indeed true. Lopez City. Wu Hung put on the mask, and it still became a mask to record the appearance of the fisherman. He sat in the VIP room of the consortium for a while. The door opened, and the local person in charge, Lei Dilly, walked in directly, with a smile on his face. "Good afternoon, guest." Wu Hung smiled and asked, "The last commission, has there been any results?" Lei Dilly smiled confidently. "Of course. Chapter 619, somewhat impressive." Lei Dilly clapped her hands behind her. The staff came in carrying 2 wooden coffins. With the bumps, the gaps of the wooden coffins were scattered with dirt. Dong dong. With 2 dull landing sounds, the wooden coffins were placed in the middle of the open space. The staff turned around and left, closing the door. Lei Dilly glanced at the wooden coffins, and said, "It took some effort and some risks to collect the bodies of 2 mages for you. Thank you for your hard work," Wu Hung said. Wu Hung didn't care much about the risks mentioned by Ledelai. For a force whose business direction is mainly gray industry, there is no such thing as no risk. Of course, the other party's meaning is also more obvious. The corpse of a mage is more difficult to deal with than other professions. Wu Hung waved at the skeleton, and the skeleton attendant beside him walked over quickly. He opened the coffin and revealed 2 corpses with different degrees of decay. Ledelai introduced. The first corpse is an 11th level illusionist mage, and the second corpse is a 7th level mage. The faction has not been investigated. It may be a spell or a shapeshifter. I am very satisfied. How much more money do you need to pay? Wu Hung said calmly. You still need to pay 2 gold and 150 silver. The price of the corpse was much higher than before. The reward for a level 10 wanted criminal was only 3 or 400 silver coins. The corpse actually received gold coins. Wu Hung nodded and took out 2 gold coins and a leather bag of silver coins and handed them to the other party. Lei Dilly happily took it and then asked, "Continue to fill in the commission?" "Continue to fill in." Lei Dilly went out to get the commission. Wu Hung asked the skeleton to cover the 2 coffins and put them in the space ring himself. After a while, Lei Dilly came back again. Holding a plate of cakes in her hand, she picked up a piece with her white fingers and put it to Wu Hung's mouth. "Just ordered cakes from outside, please try it." Wu Hung did not open his mouth, turned his head and said, "I am old, I can't eat anything too sweet." "You said it as if you were very old." Lei Dilly did not feel embarrassed, and put it in her mouth. "Humans have a short lifespan, so they will age faster," Wu Hung said. While filling out the commission, Lei Dilly said, "No matter how old you are not as old as me. I don't know how many people envy you elves, you are good looking and have a long lifespan." Wu Hung sighed. "In other words, all human beings will envy the elves. A race that looks elegant and beautiful, and lives a long time." Ledelai continued to say casually, "There are some ways to increase lifespan. When you really need it, I will help you issue a commission." How can it be so easy? The old king of the Yek kingdom did not escape the fate of death, let alone ordinary professionals like us. Wu Hung said. His eyes fell on the whiteness of Ledelai's chest when she bent down. "Do you have any misunderstandings about ordinary professionals?" Ledelai seemed to notice the other person's gaze, smiled and looked up, then leaned over to fill in the commission again. "The royal family needs to be replaced, and has its own rules. It does not allow extreme methods to extend life. But there are still many ways to extend life, such as the zombies of the undead faction and the secret society. They have been collecting ways to survive. As for prolonging life, it is indeed the direction that the secret society has been studying. These people have money and status, and all they think about is how to live longer." Wu Hung came into contact with 2 rare items, one of which is the sacrificial wooden staff. The former deacon of Blackstone Town, Yazd, wanted to use this rare item to possess himself, but he didn't expect that he would improve faster, so he didn't succeed. The second item is the blood cup, a rare item of the vampires, which can gradually transform into the vampire form by drinking blood. Later, he gave it to Lilith, which was considered to be a connection with the other party. There are indeed a lot of these things in the secret society. Now that you mention it, it's not bad to join the secret society. Maybe it can help prolong your life," Wu Hung said. "It's not something that ordinary people can join. Moreover, the secret society attaches great importance to obedience, and often puts forward some conditions that break the bottom line to verify your obedience," Lei Dilly said with a smile, putting the completed commission form aside. "It sounds like Lei Dilly knows a little about the secret society. At least, she knows about the obedience test. This organization, it's better not to join." Rayleigh nodded, then said, In addition to the secret society, I have also heard of some rumors, for example. Replace the internal organs or change blood, become a believer of a god also. Let people give birth to themselves. Here the last one, Wu Heng's eyes widened a little. How to give birth? How do I know? They are all news. Rayleigh answered with a smile. Then turn the eyes, he looked at each other carefully. From the space ring, take out a book. A new book in the city recently, have you seen it? On the cover, it is the image of Wu Heng wearing a trench coat. You can tell at a glance that it is a great detective novel. Wu Heng didn't expect that she had read it before. I heard that it is popular in Treasure Island. It is based on the personal experience of the new island owner. Yes. What a magical person. Who seemed to appear suddenly and let everyone around him know him. Letelai's eyes flickered. Do you like this story? It's better than those heroic stories anyway. I heard that Treasure Island also sells autographs. I asked someone to buy it for me. I don't know if I can buy it, Letelai said seriously. Spend some money and ask him to sign one for you. It shouldn't be difficult. Then there's no point. Letelai raised her head again, with a smile on her face, looking straight at him, and asked, do you think this Wu Heng Island master will become a hero? Wu Heng raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes remained unchanged. When the other party told him about this, his tone was full of temptation. He collected the corpses by himself, and was accompanied by guards, who looked like dead servants. And the time of his appearance was very close to that of the island master who was in the limelight. Letelai is in charge of a local consortium. Even if she seems to be paid to do things, she is definitely a smart person. She probably guessed her identity a long time ago, or has already confirmed it. It doesn't matter whether she guesses or not. Now she is level 19, and with the support of the association, not everyone is a threat to her. Wu Heng smiled and said, if it is as powerful as you say, she should be able to become a hero. Since you said so, you may not be far from being a hero. Return to Treasure Island. It was already afternoon. We took the carriage back, and when we passed Lighthouse Street, the road became a little crowded because of the crowd. Street lamps were erected one by one, and the crowd followed the lamps and moved forward little by little. There was no electricity, and no light could be seen. I didn't know what the crowd was looking at. The carriage was moving slowly, and the discussions of the people around began to spread into the carriage. In the past few months, Treasure Island has changed more than in the past few years. The island owner is not an ordinary person. So powerful. And he is a mage himself. And he must be stronger than those before. I have a daughter at home, and she is not much different from the island owner in age. Isn't your daughter just 6 years old? How come she is almost the same age? Let's get along first, and it will be enough in a few years. I heard that the island owner likes orc girls. The one who often brings guards to Lighthouse Street. He likes orcs. But it's rare. It's quite powerful. Chapter 620, What Happened? Wu Heng sat in the carriage, listening to the discussion. His eyebrows raised. How come they talked about him? Besides, he didn't like the orcs who were close to 3 meters tall and had a strong physique. Did these people misunderstand something? Guessed, the road ahead is too congested. Let's go another way. The driver's voice came from the front. Let's go another way, Wu Heng said. The carriage began to turn around slowly, avoiding the main road and continuing to rush towards the island owner's mansion. When they arrived at the nearest block to the island owner's mansion, Wu Heng got off the car, walked for a distance, and returned to the island owner's mansion. He walked into the gate. 3 maids came out to greet him. Minnie helped him take off his coat and said, Master, the street lights have been installed on Dingta Street. I saw it when I came back. The people in the residential area of Dingta Street were very happy. I heard someone shouting thank you to the island owner. Minnie seemed very happy. Really? I came back late and didn't hear that. Hee hee. Minnie smiled. Master, do you want to have lunch? No. Let's eat together in the evening. Okay. Minnie and the other 2 maids returned to the living room, and Wu Heng went directly to the corner of the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, 2 coffins appeared in the open space in front of him. Let the skeleton open the coffin lid. He looked over and released dead battlefield on the 2 corpses. The power of the dead spirit spread. The 2 skeletons stood up from the coffins, shaking their bodies, and the broken flesh and rotten clothes fell off. Skeleton Mage, level 11. Skeleton Mage, level 7. Wu Heng opened it and took a look at the attributes. Among the characteristics, Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul were retained. The expertise was cloth armor expertise. Staff mastery. The skill position, however, was blank, and not a single skill was retained. Wu Heng also knew what was going on. After a mage of any faction was transformed into a necromancer, all his skills would disappear. Even if he learned later, he could only learn the necromancer faction. This was considered to have restricted his direction. Come out first, Wu Heng ordered. 2 skeletons walked out of the coffin directly and stood aside in a proper manner. Wu Heng asked other skeletons to clean up. He continued to say to the 2 mage skeletons, "Let's go. Follow me upstairs. I have a task for you." The skeletons followed behind him. Go upstairs and enter the study. Wu Heng walked to the bookshelf and took out 2 skill books from it. He walked to the 11th level skeleton mage and handed it Dead Corpse Battlefield. Read this book first, and learn the skills as soon as possible. Then, he walked to the 7th level skeleton mage and handed it Bone Art. Look at this one, you 2 can find a place to read. The 2 skeletons found their own places and began to look through the books. Wu Heng sat down on the side and continued to release the 3 ghosts, letting them move freely, reading books, or watching cartoons. "Uncle, that's my place." Xiao Xiao pointed pitifully, where a skeleton was. Wu Heng looked at it. The place where the level 7 skeleton was where Xiao Xiao usually watched cartoons. On the windowsill, there were colorful puppets, and some small objects with strange shapes and little value. Understood. Wu Heng nodded, drank a sip of water, and said to the 2 skeletons, "You 2, follow me to the next room to read books." "Thank you, Uncle. You are the best." Xiao Xiao cheered on the side. Wu Heng took the skeleton out. In the next room, let the 2 start reading. The skeleton didn't need light, so it didn't matter whether the light was on or not. As long as there was a quiet place, it would be fine. Wu Heng sat in the study for a while, and heard Minnie calling downstairs for dinner. Opened the door, and went downstairs, and ate with the maids. Click, click, click. As the sky darkened, the street lights on Lighthouse Street lit up one after another. The entire main road of Lighthouse Street was illuminated. The crowd around them cheered instantly. The closed shops reopened. The vendors also carried goods and began to walk through the streets, selling various items. A young bard looked up at the street lamp that was as bright as the sun, and his eyes were dizzy. He looked at the position under the light. Then he clenched his fist. He squeezed into the front row, brought a wooden box, and placed it under the street lamp. He climbed onto the wooden box and released 2 states in succession. He said loudly, "The bard gave you. I will take this opportunity to read you a great detective story." After speaking, he bowed first, and then began the story. "My name is Watson. I was sent back to my country because of my injury. I am recuperating from my injury." The crowd was startled. Watching the streetlights is really boring. Someone is telling stories here, which is also a way to kill time. As the story began to be read here, the crowd began to gather, and became more and more crowded. At this time, another person stood under the next streetlight, and the lights gathered, like a spotlight on the stage. He shouted loudly, "I will tell you a story too." Soon, one figure after another stood under the lights along the road. It was like a small stage, performing for everyone in the crowd. "It's much more lively here than in the central area." Shiryali pulled her sister's hand and said, turning her head. When there were streetlights in the central area, there were also many people gathered. But it was not as lively as here. Shilagui said, "I guess Wu Heng didn't expect that. This kind of streetlight would become a stage for low-level bards." The newspaper story was hot, but low-level bards had no chance to enter the tavern to tell others. And here, so many people gathered. Although there is no reward, you can improve your level and professional skills. Maybe he has thought of it a long time ago. Didn't he say before that he would support bards and change stage plays? Shiryali said. Heh, maybe he can't think of it. On the other side, Philippa was wearing a beige dress, with a green parrot on her shoulder. Looking at the brightness of the whole street, her face was excited. Wu Heng is so amazing. He really put street lights on Lighthouse Street. I said I didn't miss him, and he didn't disappoint me. Silly bird. Philippa turned around, tapped the parrot on the forehead. You are not allowed to say that about him. The parrot glanced at her, turned and flew away. Philippa, Millicent, wearing a cloak, walked over and held her hand. Why are you wandering around? What if you get separated? Lighthouse Street, will I still not be able to find my home? Philippa looked at her and asked. There are so many people. It's always better to be careful. Pa, Philippa slapped her hard on the butt. I am the captain of the Treasure Island fleet, who is blind, dare to mess with me. Millicent's face instantly turned red. She carefully glanced around, and grabbed her daughter's hand tightly. Philippa continued. Tomorrow I will go to Wu Hung and ask him to press 1 at the door of our house. Don't bother the adults. The next day. In the morning. After breakfast. Anweer went to the town hall. Wu Hung went downstairs from the room where the skeleton studied books. After a night, he still didn't unlock the skill. It seems that he still needs to wait a few more days. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded, and at the corner of the stairs, the Catwoman Roby, who was jogging, ran into his arms, rubbing his nose. He immediately said, Master. Some people came outside, saying that they were representatives of the caravan, and they came to visit you specially, and they also brought some gifts. Come to visit me. Wu Hung has basically seen all the representatives of the caravan stationed on the island. Many of them have cooperated before. Those who came this time should have just arrived on the island and were preparing to attend the exhibition. How many people are here? Wu Hung asked. 3 representatives of the caravan and some followers brought gifts. Robe answered. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, Take them to the living room. You go to Shannara, tell her to get up quickly, and ask her to come over. Okay. Robe agreed and trotted downstairs. Not long after, Minnie came in with 3 people in gorgeous clothes, and all the followers stayed in the courtyard, looking at the skeletons all over the yard. Island Master. Hello. Island Master. The 3 of them bowed slightly. You're welcome. Sit down and talk. Treasure Island, in the tavern. The story of Blushing Maid Bernie is over. The tavern fell into silence again. Even though I have heard it many times, there is still an unspeakable gloom. In the private room on the 2nd floor, the old man and the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes sat opposite each other, and several accompanying guards and attendants sat near the door of the private room. It's really touching. The story is told from the maid's perspective, said the middle-aged man. The old man nodded slightly, was silent for a moment, and then spoke slowly. My wife also writes some short stories about little people. His eyes suddenly became sad. We used to sit together and listen to her stories. In the private room, the atmosphere became even more depressing. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, and asked, Excuse me, what happened at that time? Chapter 621, What's your ex-husband's name? Hearing the middle-aged man's question, the old man leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling. His eyes were cloudy, as if he was recalling the past. He said softly, She seldom went out, planted some flowers she liked in the courtyard and the basement, or stayed in the study, reading the book she bought. We were very happy at that time. Once she went out, and was attacked by a wild beast in the forest, but fortunately she was rescued by a passing mercenary. But since then, she has become more and more strange. The middle-aged man frowned as he told the story, and the guards behind him also kept quiet, waiting for his next story. The old man continued, I didn't notice it at first. I just thought she was frightened and in a trance, but as time went on, the situation became more and more strange. She lost her hobbies of growing flowers and reading books. Sometimes she talked to herself in the air. Sometimes she danced with joy. One night, she went completely crazy. She ran and screamed madly, rushed into the basement, and knocked over the oil lamp. She stood in the fire and looked at me with a grin, like a demon who finally succeeded. The fire was getting bigger and bigger. I wanted to go down to save people, but there was no way. I could only watch as she was swallowed up by the fire little by little, and disappeared. My level was too low at the time. If I could be higher, maybe the ending would not be like this. The tone of the old man was full of regret and unwillingness. It sounds like this is not the first time the story has been told. The cause and process are all very clear. Seeing that the story did not continue, the middle-aged man looked at him with some sympathy. It's not your fault. There are many monsters that confuse the mind. Similar stories can be heard in previous stories and rumors. Low-level humans are most likely to encounter such things in the wilderness. The old man nodded. Everything is over. I just hope she doesn't blame me. How could she blame you? A gentleman as loyal as you? The middle-aged man comforted him, and he saw that the atmosphere in the room was too depressing. Finding a new topic. In the afternoon, I will visit the island owner. Do you want to join me? The old man pondered, shaking his head. I will visit my friends on the island first, and then I will visit the island owner. That's fine. As the two talked, the lower part fell into chaos again. Looking down through the open window, the rested bard walked up again, applied 2 states to himself, and said loudly, "The following is a great detective story." Finally, "It's the great detective story. Miss Burney's story is too depressing. I still want to listen to this. No matter how many times I hear it, this kind of plot that finds the murderer through details is still so exciting. No one can deceive the island owner, no matter how good he is at lying." Amid the discussions of the drinkers, the bard also began his own story. In the private room upstairs, the middle-aged man listened to the story attentively. The old man's eyes flickered. The island owner's mansion. After the 3 caravan representatives sat down respectfully, the maid brought tea and cakes. The first person said, "My lord, I am the vice president of the Bucks Chamber of Commerce. This is a gift for you. I hope you don't mind it." As he spoke, 3 exquisite wooden boxes were taken out from the space ring. They were opened one by one. The top one was a pair of silver cups with exquisite patterns. In the middle wooden box was a porcelain plate with a similar enamel craft in the center. At the bottom, there is a jade-white hollow ivory sculpture similar to ivory. Each one is very delicate. It belongs to the favorite collection of the powerful. "My lord, I am the regional representative of the Erlevi Chamber of Commerce. This is our gift. It is all produced by the Chamber of Commerce. I hope you don't mind it." The second Chamber of Commerce representative spoke. From the space ring, he also took out a gift. There are 2 in total. One is a fine jade, and the other is also porcelain. "My lord, this is the gift I brought." Immediately afterwards, the third person also took out a gift, which was a rolled-up exquisite carpet and a few colorful cloths. These should all be the products of their Chamber of Commerce. In terms of shape and style, they are all very exquisite. They are also luxury goods that the powerful people in this world prefer. But for Wu Hung, he actually doesn't like them that much. He feels that they are useless except for their good looks. He might as well give himself some copper and melt it to make bullets. "Thank you, I like the things very much." Wu Hung smiled and thanked him, and turned around and said, "Minnie, take these away first, and then go to the study, and bring over 3 copies of the exhibits I prepared." "Yes, master." Minnie put away the gifts and put them on the shelf at the back. Then he walked to the study upstairs, waiting for Minnie to leave. The vice president of the Bucks Chamber of Commerce then spoke respectfully, and said directly, "My lord, I came here this time. In addition to being invited to participate in the exhibition, I also want to open a store on the island. Treasure Island is expanding. You are welcome to open a store on the island." Wu Hung said directly. The other party continued, I want to ask you in advance, will the street lights in Lighthouse Street and the central area be used in the newly developed streets? You also know that the shops on the main road have been sold, and we want to open a store, and we can't choose the location there." One person said, and the other 2 nodded. "It sounds like they want to choose a location with street lights to open a store." Wu Hung said in a positive tone, "Don't worry about this. Street lights will cover all the commercial streets to be developed later. Just don't choose a place that is too remote. Then we will be relieved." The 3 of them smiled and nodded. While talking, Minnie came down from upstairs. She was holding 3 thin gift boxes in her hands. "Master," Minnie called out obediently, and put the gift boxes on the table. Wu Hung waved his hand and said, "This is for you 3. It is also our latest gift." The 3 of them said a few polite words, but still took it in their hands. They opened the gift box and revealed a round object. The surface was smooth and shiny, and it looked very finely made. Wu Hung introduced, "This is a fountain pen. We improved the product from the quill pen. It is more convenient to carry and write. It will replace the quill pen in the future." The 3 of them looked at the fountain pen in their hands, with some doubts in their eyes. After careful observation, they gently opened the pen cap and revealed the nib inside. Seeing the lines on the tip of the pen, his eyes also fixed. "So fine, there are patterns on it. Let me show you." Seeing that several people didn't know how to use it, Wu Hung took out a fountain pen from his space ring. Under the gazes of the 3 people, he began to demonstrate. "This is the pen cap. You can write after opening it." Then he unscrewed the back end of the pen, revealing the ink sac. "This is the ink sac. You only need to suck up the ink, and you can write normally. You don't need to carry it with you every time like a quill pen." Just a little demonstration. The 3 of them already understood the purpose and characteristics of the fountain pen. They looked at each other. Their eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. "It doesn't look difficult, But the improvement from a quill pen to the current fountain pen, this is definitely a very clever design. But not everyone has a space ring to hold a quill pen and ink. This fountain pen solves all the drawbacks of the quill pen very well. It's just an improvement. But the practicality is improved sharply. Needless to say, this product will definitely be popular and become the best-selling writing tool. The workmanship is also very fine, especially the soft ink sac. If you want to imitate it, you don't know what materials to use. Did you design this? Master, has the fountain pen already been sold in the market? I think we can talk about the agency sales. The three of them were a little excited and spoke. Wu Hung smiled. It has not been sold in the market yet, but it will be exhibited at this exhibition. It won't be too late to discuss cooperation after we determine the price. There are many styles, and they are also very beautiful. The three of them were stunned, and immediately nodded and agreed. It seems that this exhibition will have some new items that will subvert the past. As the few people were chatting, footsteps sounded from the courtyard. Roby walked in with Sanera in a luxurious long dress and the accompanying housekeeper. He glanced at the people in the room and bowed slightly. My Lord Island Master. Wu Hung nodded and introduced. This is Sanera, the president of the Star Flower Chamber of Commerce, and also the consultant of this Treasure Island exhibition. She is responsible for the venue layout and item selection. Three people came from outside, but obviously he had heard of Shannara's name. He stood up immediately. Mrs. Shannara. Sit down, Shannara said lightly. The three sat down. Shannara asked with great aura, Are all your chambers of commerce going to participate in the exhibition? One person answered, Yes, we have registered with the City Hall. Shannara then asked, What goods are you participating in? We have some exquisitely crafted silverware, which is very popular among the dignitaries and the royal family. We have prepared some cloth and tapestries, and the quality is also good. We are jade jewelry. Shannara nodded. The daily necessities exhibition area is on the first floor. You can bring the goods in tomorrow afternoon. Don't go too early. Give the exhibition area upstairs time to enter. Yes. Yes. The three nodded immediately. Shannara's joining officially turned the chat into work. They were all talking about the exhibition. They sat in the room and chatted for a while. The three of them stood up to say goodbye. Wu Hung and Shannara sent them out the door together and waved goodbye. Back in the room, Shannara said, It's nothing big. Why did you ask me to come here? With you here, I feel at ease. Wu Hung stepped forward and hugged the other's shoulders. You are lazy. Leave everything to us. Shannara complained a little. Just said 2 words. Minnie went to open the door again and then came back and said, Master, 2 more caravans have arrived. Wu Hung glanced at Shannara. He kissed her hard on the face and then pulled away. Bring them in. Dusk. After Wu Hung had dinner, he went upstairs and entered the study. I originally wanted to go to the zombie world to upgrade Benny today, but those who came to the island one after another, many of them came to visit me at the island owner's house. I couldn't just close the door and see them, so I received them. 1 day passed. It is not a bad thing that so many people came to the island. These powerful businessmen came to the island, which is a publicity for the island and also expands its reputation. In the future, it will be good to build a holiday and tourism place. As for the exhibition, all the goods will be brought in tomorrow, and it will be open to the public the day after tomorrow. Wu Hung walked back to the study. Sitting aside, Grinda put down the pen in his hand at the desk and said, Tomorrow is the time to distribute newspapers, which coincides with the exhibition. Should we postpone it? It is time to distribute newspapers again. Wu Hung shook his head. No, it can be sold normally. It's just right to take advantage of the arrival of various caravans on the island and show the popularity of the newspaper. Yeah, that's fine. You're much more thoughtful than before. Glinda praised with a smile. Xiao Xiao also pinched her waist. Yeah, Uncle has made great progress. Benny smiled. Wu Hung looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, when this is over, let's go back to your mother's place and see how your skills are going. Okay, I miss my mother too, but as for skills, Uncle, don't hold too high hopes. Xiao Xiao looked like he knew the result. Have faith in your mother. Okay, I hope she can succeed, Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung glanced at her and asked, When your mother has learned the skills, how else do you want to help her? Me? Xiao Xiao fell into deep thought, circled in the air 2 or 3 times, then said, Let her level up, or find her a boyfriend, I don't know. Let's talk about it later. Good guy, it's quite avant-garde. I also want to find a boyfriend for my mother. Then we'll talk about it later. Then I'm going to the movies, Xiao Xiao said, and left directly. Benny also left, and went to the movies together. Wu Hung was on the side, and poured himself a cup of tea. His eyes fell on Glinda, who was still flipping through the books. Curiously asked, Glinda, I haven't asked you yet, what's your ex-husband's name? Ex-husband? What a strange name. It sounds like I have had several husbands. Glinda looked at him unhappily. Call him whatever you want. I don't know what to call him. Wu Hung took a sip of tea. Magnolo. A bard. How do you know that he set the house on fire? Or did you become a ghost and saw him? Wu Hung continued to ask. Glinda suddenly became a little cold and flustered. Even in a semi-transparent state, she could see a sense of panic. No matter who it was, they would not want to recall bad experiences. Especially death. Glinda said, I was still conscious at the time. He tied me to a chair in the basement, broke the oil lamp, and watched me engulfed by the fire. I became a ghost. I don't know how long. My house has become a ruin. It should have been a long time. Wu Hung nodded. It seems that the other party really wants to kill her. Took him to the basement, and broke the oil lamp. In that environment, there was no way to escape. I know, you think about where he might go. When the exhibition is over, we will go find him, either alive or dead. Wu Hung said directly. This kind of hatred is good. There is no room for easing. Okay. Glinda forced a smile. If you had taken over Ratam City earlier, these things might not have happened. Don't think too much. I will help you get revenge. Wu Hung said seriously. Yeah. Glinda nodded. I'm going to rest. Okay, take care of yourself. Tell your maids to keep their voices down. Glinda teased. You're the one eavesdropping. A night passed. The streets in the early morning were filled with thick humidity. Gradually, the whole street was slowly becoming more crowded. At this time, the newsboys appeared in everyone's sight. They stood at each intersection quickly, holding the newspaper in their hands high. Shouted, take a look, a new issue of the newspaper, the West Street exhibition will officially begin tomorrow. All caravans will display their goods uniformly. The new story of the great detective is out. New cases, new stories, same excitement, 65 coppers, first come, first served. Almost at the same time, every section of Treasure Island, same shouts rang out at the same time. With a whoosh, the dense crowd instantly wrapped the newsboy. There are several layers of enclosure inside and outside. There are new stories. The great detective is not finished yet. Great, there are new stories to listen to. I don't know what case this time. Don't squeeze, there's nothing to squeeze for. Chapter 622, Let's Stop Arguing, Golden Sail Tavern. The Bard Sabin, standing on the wooden platform, vividly told the latest serialized story. The seats below were full of drinkers. Even the busy bartender stood aside, not serving guests, listening to the story. Sabin continued. So, I took out my pocket watch and handed it to Wu Hung, with a little teasing in his tone. Look, don't you always say that any item that leaves a trace can identify the characteristics of the user? This is my new watch. See if you can find out the original owner's personality and habits. Let me tell you here, a pocket watch is a timekeeping prop, which can determine the time more accurately. There is a picture here. It's probably like this. Sabin said, and asked someone to draw a rough shape on a wooden board, according to the pattern on the newspaper. Everyone nodded. The story continued. Wu Hung took it. First looked at the dial. Then opened the cover. Looked at the parts inside. And took out a magnifying glass to observe for a while. Looking at his frustrated and busy appearance, I felt a sense of revenge in my heart, and concluded that he could not see anything. Although there are few traces left, I still observed something. Wu Hung squinted his eyes, leaned on the recliner and said, This watch belongs to your brother, and it was left by your father. I concluded that it is a relic of the previous generation, and most precious things are passed on to the eldest son, so it should belong to your brother. I was a little surprised, but still nodded. Yes, your brother has a bohemian personality, because he loves drinking. He lives in poverty, and finally dies of alcoholism. I jumped up suddenly and shouted, Wu Hung, you are boring now. You have already investigated my brother, and then teased me in this way. Wu Hung said calmly, I just made a guess based on my observations. I didn't investigate you. This is not polite. I couldn't help asking. Then tell me, how did you make that guess? Look, there are many scratches on this watch, which means he often puts coins or keys together with it. He doesn't care about a pocket watch of considerable value. Which means he is not too unruly. There are still traces of the numbers recorded when he redeemed it. Which means he often gets into trouble. Wu Hung analyzed. I nodded involuntarily. Wu Hung continued. Look at the back cover of the watch. There are thousands of marks around the hole. By the way, there is no drunkard's watch without similar marks. I'm sorry, you are right. I was surprised at his reasoning, which was so accurate, and apologized sincerely. Why did you mess with him? Someone slapped the table. You know the island owner can see it, but you still take the initiative to send it up. You can't say that. I don't believe it in my place. I want to test it. It's scary to think about it. Who has such a person around? Who can tell you who you sleep with at night? I feel he is more suitable for the prophet profession. No, the prophet's combat effectiveness is not high, no matter how smart the brain is. It will not work without combat effectiveness. The necromancer is also suitable for him. Don't talk, continue to listen. One person stood up and helped maintain order. Sabin continued to speak. The landlady sent a business card, a lady named Mary Morstan. Wu Hung and Watson met this lady. And Mary began to talk about the difficulty she faced. She received a rare pearl sent anonymously on the same day every year, which has lasted for 6 years. Her father had disappeared mysteriously 10 years ago. Today, the person who sent the pearl asked to meet Mary. For a moment, Mary was at a loss, and came to ask Wu Hung for help. Mr. Wu Hung, what do you think I should do? Mei Li asked with a frown. Go, we must go, Wu Hung answered seriously. Okay, I'll come back at 6 in the evening. Miss Mei Li smiled quietly and left. Wu Hung, who had just seen off the guests, was a little listless in the morning, like a lion waking up, whistling happily, and went out. Speaking of this, Sabin paused. The people in the audience also had a bad premonition. The rest of the story will be serialized in the next issue. The drinkers reacted immediately. Damn, another ending like this. It's too uncomfortable to tell the story halfway. Last issue was about investigating the death of a person. This issue is about investigating who sent the pearls? Is this worth writing a story about? Who knows who the ghostwriter is? I'll break his hand. Will this be just the beginning, and someone else will die later? Association Deacon Study. Sheila Gui pushed the door open and walked in, wiped her sweat, and lowered the temperature of the air conditioner by 2 degrees. The island held a commodity exhibition this time. And some representatives of trade groups and royal dignitaries from all over the country also gathered on the island. Now the island is lively. And all the taverns and hotels are full of people. But the public security has also become busy. Now she, as a deacon, sometimes has to go out for patrol. The workload is more than double than before. I see new newspapers are being issued. Zalagwi took off her armor and put it in her space ring. Shiryali raised the newspaper in her hand. I bought it at the city hall. The newspaper man at the intersection can't buy it at all. Zalagwi poured herself a glass of water and said, next time, tell Wu Hung to put some newspapers in the association as a station, so that we can also read it conveniently. Good idea. Shiryali's eyes lit up. Zalagwi sat down at the side and took the newspaper. Is it a new story? A new story. It's a little different from what I said last time. Shiryali said. What's different? A story? Zalagwi first looked at the information posted on it. The intelligence network of Treasure Island was gradually built up. The caravans coming and going from various places would send some information from various places here. They would select some information that could be confirmed and had no negative impact and publish it. Zalagwi, the butler, also needs to get some information through newspapers. Shiryali walked aside, brewed a cup of tea, and brought it to Zalagwi. Last time, Wu Hung said, it was a story about a royal scandal. But it doesn't look like that now. It's just the beginning. How can it be so fast? Zalagwi said, and added, maybe he was afraid that you would participate in some gambling game again. So he deliberately said it. Shiryali raised her eyebrows. I won't go. Don't keep talking about it. As if I like gambling. Zalagwi stopped talking and began to read the following story. After reading it carefully, she put the newspaper aside and said, the writing style is the same as the previous story. And the location of the chapter break is also the same, which makes people uncomfortable. Did you see Mary in the story? Will there be another one following? Shiryali raised her eyebrows and asked suddenly. Zalagwi was stunned. What do you mean? Kavina, Benny, those little maids. Which one of them didn't follow? Sure, Yali said seriously. Sister, I am a little worried about you. Zalagwi's heart moved. Seeing the other person's smiling eyes, her face turned serious. Work, title, position. Deacon Zalagwi, if you don't fight for it, he will have more and more women around him. Sure, Yali followed up. I think you like him too. Zalagwi asked back. We are sisters, let's stop fighting. Chapter 623, somewhat familiar. Lighthouse Street. All the taverns were surrounded by people. There were also many bards on the streets, standing on wooden boxes, stone bricks, or simple stages, reading stories from newspapers aloud. The whole street was crowded. The island seemed to be shrouded in a literary atmosphere. The dignitaries, who came to Jenin for the first time, looking at the scene in front of them, they were indescribably surprised. The whole island was like a festival, and everyone's emotions were aroused. It was just because the newspapers could not be distributed. I found out that the newspaper is issued by the island owner's mansion, and it is published every 7 days. In addition to publishing some information from various places, it is mainly a series of great detective stories. I heard that the stories are written by the island owner's personal experience and are very popular on the island. An attendant said softly after returning from inquiring about the information. The several dignitaries who gathered together also frowned. You mean? This situation happens every 7 days? The attendant shook his head. I heard that the first few issues were sold in 3 or 5 days. Everyone looked at the crowd, and their eyes widened a little. I know about the newspaper. Our caravan has sold it to the public. But the effect was average. I didn't expect it to be so popular on the island. Isn't it said that this is a pirate island? Why do you like reading this kind of book? This island owner is really amazing. The island has changed a lot. I heard that the first issue of the story can still be bought at the city hall. Let's go and take a look. I want to see what experiences he had before. Let's go together. Island owner's mansion. Wu Hung sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, holding a blueprint in his hand. Opposite is the open crack and stone door. Inside the stone door, parts are created out of thin air, and then continue to form new parts, forming larger parts. Even if it looks like it is generated out of thin air, it is quite complicated. If it is not for the reference drawings, progressing page by page, I am afraid I don't know where I have gotten to. I hope it will succeed. Wu Hung said. For the electromagnetic gun, I have cancelled all the turrets and soldier caves that I built, and they are no longer effective for combat. Now it is more like a large warehouse. If it fails, or fails to achieve the expected effect, then I have wasted so much energy and time. While the parts are being assembled here, 3 ghosts flew back one after another. Uncle, are you assembling blocks? Build a castle for me. Xiao Xiao said on the side. Building weapons, modern high-tech? Wu Hung patted the drawings in his hand, and then asked, how is the effect this time? Same as before, the tavern is full of people. Xiao Xiao replied. Benny also said, everyone is guessing the plot later. Wu Hung looked at Granda. Granda, you? The author. Didn't you do any research? Granda came back to her senses as if in a trance. I did. And it was similar to the previous reaction. The beginning of the story has a limited number of words. And it's fine when the murder case appears later. Wu Hung looked at her strangely, and nodded and said, it's fine as long as the effect is good. You guys go and get busy. Recently, many people have come to the island, and there may be some with higher levels. When you go out to play, be careful. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed. Sister Benny, let's go to the movies. Benny nodded, and then flew towards the study. Wu Hung looked at Granda. Granda, what's wrong with you? Granda hesitated, but said, when I went out, I saw a familiar figure. And then he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Maybe I was talking about the past these 2 days, and I thought too much. Yesterday, Wu Hung asked about her husband in detail, whether it was to the outside world or to herself. It was all over, and life was good now. She could read books and write stories. Her husband rejected writing stories, but she was also very popular on the island. Of course, the way of welcoming may not be very positive. However, after bringing it up again last night, I could no longer calm down. I could always imagine myself being dragged into the basement and watching the other party knock over the oil lamp. The pungent smell of oil enveloped the entire basement. And then, there was a fire that filled the room. Her husband was blocking the stairs, watching her struggle for help, and watching her being engulfed by the fire bit by bit. Are you sure it was him? Wu Hung asked with a frown. Glinda thought seriously. Maybe not. He doesn't have your skills. And he won't live long. Maybe just his back and figure are similar. Wu Hung said, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Wait until this exhibition is over. And we will go find him. Actually, it doesn't matter whether we find him or not. Glinda said. There must be a result. Give yourself an explanation. Leave the rest to me. Wu Hung promised. Glinda smiled. Okay. Come. Let me hug you. Wu Hung opened his arms. You are sick. And ghosts also tease you. Glinda flew down and embraced the void. Association. At the door. The old man in a straight noble costume slowly got off the carriage. It was difficult to walk along the way. From time to time, the road was congested, and the carriage had to squeeze through the crowd before it could move forward slowly. I'm afraid it's not much faster than walking. He looked around, and walked directly into the hall with his attendant. After asking the staff, he walked directly to the deputy deacon's study. He knocked on the door lightly, and heard the response. He smiled and walked directly in. Behind the desk, the deputy deacon Skeet was reading the newspaper in his hand, frowned and glanced at the figure who came in, raised his eyebrows. Mr. Magnoro, I almost didn't recognize you. The old Magnoro showed a gentle smile and bowed. Deacon Skeeter. Skeeter put down the newspaper, and immediately stood up and walked out. Sit down, let's not be so polite. Magnoro straightened up and sat down on the side, and the deputy deacon Skeet also sat opposite. Mr. Magnolo, are you here to attend the exhibition? Skeeter asked. Magnolo nodded. The owner of Wuling Island is a young talent, and is valued by the association. The Chamber of Commerce asked me to represent him to attend the exhibition, and to get closer to him. Are you back from the owner's place? Skeeter asked. I haven't been there yet. I came here first. Skeeter was stunned. Magnoro. This is too polite. Logically, he should go to the owner first, and then visit his friends after finishing his business. Magnoro smiled and said, I do want to visit the island owner, but I am not familiar with Wuling Island owner. I want to ask the deputy deacon about his preferences, or send something to show my appreciation. Skeeter also realized that he was coming to him to get information. Actually, I haven't had much contact with Wuling Island owner. Why don't I introduce you to the deacon? She is more familiar with him. This is too troublesome. Magnoro shook his head. I just asked casually. He leaned forward. I heard that Wuling Island owner was a captain in Rentam City. Is this true? Chapter 624, The Improvement of Genius. Skeeter filled the other party's cup with tea, and casually said, I heard that he served as the captain in Rentam City, and during that time he won the second-level merit, and was promoted to the deputy deacon. Oh, he is much better than us. At the end, there was still a kind of indie in his tone. Magnolo stroked his beard, seemingly thinking about something. Skeeter saw that the other party did not speak, and asked, Why do you ask this? Magnolo came back to his senses. I also lived in Rentam City for a while, and I was thinking about whether I could have any topics to talk about when I met the island owner. Skeeter smiled and said, Mr. Magnolo is joking. With the financial resources of your caravan, you can just visit normally and send some gifts. Why think so much? It's better to prepare something. Magnolo said, and stretched out his hand and took out a gift box from the space ring. After opening it, a dagger with a jeweled scabbard was revealed. He pushed it forward. I accidentally got a dagger made by a dwarf. It is different from my profession. It has been kept in the space ring and has no use. This time, I came here to give it to you as a gift for becoming a deputy deacon. This. Skeeter was immediately attracted by the dagger in the box. Judging from the materials used on the surface, it is definitely of high value. However, most of these weapons are decorative, used to decorate the study or collect. As a combat weapon, it is a bit flashy. What do you want to ask? Mr. Magnolo? We are old friends. Just say it directly. Skeeter looked away and continued. Magnolo smiled and said directly, Is the island owner really as magical as he said? Just a little observation. Can you guess many things? It should be true. If the deacon has any difficult cases, he will go to the island owner's house and arrest people directly after returning. He will catch them every time. Skeeter looked serious. Magnolo's eyes widened, full of disbelief. I used to doubt the content of the story. Now even the deputy deacon of the association actually said so. It seems that he is really as powerful as described in the story. The island owner is a necromancer, so he should have a spirit servant. Right? Skeeter thought for a while. It seems that there is one, the Miss Bernie in the story. In the afternoon, at the island owner's mansion, Wu Hung continued to assemble the parts of the electromagnetic gun. He made them one by one, and then assembled them into larger parts. For this weapon, Wu Hung still had great expectations. If it can really be simulated through the mansion technique, then in the current alien world, it is really possible to kill the enemy thousands of miles away. What 18th level professionals? What heroes and non-heroes? All beings are equal. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded. Minnie, Annette, and Robert came over with large and small packages. Minnie poked her head out from the side of the gift box. Master, a few more people from the caravan came and gave these gifts. In the past 2 days, people from the Chamber of Commerce have been coming to the island to visit me. For the dignitaries in this world, visiting each other and holding dances and banquets are all relatively normal things. But in Wu Hang's opinion, it still feels a bit stressful to spend time entertaining these people. So he simply let Minnie tell the outside world that he was not there, and to come back another day, or leave his name, and the name of the Chamber of Commerce. Then he would know that someone from the other side had come. Take it into the house. Take out the ones you can use, and put away the ones you can't use first, and give them away another day, Wu Hung said. Okay, Master. After dinner, Wu Hung, Sayonara, and Envier sat around the table, continued to discuss tomorrow's exhibition. Chanela said, everything has been arranged for the exhibition. On the first day, we will only receive the Chamber of Commerce and some dignitaries to avoid too many people and any danger. Wu Hung nodded and looked at Anderville. Wire, is there any problem with the patrol team? Everything has been explained. A certain number of patrols will be mobilized to maintain order, Anderville replied, and then said, Deacon Zalagui has also arranged people to go to the exhibition. There should be no big problem with safety. Then proceed according to the normal plan, Wu Hung said, and looked at Chanela again. Are you going back tonight? Chanela thought for a while. There are a lot of people on the island now. I won't stay. Okay. Wait until this matter is over. Let's build a secret passage. Chanela rolled her eyes at him. That's really unpleasant. The night was getting cooler. Lighthouse Street, street lights are on one after another. Shops are still open, and vendors are carrying goods from both sides, and start shouting and selling goods. Crowds of people are pouring into the streets, enjoying the cool and chatting. The whole city seems to have come alive again, and is more lively than during the day. A bard, carrying a wooden box and standing under the street light, begins to read the latest issue of the newspaper. Residents also start to sit in groups, listening to the stories seriously, or sitting in the distance and chatting. The merchants and dignitaries, who have just landed on the island today, open the windows of the tavern private rooms, or walk onto the streets, watching the scene in front of him in surprise. What a magical island! The next day, the exhibition site. A large number of people have gathered outside the exhibition. According to the plan, the first day of the exhibition, it will only be open to registered chambers of commerce and dignitaries, to avoid any danger and conflict. After all, the universal professional in the other world is still very different from the modern world. After the first day, it will be open to the public as usual, and anyone can come in to watch, without so many restrictions. Mr. Magnoro, you are late. As soon as he got off the carriage, a figure came towards him with a guard. It was an acquaintance, who came with him on the same ship. Mr. Liu, it hasn't started yet, so I am not late, Magnoro said with a smile. His manner was mature and elegant. Lydia smiled and nodded. You are right. We are early. This time, many people were invited, from all races, which is rare. Magnoro looked around. In addition to the caravans of the human race, you can also see caravans of other races. Elves, dwarves, and gnomes are all there. Inviting the Chamber of Commerce is nothing. But inviting so many Chamber of Commerce members of different races to gather together is really not an easy task. It is enough to prove that the island owner is not as simple as he seems. Lydia continued. Did Mr. Magnoro visit the island owner? Because of some things, I was delayed. I will visit the island owner when I have time later, Magnoro said softly. In fact, Lydia didn't care whether the other party went or not. He continued. I heard that the first few people who went received a gift called a fountain pen. But those who went later didn't get this treatment. Magnoro didn't care. It's just some insignificant little gifts. Why bother about them? You're right. Lydia looked forward and fixed his eyes. and immediately said, "The exhibition has begun. Let's go in." As the two were talking, the exhibition officially began. The railings blocking the front opened, and people walked in groups of 3 or 5. Even though they were only receiving representatives of the Chamber of Commerce and some important dignitaries today, they all brought guards or servants. And it seemed that there were quite a lot of people. After passing through the corridor, we entered the first floor of the exhibition hall. The tall ceiling, bright chandeliers, and well-designed booths were arranged in an orderly manner. The exhibition area on the first floor was for daily utensils and supplies. Exquisitely crafted tableware, finely carved handicrafts, colorful and tightly woven cloth. There are also exquisite carvings that are rarely seen on the market. As soon as you enter the hall, you will feel a dazzling array of things, as if you have entered a palace. For a moment, everyone who came in was dazzled. Continuing forward, there was a sudden exclamation from the front. "Wow, it's a genius idea. It's improved to this extent." Noisy shouts of surprise and disbelief rang out in the center area. It seemed that some great design was being displayed in front. Everyone began to gather in the middle. In the middle of the hall, there is a small booth. In the glass display case, there are several pens of different styles, and the large screen in the middle is playing a loop of an elegant elf girl using a pen and writing smoothly. The quill pen was changed to this. It is a product of Treasure Island. The person who thought of this method must be a genius. I feel that it was invented by the island owner. He must have discovered the inconvenience of the quill pen and made improvements. It must be made by the island owner. What a terrible young man. Yes, the era of quill pens is probably over, everyone whispered. Some people also walked into the counter and began to ask about the price and the conditions for cooperation. More and more people gathered in the center, and they had already surrounded several floors. Some people saw that they could not squeeze in, so they simply went up to the second floor. The exhibition hall on the second floor was dimly lit, and weapons and equipment were displayed. Swords, bows and crossbows were placed on the weapon racks, and various styles of armor and leather armor were hung on the walls. Different races, different types. There were also many types. However, when everyone followed the booth and went around to the booth in the middle of the inside, everyone's eyes widened again. The glass display case was filled with displayed goods, and the screen above was showing an alchemist, while refining potions, while calculating time. It's a pocket watch, the pocket watch mentioned in the news story. The great detective story is indeed true. It's not a pocket watch, it says it's a watch, it should also be improved. It can calculate time accurately, it's really suitable for an alchemist. It's also a product of the island owner's mansion. How can he have so many things? Let's go to the third floor, and see what's on the third floor. Let's go to the third floor. Everyone hushed, and went to the stairs, and walked towards the third floor. The types of goods sold on the third floor are potions, magic scrolls and magic props. Everyone rushed to the third floor. The rest of the booths, they glanced at it. They walked directly to the center. As soon as they approached, everyone paused. The booth in the center was smaller, only about 4 or 5 square meters in area, and a bottle of potion was placed in the glass cabinet. Behind the counter, there stood a beautiful lop-eared rabbit girl wearing a long skirt. And around them, there were 2 layers of skeletons. Full body armor, long sword hanging from waist. Oh my god, what potion, such a big scene. Everyone hesitated, seeing nothing dangerous happened. There was a loud urging from the back stairs. Still approaching, frowning and looking at the potion carefully. The potion was wrapped in a glass display case, and the potion bottle used was also a bottle of ordinary healing potion. It looked nothing special, even a little too ordinary. On the left and right, there were 2 appraisal books. The one on the left was from the association. The potion name was Strengthening Strength Potion. The effect was to improve physical fitness, improve physical function, and strengthen the self-effect. On the right is the appraisal certificate of the Snake Emblem Consortium. The name of the potion is Strengthening Potion. It has the effect of strengthening the body, including but not limited to strength, physique and other attributes. Unlike the excitement of the 2 exhibits downstairs, the crowd of onlookers was silent. Only the people in the back who didn't know what was going on kept asking what happened, what was on sale, and so on. For these wealthy merchants and dignitaries in front of them, improvement of themselves or extension of life is the most important thing at the moment. They looked at each other, and one of them said, "This potion, is it sold in the island lord's mansion? How is it sold?" In front of the display cabinet was a lop-eared rabbit girl, smiling and saying, It is a product sold by the Island Lord's mansion. It is just on display now, and the sales method will be announced later. No one was surprised by this answer. It even makes sense. If it can be produced in large quantities, then this medicine is not a scarce thing. If it is sold, from which channel should we get the news? Another person asked politely. The others also kept quiet. They were all waiting for the answer. The girl with rabbit ears still smiled. You can leave a message. We will notify your Chamber of Commerce in advance, giving you enough time to prepare. Okay. Thank you. Where do you leave the message? Here. One by one, everyone stepped forward, filled in the information, and then turned around and walked away quickly. This exhibition is terrible. The items displayed by other chambers of commerce are completely used as foils. No matter how gorgeous the shape is, or how expensive the materials are, they are all common items on the market. And the 3 items displayed by Treasure Island, each of them is enough to change the current market. Pens, watches, and potions that can directly improve physical fitness. What's wrong with this island owner? He actually took out so many things at once, and at this kind of exhibition. Today is only the first day. When the news spread, it was enough to shock the world. Everyone who went up to the 3rd floor lowered their heads and hurried away. Their steps even faster than when they came. And the people who just came in looked puzzled. They cursed in a low voice. 3 ghosts kept shuttling around the exhibition. While watching the excitement, they also observed the expressions and reactions of the participants. When they came, Wu Hong also reminded them that there might be some high-level professionals on the island. So try to keep a certain distance. Don't let people notice the presence of ghosts, which may easily lead to misunderstandings. Most creatures are still hostile and wary of undead creatures. It is easy to cause problems when they see them for the first time. Of course, as long as you keep a certain distance, the perception of creatures is also limited. Being careful can avoid a lot of trouble. After observing the exhibition for a while, Glinda thought about going back. She still had a novel to rewrite. She couldn't be as free as Xiao Xiao and Benny. Of course, rewriting stories and writing new stories are also her hobbies. I enjoyed it, especially because my work was welcomed by many people, and even sold well outside the island. Just as I was about to leave, I saw a familiar figure in my peripheral vision, walking outside with the crowd. Then, I got on a carriage outside the exhibition and left. The back of the figure, the walking posture, everything was so similar. You are not dead yet? Why are you still alive? Glinda's eyes widened instantly, and a strong anger and fear rose from his heart. The facial features of the soul began to distort, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Glinda forced himself to suppress his twisted and manic emotions, and flew in the direction the target left. How is it? Wu Hong asked Xiao Xiao, who had returned. Xiao Xiao floated in the air, and said, It's so popular. There are so many people in the whole exhibition. They are very interested in the products we display, and are asking how to buy them. Just as I expected. Wu Hong smiled confidently. Xiao Xiao also gave a thumbs up. Uncle is really awesome. That's right. While speaking, Benny also flew back, and said, There were 2 fights in the venue. The patrolling skeletons went over, and they separated by themselves. Nothing happened. Wu Hong nodded. It's a small matter if it doesn't get big. They don't dare to make too much trouble on the island. While speaking, footsteps sounded. The 2 ghosts disappeared. Minnie came over with a piece of paper. Master, Annette sent the first list. All the names were left at the potion place. The layout of the exhibition, the 1st and 2nd floors are staffed by the city hall as shopping guides. Annette was arranged on the 3rd floor. For the strengthening potion, today is just a warm-up, to let more people know about this thing. For the subsequent sales method, Wu Hong plans to hold an auction and bid. After all, there is no way to mass produce, and we also have to consider maximizing profits. Moreover, the nobles and merchants, the most lacking thing is money. Let me see. Wu Hong took it. On a piece of paper, names and chambers of commerce were filled in one by one. Some even wrote down the city they were in. And Wu Hong's eyes fell on a name. Magnolo. So familiar. Wu Hong frowned, took out a piece of paper from the space ring, and unfolded it, looking at the name on it. Exactly the same. What a coincidence. Minnie left and went to the front yard. Wu Hong said to the air, Xiao Xiao, Benny, why didn't Glinda come back? I don't know, maybe she went out to play somewhere. Xiao Xiao said. Benny also said, I didn't see her either. When I left, Mrs. Glinda was not at the exhibition. The ex-husband's name appeared on the list, and Glinda didn't come back. This made Wu Hung feel nervous. Seeing Wu Hung frowning even more, Benny said, "Let's go out and look for her. She's not at the exhibition. Maybe she went to Lighthouse Street. Is Aunt Glinda in danger? She's so powerful." Xiao Xiao didn't believe it. In his little heart, Granda was also quite fierce. At that time, when Treasure Island was attacked by pirates, Granda was holding a sword and chasing people. That kind of momentum was not something that ordinary people could achieve. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, "No, don't walk around." Then he walked directly into the house, and went upstairs to the room of the Skeleton Prophet. The Skeleton Prophet was sitting by the window. Looking out the window, Wu Hung walked over with two ghosts. "What are you looking at? If you want to go out, you can go downstairs." The Skeleton Prophet stood up, bowed slightly, and was respectful. Highly intelligent skeletons can think independently. Wu Hung said directly, "I have a ghost missing. Show me where it went." The Skeleton Prophet grabbed his arm. The next second, Wu Hang's pupils instantly became dilated, and countless broken pictures began to appear in his mind. Chapter 625, I Can Also Sleep Peacefully. In the tavern private room. "Mr. Magnoro, why do you suddenly want to leave the island? Is there any special news?" Lydia asked curiously. After attending the exhibition, everyone was paying attention to the 3 exhibits of Treasure Island. Only Magnoro suddenly came back and wanted to leave the island. Magnoro replied in a flat tone, "Something happened temporarily. It has nothing to do with the exhibition, don't worry. With the announcement of the strengthening potion this time, I don't know how many people will come to Treasure Island. Maybe we will get more if we stay," Lydia continued. Magnoro smiled and shook his head. "I will come to visit the island owner again after a while. The gift has been sent in the name of the Chamber of Commerce. It is no different from my personal presence." After hearing what the other party said, Lydia could not persuade him anymore. He originally thought that the other party left in a hurry because he found something wrong with the island. So he came back with him. Now it seems that it was all because of the other party's personal affairs. It has nothing to do with Treasure Island. "When is the ticket?" Lydia asked. "Before dusk." "It's quite urgent," Lydia said, and then turned the topic to the exhibition. This time, Treasure Island released 3 products, which will soon be spread among the chambers of commerce. If any chamber of commerce can get the first-hand goods, it will definitely make a lot of money, and even upgrade the chamber of commerce to a higher level. Even if someone is not sensitive to the market, it can see the importance of this exhibit. The fountain pen will definitely replace the quill pen, and the watch will also become a prop for accurate timekeeping, let alone other professions. Alchemists definitely need watches to tell time, and mechanical engineers will probably buy them back to disassemble and study them. And the current mechanical engineers have another characteristic. They can make large items, but if they make small and precise mechanical items, they are basically unable to complete them. In other words, if they buy them back and disassemble them, they cannot be reproduced in a short time. As for the last strengthening potion, it is simply a king bomb. Once the news spreads, not to mention the Chamber of Commerce, the royal nobles will come to discuss the purchase. Competition will only get bigger. Magnoro also nodded in agreement. Yes, it depends on how Treasure Island arranges it. If only a few companies are selected for sale, the remaining chambers of commerce may not even get a share of the profits. I also want to say this. If this situation really happens, our chambers of commerce can try to unite and strive for a share of the pie," Lydia said. "No problem, I will discuss it with the higher-ups when I go back and make this matter a reality," Magnoro said with a smile. After the matter was said, Lydia also stood up with a smile. "I won't bother you anymore. I'll go to other chambers of commerce to have a look. If there is any news, we can discuss it later." Magnoro sent him to the door. "Take care. If there is any new news, you can also write to me." "Okay," Lydia said, and went downstairs. Magnoro returned to the dining table and fell into silence. Lighthouse Street. On the road. "Sir, the road ahead is blocked again," the driver's voice sounded, and the carriage began to move forward at a snail's pace. The island has been publishing newspapers these past 2 days, and today's exhibition has made the whole island as lively as a festival. After entering Lighthouse Street, there have been 3 traffic jams along the way. The closer to the port, the more pedestrians there are on the street. "Uncle, let's go take a look first." In the car, Xiao Xiao hung on his shoulder and said softly. Wu Hung thought for a while. shook his head and said, "Don't worry. We already know the location. Let's rush over. Granda is level 18. If you really find your ex-husband, you can directly possess him and kill him." There was no result. Either the opponent was of a high level, and it was difficult to possess him, or there was some means to fight against the ghost. Glinda had no other options. Xiao Xiao and Benny went over, and basically gave themselves up. "Pull over, and we'll walk over," Wu Heng said directly. "Okay." The carriage stopped directly. Wu Heng got off and paid. He called out to the patrolman not far away, and said, "Follow me." Hua la la. The patrolman's skeleton squeezed through the crowd and walked over quickly. Wu Heng took out the flying carpet, flew directly into the sky, and continued on his way. Below him was a small team of patrol skeletons, running quickly, seeing the flying carpet in the air, and the skeletons running below. The crowd along the road cried out in surprise. The lobby of the tavern. Ever since she saw the familiar figure, Glinda had not left, and followed him all the way to the tavern. He looked old, but his movements and walking posture had not changed at all. She wanted to know why he wanted to kill her. At that time, the two of them were obviously in a good relationship. Why did they torture themselves in such a cruel way? She wanted to find out. Anyway, she had already died a long time ago. There was nothing to be afraid of. The bard in the tavern was telling the story of blushing maid Bernie. As the story was told, the drinkers sighed from time to time, and some angrily cursed the cult. It seemed that since she came to Treasure Island, she had truly lived the life she wanted. Thinking in her heart, the door of the opposite bakery opened. The merchant who followed him left downstairs with his attendants. Glinda's eyes turned cold again. He flew straight to the opposite private room. Today, there must be a result. In the private room, Magnolo sat alone at the wine table, drinking one cup after another. His eyes wandered, as if he was recalling something. Since he came to the island, he had a premonition. It made him very reluctant to go to the island owner's house. Especially after hearing the story in the newspaper, the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Now that the exhibition is over, I have to report to the higher-ups when I go back. At that time, it doesn't matter who is willing to go to the island, it will no longer have anything to do with me. Wu Heng, this body, maybe the masters above will be very interested, Magnolo whispered softly. While speaking, suddenly, he felt a chill filling the room. Before he made any move, crack! The pendant on his chest suddenly exploded, turning into a honeycomb shield, repelling a soul. Sudden attack, Magnoro's drunkenness quickly dissipated. Glenoro stared into the air, and saw the ghost's figure, with fear, suspicion, and evasion in his eyes. Glenoro! It's me, Magnoro, I'm here to kill you. Glenoro in the air, his soul was a little unstable. The protective pendant was obviously a good item. It had the effect of ghost possession. Then, Glenoro pounced on him again, like a ferocious ghost. Magnolo took 2 steps back in a panic, and his body emitted a sacred light again, blocking the ghost that was rushing towards him. Granada had reached level 18, and all his attributes had been greatly improved. But this light was like a powerful force that specifically restrained the undead, and the whole soul flew backwards instantly. The soul was unstable, and if the level was low, it would be directly dispersed by this energy. Magnolo saw that the other party could not attack him. His somewhat panicked face quickly turned into disbelief and relief. Looking at the air, he said softly, Glinda, is it really you? You have become a soul. Glinda quickly stabilized his soul, and looked at the other person with narrowed eyes. Don't call me by my name. Disgusting. Magnoro still smiled. His behavior was still elegant like an old nobleman. He said softly, my dear, you are gone. I have been wandering around every day, and now you come to me. It's really great. Heal you, and I can sleep well. Chapter 626, Why Didn't You Die? The battle between one person and one soul in the private room still attracted the attention of the guard at the door. He broke the door and rushed in, looked at Magnolo standing inside, and then widened his eyes, looking at the soul floating on the side. Ghost. Mr. Magnoro, are you okay? The guard immediately came over and protected the other person behind him. Magnolo's eyes turned quickly and said directly, a ghost suddenly appeared here, trying to kill me, so I can help me be a witness, so that I can investigate the murderer behind it. Glinda appeared on Treasure Island. There is no second possibility. It was this island owner, who had been a captain in Ritam City, who brought her here. Otherwise, she could not fly here with her ghost alone. Therefore, She had to control the right to speak. Otherwise the problem would be more difficult to solve. As soon as Magnoro finished speaking, a scroll appeared in his hand, and he tore it open. Whoosh! The spear formed by holy light stabbed out. Grinda hid and dodged. The energy spear hit the wall behind him, dispersing countless light points, forcing Grinda to appear again. Then, the second scroll was opened, and the powerful holy light formed a sword shadow, and shot forward again. Bang! Suddenly, a silver-white lightning snake shot in from the door. It hit the sword shadow, and the two magics collided. All kinds of elements entangled and raged in the air, and finally dissipated in the air. At the same time, two figures rushed in from the door again, one with tiger fingers on his fists, and the other holding a long sword. Their figures turned into two lightning bolts, and they had already killed each other. Bang! The two guards fell to the ground. Downstairs, the patrol team that followed them began to enter the tavern and maintain order. At the same time, they guarded the stairs to prevent other drinkers from coming. Magnolo stared at the person in front of him. Black hair and black pupils, the owner of Treasure Island. The relief and coldness that had just appeared immediately disappeared, transforming into a gentle and elegant businessman. With a slight bow, Magnoro, representative of the Tsuegu Chamber of Commerce, meetings to the island master. Wu Hung looked at him, examined him from head to toe, and asked, "Did you know that Granda could become a ghost? You prepared so many tools to deal with ghosts." Magnoro's eyes wandered, and he immediately explained. It was indeed because of Granda. She went deep into the jungle that year, bewitched by evil spirits, and broke the oil lamp and burned herself to death. Since then, I have brought many tools to deal with the undead. Wu Hung looked at Granda on the side. The latter floated to one side, with a sad look on his face. The other party had almost killed him just now, and the words he said were completely emotionless. Looking at the other party, he suddenly smiled. Magnolo, how can a person like you deserve to live? Why are you still alive? Don't get excited. Wu Hung turned around and said. Magnolo continued, Island Master Wu Hung, I accept your investigation, and hope to follow the association's procedures, and notify our Chamber of Commerce, so that we can know my current situation. No need to be so troublesome. Wu Hung smiled and looked ahead. The two skeletons attacked at the same time. Under the horrified eyes of Magnolo, the shield was broken again, and the newly formed shield did not stop the gradually enlarging fist shadow. Caxius smashed his throat with one punch. Magnolo took 2 steps back, and fell down painfully with unwilling and fearful eyes. Glinda looked at the fallen body, wanted to speak, but held it back. He just went back into Wu Heng's body, and did not come out. What's going on? Glinda even left. You unlocked the state. In fact, the battle between the two just now saved Wu Hung a lot of trouble. Magnolo wanted to kill Granda's soul, which was enough to prove the other party's attitude, and made Granda give up. Especially Granda, who always wanted to ask the other party why. Wu Hung didn't believe him even if he said he had no thoughts in his heart. Now it's good, killing people first, and there will be no more trouble later. But there are also troubles. A representative arranged by the Chamber of Commerce to participate in the exhibition was killed directly in the tavern by himself, which is really hard to explain. If that doesn't work, we have to use the mask to disguise him and board the ship to leave. When he disappears, he will have nothing to do with Treasure Island. Take off the equipment from the corpse, Wu Hung said. The skeleton bent down and took off all the clothes and space rings from the corpse. Pious priest robe, description, etched with protective inscriptions, increases bewitching, confusing, and possessing effects. It seems that he is really afraid that a ghost will come to avenge him. A bard, actually wearing a set of church equipment. Wu Hung continued to pick up the space ring and check the items inside. Personal belongings, a bag of gold coins, 3 bags of silver coins, some props, and several scrolls. Wu Hung frowned. 2 rings appeared in his palms. One ring had an eye pattern. Secret Society. My ex-husband was a member of the Secret Society. Wu Hung had seen this kind of ring before. People with a certain status in the Secret Society would wear this kind of ring. When meeting someone, it can represent your identity. The other one is a cat head ring. It looks not much different from the style of the Secret Society. It seems to be from some organization. How can he be related to the Secret Society? If he is a member of the Secret Society, it will be easier to deal with. Just hand him over to the association directly. He took out the straw mat, wrapped all 3 bodies, and put them into the space ring. Then he opened the door again and went down. Inside the tavern. As soon as he went downstairs, the patrol team and the guests in the tavern looked up at the same time. "My lord." The island owner. Everyone saluted. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. "Sorry to bother you, I just received a message that there are criminals pretending to be merchants coming to the island." Everyone was shocked. They just came to catch criminals. No wonder there are so many skeletons. "My lord, is it okay?" The boss was a little nervous. Wu Hung comforted him and said, "It has nothing to do with you. The association will announce this matter later, don't worry. Just continue to listen to the story." After that, he led everyone out. A large number of skeletons also left the tavern. It was not until everyone left that the tavern became noisy again. The island owner is quite kind. We haven't committed any crime. And they can arrest us together. He is much kinder than those noble lords. Association, conference room. Close the door. All three ghosts were released. Grenda floated aside, a little absent-minded. Wu Hung took out the secret society ring, and another cat head ring. Said, "Grenda, I found it on my ex-husband. Is he a member of the secret society?" Grenda came back to her senses and took a closer look. "I don't know about this." Chapter 627. "I love you." Grenda's expression revealed confusion. She gradually came into contact with the secret society after following Wu Hung. Before, whether she was alive or as a ghost in the basement, she had never heard of the secret society. Even if someone from the secret society appeared, she didn't know what it was. But she didn't expect that her husband had contact with them. Wu Hung continued, "Things may not be as simple as we think. He is a member of the secret society and has a relatively high status." Grenda said puzzledly, "He is just a bard. How could the secret society look down on him? Wait until the time comes and ask him, and everything will be clear," Wu Hung said. Then, his eyes fell on the second ring. The style was very similar to that of the secret order, and the pattern was indeed a cat-headed and mouse-toothed image. It still looked a little strange. "Do you recognize this ring?" Wu Hung asked. Glenda still shook her head. Knock. 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 While talking, there was a knock on the door. "Come back first." Wu Hung waved, and the ghost went back into his body. The door opened immediately afterwards, and the deacon Zalagui poked his head in. "Looking for me?" When Wu Hung came back, Zalagui and Shiryali were not in the association. She also went to the exhibition, coordinated patrols, and took charge there. After all, there were so many dignitaries on the island, and she had to ensure the safety of the scene. Then she received a message from Wu Hung asking her to go back, and she rushed back directly. Wu Hung smiled, pointed to the two rings on the table. "We caught a member of the secret society on the island, and thought we should investigate this matter together." "The secret society?" Shilagui frowned and looked at the ring. "Where is the person?" "In the space ring. Let's go to the morgue together, and bring the association recorder with us." Wu Hung stood up. "They're all dead?" Wu Hung said. "They put up a fierce resistance, but we were afraid they might cause trouble, so we killed them directly." Zalagui nodded, and said nothing more. She turned to Shiryali behind her, and told her to call the association investigators over. Wu Hung also stood up, and the two walked towards the basement together. Zalagui asked, "Who is he?" "A representative of the merchant group." "What's your purpose? What are you doing on the island?" Zalagui held the hilt of the sword at her waist with one hand, and her armor rustled as she walked. "Not sure yet. I'll ask about the situation later," Wu Hung said. "The secret society is still haunting, and now it's popping up again." Shilagui gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, it's endless." The two walked and talked, and walked down to the morgue in the basement together. Instantly, a cold feeling enveloped them. Master of the island. Master of the steward. The two coroners immediately stood up and saluted. "Please use this place," Wu Hung said directly. "Please, sir," the coroner said politely. Wu Hung continued to walk inside, and Zalagui followed behind. "Aren't you going to interrogate the corpse?" Zalagui asked curiously. Wu Hung chose an empty room at the innermost side, and released a dancing light spell on the ceiling, lighting up the room. And replied, "The secret society has encrypted the personnel, so we can't interrogate the corpse directly. I plan to awaken the other party's soul, so we can interrogate the soul." Zalagui leaned against the door frame, and raised her eyebrows. It always feels a bit strange to use the word encryption on a corpse, but she also understands what it means. The corpse was restricted. If you intend to reveal the internal information, this restriction will be triggered. This kind of thing is not uncommon. You do it, just don't make any mistakes. Wu Hung took out the corpse and placed it in the middle of the room. Then he began to take out the ritual materials one by one and placed them around the corpse. After everything was arranged, holding the wooden stick, concentrating the magic power, he thrust it towards the ground with force. Awaken the soul release, a ritual array, gradually spread out with the corpse as the center. The ritual began to run. Wu Hung took out the magic soul pot again and put it into the ritual formation. The soul in the magic soul pot was pulled out by the formation. The outline of a man was revealed. This was one of the 18th level Blood Clan exiles killed by Wu Hung. He had been kept in the magic soul pot. I have forgotten his name. The ghost appeared and looked around in horror. Necromancer, what are you doing? Damn it, you can't do this, the Blood Clan won't let you go. Amidst a burst of curses and screams, the ghost was pulled into the body of the corpse. Then, magic power converged on the corpse like a tide. A hideous ghost came out from the corpse's forehead. Its appearance was blurred, and it let out a deafening roar when it looked outside. Having experienced waking up Bernie last time, Wu Hung was well prepared, and waved his hand casually. The bone cage appeared, and instantly trapped the soul in front of him. Magnolo! Wu Hung shouted. The ghost was still roaring and struggling, like a mad beast, a ghost without consciousness. Wu Hung frowned, and continued to shout. Magnolo, wake up! Magnolo, representative of the Tsuegu Chamber of Commerce. Magnolo, the secret society promises you immortality. He shouted several times in succession. The struggling ghost began to pause, and gradually emerged with the same appearance as the corpse. Looking at Wu Hung with horror, Wu Hung also breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't wake her up, he would have to let Granda out and shout. Island Master Wu Hung, I think we need to have a good talk. For a woman, there's no need to do this. I have some assets outside, and I'm willing to give them all to you. I hope you can show mercy. At the door of the room, Sheila Gui widened her eyes, looking at the scene in front of her. The skill of awakening the soul was passed to Wu Hung through her, so she naturally knew this ability. She also knew that Wu Hung used this ability to awaken Benny in the story. But she didn't expect that the process would be so complicated. The magic circle, the ritual materials, and the complete soul are also required. Without any of them, the ritual cannot be completed. This set of procedures is much more complicated than asking for the corpse. If it is not a big deal, it will cost so much, and it will be a loss-making business. But from another perspective, as long as there is enough material, the other party can be transformed into a soul body, and the questioning can be continued. Find out everything you want to know. The interrogation method is also improving. Footsteps sounded from the stairs. Shi Lodwi leaned back slightly and looked. Shiryali came over with 2 association investigators. The investigators are here, Shi Lodwi reminded. Just let them in. While speaking, Shiryali and the investigators walked to the door and saluted Shi Lodwi. Go in, the people inside are members of the secret society, you can just record normally, Shi Lodwi said. The 2 investigators walked directly into the room. Shi Lodwi and Shiryali also stood on the other side of the room. Wu Hung, let's start, Shi Lodwi said. Wu Hung nodded, looking at the soul in the bone prison. Magnolo, what is your status in the secret society? Magnolo's eyes condensed, defending. I don't know what you are talking about, I asked the association to protect me. Wu Hung took out 2 rings. Secret society rings. Do you think we can ask you these casually? With a wave of his hand, the undead energy turned into a whip and whipped the soul. The ghost wailed loudly, and its soul body collapsed again and again. I said, stop hitting you, Magnoro shouted loudly. The whip stopped, Magnoro's eyes turned. You want to investigate the secret society, I will cooperate with you, but you have to promise to let me go. Wu Hung flicked his fingers, and the whip was swung again. Magnoro's body collapsed again. Stop hitting you, I said. Wu Hung reminded. If I whip you twice more, your soul body will be completely broken. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Magnoro's face was full of fear. I am from the secret society, the secret society. Wu Hung waited for 2 seconds. Magnolo had no problem. It also meant that the restrictions of the secret society had no effect on the questioning of the soul. There was no explosion of the head when interrogating the corpse. Wu Hung turned his head and looked behind him. Zalagwi said to the investigators, recorded truthfully. Swish, the investigators began to write in the notebook. Wu Hung then asked, what are you doing on the island? To participate in the exhibition, I am also a businessman, Magnolo said. And The purpose of the secret society. Magnolo's eyes kept changing, and he knew that if he didn't say it, he would be beaten. If he was beaten a few more times, his soul would be completely broken. He said in a deep voice, to investigate the situation on Treasure Island, and to retrieve the lost treasure from you. Besides you, are there any other members of the secret society on the island? No. After saying that, Magnolo immediately changed his words. Maybe, I don't know, the secret society is very secretive. Wu Hung paused for a moment, giving the investigator time to record it. Then he asked, what force does the other ring with the cat head represent? Magnolo replied, the Cat and Mouse Society. Wu Hung looked at Zalagui, who also shook her head. What do they do? Wu Hung asked. Magnolo said carefully, it is an organization under the secret society, including gangs, small chambers of commerce, and some low-ranking state employees. It is called the Cat and Mouse Society. It sounds like the secret talkers of the association. They are distributed in various industries, providing intelligence, or when needed, providing help from the dark. Wu Hung continued to ask, what is your position in the Cat and Mouse Society? I can mobilize a certain amount of power. The status is not low. I've finished asking questions. Do you have any more questions? Wu Hung looked at Zalagui. Zalagui took a step forward, and Wu Hung stepped back a distance. Magnolo immediately said, Deacon Zalagui, I wanted to visit you when I came to the island, but time is a bit tight. I am willing to cooperate with the association. You must protect me. Wu Hung will definitely kill me. Zalagui said lightly. It depends on your performance. You say? I only have one question. Tell me all the members of the secret society and the Cat and Mouse Society that you know. Zalagui said. Magnolo's eyes changed again. And he said, Deacon Zalagui, these people are all in my mind. I can help you catch them and gain merit. You can keep me by your side. I am willing to be your assistant. Wu Hung flicked his fingers and swung the whip again. This time, Magnolo recognized the name of the member who could save him. And he did not let go even if he cried loudly. Zalagui glanced at the other party, and simply turned around and walked out. Okay, let's record these things, and leave the rest to you. Shiryali and the investigator also walked out. Magnolo immediately shouted in panic, Deacon, save me. Wu Hung will definitely kill me. I can help you. There was no response in the corridor. Zalagui led people to leave directly. In the room, only Wu Hung and the trapped ghost were left. With a thought, Grenda flew out of his body, looking at the ghost in the bone prison. His eyes were full of anger and hatred. For this man, he hated him to death. Magnolo faced Grenda again. His soul quickly retreated. His eyes dodged, and he was at a loss. Wu Hung asked directly, Magnolo, why did you kill Grenda? Now that things have come to this, tell me the answer like a man. Grant did not curse, nor did he make any reaction. He just stared at the other party, waiting for the other party's answer. He has been waiting for the answer until now. Magnolo was full of fear, but facing Granda, he found hope to live. It was much better than facing a person like Wu Hung. He floated forward again, with a sincere look on his face. I was wrong. I didn't know what had confused me at the time. And I actually did such a beastly thing. Glenda, I love you. Think about how I treated you in the past. I can say that I was meticulous. I even wrote you love poems. Have you forgotten them? I know I was wrong. Please let me go. We are husband and wife. I am willing to submit to you and Wu Hung, and use my future time to repay my debt to you. You died, and I have always felt guilty. I didn't find another woman. Glenda, I love you. Chapter 628, Why Not Happy? Wu Hung glanced at Magnolo, who kept repenting, and then looked at Granda, who had no change in expression. Even if a woman is infatuated, facing 2 consecutive murders, the feelings in her heart would probably dissipate. Besides, Granda is not stupid, she can see it at this time. Not a single word of truth. Wu Hung said. Granda also said directly, let him out. Wu Hung waved his hand casually, and the bone prison that trapped the ghost disappeared. Magnolo regained his freedom, with a look of joy on his face, turned around and tried to escape through the wall. The next second, he was controlled by Granda again. He flew over quickly and began to devour the other soul. In the entanglement of the 2 ghosts, Magnolo's soul was constantly devoured. Granda, please, don't kill me, I was really wrong, please. In the panic of begging for mercy, the soul was completely devoured and disappeared. Granda flew back again and stood in the middle of the room, looking up at the ceiling. He just floated there blankly. Wu Hung did not wait for the system prompt, and was a little worried about the other party's condition. He shouted with concern, "Glinda?" Glinda turned his head, with a complicated expression. "Wu Hung, are you okay?" Wu Hung asked. Glinda smiled a little stiffly. "I got revenge, and I know why he wanted to kill me." "Why?" Glinda did not answer directly, but got into his body. The next second, a series of fragmented images emerged from my mind. In the dim room, a well-dressed middle-aged man sat at the dining table and ate elegantly. He glanced over here and said softly, "Magnolo, your test has come. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Magnolo saluted respectfully, with a sincere look on his face. "As long as I can join the secret order, I am willing to give everything, including all my wealth." "Ha ha." The middle-aged man smiled. "The secret order doesn't care about your stuff. What we want is your sincerity and obedience." Magnolo lowered his head, indicating that he was willing to follow the arrangements. The middle-aged man put down his knife and fork, looking at him. "I heard you have a very gentle and intelligent wife." "I have seen her. She is indeed young and beautiful." Magnolo shuddered, and said nothing. The other party continued. "The order of the secret society is for you to kill her." The scene changed again. In the mansion of Rantam City, Magnolo lit the magic incense burner. The beautiful woman on the bed, lost consciousness in her sleep, was held by the arms by Magnolo and dragged into the basement, kicked over the oil lamp, and watched it engulfed in the fire. The man stood at the door, watching the flames rising below. He whispered, "Dear, don't blame me. It's all your fault that you blocked my way up. If we can meet in the next life, I will definitely repay you well." The perspective changed again. Magnolo told everyone that his wife was bewitched by the evil spirit in the mountains, and overturned the oil lamp, and burned herself to death. The scene ended here, and the rest was not shared. Wu Hung released Granda again. "It's a little funny. Just a secret society." Granda suddenly smiled. She thought of many reasons, but she didn't expect it to be the secret society. In Wu Heng's hands, they were killed one after another, and even the secret society didn't dare to go to the island for a long time. Her husband burned her alive in order to join. Wu Hung comforted her, "Don't be unhappy. We have avenged our great hatred. This is a good thing." "You are right." Wu Hung still looked at the other party and said, "Smile." "Let me see." Grenda rolled her eyes at him unhappily and forced a smile. "Go back first, and we'll talk about the rest later," Wu Hung said. Grenda nodded, and slowly disappeared. Wu Hung put the body away, walked out of the room, and headed for the stairs. When passing the coroner's room, the coroner came out and said, "Master Island Master, the deacon told us to wait for you to finish. Perform an autopsy on the body, and then record and report it." Wu Hung took out the body. "I'll give it to you, and just tell Zalagui the result." "Yes, Island Master." The two coroners worked together to lift the body onto the iron bed, and began to perform the autopsy. Wu Hung went back to his residence directly. Returned to his residence. The island owner's mansion received more gifts, and on one side of the living room, they piled up into a small hill. From the number, there must be a lot of people visiting. But from the maids' expressions, they still liked them. Many things, even had never been seen before. It was approaching dusk. Several people had dinner together in the restaurant. Sanera sent a message back, received the invitation, and went to attend the banquet. She did not come to eat together. Envier talked about the exhibition and the city hall, and Annette also talked about the situation at the pharmacy. The past Chamber of Commerce representatives mostly left their names and addresses. They value the potion very much. Overall, today's exhibition went very smoothly. Wire, it will be open as usual tomorrow. Send more people to avoid any problems, Wu Hung said. The people of Treasure Island love to join in the fun. You can imagine how popular the exhibition will be tomorrow. If there is a fight or a stampede, it will be bad. Envier nodded. Okay, Master, will the strengthening potion on the third floor continue to be exhibited? I think we can take it down first. It will be safer. Wu Hung thought about it, and it felt right. Then we won't display the potion for now. Okay. The few of them chatted for a while, and finished dinner. The maids went to the flower bed in the courtyard together. Wu Hung went upstairs, and walked into the study. In the study, Glinda floated by the window, looking at the scenery of the garden. Magnolo died. I also got my revenge. Everything in the past seemed to be meaningless. Even this world was a little boring. Squeak! The door opened, and Wu Hung walked in. He glanced at Xiao Xiao and Benny, who were not far away, turning their voices to the minimum, and then looked at Glinda. Wu Hung said, "Haven't you come out yet?" "Nothing." Glinda smiled. Wu Hung poured himself a glass of water and slowly said, "Did I tell you about my first deacon?" Glinda looked at him, with some confusion in her eyes. Wu Hung continued, "My deacon in Blackstone Town recruited me into the association as an exception, taught me the rules of the association, and took good care of me during the mission. At that time, in the association, some people said that I was the deacon's illegitimate child. If it weren't for the huge difference in appearance, the report letter would have been sent to the association headquarters. I thought at the time that he was the most responsible deacon I had ever seen, and I would seriously consider and execute his orders." Glinda frowned. "Then, what water do you drink at this time?" Wu Hung finished drinking the water and then said, "Until one day, he asked me to go to his office study. I was not prepared at all. He opened the magic circle, planned to take over my body, and live for me. Until then, I connected all the clues together. Everything he did before was for this purpose, including my transfer to Rentam City, which was also a way out he arranged for himself." On the side, Xiao Xiao raised her hand and said, "I know about this, and my uncle was scared at that time." Glinda and Benny both had surprise in their eyes. Unexpectedly, Wu Hung had experienced all this in Blackstone Town. Wu Hung looked at Glinda and said, "Glinda, you have read more books than me, and you have no less experience than me. I just want to say that everyone will meet a few bad people in life. They are rotten to the core, and they want to drag others down with them. What we have to do is to get rid of them, and not be disturbed by them. After leaving Blackstone Town, I met you, Minnie, and the butler Imlo behind me. The most important thing is, those bad people are dead, we are still alive, and things will get better and better in the future." Glinda was still stunned, a little at a loss. Wu Hung looked at the time, and stood up and said, "It's a little late. I'll come to persuade you tomorrow. If you're still not happy, go out and take a look at the treasure island we built." After that, Wu Hung turned and left the study. Glinda was still looking out the window. "Yes, everyone has met a few bad people." "Bedroom? Huh?" After taking a shower, Wu Hung lay on the bed and exhaled. He really doesn't know how to comfort people. He thought of words of comfort before, but he felt that he couldn't say them. Finally, I told him my story of Treasure Island. I don't know if it works. And why hasn't unfinished business been unlocked yet? When a person dies, their soul is gone. Logically, there should be other possibilities. Creak! The door opened. Minnie and Andeville, they came in directly after taking a shower, gently took off their clothes, and climbed onto the bed, one on the left and one on the right. The night gradually deepened. Wu Hung hugged the two girls and just closed his eyes. Ding! The system prompt suddenly appeared. Ghost unlock, unfinished business. The eyes that had just been closed suddenly opened. Unlocked? Glinda figured it out. The next day, after a day of silence, Treasure Island was completely blown up. It was even more popular than the sale of newspapers. What? The island owner's mansion improved the quill pen and produced a fountain pen. The pocket watch really exists. It was displayed at the exhibition. The story is really true. I heard from the coachman that the merchants who went to the island owner's mansion to display their products lined up at the end of the street. The island owner is so awesome. The exhibition was open to the public, and the news inside spread at the fastest speed on the island. Even if you are illiterate and have no culture, but you can see the role of the improved fountain pen and the watch. So many caravans participated in the exhibition. It's not as good as Treasure Island's own products. Chapter 629, I should have thought it was him. Island Lord's Mansion. Wu Hung walked into the room next to the study, and looked at the two wizard skeletons standing in different positions. These two skeletons were the corpses purchased from the Snake Emblem Consortium in Lopez City. After transformation, they were placed here to learn skills. The 11th level wizard skeleton has unlocked Dead Corpse Battlefield and Bone Servitude. The 7th level skeleton has only unlocked Bone Servitude, and is learning Dead Corpse Battlefield. After checking the skills of the two skeletons, Wu Hung pointed at the level 11 skeleton. "Come with me. There will be a task for you later." The skeleton walked directly to Wu Hang's side and followed him out. The door closed again. Wu Hung took the skeleton and walked into the study. Glinda was revising a novel at the desk, while Xiao Xiao and Benny were chatting about cartoons. Glinda also watched movies and cartoons. but he didn't pay much attention to them. Xiao Xiao and Benny seemed to be able to watch the same thing. Wu Heng glanced at Granda, and it seemed that she had returned to her old self. Last night, Granda's unfinished business was unlocked. It seemed that she had let it go. Wu Heng casually opened her panel and checked the attributes. Ghost. Level, 18. Attributes, Agility 37. Constitution 35. Intelligence 45. Perception 42. Charisma 38. Features, Invisibility. Virtual Movement. Telekinesis Push. Phantom. Enhanced Possession. Soul Binding. Paranormal Phenomenon. Skills, Clairvoyance. Telekinesis Sword. Withering Touch. Sure enough, the restrictions of the unfinished business disappeared. It also means that Glinda can continue to upgrade. According to the abundant residual souls in the zombie world, Glinda may reach level 20 ahead of himself. It seems that no one has ever heard of a level 20 ghost. Even in the promotional stories of those associations, there has been no appearance of a level 20 ghost, and the name. Other attributes have not changed. In fact, from Granda's release of the unfinished business this time, I also understand some directions. It is not just to complete the ghost's last wish. More importantly, it was to let her heart let go of this matter. Grenda had always wanted to know why her husband wanted to kill her. After devouring his soul and watching the memory fragments, she actually understood the reason. In the end, Wu Heng persuaded her, and Grenda figured it out herself before the prompt was lifted. The option of unfinished business also disappeared from the panel. In other words, Xixia's failure to complete the unfinished business may not be the result of whether her mother learned skills or stayed in which base. Maybe it's still worrying about the future. The guess may not be accurate, but the possibility is still very high. Why are you standing there in a daze? Grenda looked up. Wu Heng smiled and said, "Seeing you come out, I'm happy." "What do you mean by come out or not? I don't feel any changes." Grenda said. "It's good that there are no changes," Wu Heng said, and then clapped his hands at the two little souls not far away. "Girls, we're going to the zombie world." The two souls flew over. Xiao Xiao lay on one side of his shoulder. "Uncle, do you want to be my dad?" Benny also floated over. "Your name is so weird." Wu Heng said, "Let's go to the zombie world first. And kill zombies today." Glinda asked, "Don't you want to pay attention to the exhibition? It's open to the public today. And there must be a lot of people going there. Everything has been arranged. The patrol and the association will send people. And we can't help much if we stay here." Wu Heng replied. "Just make the arrangements." Glinda nodded. "Come back first. I haven't been to the zombie world for a few days. Let's take a look at the situation there." As Wu Heng said this, 3 ghosts entered his body. He opened the door on one side and walked in directly. Sanfu Port, Hotel Suite. Wu Heng walked out of the door and looked out the window. The number of people in the base has increased, and some old people in the base can be seen. After a quick glance, he took the intercom and called Chi Han Kai. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Chi Han Kai opened the door and walked in. He was wearing a white shirt, and a blue-gray coat, and a fat little owl on his shoulder. He was wearing blue tight jeans, and looked very capable. "What's wrong? Doesn't this outfit look good?" Chi Han Kai noticed the other person's gaze and turned around on the spot. "It suits you well, and it looks even better," Wu Heng said with a smile. Chi Han Kai also smiled. Walked to the other person. Leaned over gently. "Thank you." Wu Heng pulled her to sit on his lap. And then asked, "How is it here?" Chi Han Kai said, "Some of our people have been transferred here in the past 2 days. And there are no problems with the operation of the entire base. The original temporary houses have been demolished. And rooms have been allocated to everyone. A canteen and a place to collect daily necessities have also been established. Compared with the original base, the only thing missing is power supply. The radio station has also been restored. And we have begun to publicize our affairs. When we carry out rescue operations later, we will know that it is our team when we see the skeletons." A few days have passed, and the progress is still quite fast. After listening to this, Wu Heng said, "We will go to the nearby power plant to check the situation. If it is thermal power generation, it will not be a problem to restore the power supply." "Okay," Chi Han Kai agreed. "Cooking requires burning wood, and the power from the solar panels needs to be provided to some equipment. Without electricity, it is actually quite uncomfortable." Wu Heng then asked, "How is the frigate training going?" Chi Han Kai replied, I think there is no problem. The skeleton also conducted a sea trial yesterday. It can be driven normally, and can also operate weapons and equipment. The only thing is that there is no live ammunition shooting. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Being able to fully drive and control weapons, there is basically no problem. The rest is to send the ship to the other world. Increase the ability of Treasure Island to fight at sea. Later, continue to let them train the skeletons, and arrange some of our people to follow them. Wu Heng ordered. I will arrange it then. Chi Hankai continued. Shall I take you to the port to have a look? Wu Heng thought for a moment. It's not necessary to take a look. Do you know the location of the power plant that supplies the port? There is the address of the power plant. Arrange it. Let's go and clean up the zombies first. Okay. Chi Hankai stood up and picked up the walkie-talkie to explain the task. Just as she was speaking, she felt a strong hand. She tilted her head slightly to look back, and tilted her body back to make it easier for the man behind her to touch her. Treasure Island. The exhibition site. At this time, the exhibition was crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder, and a dark crowd was everywhere. The patrolmen and association members loudly maintained order. They divided the flow of people into several batches to avoid trampling and chaos. This world, there are no novel activities. An exhibition, especially an exhibition held for wealthy merchants and nobles from all over the world, is open to ordinary people. So you have to come and take a look. In the exhibition hall, people walked along the aisle to look at the displayed goods, exclaiming from time to time, things used by the nobles are really exquisite and beautiful, and a little stupid. The wine glass is engraved with such complicated patterns. If it falls on the ground while drinking, won't the patterns fall off? I went to the middle booth. It was even more crowded. People stood on tiptoe and stretched their necks to see the screen, writing words with a fountain pen. Hiss. This is a fountain pen. How did you come up with the idea of storing ink at the end of the pen? What a great idea. My lord, you are even more powerful than the heroes in the story. It's a matter of time. How old is the island owner? Everyone talked about it, surprised by the novelty of the fountain pen. Then, the patrolman squeezed over and urged people to keep going forward and not to stop at the same place. The second floor exhibition hall. Unlike the pen area on the first floor, the watch area was a little quiet. Elves, humans, dwarves, and other races of strange mechanics all gathered outside the exhibition stand. Everyone took a pen and paper, following the style of the watch, and began to draw and record the details played on the screen. From time to time, they sighed. Great invention. He should have changed his job to a strange mechanic. Yes, a good seedling of a strange mechanic was delayed by a mage. The third floor exhibition hall. The physical strengthening potion had been removed, leaving only the potion certificates of the association and the consortium in the glass counter. The crowd of people who watched walked by and took a quick glance. There was no congestion on the 2 floors below. Outside the counter, 2 not-so-tall figures wearing black cloaks stood in front of the counter, staring at the certificates inside. Miss, the alchemist you are looking for, the maid standing behind said in a low voice. A firm voice came from the figure in front. I should have thought of him earlier. Chapter 630. Forget. Association. Perhaps it was because of the exhibition. The association hall, which used to be bustling, was not crowded today. The civilian staff were all in a daze, and most of the internal guards were assigned tasks, maintaining order outside. Zalagwi and Shiryali came back from outside, and just walked into the corridor, and saw the deputy deacon Skeeter waiting at the door of the study, pacing back and forth. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Skeeter looked up and saw the 2 of them, and saluted slightly. Deacon, Assistant Shiryali. Come to see me for something? Zalagwi asked. I have something to report to you, Skeeter said immediately. Zalagwi opened the door. Come in. The 3 of them entered the room together. Zalagwi walked to the desk, and Shiryali went to the side to prepare tea. What is it? Sit down and talk. Skeeter still stood at the door. Took out a beautiful wooden box from the space ring. Took 2 steps forward and put it on the table. And said, Deacon, Magnolo came to me the day before yesterday in the name of a visit, and said that he wanted to visit the island owner, and asked me some things about the island owner. This is the gift he gave me at that time, when he came to the association and learned that Magnolo was dead. Skeeter had a bad premonition in his heart. I went to the morgue and asked the coroner about the specific cause of death. When I heard that Wu Heng had killed him, I broke out in a cold sweat, even without analyzing it. I understood what happened. The day before, he came to me to inquire about the island owner's information, and asked about his identity and the ghost. This was not preparation for a visit, but preparation for an assassination. After returning to my study, I felt more and more uneasy. If it were someone else, this matter might be concealed. But the other party was Wu Heng. How could I hide it? After thinking it over, I still brought the things to the deacon's study, intending to talk to Zalagui first. After all, Zalagui was obviously easier to deal with than Wu Heng. He was also my direct leader. Hearing Skeeter's words, Zalagui and Shiryali looked up at him at the same time. Killing a member of the secret society. I didn't expect it to be related to the deputy deacon of the association. Zalagui opened the wooden box on the desk and took a look, revealing a beautifully shaped dagger inlaid with gems. It is indeed beautiful. For professionals who use swords, it has a great appeal. He closed the box again and said, "What did he say to you at that time? Tell me in detail." "Yes," Skeeter agreed, and began to tell the story while recalling. He also said everything the other party asked. His attitude was serious and sincere. After listening, Zalagui said, "Anything else? Think about it carefully, don't miss anything." Skeeter bowed again. "Deacon, don't dare to miss anything." Zalagui nodded. "When do you patrol?" "There is another patrol at dusk. Leave the next patrol to others first, and don't tell anyone about this matter, so as not to delay your promotion later," Zalagui said. Skeeter immediately saluted. "Yes. Okay. Go back. Don't be too stressed." "Thank you, Deacon." Skeeter saluted again, turned around and left the room. Wait for the door to close again. Shiryali brought the brewed tea to her. "Do you trust him so much?" Zalagui took a sip, picked up the wooden box and said, "I'll go to Wu Heng. You will lead the patrol in his place." "Why me?" Shiryali shouted. Zalagui opened the door and left. Outside the island owner's mansion. As the carriage approached the island owner's mansion, there was a commotion. I pulled aside the curtain and looked over. There was a long line outside the island owner's mansion. Everyone in the line was dressed luxuriously. They were obviously rich or noble. They were not ordinary people. The carriage stopped at the door of the island owner's mansion, and Zalagui got off the carriage. Someone on the opposite side immediately greeted her, and Zalagui also waved her hand. Inside the island owner's mansion, many skeletons were guarding the door, and 3 maids were busy. One accepted gifts and thanked, one recorded names, and the name of the Chamber of Commerce, and another sorted out the gifts. Zalagui was speechless. If she hadn't known that Wu Heng was not short of money, she would have suspected that the exhibition was held to receive gifts. She accepted all the gifts. Suddenly, she felt that it was okay for Skeeter to accept the dagger. "Deacon Zalagui." Minnie came over and saluted with a smile. "Miss Minnie, is Wu Heng here?" Zalagui asked with a smile. "The master is not here. Wait until he comes back. I'll ask him to find you," Minnie said directly. Zalagui frowned and whispered, "I have something here. I need to see the prophet. I'll take you there." Minnie reacted and took her directly into the residence. Going upstairs, they entered the prophet's room. Facing the skeleton prophet, Sheila Rose still maintained her courtesy, took out the gift box, and said, "Prophet, I need to check what happened the day before yesterday." The prophet turned his head and looked at her with his empty eyes. He took the wooden box. One hand floated above the wooden box, and the other hand grabbed Sheila Rose's arm. The next second, a series of broken pictures appeared in Sheila Rose's mind. It was the conversation between Skeeter and Magnolo in the study. It can be proved that Skeeter was telling the truth. He just came to visit him, and asked about Wu Heng's situation indirectly. It took only 3 or 4 seconds. All the scenes ended. The skeleton prophet released her arm, Sheila Gui also bowed, and left the room with Minnie. Then left the island owner's house, and returned to the association. Zombie world. Roar. 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 The zombies crashed into the spear formation like a tide. The roar and scratching sounds rang out, and at the same time, pieces of zombies died under the spears, and the zombies behind were still rushing forward. Then, ghosts rose to the sky. Wu Heng looked to his side and said, "Glinda, Bernie, you go absorb the residual souls." The 2 ghosts looked at each other, rushed forward one after the other, and began to chase and devour the residual souls in the sky. Only Xiao Xiao was left, floating on the side and watching the excitement. He didn't care at all that he didn't have a share in the residual souls. At the back of the team, the old members of the base were very calm and busy following orders. As for the newly joined Korean survivors, they had never seen such a scene. Just listening to the continuous roars and the teeth-grinding chopping sounds, my legs were already shaking. And I was not very efficient. Everyone, cheer up. We are the logistics. We will not be in danger. In the team, the old members, who can speak Korean, shouted loudly. Why do you want to fight the zombies head-on? This is too unwise. Someone said loudly. The old member glanced at the other party. What's the fuss? How many people are there on your side? When we were fighting over there, the zombies were endless. Stop talking nonsense. The others carefully looked at the fighting area in the distance. After making sure that the zombies could not attack for the time being, they also started to work. At the same time, they prayed in their hearts that nothing would happen. Time passed little by little. The system prompts also appeared. Ghost upgraded to level 16. Benny upgraded again. And although Grenda devoured more, there was no trend of upgrading. Everyone moved forward. Wu Hung ordered again. Walala. The skeleton army on standby stood up, relying on the tight spear phalanx, and began to move forward along the road. Kill all the remaining zombies. Then, Wu Hung transformed the special corpses, collected all the corpse cores, continued to release dead corpse battlefield, transform all the zombies into skeletons, and join the queue. Then, the skeleton army moved forward. Rush into the power plant, kill all the zombies inside, and occupy the power plant. Wu Hung went in and took a general look. It can be confirmed that this place is still thermal power generation, and his set of furnace power generation can still come in handy. He took out the intercom and called Chi Han Kai. After he came over, he said, arrange someone to measure the dimensions, and then I will restore the power supply here. Okay. Chi Han Kai agreed. Then, the survivors jumped off the truck and began to search for supplies. When it got dark, the convoy returned. After the convoy returned, Wu Hung returned to the bedroom and returned to Treasure Island through the boundary gate. He placed the location where the boundary gate was opened on the huge wooden door built in advance at port number 2. Then, returned to the zombie world, with a large group of skeletons, headed to the port. After confirming that there were no other people around, using the bronze ring, opened the gate built in advance. The light curtain of the boundary gate appeared, like a huge light curtain. Wu Hung ordered the skeletons on the frigate. Go in. The frigate started, and rushed directly into the boundary gate. Wu Hung saw the entire ship go in, pulled out the key, and went back to his room to sleep. Chapter 631, Why Can It Float on the Sea? The next day, Golden Sail Tavern. The second item displayed in the island owner's mansion is called a watch, and its function is the same as the pocket watch in the latest detective story. It can be worn on the wrist, without affecting the action, and can provide accurate time. The bard, standing on the high platform, speaks about the exhibits of the island owner's mansion alone. And the third item, there is no real object on the scene. It is an alchemical potion called Strengthening Potion. Its function is to improve a person's physical attributes without upgrading. Once these three items are displayed, they make other commodities pale in comparison. Whether it is a gorgeous vase, or a finely carved silverware, they are all flashy and ordinary items. Countless people are vying to see the island owner, and the dignitaries, who visit the island owner's mansion every day. The third day of the exhibition. In the tavern, in addition to telling the normal detective story, there was also time to talk about the hot exhibition. In particular, the three products displayed by the island owner's mansion at the exhibition. Because of some circumstances, people who did not go to the exhibition also learned some information in this way. Even though they knew that the island owner Wu Hung was powerful, they did not expect it to reach this level. Writing, timing, and potions to break through the shackles of the body. Such a big leap was actually achieved in one person. Too scary. Great detective. You can also say that Wu Hung is meticulous, naturally perceptive, able to observe details that others don't notice. But to come up with these things directly, it can't be explained by talent. Especially for a necromancer. Cross-border, surpassing the work of a mechanic, a pharmacist. This is only the third day of the exhibition. When various news spreads, more people will come to the island. Treasure Island will only become more lively. Association Deacon Study. You went to the island master's house yesterday. Wu Hung walked into the room and sat down on the sofa. Sure Yali brought the brewed tea and returned to her seat. She loudly said directly, Skeeter came to me yesterday and said that the member of the secret society you killed had come to him the day before. Wu Hung cast a curious look. And he didn't expect there would be a follow-up story. Is it related to the association? Listen to me. Logwi signaled him not to worry, and told him the whole thing in detail. I asked the skeleton prophet to sense the gift, and it can be confirmed that the two were just having a normal conversation. And they were not accomplices of the secret society. There are 2 vice deacons in Treasure Island. The human vice deacon is called Skeeter, and the dwarf is called Gedane. Wu Hung didn't have much contact with them, and he would just say hello when he met them occasionally. He didn't know much about his own intelligence, and what he wanted to reveal was all those things that were public. It's good to investigate it clearly. This kind of thing is inevitable, Wu Hung said with a smile. Yeah. Zalogwi nodded, and then asked, What did you do yesterday? The exhibition started, and you were out running around again. I went out to do something, Wu Hung replied with a smile. Yali also came over and sat on the armrest beside Zalogwi. Wu Hung, did you invent the pen and watch? I think I introduced them here. You can hardly see them here, Wu Hung said. What about that kind of medicine? Is there a real thing? When I saw it, there was only a certificate from the association and the consortium. Yali's white arm was placed on her sister's shoulder. There are real objects, but they were put away to avoid causing any incidents. Did you introduce them? This is not it, Yali said with a smile. Did someone else send them to the exhibition? It's already impressive to have pens and watches, Wu Hung said with a smile. No, I organized the research and development of the potion. The sisters' brows widened instantly, and they looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Aren't you a magician? Yali asked. I found a material that can enhance the human body, and I organized people to start developing potions, Wu Hung explained. The potion has been made public, so some things don't need to be kept secret. The 2 women were even more surprised, and didn't know what to say for a while. After a long while, Zalogwi said, Aren't you afraid of trouble? Don't worry. With the current defense of the island, there will be no problem, Wu Hung said. Yali's eyes lit up again, and she suddenly said, Last time you made a bet with Zalogwi, you said something shocking enough. Was it this potion? Zalogwi suddenly looked up at her, with a look in her eyes that asked, Why did you mention this? Yali noticed her sister's gaze and said, This doesn't count. You said it was a strange machine, not a potion. When he was mentioned like this, Wu Hung also remembered this matter. Last time, when the 3 of them were chatting, they talked about the bet. Logwi asked him not to focus on developing strange machines, but to concentrate on spells. Wu Hung mentioned the bet and said that if he really came up with a strange machine that was shocking enough, he would have to agree to one of his requests. Of course, Yali also joined in. Wu Hung looked at the 2 sisters, who looked similar but had different temperaments, and said in a puzzled tone, You 2 won't deny it, right? Zalogwi said. We agreed that it was a rare device. The watch is not bad, but it's not as exaggerated as you said before. Wu Hung thought for a while, and said, What if I take out a rare device? Then I have nothing to say. Zalogwi shrugged. Then I will make you admit defeat sincerely, Wu Hung said, and stood up and said, Let's go. Follow me to the port. Go out now? Zalogwi was curious. Then you can see what a magic weapon is. Wu Hung raised his head slightly. Zalogwi stared at him. Are you really going out? Hurry up. Put on a hood, and let's go quietly, Wu Hung said. Zalogwi was a little skeptical, but she still took a hood from the space ring, put it on, and walked out of the office desk. Wu Hung looked at Yali, who was resting her chin and smiling. You also participated in the bet. You won't forget it, right? Yali's smile froze, and she wanted to refute, but she held it back, put on the hood, and left with him. Port number 2. Zalogwi and Yali stared with their eyes wide open, looking up at the huge ship docked at the port, with eyes full of astonishment and confusion. Even the largest warships are not as huge as the one in front of them, as if it were a small mountain in the sea. Wu Hung looked at the expressions of the 2 and smiled. How is it? This should be considered a strange machine. The 2 girls were already full of surprise. Yali swallowed. Is this also an exhibit? What exhibit? Our island's frigate, protecting safety at sea, Wu Hung said. You are exaggerating. Break out this thing, Yali said again. Logwi also said, just to beat us. Wu Hung rolled his eyes at the 2 women who had never seen the world, and said, By the way, Beat you. Is it made of iron? Shilagwi asked. Yes. Why can it float on the sea? Shiryali also asked. Chapter 632. Test firing in simple terms. It is to make the ship have enough buoyancy through design and structure, so that it can float on the sea, Wu Heng explained. The two frowned, but nodded. As they were talking, another ship docked from a distance. Philippa ran down with the green parrot, and greeted from a distance. Shilagwi. Shiryali. You are here too. The two smiled and nodded. Then, Philippa urged Wu Heng again, everything is ready. Let's go quickly. I want to see the new ship. Wu Heng nodded. Let's get on board. Let's go test it. Several people followed him on board. The ship was still equipped with modern equipment. Wu Heng introduced the names and functions of the cabins on the ship to the three women. The three women listened carefully, and were even more surprised. It was completely different from this world, clean and tidy, and there was not such a strong smell of rotten wood. After a rough look, Wu Heng walked to the control room and ordered the skeleton. Leave the port and head southwest. The rumbling sound of the operation sounded, and the frigate began to move. After leaving the port, it headed southwest, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Arrived at the position that Philippa had arranged in advance, the frigate began to slow down and slowly stopped. Philippa pointed to the black spot at the end of the line of sight. That is the small boat that was just released. Are you going to test the weapon? Picked up the telescope and looked in the direction of the target. A fishing boat with a black flag could be seen, swaying with the waves. Wu Heng said to the control room, the target fishing boat in front. Destroy it directly. The muzzle turned. Boom! There was a loud noise. And then the fishing boat in the distance suddenly exploded with huge waves. When the waves disappeared, the sea was empty. The three women widened their eyes, looking at the place where the fishing boat disappeared in the distance. Wu Heng said to Philippa, the beds on the boat can accommodate 145 people. It is equipped with anti-aircraft missiles, and can attack targets in the sky. The ship gun just fired has a range of 10,000 meters. After finding the target, there is no need to get close. Just attack directly. Philippa nodded subconsciously. Ah, I understand. From now on, this ship will be handed over to you, and the other ships will be handed over to the deputy captains to patrol the route. Wu Heng said to Philippa. Damn. So cool. Philippa jumped up and cheered. Wu Heng was also very satisfied with the ship. At least in this world, it is definitely the overlord of the sea. When the maritime trade starts, it can also ensure the safety of the route. Return to the port, Wu Heng ordered. The ship began to return and slowly docked at the port. Philippa stayed to continue studying the ship and transferred some skeletons. Wu Heng, Shilagwi, and Shiryali returned together. On the way, Wu Heng said, I am willing to accept the loss. You two owe me a request. Shilagwi blushed a little, and emphasized, don't go too far. Okay. Wait until I think about it, Wu Heng said with a smile. Shiryali raised her eyebrows. It's okay to go too far. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the association, and the two were dropped off. Wu Heng continued to return to the island owner's mansion. Return to the island owner's mansion. Minnie helped him take off his coat, and Robe brought herbal tea. Are there many visitors? Wu Heng asked. 2 more came in the morning, and there were almost no visitors in the afternoon. Minnie replied softly. That's good, Wu Heng said. Robe smiled and said, those people are so polite and cautious, completely different from the merchants in Rentam City. They are all the same, but we are different. Wu Heng tilted his head and reminded softly. Yes, we are maids in the island master's mansion now. It's different. Robe straightened his chest. Wu Heng also smiled, took a break, went to the backyard to drink tea, and continued to assemble the electromagnetic gun. Dusk. Anweer and Chanela also rushed back from outside and had dinner together in the restaurant. Chanela asked, when will your exhibits be sold? Those people couldn't find you, so they came to me. The pens will be sold first. The quantity is limited, and they can't be sold freely. Then the watches. And as for the potions, I plan to auction them in the form of an auction. Wu Heng expressed his thoughts. When will the fountain pen go on sale? How many can be sold? Shannara asked. About 70,000. Shannara calculated the number of pens in her mind and said, then let the Chamber of Commerce limit it to 100 pens, and tell them to take them back to test the market. We will open the sale later. After a silence, she continued, As for the price, it is best to be between 20 silver and 60 silver. It is more expensive than those special quill pens, but not too outrageous. Those who often use them for writing can also afford it. Wu Heng frowned and thought, is the price too expensive? After the factory is built, we can mass produce it. 20 silver is enough to buy a good crossbow. Compared with the modern world, the pricing of fountain pens is a bit different. Shannara shook her head. Not expensive. The price of the first batch must be determined. And the first buyers are not short of money. When mass production is carried out later, it will be more convenient to bargain. And the market can be consolidated again. You make sense. Wu Heng nodded. How much do you plan to set? Shannara put down the cutlery and looked at him curiously. Fountain pens also have different styles and qualities. Ordinary ones are priced at 30 silver. And others are higher. Wu Heng said. What about watches and potions? Shannara asked. There are fewer watches. More than 20,000. And even fewer potions. Wu Heng recalled. The number of potions is actually more than that of watches. It can't be called mass production. But the skeletons that expand outward can send a large number of corpse cores every time. It's enough to sell for a while. But due to the special nature of potions, they must be told to be very rare, to maintain the importance of potions, and to have a good price. As for pens and watches, as long as the production line is moved here, they can be produced normally. That's fine. When it's time to sell, we'll discuss it, Shannara said. Now, Shannara is still the president of Starflower in name, but in fact, she has already focused her energy on Treasure Island, especially the success of the exhibition, bringing together the big chambers of commerce of various races. No country or force has ever been able to do it before. And the exhibits that Wu Heng brought out indeed achieved a good effect. There's no rush, Wu Heng said with a smile, and then said, Are you going back at night? Shannara glanced at the maids carefully, and still said, No. Night fell. Shannara walked out of the bathroom, her long wet hair falling on her shoulders. She was wrapped in a white bathrobe, with a loose belt around her waist, and walked over on the carpet with light steps. She sat down in front of the dressing table and wiped her hair. Wu Heng walked over, took out 2 bottles of potion from the space ring, and placed them on the table. Strengthening potion. The side effects will cause a certain amount of pain. You take it. I will help you keep an eye on it. Shannara looked at the potion, raised her eyebrows. You are not going to auction it. You just give me 2 bottles? I will give it to you later. Just don't tell anyone, Wu Heng said with a smile. Shannara turned her head, held his cheek, and kissed him hard on the lips. Sister loves you for a reason. Take it quickly. You still need to rest after you finish. Okay. Shannara nodded in agreement, opened the medicine, and drank it without hesitation. The side effects made her body begin to spasm. Wu Heng comforted her, telling her that the pain would be more severe at first, but it would be relieved later. After the first bottle was finished, Shannara rested for a while, and continued to take the second bottle. You are lying, Shannara said, curling up on the bed. After a long time, it was a little better, but she was sweating all over. Shannara exhaled heavily, and said, I feel that I have changed a little, but I can't tell where. The muscles and bones have been strengthened, Wu Heng explained. I'll go wash again. Shannara washed again, wiped her hair, glanced at him seductively, and slowly got on the bed. Wu Heng hooked his fingers around the belt and pulled it, and the bathrobe slowly spread out like a soft cloud, revealing her delicate and white skin. With the other party reluctant, he knelt on the bed. He gently held her waist. The next day, it was dawn. Shannara left in the morning and continued to deal with the exhibition. She also disclosed some of the pricing of pins to the chambers of commerce to test the other party's reaction. There are factories in Yantong City for pens and watches, and production can be resumed. However, Wu Heng had to go back and move the factory to Treasure Island, and then purchase materials from the chambers of commerce. After confirming that he had nothing to do, Wu Heng also opened the gate and headed for the zombie world. He walked out of the gate and picked up the intercom to call Chi Han Kai. Not long after, Chi Han Kai walked in and said, There's news from the military factory. Gao Rong has completed the production chain test. He didn't say much on the radio. I think it should be the production chain of rifles. Chapter 633, Rifle Production Chain. Rifle Production Chain. After Tianqing Group joined the base, it has already started research and development. Wu Heng's idea is also very simple. The two worlds complement each other. Cold weapons fight zombies, rely on the number of skeletons to clear the zombies, recover the city and rescue the survivors. Firearms are used in the other world. Ordinary professionals cannot resist bullets, enough to deal with most battles. When the time comes, a skeleton army will be armed, not afraid of death, fully equipped with modern weapons, and the combat effectiveness will definitely not be weak. Now finally there is good news. However, he is not at the military factory. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and asked, "Are the ships returning to Binhai port?" "At the port?" "Yes, there are 2 ships transporting back and forth." Chi Hankai replied, "I will go back today and see the situation there." Wu Heng made the decision directly. "Then I will ask the cargo ship to prepare." Chi Hankai said, picked up the intercom, and began to contact the survivors in charge of the cargo ship. After saying a few words, he hung up the intercom. "It's arranged. There's no problem at the port. You can go back anytime." "Yes." Wu Heng nodded, and then asked, "Has the logistics team been formed?" "It has been formed. Some of them were brought from the base, and the rest are survivors from Shanfu port. It's just that there are still some difficulties in communication," Chi Hankai said. "These people in the base cannot all be supported. Some work must be assigned, but there are still some difficulties in communication. It's all physical work, anyone can do it if they're not stupid. Let Xinhe open a language class, and teach them to speak Chinese in their spare time," Wu Heng said directly. "Okay." Chi Hankai smiled. Wu Heng stood up. "Let's go," and arranged the skeleton team. "I can continue to clean up the zombies while I'm away." The two walked out of the room, and went downstairs together. Wu Heng gathered the skeletons in the base, except for the skeletons that defended the city walls, and the port on a daily basis. The rest were organized into a pioneering team. It was equipped with a big-headed skeleton, an 11th level skeleton mage, 2 skeleton flying dragons, and 12 blood clan skeletons. You follow the main road, clear the zombies all the way forward, and the skeleton mage is responsible for transforming the corpses. Collect the corpse cores and gold together. Wu Heng instructed the big-headed skeleton and the skeleton mage. After thinking for a while, he felt that there was nothing else to tell him, and said directly, "Okay, you go." The gate of the wall opened. The skeleton army left the base in a mighty manner, and continued to move forward along the road. Behind the skeleton army is the logistics convoy arranged by Chi Hankai. It is responsible for transporting some weapons and spoils, and rescuing survivors along the way. The plan of this team is also very simple. It is to attack all the way to the interior of South Korea. This area is equivalent to the area of a province in China, so it is easier to clean up. Some research institutes, military factories, are also easier to find. After all, the place is small. Watching the army gradually go away, the gate is closed again. Wu Heng took Chi Hankai and walked back together to the port. "This is the size of the boiler in the power plant." Chi Hankai handed over the recorded list. Wu Heng opened it and took a look. "Next time I come back, I will restore the electricity here." Chi Hankai lowered his head and said with some reluctance, "When will you come back?" "Why? You are reluctant to leave now?" "I am afraid I will miss it after a long time," Chi Hankai said. Wu Heng smiled. "I will come back after I finish the work there." As they talked, they came to the car parked on the roadside. The scope of the modern port is still quite large, and you need to take a car. After closing the car door, the skeleton driver drove straight away. Chi Hankai moved the front passenger seat forward to make an empty space. He knelt in front of Wu Heng and began to pull the belt. "Now?" Wu Heng said in surprise. "There's enough time," Chi Hankai said, and buried his head in the other's waist. Wu Heng stroked the other's hair, enjoying the hard service. The car arrived at the port. After stopping on the roadside for a while, the two of them walked down with the skeleton. "Say hello to Sister Yang for me," Chi Hankai said with a smile. "The mood is better than before. If there is something, tell me immediately. Don't take risks yourself. Arrange skeleton to do it," Wu Heng instructed. "I know, with skeleton here, there will be no problem," Chi Hankai said confidently. "Okay, I'll leave first, and come back early." Chi Hankai nodded, and waved goodbye. Wu Heng boarded the cargo ship. The captain in charge of controlling the ship saluted slightly. "Let's go!" The ship started and left the port of Shanfu port. 2.5 days of travel. Wu Heng rode a flying dragon and reached the sky above the military factory. Jumped off the flying dragon, released light feather technique before landing, and himself and 2 skeleton attendants slowly landed. Leader. The survivor passing by immediately saluted and greeted. Wu Hung nodded. Is Gao Rong in the base? I don't think he went out. Ask if he's there. If he is, let him go to the meeting room. Wu Hung said directly. Understood. The survivor picked up the intercom to contact Gao Rong, and Wu Hung walked towards the meeting room. Wu Hung sat in the conference room and waited for a while. There was a knock on the door. Gao Rong opened the door and walked in, and saw Wu Hung sitting in the room. He bowed slightly. Chief, you are back. Sit down. Gao Rong sat down beside him. Wu Hung continued. Chi Honkai said that you have achieved results here? Yes, Chief. Gao Rong smiled confidently and said, the production chain of rifles has completed the production test, as long as there are enough materials. Normal production can be carried out. Newspaper printing machine. A total of 13 units have been produced during this period, and they are already being produced later. Sure enough, the rifle production line test was successful. Wu Hung stood up. Come on. Take me to see it. Please. Leader. Gao Rong said. The two walked out of the building together, and under Gao Rong's guidance, walked to one side of the factory. From a distance, a row of factory buildings were seen. Originally, this area was burned by a fire. Now that the weather has warmed up, it has been rebuilt into a factory area. But it looks a bit simple, with a red brick wall. Entering the factory, Gao Rong turned on the switch on one side, and the lights in the whole room lit up. The production chain of the mechanical structure was revealed. The machine was not running, but it could be seen that it had been tested before. Gao Rong introduced, Chief, this is the equipment for making gun barrels. The machine will drill out the inner bore, and then use a deep hole drill to drill a through hole in the center of the alloy rod, and grind the inner wall of the through hole to make it smooth, making it a seamless steel pipe. After all, there are data and drawings in hand. Even if you have not been engaged in military machinery before, you can also tell the production process and characteristics. Can it withstand the shooting of bullets? Wu Hengbai asked. They are all high-quality steel, and they were purchased according to the records on the rifle drawings. There is no problem, Gao Rong said. What about the others? Gao Rong continued. The other factories are the production chains of other parts. Is it difficult to operate? Not much. They are all automated equipment. After starting, they will produce by themselves. If there is a problem, they just need to be corrected. Wu Hung nodded with satisfaction. Tomorrow, we will start the machine for one day. I will arrange for Skeleton to come in for production. You can follow and teach. Okay. Gao Rong agreed. Then, the two of them went to several other factories, and Gao Rong introduced the equipment and accessories in detail. After looking at everything, they returned to the meeting room. Wu Hung glanced at him and said, You did a good job and worked hard. It's what I should do. Gao Rong said modestly. How many people do you have in total? Gao Rong replied. There are 7 R&D personnel in total. And if you count the apprentices, there are 18 people in total. Wu Hung nodded and continued. You should have seen Chi Hansai's owl. Right? Gao Rong's eyes flashed with confusion, and he didn't know why he suddenly mentioned the owl. He still answered, I know. It's the pet of Deputy Leader Chi, and I used the owl to discover the wandering zombies before. It is a kind of ability that can continuously enhance the physical state. The ability it shows is similar to the ability of awakening by taking corpse cores, but without side effects. Wu Hung looked at him and explained. Chapter 634, Wrong Decision. Gao Rong's pupils widened. His eyes were full of surprise. Corpse core without side effects. Isn't this what the headquarters has been researching? Has it appeared at the base? Thinking of this, Gao Rong's heart beat faster. Wu Hung mentioned this matter to him, must be planning to hand it over to him. He was more respectful. Chief, tell me what you want me to do. Nothing, you did a really good job this time. I plan to help you improve, of course, if you want me to do it. Wu Hung still looked at him. Gao Rong said, Are there no side effects? No. We are willing. Gao Rong hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Wu Hung took out 3 scrolls of the mechanic's job transfer from the space ring, put them on the table and said, This is called a job scroll. The one I gave you is a little different from Chi Hansai's. Chi Hansai's scroll is inclined to reconnaissance. Your scroll is for scientific research, which can be understood as mainly improving intelligence. Gao Rong looked at the scroll rolled up on the table. His eyes widened even more. Wu Hung continued. There are only 3 at the moment. You use one, and I will give you the rest later. As for your apprentices, they will get some resource rewards. Yes, Chief. Gao Rong nodded and looked at the scroll again. Chief, how do I use this thing? Pick up the scroll and open it. Don't resist the power in your body. Wu Heng said. Gao Rong stood up, picked up a scroll and opened it directly. The light flashed and drilled into his brow. The next second, Gao Rong frowned. I feel it. It seems to be changing my body. Your career direction is to develop machinery. As long as you work hard in this direction, you will continue to improve yourself. Wu Heng said. Thank you, leader. We will continue to work hard to help build the base. Gao Rong bowed deeply. Also, tell your people not to tell anyone about this matter. If it gets out, we will have countless troubles. Wu Heng said in a serious voice. Gao Rong also knew the seriousness of the situation and nodded. Sit down and talk. Don't stand. Gao Rong sat down again. Wu Heng continued to ask. Are there any recent news from the headquarters? After you and Deputy Chief Chi left, the headquarters came again, and has not come for a while. The materials exchanged are stored in the warehouse. What about the Russian researchers? What are they doing now? They have been independently developed a research project, which is about electricity, and continue to research in the direction of new energy, reducing dependence on gasoline. Gao Rong explained. Okay, continue to develop normally. You are still in charge of the military factory. Understood. Gao Rong nodded. Nothing else, you go and get busy. Gao Rong stood up, took the other 2 scrolls, and left the room. Wu Heng also walked out of the meeting room, and walked towards the room upstairs. Just as he walked outside a room, he heard the sound of women chatting inside. Knocked on the door. After getting a response, he opened the door and walked in. Zhao Yanqiu was wearing a black sports jacket, and was sitting on a chair. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, he immediately greeted him. Leader. Xiao Xiao was also nearby, revealing her figure. Uncle, have you finished talking over there? Yes. Nothing much, Wu Heng said, and then looked at Zhao Yanqiu. How was your last skill? Xiao Xiao flew over, lay on Wu Heng's shoulder, and said, my mother has learned it. Let's collect some high-level books for her. It would be best if they can be used for fighting and can protect herself. It seems that Zhao Yanqiu has some talent. I really learned it. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, go back and take a look, and bring it here if there is any. Zhao Yanqiu said, thank you, Chief, for your trouble. Xiao Xiao flew to Zhao Yanqiu again. No trouble, Uncle is very powerful now, right, Uncle? Well, no trouble, there is no trouble for a family, Wu Heng said. Zhao Yanqiu was a little embarrassed, but Xiao Xiao smiled happily. Wu Heng chatted with Zhao Yanqiu for a while. He asked about Zhao Yanqiu's recent life. After all, she was Xiao Zhao's mother. It also concerned Xiao Zhao's unfinished business. Chatted with the mother and daughter for a while. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, he left the room. With Xiao Xiao, returned to the original bedroom, and walked into the boundary gate. Treasure Island. Wu Heng came down from upstairs, just in time to catch up with the skeleton chef, and serve dinner on the table. Master. Several maids all greeted. Minnie said, Master, is there anything you want to eat? Let the chef make some more for you. No, these are good enough. Wu Heng sat down beside him, and ate together. After dinner, Wu Heng asked, Wire, how is the island these days? Underwire said, Master, more ships and merchants came to the island, and the properties on the island began to be purchased in large quantities, especially the several mansions in the central area, which sold very quickly. It seems that this has also boosted the real estate. However, all the people who came were merchants. The housing prices in the central area, appropriately raised, those guys are not short of money. Underwire smiled and nodded. Okay. Isn't Shannara here? Wu Heng asked. Minnie said, you are not here. And Sister Chanella is not coming either. It's okay. I'll go check it out tomorrow. We chatted for a while in the living room. The sky gradually darkened, and several people returned to the room to rest. Emerald Sea. The fleet flying the black-bottomed red whirlwind pirate flag floated on the sea. On the deck, scattered pirates yawned and patrolled. In the sky, several female demons with human faces and eagle bodies circled around the ship, making cries like babies from time to time. Soon, another pirate ship with the same flag approached. The harpy approached quickly, observing and circling. After confirming that it was her own ship, she returned to the original ship and stood on the mast. The pirate ship continued to approach. One person pulled the rope and wandered directly to the main ship. She greeted the pirates patrolling on the deck. She walked quickly to the captain's room and stood at the door, and could hear the heavy breathing inside, and the woman's moans. She waited at the door for a while. After the sound of fighting stopped, he knocked on the door and said, "Captain, I got some information." The door opened, and a charming woman walked out slowly. He glanced at her and said softly, "You came at the right time." He ignored her, and walked into the room directly. The burly, bearded man sat naked on the bed. "What information?" "Tell me," the subordinate said. "According to the information, the pirates in the Emerald Sea have all been eliminated by the association. I heard that they were led to Treasure Island and wiped out in one fell swoop." "All?" The captain frowned and was also a little surprised. "Most of them. Some that slipped through the net dare not show up now." The captain pondered for a moment, and then asked, "There are more caravans on the recent route. What's the reason?" The other party replied, "It's also Treasure Island. There was a banquet or a dance there, and many important people from the Chamber of Commerce were invited." Treasure Island. The captain repeated a sentence, and then said, "Who is in charge of Treasure Island?" "I heard that it is a newly appointed island owner, whose level is less than 15. The sun rose, and Treasure Island became lively again. The island owner's mansion has started selling pins, and the number of pins that can be purchased is limited." A man returned from the central area and casually said to an acquaintance, "When did it happen?" "It started this morning, and there is a long queue now. All of them are from the Chamber of Commerce." "Really? I'll go take a look too. If it's not expensive, I'll buy one too." 25 silver. Not cheap. I feel that this first batch is priced for those chambers of commerce, and they all want to take them back to make imitations. This price is indeed a bit expensive, but it's okay to just watch the excitement. In the central area, outside a building next to the city hall, it was already crowded. On the huge sign at the door, there are eye-catching words, 25 silver pence per pin, 1 per person, and the Chamber of Commerce limits it to 100. The price is not cheap, and the quantity is limited. It can be said that this is the first time I have seen a seller set so many restrictions. But there is still a queue of dozens of meters, especially the Chamber of Commerce. I want to buy it back and disassemble it to see if I can make it myself. So no matter how expensive the first batch is, I have to buy this first batch. The improvement made by the owner of Wuling Island is really amazing," said one person in the team. "I heard that he was ostracized in the Yek Kingdom. It was not until he arrived at Treasure Island that he gradually showed his talent. The Yek Kingdom has been in decline for a long time. Now the borders are blocked, and there is civil strife all the time. Anyway, if Wuheng had stayed in the Yek Kingdom, it might have regained its glory. If Wuheng really stayed in the kingdom, those people would only worry about whether it would affect them." Chapter 635, we have seen Sonara's mansion. Mrs. Shonara, this exhibition was so successful. Your business intuition and judgment are admirable. Yes, this is the first time someone has thought of holding this kind of exhibition. In the living room, the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce praised one after another. The pens have already been sold, and people are lining up to buy them, so they naturally don't need them. What they are more concerned about is the plan behind Treasure Island. Since the morning, people have come here to place their pens one after another, and more people are gathering, listening to the praise from everyone. Shonara smiled and said lightly, "You're welcome. Thanks to everyone's support. This exhibition was a success." Her tone was calm, but she was a little proud in her heart. The Wood Elf gave her an honorary president, and she basically lost the right to speak to the Starflower Chamber of Commerce. Wuheng was still paying off his debts. He agreed with the Wood Elf that a certain number of orders per year would be the condition for Shonara's return. The success of this exhibition was praised by all the chambers of commerce, big and small. It also proves my ability. The news of the Treasure Island exhibition will definitely be reported back to the Wood Elves. At that time, the Council of Elders will realize it. Driving me out is a loss for the Starflower and the Wood Elves. Everyone was polite again. One of the dwarves touched his beard and said, "Mrs. Chanella, the pen is now on sale, and the remaining 2 items, do you have any inside information?" The others immediately quieted down. Chanella picked up the teacup, drank a sip elegantly, smiled, and shook her head. "It's hard to say, the island owner doesn't allow it to be mentioned outside." When they heard that there was some inside information, the eyes of the others lit up. "Mrs. Chanella, tell us something." "That's right, we are all so familiar with each other. Tell us something, and we won't tell anyone." "Yeah." Chanella put down her water cup, pretending to have made some decisions, and whispered, "Then I will tell you something, and don't tell anyone." Everyone nodded, with a serious look. Chanella continued, "In the next few days, the watches will be sold, but the workmanship is very complicated, and only a small number will be sold. In the next few days. It's estimated to be about 3 to 5 days. It seems that I need to prepare money and buy it first." "What about the strengthening potion?" someone continued to ask. Shannara continued, "You should all know the significance of the potion, let alone us. Once the news spreads, the royal nobles from all over the country will arrange people to come and buy it. And the quantity is even smaller. It is very likely to be sold in the form of auction. If there is an auction, there should be more people to participate. Special potions are valuable. This kind of potion, I'm afraid it will be sold at a sky-high price. By then, the vampires, the elves, those old guys who have a long life but cannot break through, I'm afraid they will use their old stock to bid. Now that you say that, I feel there is no hope of buying it." After listening to Shannara's words, the people below began to discuss. Shannara continued to drink tea, listening to the discussion on the other side. The matter of watches and potions would also be passed on through these people. The price would be higher later, and she would be mentally prepared. After all, it was a scarce item. After waiting for the people present to discuss for a while, Shannara put down her teacup. "Since everyone is here, I will also say something." Everyone looked at her. Shannara continued, "I have some orders from Treasure Island here. Take a look. Treasure Island has a very good reputation. Moreover, we, Starflower, cannot take all the orders in one go for a long time and in large quantities." The housekeeper behind her took out a stack of documents and handed them over. Shannara took a look. "Here is the order for fine steel, this is the order for netted cloth, this is for copper plate, white gunpowder, ordinary steel, fine iron." The orders were placed on the table one by one, and the others stood up one after another, to get the ones related to their own chambers of commerce. They all looked a little surprised and curious. Treasure Island needs so many things? City Hall, conference room. "My lord," the island owner. 5 women in colorful long skirts saluted slightly, the loose collars drooped, revealing a large area of plumpness and snow whiteness. In the morning, Wu Hung received a notice from Anweer, saying that someone wanted to adapt the novel. He thought it was the same bard from last time. But there were so many women coming in. Wu Hung glanced at them, and especially looked at the last person. Unlike the previous ones who were dressed up, the last person was more tightly covered, and her temperament was also different. He retracted his gaze, looked at the few people, and said, "Sit down. Do you want to change Bernie's story?" The women sat down, and the leading woman smiled and said, "Master Island Master, we are the maids of the tavern on the island, and we don't want to do this for the rest of our lives. We heard that the bard got your permission to adapt the great detective story, and we also want to give it a try." As the woman spoke, her eyes looked over here carefully from time to time. She seemed a little timid. "You also want to adapt the great detective story?" Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "We want to change Miss Bernie's story," the woman said immediately. "Bernie's story, no wonder. I thought she was going to play a cross-dressing role, a woman dressed as a man." Seeing that Wu Hung didn't speak, the woman immediately said, "Master Island Master, we also want to be like Bernie, with a goal and a direction. The great detective story tells the story of a genius from the bottom, who, through his unique talents, solves cases one by one. And Benny's story more directly inspired those women with poor backgrounds on the island, especially the maids in the tavern, who took Benny as their target." "What are your professions?" Wu Hung asked. "We don't have any professions, but we have contacted several bards. They will teach us something, and will try to perform this story well," the woman said hurriedly, then stood up and saluted. "Please trust us. The professional scrolls are not expensive for these maids. There should be no problem with changing jobs, but there should be no goal. After changing jobs, it will take a lot of time to move forward in the career direction, and combat jobs require a lot of weapons and equipment." Wu Hung looked at them one by one, and said, "Okay, I promise you, study hard. If this path is suitable for you, I will prepare career scrolls for you." Several women looked up suddenly, as if they couldn't believe that this matter would be so simple. The other party agreed directly, and even sounded, and supported him to do so. "Really? Sir?" The leading woman was a little excited. "Really? Go back and rehearse. If you can really perform, come to the city hall to get the career scroll," Wu Hung said with a smile. "Thank you, Sir Island Master." Several people thanked him again. It's okay. Go back and practice well, Wu Heng said. Several people nodded and saluted, and walked out of the room backwards. The rest of the people left, but the hooded figure at the back did not leave the room. Wu Heng looked at the other person in confusion. Aren't you with them? The figure took off the hood, revealing long golden hair and a delicate face. She was young, and had a very pretty human figure. Moreover, she had a certain aura when she stood there. She bowed and said, Brittany. Hello. The island master. Do we know each other? The other party raised her head slightly, stared at this side and said seriously, Island master. We met in Necromancer City. I exchanged the rare item for the potion from you. Chapter 636, please join us. It's her, the rich little lady who exchanged rare items with me. The last time, when Wu Heng went there, the tavern had been closed down, otherwise Wu Heng would have wanted to exchange with her. It's a pity that no contact information was left at that time. But I didn't expect that the other party would find this place directly. Wu Heng also inquired about the other party's identity through the association, guessing that she was the princess of the Yak Kingdom. But it's been a long time, I didn't remember the name. I don't know if it's the same as what she just said. Wu Heng did not hide anything and said with a smile, Hello. This time we are meeting each other in our true colors. Brittany said solemnly, My lord. I am the 5th princess of the Yeko Kingdom. I came here to ask for your help. She was indeed a princess. Wu Heng did not show much expression and asked, What is it? My lord. Please help me take back the Yeko Kingdom and join my team. Brittany looked serious, with a heroic look between her eyebrows. Wu Heng frowned instantly. He stared at her for a while, and then asked, Why do you want me to help you? I need my own team. With your ability, you can definitely become my most reliable force. As long as you get the Yeko Kingdom, I will definitely give you everything you want. Brittany's tone was a little excited, and then added, You have also lived in the Yeko Kingdom, and you definitely don't want the kingdom to become what it is now. Wu Heng looked at her, and felt that this little girl had seen too many heroic stories. Moreover, I have no feelings for the kingdom of Yeko, and even said that I went to Rentam City to escape from there. Who are the enemies? My eldest brother and second brother. Are they together? Wu Heng asked. No, they are fighting for the throne. The current situation in the kingdom is also because officials and generals support different people. Brittany replied. Then if you join in, wouldn't it be more chaotic? Brittany was excited and said, No, they don't deserve to sit on the throne, and don't deserve to be respected by the people. They colluded with outsiders, killed my father, and killed many ministers. I want to take it all back. According to the other party's words, Wu Heng also understood some things about the kingdom of Yeko. That is to say, the only contenders for the throne in the kingdom now are the eldest prince and the second prince, who have gained support from different forces. Now it depends on who can take the final seat. And Brittany, the 5th princess, is obviously not satisfied with these two, and is also thinking of forming her own team. Wu Heng sold her potions before, making her think that she is a high-level pharmacist. If she wants to gain his support, whether it is potions, funds, famous pharmacists, these will not be scarce. Now that she knows from the exhibition that it was she who exchanged potions with her, she wants me to help her even more. How many people do you have now? Brittany's expression was choked. Including you 3, but I will continue to look for and invite reliable companions. Damn, 3 people want to seize the throne. What's the difference between this and the drunk fisherman in the tavern? Wu Heng hesitated and reminded softly. Princess Brittany, thank you for your recognition, but you should know that I am the island owner appointed by the association, the flag bearer of the Emerald Sea. Brittany nodded. Wu Heng continued. The association shall not interfere in any form, or change local government affairs and regimes. Brittany said. I know. I have reasons. They have the support of the cult. You said that non-interference is under normal circumstances. When it comes to the cult and local security, some special actions can be taken. Where is the evidence? Let me see. Wu Heng looked at her. Brittany looked a little anxious. I don't have it yet, but I can find it out once I check. Princess, the association does not have the rule of acting first and reporting later. Wu Heng thought for a while, and then said, I will report this matter to the headquarters, and let the local associations in the kingdom pay attention to this matter. Brittany frowned and thought for a while. There are indeed not many people now. It was confirmed, and there was nothing that could be done. It was a good opportunity to let the association investigate the matter. Thank you. But don't mention that I'm here. Many people are looking for me. Okay. Wu Hung agreed. If the association finds out that it's a cult, will you join my team? Brittany looked up again. Wu Hung shook his head. No. But you can stay on Treasure Island for 1 day. And I can guarantee your safety. Brittany looked a little disappointed. And hesitated for several times. Still said, I will convince you. Wu Hung didn't say much. Brittany put on her hood again, and then turned around and left. After the other party left, Wu Hung also covered his face and left the city hall. Walked out of the city hall. The entire central area was still very lively. In the place where pins were sold in the distance, there was still a long queue. There were still many people watching nearby, and some were carrying poles, selling some fruits to the people in line. Since there were more wealthy merchants on the island, the local residents also made some money indirectly. At least the taverns and hotels were full of people. Wu Hung took a look and confirmed that there was no problem. Everyone was queuing up to buy things normally, so he went to the association. Zalogwi was not in the association, so Wu Hung went to the front desk. He bought 2 professional scrolls for the mechanic, and asked the other party to order more. Then he took a carriage and went to Lighthouse Street. He bought a gray-feathered baby owl in the animal taming shop, and got on the carriage again. He returned to the island owner's mansion. Master, are the pins selling well? Minnie helped him take off his coat. Robert took the cage from the skeleton attendant and put it aside. Annette brought herbal tea. There's a long queue. If you're bored at home, go out and take a look. Wu Hung sat down on the sofa and took a sip of herbal tea. There are so many people outside. I don't want to go out, Minnie said. The other 2 nodded in agreement. It depends on you. Wu Hung put down the teacup and continued. Minnie, what level are you? I think I've reached level 8. I haven't tested it for a long time, Minnie said. Go upstairs and take down the level crystals. I'll test them for you, Wu Hung said directly. Okay, Minnie said. Robe, you go to Sister Weir's room and take down the level crystals. Robe went upstairs in a flash, then ran down with a crystal, and handed it to Wu Hung. Here, master. Who will test first? Wu Hung put it on the table. I'll do it first. Minnie picked it up and concentrated on sensing it, and then the crystals lit up one by one. Finally, it stopped at level 9. I'm level 9, great. Minnie jumped up and cheered. Then it was Robe, who took a deep breath, and began to hold the crystal tightly. The level was raised to level 6 and stopped. Finally, it was Annette, who picked it up carefully, and only reached level 3. I'm sorry, master, I'm the lowest level. Wu Hung touched her little head. You changed jobs the latest, it's normal to be a little lower. I will work harder. If you don't work hard, I will support you for a lifetime. Annette's face became redder. She quietly moved forward, with shyness whispered, Thank you, master. Near dusk, Envier rushed back. With a wave of the space ring, more than 20 wooden boxes filled with silver coins appeared in the open space in the middle. Master, a total of 7,300 pins were sold. Here are today's 182,500 silver coins. Chapter 637, Who is the real one? 180,000 silver coins. Minnie and the other 2 also widened their eyes. That is to say, each box here has more than 10,000 silver coins. Wu Hung was also a little surprised by today's harvest. Knowing that the fountain pen would be popular, I didn't expect that it would reach such a high number on the first day. It felt like looting pirate heritage, and the whole room was filled with silver coins and filled with wooden barrels. Envier looked at the expressions of several people. The store is closed, otherwise it could continue to sell. Don't worry, sell slowly, so as to avoid any problems, Wu Hung said. Maidenette called in a few skeletons outside the door, carried a wooden box, and walked upstairs. The island owner's mansion has a special treasury, which is used to store money, drawings, and some precious items. I'll listen to you, master, Envier said with a smile. Wu Hung took a sip from the teacup, and then said, Wire, do you think the fountain pen can become our best-selling product? Based on the current popularity, there should be no problem. After Envier finished speaking, she hesitated and added, I'm afraid they will buy it back and copy it. It's not that easy, Wu Hung replied with a smile. That's no problem. It will definitely become the best-selling product, Underwire said. Wu Hung nodded, and then asked, Where's Chanella? Why didn't she come today? Minnie shook her head. Underwire said, When I came back, I saw that Sister Chanella's mansion was very lively. She must be holding a banquet. It seems that she is also very busy. After chatting in the living room for a while, Wu Heng continued to test Underwire's level. She has reached level 11. When Wu Heng bought her back, she was only level 7. Now she is 1 level away, and she will be at the same level as the association's deacon. The speed of improvement is not slow, and Anweir is still quite busy. She has been working as an assistant and clerical worker. After the test, Wu Heng took a few maids to the training room for training. As the sky gradually darkened, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Zombie World, meeting room. Wu Heng looked at Gao Rong opposite him and asked, "Have you used the 2 job transfer scrolls?" "I have used them all. And I also told them not to tell anyone." Gao Rong was respectful. After returning, Gao Rong told the other researchers about the career scroll. When 2 of them used it according to the instructions, they really felt the effect of the body being changed. Everyone was surprised and unbelievable. Corpse cores can change genes and give people some special abilities, which is acceptable. After all, breakthroughs in the human body, genetic modification, already exist in modern disciplines. But a scroll engraved with various words and symbols can provide the effect of changing the body. This is hard to explain. Several people gathered together to discuss and tested the scroll. The final conclusion was summarized into theology and metaphysics. It is even believed that the base leader, the title of King Yama at the beginning, was not taken casually. Maybe there is really a connection. Wu Heng's identity is more mysterious. Gao Rong's attitude is also more cautious and respectful. After listening to Gao Rong's words, Wu Heng took out 2 scrolls from the space ring again. "I'll give you 2 more. Let your people use them when you go back, and I'll give you the rest when I have the chance." "Thank you, leader." Gao Rong thanked him again. Wu Heng then asked, "Has the rifle factory started production?" "It has already started production, and there are no problems at the moment," Gao Rong replied. Yesterday, Wu Heng planned to come and see the production chain start. But because of the release of the fountain pen, and because the story of the barmaid had to be adapted, he did not come. "Let's go, take me over to have a look." Wu Heng stood up. Gao Rong led the way, and the 2 walked out of the building. All the way to the factory, walking inside, you can hear the deafening sound of machinery running. Rows of skeletons, standing in front of the mechanical chain, performing some simple operations. During the production process, if any problems are found, they will be gradually improved. Gao Rong followed behind, explaining as he walked. Wu Heng continued to watch. At the end of the production chain, a skeleton held a linen cloth, wiping the produced parts, and then putting them into wooden boxes. Other skeletons then moved them to the warehouse for assembly. The whole process was arranged properly, without any major problems. After looking at the production chain of rifles, the 2 walked out of the factory. Gao Rong prepared a convoy and took Wu Heng to the airport again. Check the situation there. The airport is still very useful. With the increase of shelters in the future, the territory will expand, and it will take a lot of time to travel. At that time, airplanes will be needed to transport various resources. It was approaching dusk. The convoy returned to the military factory. As soon as they entered the factory area, they saw another convoy loading and unloading supplies in the warehouse in the distance. The most familiar figure is the one standing at the back and directing. Li Yang. Her hair is tied into a ponytail. She wears a blue-gray jacket and black casual pants. Chi Hansai's dressing style is more like a workplace elite, while Li Yahong's style is more casual. Someone saw the convoy coming in. He said a few words to Li Yang and pointed in this direction. Li Yang turned around and saw Wu Heng getting out of the car, and a look of joy appeared on her face. She opened the car door again, took out a travel suitcase, and dragged it over here. Walking closer. "Are you willing to come back? I thought you were living with Chi Hankai outside?" Wu Heng looked at her with some amusement. "Didn't you send her here? You are still jealous now." At that time, Li Yang quietly sent Chi Hankai into the room. This made it happen. Li Yang rolled her eyes at him, and said in a low voice, "I didn't ask you to stay with her, and you don't know who is the legitimate one. You are the legitimate one, okay? Stop being jealous." "Who is jealous?" Li Yang handed over the suitcase, and said, "This contains the collected gold, and the corpse core, all in it." Wu Heng took it, and put it directly into the space ring. At this time, Gao Rong also came over. "Deputy Chief Li, Manager Gao. The canteen has prepared dinner. Let's go eat first," Gao Rong said. Li Yang came over. Wu Heng didn't plan to go back to Treasure Island tonight. They walked to the canteen together and had dinner. After dinner, Wu Hong and Li Yong opened the door and returned to the dormitory together. He turned on the switch casually, and the room became bright. Wu Hong handed the iron cage on the desk to the other party. For you. Li Yong's eyes were immediately attracted by the little owl inside. The size of the palm, gray hair, the furry fluffy group. Wow, so cute. Wu Hong took off his coat, hanging on the hanger on the side, said, You like you? You, it belongs to special varieties. You can also investigate at night, and also have a good hunting ability. You can go out for prey without feeding. How can that do that? There are zombie viruses outside. What should I do if I eat the wrong thing? Li Yong immediately refused. Wu Hong glanced at her a little funny. Maybe it has evolved. Forget it, grow up well. Li Yong is holding an iron cage, like your face. Then he turned his head and looked over. What's next? How do we make the contract Shi Hankai mentioned? After Wu Hong hung up his coat, he sat down again. Touch the owl. Feel the other party in your heart. Try to establish a connection. Wu Hong commanded. The ranger contract taming is a job ability. When Shi Hankai used it, it was almost the same method. It shouldn't be difficult. Li Yong put her finger into the cage, and the owl immediately dodged and pecked. But it was still in its infancy, and had little attack power. His fingers were still on the owl's wings, and he began to sense it in the way Wu Hong did. Gradually, the little owl stopped resisting, and his eyes lost their hatred. He looked at Li Yong with a sense of dependence. Li Yong opened her eyes. Surprised? I succeeded. The iron cage opened, and the owl flew out directly, circling over the room. Li Yong was a little excited, cheering non-stop. Wu Hong came out of the bathroom. Let's take a shower. Li Yong held the owl and said a few words, and also walked into the bathroom. Not long after, she came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe and climbed onto the bed. Chapter 638, Storm Pirates. Early morning. After washing up, Li Yong was reluctant to leave. I'm going back. Wu Hong pinched her cheek. After a while, the airport will be able to take off our own planes, which will be more convenient. I don't think the plane is safe, Li Yong said directly. Don't worry, arrange a few more skeleton dragons to escort. That's a solution. Li Yong's eyes lit up. While talking, Li Yong's intercom rang again. Sister Hong, we can go now. Li Yong pressed the intercom. I'm going downstairs. Hang up the intercom, held his cheek and kissed him hard, then took the owl downstairs. Get on the truck. Left the military factory directly. Returned to the Xinfu City base. Wu Hong watched the convoy leave from the window, asked the ghost to call Xiao Xiao back, and opened the boundary gate himself, returned to Treasure Island. Lighthouse Street Tavern. The bards were still telling stories as usual, and the drinkers below had listened to it several times but still applauded. When the story paused, the bard took a break. The drinkers also started chatting. The fountain pen has been sold for 3 days, and there are always people waiting in line every day. The port is full of merchant ships. 2 temporary ports were added last night. How many people can you imagine? The island owner is really amazing. The taverns and shops can all make a fortune from this exhibition. I heard that the house prices on the island are rising. It's better than when Occam was. Shoo. He's dead? Why do you still mention him? We are now the island of the association. That's right. Why haven't we seen the maids in the tavern recently? Don't you know? A few people went to the island owner to change the story into a stage play, like those bards. When they were in bed, their screams were quite touching. I heard that the island owner agreed, and promised that if they worked hard and performed well, he would provide them with job transfer scrolls. The surroundings were silent in an instant. After a long while, someone said, the island owner wants to help them. Of course he wants to help them. Just like Miss Burney. Association. Deacon study. Wu Hong handed 2 pins wrapped in gift boxes to the other party. This is for you. 1 for each of you. A special collection. Shi Logui and Shi Yali looked at the gift, and still took it and opened the gift box. The fountain pen inside was different from those sold on the market, with a black glass pen body, which looked more beautiful. Why did you give us gifts? Zalogui asked curiously. I felt it was more suitable for you, so I gave it to you. Do you like it? Wu Hong asked with a smile. I like it. Thank you. Island Master Wu Hong. Shi Yali thanked her generously, and put it away directly. The 2 of them also bought the pens on sale, but the one in their hands is obviously better. The one they bought is for daily use. and the one in their hands can be kept as a treasure. On Wu Heng's side, the gifts for the two of them were also because of the recent exhibition. Zalagui basically arranges patrols for security. And sometimes she goes out on patrol herself. Now the fountain pen is so effective, earning more than 100,000 silver coins a day. Anyway, I should give Zalagui some gifts. Moreover, the fountain pens are ready-made, and there will be more in mass production in the future. Seeing that her sister accepted it, Zalagui also thanked her. Thank you. I like it too. You're welcome, Wu Heng said, sat down on the sofa, and said, by the way, I saw the 5th princess of the Yek kingdom the day before yesterday, named Brittany. Zalagui frowned slightly, looking away from the fountain pen. She went to the island? What is she doing here? She plans to let me join her team to help her regain the throne. What does she think? Zalagui frowned even deeper. Shiryali brought tea and cakes, and then returned to her seat. She rested her chin on her hand, and listened to the two talk about the Yek kingdom. Maybe she was in a hurry, and she randomly looked for someone to try her luck, Wu Heng said, and then said, she also mentioned one thing, saying that the old king was killed by someone. And the reason why the competition for the throne has become so chaotic now is because there is a cult involved. Cult? Which sect? In the past, Wu Heng and Zalagui might have some doubts. But not long ago, Wu Heng just destroyed the Tianming sect. It is hard to say whether there are other sects in the kingdom of Yek. She didn't say. From what she said, I don't know which sect it is. Zalagui looked up at him. What do you mean? I promised her that I would help her report this matter to the association headquarters, and let the resident association in the kingdom of Yek investigate. Wu Heng expressed his thoughts. Okay. There is no problem with this. Zalagui looked at Shiryali, who was leaning on her chin and looking at Wu Heng, and said, Shiryali, write a report, saying that the 5th princess of the kingdom of Yek provided cult information to the Treasure Island Association and requested the resident association in the kingdom of Yek to investigate. Okay. Shiryali turned around and started writing directly. The fountain pen she used was sold outside. What is she doing on the island? Hiragui continued to look at Wu Heng. Wu Heng thought for a moment. It seems that she is planning to gather some helpers, and she has joined a story adapting group and wants to adapt Benny's story into a stage play. She is planning to take back the throne, and is also adapting a stage play? It seems that she is holding back a lot of energy, and is unwilling to see the kingdom become like this, but she has no motivation for these things. Wu Heng analyzed. Maybe? After talking about the 5th princess of the Yek kingdom, Wu Heng asked, is there anything wrong on the island? Nothing, the island is quite safe. Zalagui flipped the documents on the table, took up the bottom page, and said, after a merchant ship docked, the association provided information, saying that a pirate group appeared on the route, and it was quite large, and robbed the fleet on the route. Wu Heng frowned instantly. Are there pirates again? No way, the merchant caravans coming to Treasure Island are connected. It's not surprising that some pirates are attracted. Zalagui said calmly. What pirates? Are they powerful? From the information provided, they are pirate flags with blood-red tornadoes. I checked the wanted list. They are called the Storm Pirates. They were not in the Emerald Sea before. Zalagui explained. Pirates from other seas. They came here directly because there were no other pirates here, and there were many merchant ships. What about the number of ships? The level of the leader? Do you know these? Wu Heng continued to ask. Zalagui looked at the information. 5 pirate ships, the leader is level 17, may have reached level 18, but it is not certain at present. The fleet has flying units, harpies, a brutal and low intelligence species. The fleet is not small. There are also units that can fly, which is not a configuration that ordinary pirate groups can have. But Wu Heng feels that there is no problem. With the current maritime capabilities, unless there is a level 20 hero on the ship, it will not be a big problem. There are heroes, but it is because I have never come into contact with them. I don't know how strong they are. I will let Philippa prepare, and then go out to sea to kill them, Wu Heng said directly. Now the island has attracted so many merchant groups. We can't let these pirates destroy the business environment. We still have to kill them as soon as possible. Zalagui thought for a while, and said, I'll arrange a deputy deacon and a team to go with them, to avoid any danger. That's fine, I'll have someone notify you when we're leaving. Okay. Wu Heng sat in the association until noon. Zalagui was going out, so Wu Heng didn't stay any longer. He put on his hood and walked out of the association. In the afternoon, the sun was blazing. After lunch, Wu Heng sat in the courtyard, opened the panel and looked at his reputation. Reputation. Level 19, 2955/66,000. The exhibition was held, and a large number of merchants and followers arrived on the island. In addition, the books of the great detective were taken out by various chambers of commerce for sale. My reputation, however, only increased by more than 2,200. Compared to the initial sale of newspapers, the effect was far worse. If this continues, it will be too difficult to reach level 20. No, I have to think of other ways. If it takes 10 or 20 years, it will take too long. Wu Heng muttered, and began to think about other ways to improve his reputation. We can't just limit ourselves to Treasure Island. We also need to pay attention to a larger area. She thought to herself. The door was opened. Shannara, wearing a long dress, came in with her butler. She glanced at Wu Heng and sat gently on his lap. The recliner bore the weight of the two people and swayed slightly with a creak. You stayed up late again. Wu Heng looked at her and said, No, I was a little sleepy. Shannara replied with a smile, and then took out a few lists from the space ring. Said, We have discussed the items that need to be purchased with several chambers of commerce. They will hurry up and transport them here. Wu Heng took a look at it. On each one, the names of several chambers of commerce were written. Shannara continued to ask, I have a question. What do you want Oksap for? And you want to purchase such a large quantity. Chapter 639, maybe it works. Use it as materials. Wu Heng held her waist, the recliner swayed slightly, and then asked, Which chamber of commerce has it been assigned to? Shannara lay sideways in his arms, and said, The agreement has not been signed yet, but there are only 3 to choose from, the Wood Elves, the Elves and the Dwarves, all have large tracts of forests, and the prices will be more favorable, and the Dwarves are also good at taking this kind of collection orders. Especially the Wood Elves, plant orders are very advantageous. It also has a potion that can promote plant growth. And the price and quality are very good. Then let the Wood Elves and the Elves transport it as soon as possible. Wu Heng decided directly. The caravans of these two races have good reputation and scale. It will be safer to cooperate. Shannara grabbed the other party and put her hand that had climbed up to her chest back on her waist. Then the star flower of the Wood Elves and the silver leaf caravan of the Elf tribe. I will sign an agreement with them when I go back, and collect and transport it as soon as possible. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Heng hugged the other party, and exerted a little force. Shannara smiled. No, a lot of people have visited me recently. I feel very proud. Wu Heng also smiled. Do you still care about these things? Of course I don't care. Shannara looked up at him. This morning, the Elders' Council sent me a letter. What did they say? Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Shannara was deprived of power, and an honorary president was appointed, which was the decision of the Elders' Council. From the perspective of the Wood Elves, it is actually understandable. After all, it is a trade association of races. The president fell in love with a human man because of the effect of the magic item. It is hard not to speculate whether it will affect the interests of the entire race. But from Shannara's point of view, her decades of hard work was taken away directly. She still feels very uncomfortable. It's like planting a pot of flowers. When the flowers are in full bloom, someone takes away the flowers and the pot. Shannara is a little proud. The first part is some caring words, and the second part is asking about the 3 exhibits at the exhibition, and wants me to give Starflower some convenience. I thought they regretted it. They didn't say it directly, but they must have regretted it a little, for not helping us at that time. Shannara said. What did you say? Wu Heng asked. I didn't say anything. I threw it aside. There were so many eyes watching. How could I give them a convenience? Besides, the business of Treasure Island has just started. External credibility is very important, Shannara said with a smile. Wu Heng smiled and looked directly into her eyes. Shannara also looked back affectionately. He lifted her up with force and kissed her. Beside the two, the housekeeper stood there without looking away. Shannara raised her head again. When will the watch be released? It will be released tomorrow. The price will be the same as before, Wu Heng said. A week had passed since the exhibition. If we delay any further, the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce on the island will probably get impatient. Anyway, they are all original stocks. It doesn't make much difference if we sell them early or late. Shannara nodded and continued. The strengthening potion will be sold after the watch is released. We will hold an auction at that time. Okay. You will have to arrange the auction. We don't know anything about this. Wu Heng said. Okay. These are not difficult. The two of them decided on the matter. Shannara yawned, got up from the recliner. She adjusted her skirt and said, I'll go back to the Chamber of Commerce to sign the agreement. Wu Heng helped her pull the hem of her skirt. Come over tonight? Shannara turned her head and blinked. It depends. After that, she left with her butler. After Shannara left, Wu Heng took out the electromagnetic gun blueprint in the courtyard and continued to assemble the parts. About half an hour later, the gate of the courtyard was knocked again. Robe ran out of the room and opened the door. Philippa, with a green parrot on her shoulder, walked in with a swagger. She glanced at Wu Heng, who was sitting on a recliner. She pushed the parrot off her shoulder and sat in his arms. Dad, are you looking for me? Move up. Wu Heng patted her waist lightly, asked her to move up, and then said, Have you heard of the Storm Pirates? Philippa frowned and thought for a while. No. The nearest pirate group? No. I heard from Zalagwi that it is a pirate group in the outer sea area. And it is not small in scale. And it is also a large pirate group. Wu Heng explained. Philippa's eyes suddenly lit up. And he turned around and said, Can I go out to sea? I have discussed with Zalagwi. And we really need you to go out to sea to kill this pirate group. Great. We can finally go out to sea. Philippa clenched his fist, his face full of excitement. At present, there are 5 warships. The leader is level 17, and may have reached level 18. There is a flying soldier called Harpy on the ship, and the level should be around level 10. Wu Heng repeated the information he knew. Harpy? Philippa looked at him, and said seriously, Do you want me to catch one alive? I'll bring it back for you to play with. Wu Heng paused. I appreciate your kindness, but I still prefer normal ones. Oh, let me see if it's normal or not. Philippa suddenly realized. Wu Heng continued. You can set off tonight. Drive that frigate. And take more skeletons out. Then I'll go back and prepare. And tell Millicent too. Before you leave, go to the association. And Zalagwi will arrange a deputy deacon and a team to go with you. Philippa was a little reluctant. Why take them with you? I want to take Shannara out. Shannara is responsible for the exhibition on the island. And can't be let out? Zalagwi arranged this. Probably because she wants to follow us. Get some merits of wanted criminals. And we are all on the same side. So take them with us. Wu Heng said directly. After hearing what he said, I felt a little proud that I would have to lead the deputy deacon to earn merit. I reluctantly said, Okay. I'll give you a favor and let them go with me. But they have to listen to me. Okay. Wu Heng smiled and nodded. Which route? I'll prepare it when I get back. Lingaxi route? Let me know when you get there. And I'll help you find the location of the pirate ship. Wu Heng said. Okay. Then I'll go first. And I'll accompany you when I come back. Philippa's body swayed, and she jumped up directly. He called the parrot back. And then it hopped away. Wu Heng continued to look at the blueprints in the courtyard. It was getting dark. And he went back to his room to have dinner. Night fell. Shannara didn't come either. Wu Heng lay on the bed, with his arms behind his head, and began to think about the next plan. Let Granda reach level 20 first, and see what changes will happen to the ghost when it reaches this level. Also, the development of Treasure Island. There can't be only one battleship in South Korea. There should be more. And they can all be transported to Treasure Island to strengthen the defense. I don't know if the fuel can be changed to electricity. The fuel consumption is also a burden. Now various gas stations can be used at will. But it is still a bit troublesome to rely on oneself to transport to another world. If it can be changed to electricity, it will be better to charge it when the time comes. No. I'm too narrow-minded. If we can build a separate power plant inside the ship, it won't need to burn fuel and can run continuously. Wu Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. Maybe it's feasible. Chapter 640 cannot be put back. The ship is not small in size, and the furnace power station, since only heat and energy conversion are retained. At least half of the equipment has been reduced. It should be no problem to put it in the ship. Even if it is still large, it can be reduced appropriately. Wu Heng clapped his hands. Good, write this down, and prepare it when the time comes. Then, continue to ponder in his mind. In addition to the matters of Granda and the frigate, the pen and watch factories in Treasure Island also need to start work as soon as possible. As for the equipment, Wu Heng has already transported it to the factory here. The skeleton has also been arranged, and we are just waiting for the skeleton mechanic to assemble the equipment and then start production. The original materials can support for a period of time. By then, the ordered materials will be almost delivered, especially oak sap, which is a material for pen bags. It is also the material for many rubber products. In the other world, it is not difficult to obtain. After these two items are mass-produced, in a few years, they can become a stable income for Treasure Island. He continued to think. And then, there are the enemies. The Secret Order, the Divine Punishment Church, and the families of the exiles of the Blood Clan. Land and ships are easy, but flying units are a bit more difficult, especially since the Blood Clan can be invisible. Well, we need to pay attention to this aspect and find a solution. He thought about all the problems. Wu Hung closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The watch is on sale, next to the fountain pen shop. One morning, someone shouted from afar. As similar words spread, the whole city seemed to come alive, and figures gathered towards the central area. Looking at the price tag at the door, people lined up and whispered, "This price is a bit outrageous. The ordinary version costs 4 gold coins. What's the difference between this and robbing?" "Then don't queue up. I'm just talking. Don't push me. I finally got a front position. What are you robbing? If any other chamber of commerce develops this kind of thing, it can be sold at a sky-high price. I feel that other chambers of commerce may directly make something exclusively for royal nobles." That's right. Lighthouse Street. In the open space behind a tavern, Brittany took the water cup handed to her, took a sip, and moistened her dry throat. Since the last time the island owner allowed the adaptation of the short story Blushing Maid Bernie, she and several tavern maids began to plan rehearsals. Due to her appearance advantage and good temperament, she managed to get a major role. It was not the protagonist Bernie, but the male protagonist Wu Hung. Compared with other maids who replaced Bernie, Brittany admired Wu Hung more, and was very glad to get this role. "Why is it so lively outside?" Brittany asked softly. "The island owner's mansion has started selling watches. I heard that the cheapest one costs 4 gold coins." The maid sat aside, holding her chin, and couldn't help but say, "The island owner is really amazing." Brittany's eyes were a little vague, and she said, "Potions, pens, watches. I didn't expect that he made them all by himself. Layla, why didn't he help me?" The maid glanced at her princess and said, "Princess, he just became the island owner, and this is your first meeting. You may have many concerns." Brittany sighed. "Actually, when I think about it, my request at that time was a bit naive. The island owner is so good, and you are so beautiful. He won't blame you." The maid smiled and comforted. Brittany still looked a little depressed, and said softly, "If only we had known each other earlier. Princess, I'll help you queue up to buy a watch. I heard there are men's and women's models." The maid continued, "Don't waste it. We still have to live on the island for a while. That kind of watch is not very useful to us." "Okay." In a mansion, the window was opened, and 2 light stones were placed on both sides of the desk. A dwarf mechanic, wearing a single-sided glasses and holding a tool in his hand, carefully disassembled the parts and tried to put them back into the dial. On one side of the desk, there were densely packed parts of different sizes, each with a separate number. As time went by, the dwarf's forehead was covered with sweat, which kept sliding down his cheeks. Finally, he put the tools back on the table. He leaned back in his chair with some fatigue. "How is it?" Not far away, a man in a purple suit immediately stood up and asked. Around him, the other people waiting for the results also looked over. In the morning, after buying the watch, he began to arrange for the mechanic to disassemble it. This time, the watch was disassembled for the 3rd time. The first 2 failed. The dwarf turned his head and looked at him, saying, "It still can't be put back together." "You still can't put it back together? Haven't we marked them all?" The dwarf pointed to the table. "It still has 12 parts, and the dial we reassembled doesn't count anymore. This, in other words, in this morning, he has already lost 12 gold coins. If we disassemble it again, will there be any progress?" the man asked. The dwarf mechanic shook his head. "Not sure. I think we can send these parts back to the other party as an after-sales service and let them assemble them. I can see once, and maybe they can put them back." Several people were stunned. Disassembled like this, it is obvious that they are going to copy it when they send it back. It's okay to do it secretly, but sending it back is a bit provocative. One of them said, "Why don't we take a break first? I'll go see how other chambers of commerce are doing. And then we can communicate together. Maybe there will be progress." "Okay. It's been too long. It's good to take a break." The others followed suit. The dwarf mechanic said nothing, rechecked his watch. Walked into the room. The island owner's mansion. Wu Hung stretched his body, and shooed away the bees circling around the teacup. The elves' flower tea, with a strong floral scent, easily attracted bees and butterflies. At this time, Glinda flew back first, floating on one side, said, "Those chambers of commerce really dismantled your watch and analyzed the structure inside." Wu Hung was not surprised by this news, and even thought of it a long time ago. "Which guild?" "All, including Starflower, but Shawnera definitely doesn't know. She's still sleeping at home," Glinda said, and then said, "Several guilds have dismantled them, and are waiting for the mechanics to come to the island." "What's the effect? The hard part should be the accessories." "No, the hardest part for them is that, after dismantling, they can't put them back together. Before I came back, no one could put them back together completely," Glinda said. "Is it so difficult?" "It seems to be quite difficult. They have suffered a lot of losses. The selling price is not low to begin with, and a lot of them were broken," Glinda said with a smile. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, "That's good. It will increase their cost of imitation." "Yes." Granada nodded and suggested, "Doesn't the store have after-sales service? You can change the rules. No after-sales service for man-made damage. Otherwise, it will take a while to repair it." "That makes sense." Wu Hung signaled her to go invisible first, and called the maid Annette to go to the store and change the after-sales rules. Annette nodded in response, and walked out of the island owner's house with the skeleton. Then, Benny and Xiao Xiao also flew back and forth. Benny said, "The store is selling very fast, and the best-selling watches are the ordinary version. The position in the queue, is there any problem?" "No problem, they are all very disciplined," Benny said. Xiao Xiao raised her hand and said, "Uncle, I found a person who stole wallets in the queue, and I caught him by the skeleton." Wu Hung and the other two ghosts looked at her at the same time. "How did you catch him?" "I possessed him, and controlled him to punch the skeleton, and then the skeleton held a knife to his neck," Xiao Xiao said while gesturing. "This is also a solution." Looking at Xiao Xiao, waiting for praise, Wu Hung said, "Xiao Xiao is really smart. She caught the bad guy with her wits." "No, it's what I should do." Xiao Xiao happily circled around his head. Overall, the sale of the watch was quite successful. Moreover, it also proved that it was difficult for others to imitate it. Modern technology is different from the development of this world. Even if it can be put back, I understand the operating principle inside, and the production of those parts is enough to study for a while. Wu Hung has plenty of time to continue selling and making money. While talking, Minnie came out of the house. She shouted to this side, "Master, Philippa sent a message, saying that she is close to the Lingasi route. So fast, according to the sailing time, she should be able to arrive tomorrow morning." But Philippa's side is obviously much faster than planned. She set off yesterday afternoon, and was close to the route this morning. The speed of the frigate is still faster than the ships in this world. "Got it. I'll go upstairs now." Wu Hung returned to the house, and went upstairs. The three ghosts also flew back to the study, and went about their own business. Entered the radio room. Picked up the radio microphone on the same frequency band as the frigate and said, "Philippa, can you hear me?" "Yes. I'm close to the route. Which direction should I go now?" Philippa's voice came over. "Wait a minute." Wu Hung took out the jade sand table and looked inside. In the sand table, you can see the entire sea area and the passing ships. At a glance, there were large groups of ships on each route, and the number had increased several times compared to the past. The flags of the various caravans were all hoisted. Wu Hung looked towards the Lingaxi route, and found the traces of the pirate group. 7 pirate ships, flying the Black Hurricane pirate flag, were chasing the 3 merchant ships in front. Although there was a distance between the two sides, the pirate ships were faster and gradually closed the distance. 7 pirate ships. These guys are looking for death. Wu Hung picked up the microphone and said, "We can see them if we sail forward for a distance." "Okay," Philippa agreed, and then heard the order, "Keep going forward." Not long after, Philippa's voice came again. "Dad, we can see several ships fighting each other. We can't tell which one is the pirate ship." Wu Hung looked at the sand table and said, "The first." Third and fourth ships are merchant ships. And the rest are all pirate ships. You are within range. So just fire. Understood?